fortress every day, and we're staying up all night. Take away our son, we're staying up till 3 every day. Yeah, and sleeping in. So you have people that watch over him, and actually, there's a regent and a chancellor. So they usually do the ruling for him until he's of age. Yes, but he's trained, well studied, taught everything that they can teach him, and that's what happens. But anyway, yes, your story there, that's unusual.
Yes, he was cocaine, and he had been for about 2 years. He was riding his horse through the Parisian market called the Green when a black boar ran out from a pile of dung on the banks of the Seine in front of his horse, startling it, causing him to be catapulted over the front of the horse, at which point he sustained, I guess, either horrific head injuries or multiple limb fractures that were so bad he never regained consciousness.
That's it. You get injured back then, you're done for.
Well, one story said that his companions were so afraid of the outcome actually left him there in the street where some poor townsfolk carried him away for help, but he did not survive. Now, this is a pretty horrible way to go out. The poor kid was only 15 years old.
He busted himself up on the pavement. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Now, but however, as with a lot of these stories, some of these details may be apocryphal. We're actually referencing the darkest account of the story, which is from a book written by a man known as Walter Map. He was a Welsh medieval writer who lived from 1140 to 1209. His retelling of what happened to Philip is pretty stark. We're going to refer to an excerpt of the one book attributed to him, which is called De Curialium.
Sounds Latin to me.
I'm sure. This actual passage was cited in the book that I was reading to get brushed up on this, called The Death of Kings, Royal Deaths in Medieval England by Michael Evans, who was intensely interested. By the way, I recommend it. Why don't you read this excerpt for us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He degenerated from his father, Louis VI's ways, and strayed away from his father's orders, and with proud brow and tyrannical pride was injurious to all. But it befell, at the Lord's command, that one day when, in company with many knights, he had put his horse to the gallop in that part of Paris called the Grave, a black pig brushed out of a dunghill on the bank of the Seine, and ran in among the feet of the galloping horse. The horse stumbled and fell, and the rider broke his neck and died, when the pig suddenly plunged into the Seine. Therefore, his father Louis the Fat, or rather the Lord, who had delivered France from out of the mouth of a lion, set in his place the kind and merciful Louis, later to 57, as he put Daniel in place of Saul. Right. So this book, The Death of Kings, sort of fascinating. One of the things that Evans, the author, talks about in the book is how these deaths of royalty need to be painted a certain way. Is it diabolical, divine intervention, or whatever? Because the thing about this kid, God rest his soul, 15 years old, is even though he was Louis VI's favorite son, apparently he was kind of a jerk.
Oh, really? Like somebody raised with a lot of luxury and pampers?
Yeah. So that doesn't always happen. So now it doesn't.
It's personality, temperament, the natural temperament of the person, because look at celebrities now. Some are very nice, some not so nice.
Not so much.
Because everybody's kissing their butt. So when that happens, something bad is so there you go.
It's interesting because what Evans is implying happened here is that people were probably concerned about the nature of this kid. So when this accident happened, he fell off the horse and he became fatally injured.
Yeah.
It gets worse and worse. It's a black pig. There's references to the devil. It's coming out of a pile of poop. It's running across. It's tripping the horse. It runs back into the river. It's all very
metaphorical.
Exactly.
Yes. No, there's a lot of symbology, a lot of imagery here. That's something interesting to say about the black pig. That, yes, associated with the devil. So
yeah, but either way, this story, unlike some of the other ones where we can't really point to, because they're more ancient, we can't really point to what, if anything, happened. This is a true story. This kid did pass away. He fell off the horse. Who knows what really happened? And falling off a horse in general is not the most proud way to go.
Well, no, but again, back then, was the days before any kind of medication other than herbal, it's like to common degree that he may have fallen off a chariot during a race or a hunt and fractured his leg. That becomes dangerous, or basically, he becomes infected.
Well, he already had a clubfoot sepsis.
Yeah, he get some congenital problem.
I can't see him having an easy time on a chariot in the first place.
No, the other thing I was thinking about this the other day, I haven't gone to the dentist. What do they do with your wisdom teeth? Right? They just like, oh no, you're going to suffer with these the rest of your life, or they just gave them. I have a lot of admiration, respect, and the lore about
about it, the history and all that. I love to read about it. Don't really need to go visit these times.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying that. But well, Henry VIII fell in a jousting accident, and his leg never really healed properly. And I just watched a documentary not too long ago that he's the king and they can't do much for him. He needs to go to his chambers and see the first thing he ridiculous smell because his leg is basically blocking his body. He lived quite a ways after that accident, but he eventually was coming. So, I thank modern medicine every day for the advances we are able to enjoy. Okay, so this next one, it's really not so much the story, but as I mentioned at the top of the show, there's some interesting bits about it. We'll see how much of that is interesting because of what happened in the story. But I find what's interesting is that it starts from a really vague memory of years ago into a possible factoid, a fun fact, if you will, that we got the Ark involved, and I'm glad they did what they did, but I felt a little bad because they had some sketchy information.
Well, you know what's funny about
their
this?
time, but they found something.
You had been telling me this story off and on for years.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes. Not repeated, not like you repeat yourself.
No, right.
But I would say that you told it to me at least once or twice a year for the past 3 or 4 years.
As I have seen it, it's pretty amazing.
But then we went to look for it and couldn't find one character of a word about it. Why don't you explain how that all went?
Okay, as we research for the show, and as we draw you folks here and love to listen to this, I think you do what you do. We're so thankful. Remembering something that's kind of vague, and I was close, and then actually seeing what the truth is about it. I'll ask you in a minute here what you remember about me telling the story, because again, this is how history is often written, as we just saw with the Black Satanic thing. So
Yeah.
So here's what happened. I got a gift in like 2008, 2010. I love those little fun tearaway page-a-day calendars.
Yeah, those are so cool.
Yeah, so they have fun facts.
Trivia or
Exactly. Every day you get a little fun fact or trivia or some historical thing. And this one was an amazing coincidence. It was kind of interesting. I tore the page off, and then I immediately placed it under a potted plant because this one didn't mark up the calendar, and there it stayed for a few years. So, like every year, you go to clean that out, you kind of take a look at it, and it's kind of stuck in your head. I remember it as there was a gentleman, and I thought it was Jacob Spitzer. That's I kind of remember his name vaguely. I remember the date 1787. As the story goes, and this is, again, as the facts get mutated, this guy had been shot through the chest 4 times wearing this jacket. Now, he died, of course. What was interesting is that was his brother's jacket that he was wearing, and several years prior to that, his brother was also shot through the same 4 holes. So in a backward reveal here, he gets a jacket, his brother was killed in, possibly shot 4 times. He puts the jacket on. He also gets shot through the same 4 bullet holes as his brother previously.
Right.
Amazing coincidence, right?
Yes.
So I thought, like, oh, that's a pretty good death. I mean, it's a interesting death. We should check into. I always remember that. Like, gotta do something with that. That's fun. So I set out.
It wasn't fun for them.
No, it never is. Life was horrible back then. Nothing is fun. You roll around in the dirt until you were 45 and then you die. So that's life. But you have your family. You enjoy that. Same kind of things we do today. But here's the point: is that I then turned over to Tess and the Ark, and I said, "Hey, I promise that I don't know how much of this did I remember correctly. So here's some vague details. See what you can do with it." As in Jacob Spitzer. 1787, late 1700s, late to 18th century, early 19th century, sometime around there. I knew it was that time frame, but I'm not sure about the name. So they did some digging, and some folks in the Army finally came up with some answers. Okay, so we have some names somewhere around there. We have Druid Otaku, who's one of our participant members here.
Yeah, the ARC, just quickly, if you're just joining the show, a lot of people know what the ARC is, but just restate it quickly. It's an acronym for the Astonishing Research Corps, which is a group of volunteers and $25 level Patreon supporters who help us with research and do a really amazing job of it. So that's what whenever we say ARC, that's what we're talking about, ARC, the Astonishing Research Corps.
Yes, thank you so much for all your misdirection and your efforts. But here's the thing.
Not your misguided effort.
No.
Your misguided instruction.
I started everything, Tom Waits said, everyone starts out with that. So what happens is I got the name close. So I believe Druid Otaku as kind of his CB handle there. Yes, he found an entry in the Weekly World News So you know it must be true. But you know what I'm saying? Those kind of fun racks like that, every once in a while, they get something right. Yeah, to the point that there being a kernel of truth. Yes. As it appeared in the supermarket tabloid, they got the basic story. Like, okay, now we have a lead. However, it was Jabez Spicer. Right. He was shot in 1787. What was the name that you thought? Jacob Spencer. Yeah, it was Jabez Spicer. I've seen it in a couple of other books. One's like Weird but True or Unusual but True. Kind of fun links to these that are kind of fun, and you read those. Here's the thing you always have to keep in mind. Because you see it in a book, don't mean it's true. No, and we've been doing the show, and it's amazing the amount of misinformation we've uncovered. Well, and the sources don't even line up with each other. Yeah. And a lot of times you have to make your choice about which one is going to be the gospel on it. You make a choice as to what makes sense to you, or something that kind of lines up, or it's the first mention. Yeah. And even then, you don't know. And here's where this story is going. So now we got some names, we got some dates, then you can do a further search on it. And some other folks here, Skip Harvey and Terry Faber, they both did a little digging, and they both found some great articles and some entries in books. So now you're thinking like, okay, these guys did exist. Yeah, there is something to it. So then you really want to find out what the real story was. At that point, you're like, okay, it's not a ghost of a story, it's an actual story. Something was there. So what did you guys find out? So now there's an entry in Ripley's Believe It or Not, which I personally had put more weight into. Yeah, it's Ripley's. Come on, they're betting more than most, certainly more than the Weekly World News. Yeah, that's their reputation. It's their reputation. People think it's silly, but it's been around for a long time. And here's my point. For all we know, they own this jacket. They have it right over here in Hollywood. It could be on display. That's exactly the kind of things that Ripley collected. Yeah. So you don't know where they're getting the information. And really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's 4 bullets or 2. It's really not. So how many bullets was it? Well, I found, and some other guys in the art found, this book called The History of, I've actually got it right here for us. It's History of Eastern Vermont from its earliest settlement to the close of the 18th century, Volume 2. It's dated January 1st, 1865 by J. Munsell. Right. Yeah. It's a early account, but within it is an excerpt from the Vermont Gazetteer of the time. So this is kind of an affidavit of what happened. Daniel Spicer was a Revolutionary War veteran, as were a lot of the folks around this town here in the hills of Massachusetts. All of colonial America was a lot of it was hard-scrabble subsistence farming. What's fomenting here is a lot of dissension between the state governments, what our very brand new national government, if you will, and who's getting shifted, who's getting screwed, as we say, and who's getting all the money. And there was a shortage of cash. It was kind of a very rocky time. Yeah. So this actually ties into Shays' Rebellion. Yes. Led by Daniel Shay. I believe he mounted 4,000 men and I think it was 5,000. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, so 4,000 to 5,000 men in an actual rebellion on the armory in Springfield, Massachusetts, and they were going to rob the arms, take the arms, and overthrow the government. Theoretically, this is an army of farmers. Lower founding farmers. It oversimplifies it to say it was a farmers' rebellion, which some people did. And there are a lot of people that believe that Shays' Rebellion was part of the impetus for the Constitution. Absolutely, because they realized that the Articles of Confederation that they had at the time were not satisfactory to everyone. It was very lacking. These people were mad. These people were mad because what happened is that people on the coast, who were the more successful merchants and businessmen, well, they seemed to get elected more, and they were calling the shots. So all the people that live in the hills, and it's like, hey, it really sounds familiar. Dude, there's nothing new under the sun, is there? So same thing now. It's like, we want representation, and we're going to get it by hook or by crook or by musket. So they mounted an actual rebellion, which was put down by the cannons of the arsenal. But it was so tumultuous and such a big deal at the time that it actually got General George Washington out of retirement and said, all right, okay, settle down, everybody. Yeah. I will be president for, ended up being 2 terms. Yeah. And some people wanted him to be king. Like, no, we're not doing the king thing. We just got away from that. Let's not do that, okay? Not a great idea for our people, So here's a little bit of the background leading up to this bullet jacket below it here. Yeah. This is the thing that actually happened. So Daniel Spicer was the brother of Jabez, or Jabez Spicer, and he was a Revolutionary War veteran. This is about the ending of the Revolutionary War, so 1784. He is helping out a friend get to another territory that he had been barred from to go see his wife's family. Again, between states, not a lot of unity. People believe different things. They were, and back then, they were willing to kill and defend their area and basically just shoot at you.
Yeah,
Because we're on board with their ideals. So his friend or acquaintance, this guy who's named, I think it's Goodnow, but it's spelled good enough. And you can imagine the jokes that he puts. It's like, no, enough. It's good enough. Yeah. He's trying to get back to see his wife and kids, but he can only travel at night. And they're trying to get back to the town of Guilford. So what happens, though, he gets stopped by a sentry at night, and, who goes there? And then suddenly appears a contingent of men who just would rather he was dead. Very kind of vicious guys. They start shooting at him. Daniel Spicer is hit in the hip, and he gets a bullet through the chest and the torso. And then some bad things happen instead of, giving him aid. They were wearing snowshoes. This guy is bleeding from 2 different places. He's got a potentially very painful and lethal wound. I don't know how bad the hip shot was, but you're talking about musket balls. These are 50 caliber ball bearings that tear a hole through his punch your fist through. Yeah. He's bleeding terribly. They make him take his knife out and cut off his own snowshoes so they can steal them. They rob him of everything. And instead of helping the guy, they dump him on some poor guy's doorstep and just kind of leave him there, all the while mocking him for his, let's say, territorial beliefs. He had nothing to do with it. It was really the other guy that was banned from the area. He was just kind of helping this guy along, right? And he told the guy ahead of time, I'm really paraphrasing, basically, hey, you know what, I'm not taking sides with this. I'll help you because you seem like a decent guy. I'll help you, but if it comes down to an argument, I'm not getting on anybody's side. I'm just helping you out. He's the only one that's getting shot. Good enough. No good deed. No good enough deed. Yeah, no good enough deed. He ran off into the woods. He was able to escape. So Daniel Spicer was known as a very upright kind of stand-up guy. So nice dude. He hasn't taken the brunt. So here you go. He's got a jacket now. I believe that has 1, but I can see where it says 2 bullets, because again, all I can read here from this account is that he got shot in the hip. So that might be 2 bullet holes, at least 1 fatal one. He dies. Cut to 1787. His brother now takes up arms in the Shays Rebellion. He inherits the jacket. Yes. Now, he either gets cut down.
Some people might have considered maybe bad luck.
Well,
I'm just saying, if you wear the jacket that my brother was shot to death in.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because he did die. You didn't say that, by the way, but he died.
He did die. Yeah, painful death. So his brother, again, I was saying this to the art, like, do you want a blood-soaked jacket?
Yeah.
Clothes required to come by. Now, my other theory is that a lot of these guys were wearing their Revolutionary War uniform.
Right, maybe
After it could have been a uniform jacket. I don't know what he was wearing then, but basically now Jabez has got this jacket. He then again takes up arms during this rebellion. He gets cut down with either cannon fire shooting grape shots, or he gets a musket ball through the same hole. So now this is in the account, which we'll post. I don't think 4 shots. Maybe at least 1. That's the account that we see here, is that there was 1 big bullet hole that he died with. Jabez gets shot in the same bullet hole. And this is my point, is that I think at the time, if that happened, you would have made note of it.
We have the affidavit here.
There you go. Let's read the affidavit.
Okay. And you keep saying Jabez and Jabez. J-A-B-Z.
If they are of European descent, it's like with German. It's like the J is a J. Yeah.
All right.
The J is a
Jabez Spicer of Leyden, Massachusetts, a brother of Daniel Spicer, served during a part of the years 1786 and 1787 in the well-known Shays Rebellion, and was killed on the 25th of January in the latter year, while engaged with others in an attempt to take the arsenal at Springfield. It is said that he wore on this occasion the same coat in which his brother was clad when wounded by the Vermonters, and that the fatal ball passed through the same hole which had been made by their bullet. Vermont Gazetteer, page 142, Holland,
Yeah, Hallmark Historical, West Massachusetts. There you go. So there is some truth to that story. That little page on your calendar took some license, and so did you, probably unintentionally. It was all crumpled into the water. Yeah, of course. So I threw it away eventually. But what's even a better story than that? One bullet hole. Four bullet holes. The more bullet holes, the better. Yeah. If you want a little topper on that story, what's better than that? Killed on the same, exactly 1 year to the day. Yeah. I'm saying these are the details that start to come out. It's a much better legend. It's even crazier. It's like President Lincoln having a secretary named Kennedy. President Kennedy having a secretary named Lincoln. Yeah. It's all those kind of things. It's the flip-flop. It's the connections we make that make it a good story. Now, that's an okay story. That's pretty interesting. He got shot in World War I. A lot of the shell-shocked troops in the trenches would hide in the craters created by artillery shells, artillery hits, thinking that, well, two shells can't hit the same place. And yes, they can. Yeah. So those guys cowering down in the craters got hit just exactly in the same place. Yeah. Because you think about it, that with wind, direction, the weight, all things being equal, it's very likely that it's going to hit the same place. So there you go. Yeah, I'm saying it can happen. So that's the origin of a little flip of the story. So are you going to any holiday parties this year? Does this recording session count? Not really, no. Then no. But I am wearing the watch I would wear if I was going to one. My Movement Chrono, a gunmetal black with sandstone straps. It's pretty sharp looking, black and tan. Also one of my favorite beverages. What about you? Any fancy holiday parties? It's not really our style, but I just put on something nice for Christmas dinner and New Year's, and I'm definitely taking my Movement watch to visit the in-laws this year. I'm hoping it'll improve my image with them. Oh, I'm sure they think you're just fabulous. But it's always a good idea to look your best at any gathering because people do notice and they do make assessments. And that's one of the ideas behind Movement watches. Because starting at just $95, you can get a watch that goes with any outfit or style, and it'll definitely give a boost to your image. Movement style is minimalist and modern, but it's also classic and chic, so it really doesn't look like anything else out there. It's a really clean design that makes for a distinctive look, and it also makes a distinctive gift for both men and women. Why not start getting compliments like we've been getting? Just go to their website and see what we're talking about. And with free shipping and free returns, it's time to step up your watch game. You really have nothing to lose, except that slot of the image. Come on. Hey, I wasn't talking about you, as far as you know. Get 15% off today by going to movementwatches.com/legends. That's MVMTwatches.com/legends. Join the movement.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carly, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Right, so here's a fun one. Yeah. Do you know what a cassowary is? Oh, yes, it's the delicious layered dish, right? No, that's casserole. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. No, we didn't have those, we had lasagna. No, we had chicken parm. Yes, we did. So I got that on the break. No, I do know what it is. It is a large emu-like bird. Yes, related to some other the ostrich, I believe. I specifically looked at a picture of it. It's very prehistoric looking. It's funny looking, yeah, to be honest, but there's a thing about this bird that you need to know. You don't want to call it funny looking to its face, because it might kill you. Oh, yeah, literally. We'll try to have some pictures of it. Yeah, but what you notice is that, yes, it's got the kind of the dinosaur horned brow bill. It's on the top of it. It's a bony cask, yeah, that they used to bash their way through the thick brush. So there's a purpose for that. Yeah, are they the only armored bird in the world? That's exactly right. Okay, there is no other bird with armor. So just let that be your first one. And it can weigh up to 130 pounds and be up to 5.5 feet or 2 meters tall. Wow. Just punch that in, you'll see like cassowary attack or people human injured or killed by cassowary or other animals. Here's what you notice. You're thinking dinosaur. You look at its feet. Yes. And very much like a velociraptor, it's got a very long, sharp, pointed nail. Yeah. On its 3 toes. But the middle toe is a dagger. They have been known to be able to disembowel an enemy with one kick. Wow. It's like so sweet. Right. So you think you can run away, right? You can run away from it if you don't. No, not really, because it can also run up to 32 miles per hour or 50 kilometers per hour. Wow, that's pretty cool. But that's okay. You'll be safe behind this fence. Nope, they can jump up to 5 feet. That's all right. I'll swim away from the damn thing in this water. Oh, yeah, they're great swimmers. So they're apparently super smart too, like the velociraptors, which you just mentioned, the ones in Jurassic Park. According to one website, they've actually been known to outflank groups of people trying to capture or hunt them. They're very stealthy. Yeah. They move a lot like velociraptors in the movie anyway. Yeah. I don't know what a velociraptor moves like with speculation, but they can really blend in and disappear in the foliage, and they know how to flank you, and it's
the
you
part of the brush, and there's that giant eye just staring at you.
Yeah.
And then while you're staring at that, getting your gun ready, another one's coming up behind you.
Yeah, and then he says, which, and the time it took to say that, you could have cocked the gun and shot at least one of them.
Yeah, I totally believe that because birds are smart. I have a couple of cockatiels, and they're smart and they're great.
You had cockatiels?
Yeah, as a kid.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty gentle, but I gotta tell you, if they're angry or ornery, and you reach in there and they'll snap at you. So I can only imagine this thing if he's really hungry.
This thing is like the Terminator, man. Listen to this story. This is the story, and the reason that we first brought this up. This is the very first documented death of a human being at the hands. Sorry, it doesn't have hands. No hands at all.
I'm going to be poking out through your bedroom window at night. What'd you say about my hands?
April 9th, 1926, from the Burwa News in New South Wales, Australia, which is where they are native, and also Papua New Guinea. Here's this very short article about Philip McLean. Philip McLean, a youth, was walking through a farm with a dog in the Mosman district on Tuesday when he encountered a cassowary. The dog bailed up the bird, which became infuriated and kicked the lad to death.
Oh, dear. So it's the dog's fault.
Yeah.
Did he
know? We should talk to Marie about this. She's keeping on the running list of the dog sidekicks. And you'll know
Well, dogs helping or not helping. Yeah, and she's not sparing them any.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do a line of t-shirts with this dog. This bird is funny looking, though. And I guess Philip was the first documented death by cassowary, but he's not the last. Mark member Terry Faber, who we mentioned earlier tonight, really dug up some other good stories about these things attacking people. By the way, have you ever heard Kevin Hart's routine on ostriches?
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah,
that is really funny.
Yeah.
If I can find a link to it, we'll put it in the show notes.
He's not a fan.
Yeah, he had an ostrich experience that it was hilarious.
Well, he's not.
I'm not
serious. I'm not very tall myself. It's formidable, and until you actually, people don't know this about animals. Until you get up next to them, this happens to people that seem like frightened, terrified of cows or horses.
Yeah,
they don't realize how big something is to get next to it. So this is a big dang bird.
Another thing about Papua New Guinea, by the way, that we should point out was that it was Amelia Earhart and Franklin's last departure van, where she's barely off the ground. Yeah. Keeping in mind that the cassowaries are generally shy, they don't attack unprovoked unless maybe one that has experienced mental illness. Yeah, and there's actually villages in Papua where they are revered as mystical, and they are not hunted or traded. And in the 2004, the Guinness Book of World Records listed them as the most dangerous bird in the world. And in fact, the zookeeper, Luke James, apparently was making fun of how dangerous, in quotes, a cassowary was in his care, and he killed it.
Again, death by irony.
Yes, note to self, avoid large, flightless birds.
Well, there was an Australian comedian, Rob something, and his emu. It was a pet emu, but basically it was a large puppet, so that he had a fake arm that went around the top of the emu, and of course his hand was operating in the neck, and of course he would do a dumb joke, and the thing would immediately just punch him in the groin, and that was part of it. Like, they're early sack tap jokes, but it was hilarious. Yeah, so he was doing this Australian kind of humor, but they didn't ask. They just made it weed.
It's part of the joke you make about the groin. But we talked about this in other shows.
They were going after the geese.
I watched a huge white swan try to take my dad out in the twig and berries at a cemetery. We were paying our respects, and the swan just came after it.
No, that's another thing.
Saved by his belt buckle.
It fired him and been crushed.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know that's where their wedding dagger is. What I do know is that swans are vicious. We always think of them like, beautiful creatures floating in a lake. I think this happened somewhere up in the northwest here. We had some do-gooders. There was a park with a river, and the Park Services taking the beautiful swans out of this area. Yeah, I think they took a couple of swans from another area, placed it in this park,
And what happened was this nice little piece of the river there, a little bay, had a lot of ducks in it. The swans ended up killing all the ducks. I believe what they do is they grab the duck's head and they hold it underwater until they drown. They're very territorial. And so this is what I'm saying is like people, you don't know what you're doing, don't mess with nature.
Yeah.
Don't throw things at buffalo. Don't surprise a moose.
Yeah.
These are not Disney.
Also, don't put the baby buffalo in the back of your SUV.
Don't. Not from here, but you know what? Again, nature takes care of itself. And don't make fun of a cassowary.
Yeah.
Again, when you look at it, yeah, I can see why the Papua New Guineans revere them because they're very prehistoric, just with a bow on the head, look like dinosaurs. You leave them alone, they'll probably leave you alone. That's the nature. So,
All right, so you can't really talk about unusual deaths without talking about Isadora Duncan.
well, she was pretty well known at the time.
She was a stunningly talented, world-famous dancer in the early 1900s. She was born in California, but she was famous worldwide. And she was also famous for being outspoken about all kinds of things that women did not talk about, including the fact that she was an atheist, she was bisexual, and a communist.
You go down to get a coffee, you're going to meet somebody at the coffee shop with all those traits. Yeah.
She actually apparently took a boob out on stage, and she had this really long, bright red scarf, and she was waving it all around, and she yelled, "This is red, and so am I."
So, I'm sorry, when I first read that, I didn't know what part was red.
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, people didn't do that back then.
She was kind of a badass.
Turn of the century, you're getting into the flapper age, women are getting notes, I guess, as you say, or just realizing, like, hey, we can speak out to them.
Yeah, and she actually, at one point, she moved to Moscow and opened a dance school there, but I guess the Soviets failed to make good on their promises to help her with the school, so she left the country and left it to a woman named Irma, who I remember reading about. I can't remember how they were related. Yeah. And she came back to the West. So let's come back to that red scarf we mentioned a few minutes ago. Isadora Duncan had a thing for scarves. They were kind of her trademark. So to that end, and hers, sadly, on September 14th, 1927, which was a seminal year one of my favorite movies, Metropolis by Fritz Lang.
Yes.
And the first talkie, The Jazz Singer, was made. Metropolis cost over $1 million to produce.
In relative terms.
Yeah, in 1920. No, it was an actual million, I think. Or maybe it's a relative million. All I know is the German government,
because that's the GDP of a lot of countries.
yeah, but the German government went broke making it. I do know that, but it did prove to be profitable.
Well, we enjoy today.
Yeah, and The Jazz Singer was also released that year. But anyway, Isadora was off for a ride in Nice. We're back in Nice, France, with a friend of hers, a mechanic, in a beautiful Emil car. Yeah, by the way, it's a gorgeous car. The thing about these cars back then is that they were open wheels. They had the big wire wheels that stuck out. You can see the axles, all that, and then you kind of had a boat body, almost like a Bugatti or
that's what they're based on, actually.
Yeah, so you're sitting back there in the back, and she got this crazy long scarf flowing in the wind. And when she piled in this car with her mechanic friend to go for this drive, she was pulling away, and I guess one of her friends actually tried to warn her about the scarf. She was like, "This maybe doesn't seem like such a good idea."
Yeah. Please keep your hands and feet headscarves inside the vehicle at all times.
Yeah, and I guess she didn't hear that. So along this drive, the scarf got caught up in the wheel and axle, wrapped around it, and according to some sources, yanked her out of the car by her neck, breaking it. Other sources say she was quickly strangled, almost to the point of decapitation. She was killed instantly. This one's particularly gruesome, but you know what it reminds me of a little bit is, have you seen The Incredibles?
The superhero capes.
Yes, no capes. Remember, they gotta meet their costume designer. Her name was Edna Mode.
She's showing all the things that have gone wrong.
All the reasons you shouldn't have a cape. He's like, "Why do I want a cape on my costume?" She's like, "Met the man, express elevator, data guy, snap on takeoff, splash down, sucked into a vortex, no capes."
Exactly. You're making another one, right?
I know, wait. Anyway, we've already talked about cassowaries and terminators and astonishing legends. We've had more than a few discussions about artificial intelligence and robots becoming our evil overlords. So that's a segment I'm going to continue. So, how long do you think, Forrest, it will be before the first robot kills a human being?
Well, you have to really define your terms, because I see where you're going with this, and to the audience, it's probably not what you're thinking. I think everyone's thinking like, oh, I, Robot, right? He murders somebody. Will Smith comes in the future and solves the case. But are they so human that we must treat them like people?
Yeah.
That's not true what you're talking about.
No, the first robot killed a man 38 years ago.
Okay, see, I think I thought it already happened.
Yeah. January 25th, 1979. This is the second time we're making a reference to January 25th. That's right.
Yeah.
That was the day Daniel Spicer was killed in 1788.
Yeah. So again, it would have been a better story if Yabez got shot on the same exact day.
Yes,
of course, 3 years later.
But now this is 200 years later.
Yes.
So 25-year-old Robert Williams was killed after a strong hit to the head by a robot at a Ford assembly line casting plant. Yeah, they were in a place where they were fetching parts. The robots were fetching parts alongside people fetching parts. It just didn't work out well.
No, if you've never seen them, I used to work on some automotive videos and films here and there, mostly as an editor, but if you see those things in action, not only are they whipping them around at precision speed, put it this way, that is the arena of the robot. Humans are not supposed to be in there. Also, there's fire coming out of the end of them. Massive sparks.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's just terrible.
Yeah, they
industrial
weren't planning. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't like,
and they labeled it an industrial accident. There was, of course, a court case. The jury ruled in favor of the family and awarded them $10 million.
Yeah, it all depends on was his workspace safe. Was he? Well, how close you should be. Have you seen these things? I've been to the Honda plant in Ohio.
Yeah.
When they step down, they do go lifeless, and they'll all kind of collapse and go to their resting state.
How does it know when to do that?
Well, when you turn it off, like if you're.
I was going to say, will it do it when a person is walking nearby?
No, I don't know. I think that the idea, though, is to let them do their job. You humans stay out of the way. So these industrial accidents happen. Often it's somebody being where they shouldn't, and it's not often their fault. It's not always their fault. How close is their workspace where you're putting them in danger?
Well, you want to hear something interesting about this? Is do you believe in coincidences?
Should I say my oft-quoted phrase here?
Yes.
Okay. This was a masterpiece theater here, and it's Matthew McFadden, one of my favorite actors. It's also in MI5. It's a great film. He plays a detective. He's interrogating this woman who seems very suspicious. She was, not in the right place at the wrong time, and then she's very cagey. There's several coincidences that he brings up to her. You seem like a person of interest in this, and her response like, well, Inspector, coincidences do happen. And he says, yes, but they must not happen too often.
Yes.
So that's my whole I love it because we talked about this before. It's like, how many coincidences seemingly must occur before you personally, you have a number.
Yeah.
Is it 10? Is it 2? Probably, again, if it's a low number, 1 or 2, you kind of let it slide. If it's 10, 20, 30, you have to take notice.
Well, here's the interesting coincidence about Robert Williams, the 25-year-old killed on January 25th, 1979. His death was on the exact day of the 58th anniversary of the premiere of a play called RUR, which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. That play had been written by a Czech writer known as Karl Čapek. Now, here's the thing about that play. Big deal, whatever. It was 58 years into the day. That play introduced the word robot to the world.
That's right.
And prior to that, folks used the words automaton or android.
Yeah, automaton. Well, you're talking about Fritz Lang's Metropolis.
Exactly. Well, that's my whole point. So now, the play itself was considered somewhat dark, but a hopeful warning that robots might one day be a threat to humanity. And in fact, the play features a robot rebellion in it.
Will Smith's getting sued.
Yeah, so it is, which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. His death was on the exact day of the 58th anniversary of the premiere of a play called RUR, which was an acronym for Rossum's Universal Robots. That play had been written by a Czech writer known as Karl Čapek. Now, here's the thing about that play. Big deal, whatever. It was 58 years into the day. That play introduced the word robot to the world.
That's right.
And prior to that, folks used the words automaton or android.
Yeah, automaton. Well, you're talking about Fritz Lang's Metropolis.
Exactly. Well, that's my whole point. So now, the play itself was considered somewhat dark, but a hopeful warning that robots might one day be a threat to humanity. And in fact, the play features a robot rebellion in it.
Will Smith's getting sued.
Yeah. So, and the play is believed to have inspired Philip K. Dick's novel To Android's Dream of Electric Sheep, which in turn inspired Blade Runner, which wouldn't have existed, at least in the form it did, without the German expressionist film movement, which was born from Fritz Lang's movie Metropolis, or made famous by it anyway, which we mentioned when we were discussing the year of Isadora Duncan's death. So, you see, it's all connected. There you go. Yeah. In some way, we had somebody really angrily, I think it was Joe was, but I think, and I know who he was talking about. He says, one of those two guys in that podcast really has that epiphany complex, which he misspelled. It's like, what is he talking about? And I had to look it up. Yeah, that was a whole day of research. I must know. And I think he was talking about that there's epiphanies and everything, there's connections. He said, not everything's connected. Yeah. Like, well, you don't have to believe that. Right. I guarantee you, young man, some things clearly where it's going to happen to you and you're going to think differently about it. That's all I can say. But there are themes that have run throughout. They repeat, they rhyme. There you go. You know, one of the reasons we started this podcast is because of our passion for learning about the world we live in and the mysteries that surround us. We really do love mystery, and that's why the Great Courses Plus is right up our alley, and why we think all of you listening will love it too. In fact, all of our listeners can get a full month of free video courses from the Great Courses Plus when you sign up using our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. You'll get access to over 8,000 engaging video lectures presented by award-winning professors, and more courses are added every month. And speaking of adding more every month, when the Great Courses Plus started sponsoring us, they had over 6,000 lectures, and now it's over 8,000, which I find mind-blowing. Well, that's why we always say there's going to be something in there for everyone. And with this offer, you can watch as many courses as you want on a vast number of topics ranging from history, religion, psychology, to photography, art, music, cooking, you name it. Stream as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere, from your smartphone, tablet, laptop, or TV. Start learning something new when you have some downtime, like we do. For example, we just started watching a course called The Early Middle Ages, which deals with the time period from 300 to 1000 AD. And a lot of people have heard of the term the Dark Ages, but do you know why it's known to scholars as the Dark Ages? Yeah, because we just watched the same course together. No, I'm not asking you. No, it's rhetorical question to the audience. Please continue. All right, it's referred to as dark nowadays because there isn't much documentation from that time span for scholars to piece together and form a historical narrative. Empires were collapsing, urban life was stagnant, literacy was plummeting, Europe was becoming isolated, and all this contributed to people living in that time period being in a dark age themselves. Yes, the end of the ancient world. Well, I love that time period because to me, the world was still magical back then. And if you want to sound as smart as Scott seemingly does, you can check out the Great Courses Plus yourself with a special offer, which will really come in handy for changing the subject of the holiday dinner table. Sign up today to get 1 month free as one of our listeners. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. You know, one of the things I like about Blue Apron, it makes you a better home chef. I know. You learn tips and tricks that you can use to cook everything else. Like I learned to use sherry vinegar to pickle shallots, which really gives some zest to a dish. Right. And I learned about foam, which is the brown bits and caramelized drippings at the bottom of the pan. Add a little wine to deglaze it, and it turns into a flavorful sauce. Now, that's not really big news to someone who already knows what they're doing in the kitchen. But for people like us who want to get better at cooking, Blue Apron really makes creating delicious meals not only fun, but you also learn to be a better cook along the way. That's why it also makes a great gift for beginner as well as the expert. And it doesn't matter where you are in the country because Blue Apron can be delivered to 99% of the continental U.S. and 99.5% of food deserts, where people just have trouble finding basic fresh ingredients. You know, that reminds me of our friends that live on the ranch on the food desert. Yeah, and so they're down near the parallel there. Close, and where there's all the cows are being eaten. Well, the beef is delicious, but they have to drive about well over an hour. No, that's the point. I eat their groceries. You're getting great fresh ingredients shipped directly to you, so you don't even have to go looking for them. Well, you know, speaking of ingredients, Blue Apron does that the right way too, because the meats are raised responsibly, the seafood is sourced why would you give me this face? The seafood is sourced sustainably, and the produce is grown using regenerative farming.
All of that makes for high-quality ingredients, and these days it's important to know where your food is coming from. It's also something the whole family can help out with. Let them put the kids to work, let them have fun, and teach them some basic cooking skills, while at the same time creating a stronger family bond. Research shows that Blue Apron families 3 times more often, and it beats ordering out all the time. Yeah, that's something we were trying to do less of. Not only is it expensive, but it's just not good to be doing that all the time. With Blue Apron meals costing under $10 per person, and since we choose the delivery schedule and the menus we want, we're actually saving money, and it's more convenient. Everybody wins. Well, since I do most of the cooking in our house, I certainly feel like I'm winning. But seriously, the wife and kid are always asking if we're having a Blue Apron tonight, because it really is something to look forward to. So give the whole family a gift this season, or give it to another family you care about. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/astonishing. You love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
Forrest and Scott, thank you for supporting their sponsors. I'm Fiddleback, and they've asked me to throw it back to them.
Alright, so just a few more people here I would like to touch on before we move on to Gloria Ramirez. This story was one that caught everyone's attention when it happened back in 2010. It was the Segway story. Right. The Segway was the invention that was supposed to change the world.
Well, if you don't like to walk much, but I will say it does come in handy if you have to do a lot of walking. So you'll see Paul Blart, Paul Cobb. I think they make fun of it there.
Well, everyone makes fun of it because it's expensive and you look real silly when you're on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you just do.
Well, sorry,
Because I apologize to our listeners who have
the police officers that do, like I said, if you do road patrols and you have a beat to do and you gotta move quickly all the time, it does.
I think you might undermine your authority.
It's like a bicycle cop, like you get arrested when you have to ride on the handlebars. Well, it's an amazing invention.
Yeah,
I've never ridden one, but we have one for an automotive film shoot, and that's what the guy was using because he's trying to glide. When you're walking with a camera, when you have a really expensive Steadicam, you're gonna get some shake. So he had a short version one without the tall handlebars that he just kind of straddled, and it was amazing. He was able to glide around this car and keep the camera very smooth and steady.
Yeah.
And when you see it operate, it's like, what are the gyros and the mechanics going on in this thing are mind-blowing for you to be able to do that because it moves with your body gestures.
It must take a little bit of skill though, because the guy who was the CEO of the company in 2010, this is not the inventor. A lot of people thought it was the inventor. The inventor was Dean Kamen,
That's right.
who I actually know a fair bit about because he was on 60 Minutes, and I actually watched that story sometime.
I did too.
Yeah, he flies himself everywhere in his own helicopter, and he's been in a lot of brilliant stuff. I think his first thing might have been a medical pump or something like that.
Yes,
Rich.
it's always one thing that Mark on, but something that you had a line on, an idea that I thought was brilliant is it's a carriage horse that climbs stairs.
Oh, yeah, that was one of my...
Didn't he have something like that where basically the track?
Yes, he made a wheelchair that the code name for was called Fred Upstairs. The projects were collectively called Fred and Ginger, and everyone talked about Ginger was supposed to change the world.
Yeah.
Fred was the wheelchair, which I believe he did make, that can climb stairs and also it can stand up. So for people who are interested in going to grocery stores and they want to be eye to eye with other people or reach high shelves, this wheelchair can stand them up.
It's really
It's a life changer. Ginger was the Segway. That was the code name for the Segway, I believe. And
Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers.
yeah, but that was the thing. It was the Fred and Ginger project. Fred Upstairs, and then Ginger was the Segway. They all thought it was going to change the world. But the CEO of the company,
who took it over after Dean came in.
who took it over, had one, and he rode it off a cliff to his death.
Well, look,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at it.
No.
This guy was a sweetheart of a guy, by the way.
No, he was very
He
cool.
was a multi-millionaire. He was a philanthropist. A generous philanthropist, and he was on his Segway on a hiking and walking trail close to his estate near Boston Spa in West Yorkshire, England, when he saw a dog walker approaching on the same trail. And I guess it was kind of a narrow trail, so the dog walker saw him, and he was trying to back away so the guy coming up the hill could pass, and the guy who was coming up said he saw him kind of wobble and then drop from sight.
Again, it's the dog's fault.
Yeah, there's another dog.
I'm blaming
I'm on the dog.
No, I'm not. I said
I backed off a cliff. Yeah, now 42 feet to his death. It's not the stand-up two-wheeled one. I believe he was. No, he was tested. It was. No, the guy was on the stand-up two-wheel. You're sure? I'm absolutely positive. Researched it myself. I knew that he was also testing a four-wheel model. That was a sport model that went really fast. You could take it on jumps. Yeah. Of course, he's not wearing a helmet. I don't think it's on. But that's one that he was currently prototyping. Yes, but this is the stand-up one. He was on a regular stand-up Segway. Well, yeah. That happened. That happened. Owner of the Segway company backed off a cliff on a Segway. Or the CEO. Yes. And but it's not Dean King. And Dean King is still with us. All right, so now we're going to talk about one more person before we move on to Gloria Ramirez. This guy's name is Bernd Brandes, or was, I should say. Yeah. Well, still is. His identity. Yeah. Well, with Bernd, there's strange ways to die, and there's strange ways to die. But this guy takes the cake. He was an engineer, I guess, with a cannibalism fetish. He answered a freaking internet ad where another cannibal, Armin Muse, had asked for someone willing to be killed and eaten to come on over for dinner. So Bernd, apparently figuring he had nothing else he needed to do for the rest of his life, went over to Armin's house and was willingly murdered and then consumed over a period of 10 months by Armin. Armin is now serving life in prison in Germany. And that's a major what-the-what kind of story for me. I mean, everyone's heard that story. It's like, what is what? Well, Scott, I will just say this without implicating or besmudging anybody, but there's a local morning, I think, radio Zoom show that does a little gag where they read some outrageous news story. Yeah. Usually it involves biting or eating of things you shouldn't be biting or eating. Yeah. And it's entitled, Is It Florida or Germany? So that's kind of, yes, that just says enough of strange things. Because, again, statistically, if you look at like where things act, weird things all, actually happen, it's not just usually one place. It's like you hear about these sensational stories like this, and it's like, oh, there you go. Strange place. Yeah. We have our own strange places here in the U.S., and Europe has their own strange countries, and we'll just spicy these things today. Seem to pop up occasionally, and this is one of the big ones. Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. It's like, we talked about this earlier before we kind of bullet pointed this. It brings up some moral questions. I mean, I'm sure there's some people out there like, well, if he wanted, that's how he wanted to go, and he found a guy, that's how he wanted to consume somebody. Yeah, perfect match. But if this guy was online dating, not much. At least they put it in the ad at the top in front. Like, let's get to the point. I would like to eat somebody. Yeah, which you can't really survive that. Although, great show here, which I don't know the status of, but it's Hannibal. Yeah, with Mads Mikkelsen. I think he played the Shifra in Casino Royale with Daniel Craig. You know what I'm talking about? No. The bad guy. He bled from the eye. I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, really? He's a great bad guy. Yeah, he plays Hannibal Lecter in the TV show. Very well done. Very dark. Well acted. Well shot. So as a show, though, Eddie Izzard is another copycat serial killer like Hannibal Lecter, and I think he incapacitates the Eddie Izzard character and serves up his own leg to him. He's like, well, it's already cooked, and this guy's a great chef. Might as well give it a try. But that's the thing. He didn't die for it. I think eventually he had been killed. But I think the point of Hannibal was that, no, you're going to be alive to enjoy this. Yeah. So that's a whole other brand of weirdness, right? That actually heard happening. This case, though, this is my point. If he was severely depressed and he wanted to kill himself, and that's the way he wanted to go out, well, the other guy who wants to eat the other guy, you're kind of taking advantage of somebody who's emotionally troubled and vulnerable that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, well, he just decided he wanted to die and end up in my stomach. Yeah, just wrong on all counts. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's talk about Gloria Ramirez. She brought her up last week. Like again, total accident. So this is again serendipitous. Why don't you refresh our listeners' memories on the story of Gloria? What we were talking about on the live YouTube show at some point was that sometimes you hear stories and you're not sure what the outcome was. Maybe you follow them for a while. And again, this is pre-internet era. I had heard this story that I was fascinated by because there didn't seem to be any answers at the time. I think just to cover myself, I just said, well, it was either a man or a woman brought into a local Los Angeles suburb area hospital that was giving off really noxious fumes. fruity garlic smell. Now we find that out.
Yeah.
It's just a really odd smell, and people started getting woozy and nauseous, and then really seriously, one doctor on call there in the emergency room actually kind of passed out and then suffered like paralysis, like serious medical conditions here, which he never really recovered from. And I mean, like, serious. This all points to memory of things that you kind of flash on, and you may remember some things, you may mishmash elements of other stories into it. It's just that how the memory, how the brain works, and how memory is preserved. So it was 22 years ago, and I was surprised I remembered as much as I did. You know, I look at the papers and news reports, and again, pre-internet, so you can't really keep up with it. I just remember, like, well, they thought it was pesticides, possibly, that she had gotten into or got exposed to, because that does happen. As I mentioned in the YouTube show last time, is that, you know, I have a friend who's a fireman, and he says you do have to watch out if somebody has gotten accidentally ingested, or a lot of times they try to commit suicide, it will come out of the skin. It comes out of your pores, and it is toxic. So if it's arsenic or some of the other toxins, that can happen. So I didn't know if it was a man, because I think at the time, the only thing they could compare it to is that a young man who was trying to commit suicide swallowed a bunch of ant poison, got brought into the ER, and he was emitting really noxious, toxic fumes coming out of his body. So yeah, you have to don the hazmat, the respirators and all that, because it's like being gassed.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of confused me. I couldn't remember. It's like, I don't want to say if it's a man or a woman, but it could be either. But it turns out it was Gloria Ramirez, who was brought into the Riverside General Hospital February of 1994, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so here I'm going to give you a very basic bullet-pointed outline of what happened on that night, and the ARC found some great articles about it. There's some theories that gets kind of medical and kind of chemical. So Chris Coswell can understand it. He's got some interesting ideas, but I'm just going to tell you basically what happened, and as bullet pointed and culled together in the Wikipedia article, because basically they cull from a lot of the same articles we found. Keep in mind, Riverside, California is about 60 miles due east of Los Angeles, and it's a fairly large community, a fairly large city of its own. And on February 19th, 1994, about 8:15 p.m. in the evening, a woman was brought into the ER. She is Gloria Ramirez, and she was only 31 years old, but she is kind of delirious, confused, not making much sense. She's also suffering from cervical cancer. Yes, she is suffering from the advanced effects of cervical cancer, and she's brought into the emergency room by paramedics. She's extremely confused, and she's suffering from tachycardia and Shane-Stokes respiration, which basically just means she's got an elevated resting heartbeat, and she's breathing kind of erratically, so really fast, very slow, it's going all over the place. So the medical staff injected her with diazepam, midazolam, and lorazepam to sedate her. So she's getting some chemicals already, and we're building into something here. She's getting some treatment with medications, but she's not really responding to them. She's responding very poorly. So the staff is trying to defibrillate her heart. And at that point, they remove her shirt, and they notice that she's got kind of an oily sheen covering her body, I think in the chest and stomach area. And some people started to notice a fruity garlic-like odor that they thought was coming from her mouth.
And they described the sheen as being like what you see on the ground, like at a gas station.
And really slick.
Yeah,
because right, it's going to reflect it. It's a refracting light.
Multicolors. And, yeah.
Some kind of weird oil or sheen. And at this point, again, when the story's unfolding on the news and the newspaper, it's like, they don't know if it's coming out of her skin, if it's applied topically, or what's happening, because it smells kind of odd. A registered nurse named Susan Kane attempts to draw blood from her arm and noticed an ammonia-like smell coming from the tube, the brass tube there. Then she passes the syringe to a medical resident, Julie Gorchinsky, who noticed that there's manila-colored particles floating in the blood. And at this point, the nurse, Susan Kane, she fainted and was removed from the room. And shortly thereafter, Dr. Julie Gorchinsky, the medical resident, she began to feel nauseated. And then she was complaining that she was lightheaded, and she had to leave the trauma room and sat down at the nurse's desk. And the staff member checked on her, said, "Are you okay?" And before she could even respond, she passes out. She faints. So then Marie Welch, a respiratory therapist who was assisting in the trauma room at the time, she was the third person to pass out. So then it's like, okay, something's going on here. We don't know what it is, but medical protocol, they get the whole staff is ordered to evacuate the emergency room, and everybody goes out in the parking lot outside the hospital. Good protocol. We don't know what's going on, but everybody goes out. So overall, 23 people became ill, and 5 were hospitalized. So then a small skeleton crew stays behind to stabilize Ramirez. So there are people with her to make sure, she still needs help, right? Okay. So unfortunately, at about 8:50 p.m., after about 45 minutes of CPR and defibrillation, Ramirez was pronounced dead from kidney failure related to her cancer. So that's ultimately what she died of, is kidney failure. Now, this raises a bunch of questions. What is causing these people to pass out? And there's a few theories. There's really maybe 2 or 3 main ones. And they get kind of technical, but of course there's an investigation. The county health department called in 2 scientists, doctors Anna Maria Osorio and Kristen Waller. They're on the case. And they interviewed 3 hospital staff who were working in the emergency room on February 19th, and they used a standard questionnaire, which is meant to basically see what patterns are there, what's the base of this. Some people had developed severe symptoms as loss of consciousness, shortness of breath, muscle spasms. They all of a sudden kind of seem to have some things in common. And so people who had worked within 2 feet of Ramirez and handled her intravenous lines had been at the high-risk area. So, and then there was other factors that correlated with the severe symptoms, but it didn't seem to match the scenario in which the fumes had been released. The other thing was, you keep in mind, the paramedics were working on her on the way to the hospital. So she had people there close to her, who did not seem to get sick, but I think they noticed there was a smell. However, I don't think they drew any blood, and that's a big factor. Once you draw the blood, now there's this strong ammonia smell. There seems to be crystals in the blood, all white crystals. Right. So here we're getting to something that we talk about on the show occasionally, and we don't delve into it because there's so many different factors with this, but basically it's the old buzzword mass hysteria, because it usually happens or starts with women, and it usually starts with one person senses something unusual, a smell. That's usually what it is, and they get kind of nauseous, or they don't know what it is. They just feel nauseous. They start to have symptoms. Somebody else also says, I too feel nauseous. I think I smell what you're smelling. There's something weird about this. And it's a chain reaction. Next thing you know, 3, 4, 5 people, maybe 20, 30 people all get it. It's not just women, men, but a lot of times it'll start off that way. So that was the assessment of Drs. Osorio and Waller, that it may have been that, because it has all the earmarks for that. However, I would say that, yes, you can pass out, get queasy, and that's kind of where that stays, but this Dr. Gorchinsky, she denied this claim of mass hysteria, and she evidenced her own medical history that this was unlikely. And after the exposure, she spent 2 weeks in intensive care unit with breathing problems. And she also developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in her knees, and also in the bone marrow. That's pretty darn serious. I don't think that, I'm not a doctor, but I would say that a sociogenic hysteria of some kind will lead to certain symptoms. That seems pretty extreme to me. Actual physical tissue in your bones, in your knees. Something's going on. There's some kind of chemical that's going on. So there's a bunch of different factors here. Now, this one, I'm going to just go to Wikipedia because they explain it much better than I can rewrite it. What's the point? So I'm just going to read it. And this is the major possible theory, I believe, which I think Chris Coxwell, who's our resident chemical engineer grad student, has got a paper due. He's cramming on that. He's really jammed, but he didn't time to weigh in on this. I think he's kind of behind this main theory. I am too, because on paper it's just pieces. I'm sorry. Well, it ends up on paper, doesn't it? Yes, it does. But I know what you're saying. But I understand the immense pressure. No, he's not writing a book report. Okay. Yes, it's he's under tremendous pressure. But he has time to wait. Yes, he has time to wait. There's something to say. Okay. Why should I be getting I think it's kind of. Well, he could be doing this. He's a future as a podcaster, but I'm sure that pays better. So. Yes. All right, so here we go. He does have a show, by the way, Mad Science. Yes, check it out if you can. If you love this kind of stuff, he delves into a little bit of philosophy, a little bit of science. It's all great stuff. Okay, so here we go on the theories part, and this is the possible role of dimethyl sulfoxide. So, again, from this paragraph here on Wikipedia, the Riverside Coroner's Office contacted Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory to investigate the incident. Now, one thing I didn't read that Chris said is, like, these guys are the creme de la creme. the smartest dudes in the room. We're talking the big guns here. So if they're weighing in on this, they're credible. Yeah. May not get any more credible. Drove by, actually also a lovely area. So in the Bay Area. Here, so as we already said, she developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in the knees. So now Lawrence Livermore labs are coming in. And they postulated that Ramirez had been using dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, which is a solvent used as a powerful degreaser and as a home remedy for pain. A little side note, I actually know of it because back when I was in high school, I was on the wrestling team, believe it or not, and our big guy who wrestled at the unlimited weight, he had bad knees. You're wrestling on your knees a lot, so he had a lot of knee pain. And he would rub DMSO on it. At the time, not many people, I think the rest is dimethyl sulfoxide, right? Dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO. So he would rub it on his knees, and then, where the knee pads. But I remember it had a funky smell to it. I don't know if I would exactly call it garlic with a fruity smell, but I do remember this, that he always chewed up after he applied it to his knees. He wasn't drinking it. Yeah. It would come out of your pores, it would come out of his knees like that. So he was trying to be considerate. Yeah, because remember he was crying. You didn't want to get under that. Yeah. To roll into a pretzel. Yeah, he knew that it made your breath funky. Yeah. I'm trying to remember back, there's a very specific smell, but I will attest that happens. Yeah. DMSO comes out of your skin, it comes out of your breath, and you would chew up to kind of prevent that. But he claimed it worked. He did say it didn't alleviate a lot of pain. Yeah, I read that whoever was studying it back when it first came out, I think it was Dr. Jacob, I can't remember who he was, he had said that he was marveled at how quickly it would be absorbed into the body and it caused no damage to your skin. And so it would pass through it almost like it wasn't there. It's also used to help administer other topical drugs because of this transport property through the dermis. Yeah, that's one of the natural properties of it. Now, I will say, just from that personal experience part, is that we don't know the dosage or whatever. I believe my wrestling friend, he got it at a local health food store. It got, I think a few years later, got kind of banned. Well, yeah, and that's another thing that's an important factor in the story is that it's also seen as a home remedy. Yeah, for serious illnesses. Yeah, and that's another thing that the art was discussing is that hand cancer, you were going to try anything. Yeah, if there's some magical oil that people are talking about, the black, I can't remember right now. Yes, the black sludge. Yeah, there's all these kind of strange remedies that sound really way out there, but when you're that desperate, you're going to try it. So her family said that she did not, they never saw her use it. They don't believe she used it. But, people don't tell their families everything. Yeah, and she was termed a non-compliant patient, which means she wasn't taking her regular regimen of prescribed. Well, we don't know if she actually got a prescription and wasn't doing it. Basically, what that means is that she had not started any chemo either. Exactly. Right, so a big thing for me, she does not seem to be on any kind of prescribed regular medical regimen. Yeah, she might be trying home remedies, but she has advanced cancer. The other thing was, I thought, man, when you introduce nuclear medicine, chemo, into this, all bets are off. It's so extreme, the things it does to your body. There's chemo that go cancer brain, it kind of affects your thinking, you get really talkative, and you get jolly in some weird ways. Yeah, you have a metallic taste. Your mouth is, as reported, your appetite's all screwed up. If you start introducing different chemicals like that, then crazy things can happen. So no chemo, I believe. I never read anywhere. No, we read specifically that she has not started or done any chemo. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to pick up again with this paragraph. Okay, here we go. Users of this substance report that it has a garlic-like taste. Again, I never took it myself. I realized that it did make your breath funky. So it's sold in gel form at hardware stores because, again, it's a powerful degreaser. It could also explain the greasy appearance of Ramirez's body. The Livermore scientists theorized that the DMSO in Ramirez's system might have built up owing to urinary blockage caused by her kidney failure. Oxygen administered by the paramedics would have combined with the DMSO to form dimethyl sulfone. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It's SULFONE, so we'll go with that. Or as it's known, DMSO2. Now, DMSO2 is known to crystallize at room temperature, and crystals were observed in some of Ramirez's own drawn blood. Electric shocks administered during emergency defibrillation could have converted DMSO2 into dimethyl sulfate, DMSO4, a powerful poisonous gas. exposure to which could have caused the reported symptoms of the emergency room staff. The Livermore scientists postulated on the New Detectives that the change in temperature, which that's a TV show by the way, yes, that the change in temperature of the blood drawn from the 98.6 Fahrenheit of Ramirez's body to the 64 degrees Fahrenheit of the emergency room may have contributed to its conversion from DMSO2 into DMSO4,
along with the introduction of the electricity from the defibrillator.
which is interesting because, now you're introducing electric shock, which is a catalyst of some kind.
Right. And then they're creating a noxious gas.
Nerve gas.
Yeah.
So and there's another theory that in the sink nearby, there may have been some urine mixed with ammonia.
Yeah.
Bleach. Yeah, urine mixed with bleach. What I do know is you don't want to mix ammonia and bleach because you get some bad wartime gas.
But they looked into that and found out that it didn't hold up, that theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So that's one alternative
This
theory.
seems totally plausible. I mean, this seems like what's happened. I mean, I don't think we can call it solved. It's like Cobb says about Lawrence Livermore, and these guys are certainly smarter than we are.
No, doesn't it all sound very smart? That's the my point is that there's certainly factors the DMSO and the sulfates and the methyls and all that kind of stuff. Again, I told her it's my favorite compound, magic methyl.
Yeah.
Which will mess you up, man. Seriously, chemistry is fascinating. I don't know a whole lot about it. I tend to Google the fascinating points. I just remember in college at the University of Washington, which I did go, we had at Seattle.
Yeah.
Maybe not anywhere near where it was right now. Yes. We had a grad student there who was talking about, we're asking about accidents, we're just asking about the gruesome parts. And he said, well, our professor today, we got out and we were experimenting with magic methyl. And he tells this cautionary tale where I think it's a grad student, or maybe an associate professor, somebody who knew what they were doing, which should be operating with gloves and under a flame hood or something. He unknowingly had a drop of it on his shirt or his collar. And during the school day, by the end of the day, he was dead. A drop. Again, this is powerful stuff. Like I said, there's different things going on. There's electricity. There's a lot of chemistry. And that sounds the most plausible. Now, there's other theories, of course. The family has another one because they don't believe that she ever took DMSO. But like as I said earlier, sometimes people don't. They do things that your family doesn't know about. And they may have another angle on this. They believe that the hospital had a gas leak. Right. And that's what caused all the noxiousness and maybe her early expiration or too early. But she was very well advanced in her cancer, and ultimately, like we said, it was kidney failure.
Yeah.
So generally,
but then her body wasn't able to eliminate the DMSO.
Exactly.
I don't know if we said that.
Right. That was a good point.
Well, with acid coming out, there was no way for it to come out because she was blocked. She couldn't urinate.
There was a renal breakdown of some kind. She wasn't able to pass that. And again, what we see with celebrities is that a lot of them expire when you start mixing chemicals unknowingly.
Yeah.
You don't know what could happen.
Right.
This is what we're left with, different kind of theories. And ultimately, I believe in my point of view, and I think you too, and maybe our president, the scientist here, is that we have a pretty good theory. But as with all these cases and all these strange and unusual deaths, we just may never know what actually happened.
Okay, alright, so that's another point into this. Devastating as it is to many people,
That's going to wrap it up for tonight's show. We're recording this episode on December 7th, and we'd like to honor the men and women who lost their lives in Pearl Harbor 75 years ago today. We'd like to thank Warby Parker, the Great Courses Plus, Movement Watches, and Blue Apron for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show. Special thanks to John Bogle. Join us next week for our last show of the year, where we'll bring you the flip side of the coin that was tonight's episode by sharing some astonishing stories of survival.
Hi, I'm Matt Baldwin from Newcastle, Australia. I'm Brian.
Hi, I'm Carly Martin, and I give my permission to Astonishing Legends
To use my voice, galaxy-wide in perpetuity. But if you ever expand the Andromeda Galaxy, permission denied.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Jensen Crane. Sound design is by Ryan McCullough. Special thanks to the ARC and its lead researcher, Tess Weidel. But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram. Copyright Scott Phillips and Morris Burgess. Good night.
especially if you're high on some hallucinogenic. Then it really becomes alive. We're coming back with that. Let's check in with Amy live.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Hey, Bill, Brian here. Gotta work from home today because the whole family caught a nasty. Hey, Mikey, if you're gonna be able to find the popcorn ball. But my availability is 110%. Incidentally, so is my beaver. Kidding. No, it's so cold and hot. But I'm gonna get you that budget just as soon as. Okay, popcorn ball!
Press 1 to use Instacart to get your family sick day essentials delivered in as fast as 30 minutes. Press 2 to keep working. Do not press 2. Just use Instacart, Brian.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community, make a difference, help the next generation? You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org. Your local school districts constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org.
This week's episode of Astonishing Legends is sponsored by the Great Courses Plus, Harry's.com, Blue Apron, and Sherry's Berries.
And we're back for the last show of 2016. This year has had no shortage of surprises, let me tell you. And it has, for Astonishing Legends especially. Tonight's episode will likely push us past 10 million downloads. It's difficult to convey how grateful we are for you guys and all the support you've given us since we started out a little over 2 years ago. We're taking the holidays and plan on 2017, and we wanted to let you know that it's our goal to make next year our best yet with a ton of intriguing topics as well as live appearances on YouTube. And 1 or 2 more in person. Speaking of that, I'll be in New York City on business for the show February 25th and for a few days after. It's not firmed up yet. I'm planning a meetup for listeners while I'm there, so if you live in the Big Apple, listen to our January 2017 shows for more details on that. All right, let's get down to business. Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess. It is not known precisely where angels dwell, whether in the air, the void, or the planets. It has not been God's pleasure that we should be informed of their abode. Voltaire. It's the end of the year, and last week we shared the stories of some extremely unusual deaths. This week we embrace hope and second chances that the new year brings as we take a look at some miraculous stories of survival. All right, so we're back at it, and the first thing that I want to point out is a correction to our last episode.
All right, what did they screw up?
Well, we were pretty buttoned up, but there was one thing. Remember when you mentioned Rod Hall and his unique puppet during the Killer Cassowary segment? Well, of course. Turns out he was British, not Australian.
Oh, yes, that's right. And I did see that one of our #1 fans on Twitter, Scribbler Maxie, was very quick to point that out. However, my defense, the last time I saw Rod Hull at his emu, and I think I actually called him last week, was way back in 1974 on the Hudson Brothers Razzle Dazzle show. And my kid logic back then knew that these were from Australia. So I actually, in fact, much like the Cassowaries in Guinea, they are very revered bird there. Yeah, it might be Indians people, but also it's on coins, I think.
I can't remember anything I saw on TV. But then again,
I'm younger than you.
That's true. I think I was 9, maybe, so you were,
I was 5 for just a Todd.
yeah. You asked me before, like, how do I remember things like that? It's like, I get close.
Yeah.
But it's a very funny act. I remember just doubling over laughter as a kid, especially.
Yeah.
Did you show it to your son, speaking of which?
No, I need to show it to him. I did watch it when you sent it to me, and I was like, he was already dead when I watched it.
It's 70s TV. But that's what I remember because, I think he was also wearing the Outback jacket, the adventurous jacket, the modified pit helmet. So I just assumed he was Australian. So, of course, now I had to dig way down deep for this one for the truth.
Yeah.
Because I would not let this rest until I found out what was really the deal. When she said it, it's like, yeah, I think you're right, he's British. Well, Rothschild was British, but he did move to Sydney, Australia in 1961, and that's where he started his television career there on TCN Channel 9. It's also a very well-known fact that the EU kept his Australian citizenship, so he's still Australian, yes. So anyway, you got a blend there. So I think it's understandable that my 9-year-old self just assumed he was Australian. But thank you for the correction, Maxie. And how dare you make me look all that up? I'm just joking, but yes, I do go over an apology.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that and your wonderful capitulation.
Yeah.
The fact that we misstated his country of origin is not what I couldn't believe we overlooked.
Oh, you mean the fact that Bill Hudson from the Hudson Brothers show is actually American actress Kate Hudson's biological father from the time when he was briefly married to Goldie Hawn, is that true?
No, it's not it at all. There was something else we overlooked.
Oh, all right. I know what you're talking about. Well, after an episode about unusual deaths, we failed to mention that poor Ron apparently fell off the roof of his own house to his death while adjusting his TV antenna to take in a game of footy back in 1999 as Maxie's first Guinness.
Right, Maxie made it clear that in her eyes, and we imagine that of many, this was a sad death of a great entertainer. But still, we have to say, it fits firmly in the unusual ways to die column. She also said that reports say it wasn't clear if he simply lost his footing or maybe had a heart attack before falling.
Well, according to Wikipedia, on 17th March 1999, Hull climbed on the roof of his bungalow named Shepherd's Cottage in Winchelsea near Rye, Sussex, to adjust his television aerial during the second leg of the Champions League quarter-final football match between Internazionale and Manchester United at the San Siro. It was a procedure he carried out on a regular basis, as shown in home video footage included in the 2003 documentary Ron Hull, A Bird in the Hand. In his attempt to improve reception, he slid from the roof and fell through an adjoining house. The 63-year-old entertainer suffered a severe skull fracture and chest injuries. He was pronounced dead on arrival at Conquest Hospital in recent years.
Honestly, it does have a bit of an Andy Kaufman-esque feel to it, his death.
Yeah, especially if he disappeared right after that.
Well, ultimately, I think falling off a roof is not all that unusual of a way to go, but the fact that we made reference to him on an episode about unusual deaths, and even more specifically during a sequence about vicious cassowaries disemboweled folks with a flick of their bird wrists.
Right.
No, wait. When you bird, it's an ankle. Is it an ankle that's just above the foot?
Yes, I think it's actually an elevated toe joint. You're talking about the ankle on a cassowary. It's actually way up super high, more like a backwards ski. Kind of picture that? Okay. But wait, hold on. Just listen back to last week's episode about this full cassowary kerfuffle. And I believe you said it was also the middle toe of the cassowary that had a long toe on it. I think it's the first inside toe that has the really long, massive
Okay,
claw.
anyway,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
we already covered that. The point is, we should have mentioned that Ron Hall fell off his roof to his death after we brought him up on the show.
So last week we took a look at both the end of the year and winter itself as a metaphor for death, and used that as an excuse to share some unusual stories of unusual deaths that occurred throughout history.
That's right. Here's something interesting to note. In the 36 hours of our recording session, when we were able to release the show last week, we lost 2 more culturally significant individuals.
Right. Astronaut John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth, and also Great Lakes, founding member of the band Emerson, Lake and Palmer, who was the second and last member of the trio to pass away in 2016. He was also a founding member of King Crimson and was briefly a member of the band Asia. Do you remember them?
Yes, I do. And in fact, later when Emerson, Lake and Palmer formed, it was Palmer because Powell couldn't get out of his contract with Asia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
so Anyway, but
And super musicians and just like a powerhouse, everything he's done is just amazing.
a really great work, and it's interesting too. Going back to 2016, Keith Emerson actually committed suicide in March of this year, so just another one on the list.
That's true, but like we said before, our greats from our generation are getting up there in age.
Well, some of them, and one thing also that we forgot to mention, and it's not a detail that was widely reported after Prince was initially found, but I think he was found partially in an elevator.
I believe from the news reports at the time he was slumped over in the elevator.
I had his own house recording studio that was discovered by an assistant for like several hours later. So 4 or 6 hours later. But that struck a chord with me just because of the whole party like this night. Are we not going to the elevator? All right. Yeah. Break us down. It's not funny. I'm not. No. Huge fan of Prince.
No, but you know what? That made me think
He actually died in an elevator after having a song about.
He probably passed away pretty quickly, but being in the elevator is what caused him to be obscured, and people didn't find him. Like, right, if he passed out in the lobby or something.
Yeah.
Not that there could have been anything done for him, but it actually goes back to what we were talking about, mixing pharmaceuticals. When you do that, you're not sure what you've been taking and how much of a dosage, and it's really tragically bad. So I believe that's kind of part of it. He had some pain issues. Anyway, it's been a very rough year all around, especially for losses in music world. But you can easily do dozens of episodes on many of the other legends that passed in 2016. But tonight's show and our show in general is not about that.
Yeah, tonight's show is about the other side of the coin. It's about people and stories that seem to defy the odds. Stories of survival that evoke images of divine intervention. And as with a lot of the stories that we share on Astonishing Legends, there are some that have aspects to them that really can't be explained. In other cases, you might say, well, that's all circumstantial, and you'd be right. Everyone has to decide for themselves if a story is just a story and a set of unconnected events that culminated in a favorable outcome, or if something more was at play.
And the years ahead and coming holidays seem like a good time to look at that stuff.
I couldn't agree more.
So I know we have a few tales to share tonight, but weren't you going to start with a personal one?
It's funny, I went back and forth on whether or not I wanted to share the story.
Oh boy, so you know it's good.
Well, it's extremely personal, and it was kind of a jumping off point for me because I don't know how paranormal or supernatural it is, but for me, it was a very poignant moment in my life. And the other thing is the story makes me seem like an idiot, so it's a little embarrassing. But there was an aspect to it that felt otherworldly.
Is it one you have told me?
Yeah, you know about it. Okay. I think the show was off the ground actually when it happened.
I do remember, because I know what you're getting at here, and you have nothing to be ashamed about, although it's
all the details.
Look, if you know Scott, it's kind of the way he does things, which is really buttoned up with a lot of research, and he finds the best possible way to do stuff through serious research, but that left unchecked, it gets a little out of hand.
It does. I certainly learned a lot of lessons from this. This story is a road story, and one of the things that we found out on the show was that a lot of things happen on the road. The road itself is a spiritual place.
Exactly. That's a huge theme, especially in the Skinwalker legends, and especially what I learned from Brian Skinner's wonderful life books. I wanted to give him a shout out.
Yes.
The rock drawings and carvings, a lot of it is something like the law of the road. So it's a metaphor, you can say it's a natural road leading to a portal, whatever it is, but that features at least one significant carving where it's a journey, and a road cuts through literally the middles of nowheres.
Yeah.
All around. And when you do that, you're going to run into something.
Honestly, my favorite thing in the world is to take a road trip. I really love it. I've grown up that way, and I'm actually never much happier than I am when I'm taking a long trip somewhere and I'm seeing something I've never seen before.
Yeah, free and easy, rolling around the open road.
Yeah, and I also enjoy listening to podcasts and talk radio when I'm on the road. That's the second thing that makes it kind of sublime for me. I know we have a lot of listeners that listen on road trips, and we have a lot of truckers too. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for being so supportive. I'll get into the meat of the story. Yeah, I was taking a trip with my son from Los Angeles to Colorado a few years ago. I guess this was maybe going on right around 3 years ago, maybe, or something.
Yeah, that's about
right. And I was driving at the time. I had a 2007 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 4-door.
If you bought one of our T-shirts, there's a little bit of a silhouette on the side.
That's right. The Jeep is down there.
Which we have trouble explaining. Is like, is this a car show? I don't get. I know you guys are clicking flag and all that, but the original idea for the Jeep and our car is that we were planning. Maybe
maybe be a little bit more mobile than reality would have us.
We're still dreaming.
We're not dreaming about that, but that's kind of the theme and the vibe and the feel is that we both love road trips. We love traveling. We love automobiles.
Yeah.
And we love going out and talking to folks and finding new stories. So we're thinking like, wow, we're going to take this remote. We're going to get out there. It's like, well, life has other plans for both of us.
Yeah, exactly. And this Jeep, I had it since it was new in 2007. So already at this point, I've had it a pretty good while. And I made a lot of modifications to it myself. And by the time I finished with it, it was essentially an off-road capable mini RV. It had a tent on the roof, a fridge in the back, a stove, and, well, just too much to list, as they say sometimes when they sell a car like that. Now, I've been building and modifying cars my whole life. I'm a car guy, as we've said a billion times, and with all that experience, I have kind of a fatal flaw of being convinced that I know what I'm doing, even when I don't. That's a little bit genetics to it, Dad. I'm going to give you a shout out. And then, well, two fatal flaws, really. That one, and also just making things more complicated than they need to be in general.
Really, another one. I'm always trying to maximize the potential of any, I would say, machinery or piece of equipment.
This is proving to be really,
Well,
back and forth is really fascinating.
No, it's like a therapy session. I admire that. It's probably, I have a lot of the same traits where it's just like, if we're going to invest time with this thing, it should work and work to the best of its potential. But I think you maybe over-exceeded or just exceeded the capabilities of the actual,
physicality. I did things in the wrong order. I made a couple of bad errors in this case. One of the main things I did was I added too much weight to it before I modified the suspension to handle the extra weight. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Anyway, I had this big trip with my son to take him to see my dad, who lives in Denver, and my stepmom, too. And then we're going to travel down south to visit our friends at that ranch in southern Colorado that we always mention on the show. I was so excited about this trip because when I was a kid, I used to take these same kinds of trips with my dad. It was one of the highlights of my summer, so much so that I'm pretty sure it's what set me out to get a Jeep in the first place, because I wanted to take my son on these big, grandiose road trips and go off-roading and stuff like that. However, nearly all of my logic was flawed. I could go on and on about it for quite some time, but the long and short of it is I was rushing things, both with the Jeep itself and also with my son, who was probably about a year and a half too young to be taken on a trip like this. And so essentially I was taking risks that I wasn't even aware I was taking, because I've been blinded by this goal of making this certain thing happen, quite Griswold style. Even though in the back of my mind, I knew that maybe it just wasn't the right time. And the other thing about my dad and me when we took our trips was that he had me when he was much younger. He was in his early 20s, and I had my son when I was 40. So there's a whole different game going on there for the old man in the driver's seat. But anyway,
having your son take long trips with nothing but you and maybe some adult audio. Yeah,
he loved it. He's a good traveler. He's a good traveler. And when he was much younger, I had taken some longer trips with him too. And when my wife and I moved from the East Coast back to the West Coast, I drove cross country with him that time too. He was very young, but in some ways it was easier to manage because he was super predictable. He rode in the back and did great, and I would stop every 90 minutes or so at a Walmart or a Home Depot, and we would go inside and I'd just let him run around and go crazy.
Yeah,
Run back in, hit the road back again. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. But this was later. He was closer to 5 years old now. He's cognizant. He's having conversations. He's talking to me about stuff. And we were on I-40 coming out of LA, headed towards Arizona. Theoretically, I should be excited about taking this trip, and I was, but I wasn't actually that comfortable because I realized that my Jeep, now that it was loaded down with food and luggage, along with the heavy-duty bumpers and the winch and everything else that I added, it was extremely squirrely. It felt like a 1970s Cadillac with a two-story house on top of it.
Pretty floaty.
Yeah, super floaty and unstable. And I could tell that if I would have had to make a panic stop or swerve for any reason, it was going to be real difficult to control. I was extremely tense. My neck was tight. I was like gripping the steering wheel super hard. And, less concerned for my own safety than that of my son. I'm in charge of protecting
a child's seat.
Yeah, and the middle and the back, which is the safest place to be. And the Jeep had an internal roll cage too, which was part of the weight issue, but it was safer than most in terms of a collision or a rollover or something, but also it was more prone to making one at this particular point.
And of course, the overriding rule is keep the shiny
side up.
Yeah,
It would have happened in a swerving incident.
right. So being hell-bent on making the trip, I kept going in spite of the wobbliness, thinking that as soon as the trip was over, I was going to look into beefing up my suspension and get it up to par for all the added weight.
By adding more weight.
Yeah, because I just need to keep going.
Right.
And I think it's safe to say that my decision to continue on the trip was probably one of the worst ones I've ever made. And in hindsight, it was one that might have led to a tragic accident, and it's something I still beat myself up about to this day.
No, don't do that too much.
Well, it was dumb, and it wasn't even pride, it was just sort of a blind
Goal orientation.
yeah, goal orientation. So anyway, I'm tooling along, continuing to ignore the signs that I should turn back and cancel the trip. That's really what I should have done. That's when the Jeep began to have an unusual problem, one of the worst kind in the automotive world, aside from a wheel coming off or something. An electrical issue. The dash began lighting up, things were cutting on and off. It was a lot like what happened to good old Roy Neary in Close Encounters at the train tracks. It was just the lights were flashing and everything.
Yeah.
This usually means that you have an alternator problem.
Yeah.
But I couldn't be sure, and I kept thinking it was going to get better because it was intermittent. It was coming and going, and I thought, well, I should pull over, and what I'll do is shut it off and start it back up, because in the past, I had a few very minor problems, and actually spoken to a dealer, and he said, just reset the computer, it'll be fine. And you do that by turning it off, let it sit for 30 seconds, turn it back on. So I pulled over onto this off-ramp, going up this big ramp, was on an incline, and I pulled past the road at the top of it, and then about 50 yards back down onto the on-ramp on the other side, which would take me right back onto I-40 once I hopefully got everything sorted out. So in a long chain of unfortunate events, the ramp I chose, or really had to choose, was in one of those cuts in the rock, where they blasted out and put a road through. And because this was just an on-ramp, there was really only one lane. It was a very narrow and very tall cut, so I essentially had like 2 6-story buildings on both sides of it.
Or cell reception is what you're getting at here.
Yeah, that's what we're about to find out. So I turned off the car thinking, well, it's sputtering anyway, and maybe the computer reset will get it sorted until we can get to the next town. So I turned it off. And it stayed off, really off. It was done. It didn't want to restart at all. So now, I'm broken down on the side of I-40, pretty far out in the middle of nowhere, about 20 miles east of Kingman, Arizona. In the back seat, I have my son, who I think was probably right around 5 years old, and who relies on me to protect him from the dangers of the world. It's very difficult to explain how upset I felt about this absurd predicament that I brought him into. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, well, I got AAA, I'm just going to get on my cell and call for help. Meanwhile, he's getting hungry and wondering what we're up to, and I, of course, didn't want him to be scared, so I'm not giving him the full story. On top of that, I felt like a complete idiot, and no dad wants his son to see him that way. But I also just wanted him to feel safe, so I played it cool. Got him a snack out of the fridge in the back, something to drink, went around to look under the hood. Whatever was wrong was not immediately obvious. There was no smoking gun. So it was time to make that phone call. Because at this point, I discovered that my cell phone had, as you alluded to earlier, Forrest, no signal whatsoever. The cut I was in with the valley, with the rocks around it, it was it. I didn't have a half bar. I didn't have LTE. I didn't have the phone just sitting there.
Okay, so now that's going to be a hike up to the top of the nearest hill.
Yeah, and there was no way to get anywhere. I mean, to add to all of this, the spot where we pulled over was virtually invisible to the passersby on I-40. Because of the rock cut and the length of the on-ramp I had come to rest on, I would have to walk a quarter mile easy just to get someone's attention down the freeway where the sporadic and light traffic was traveling an average of about 80 miles per hour. So the car is dead, the phone won't get a signal, we're in the middle of nowhere, and it's getting late, and I'm not in a position to even flag down help. It was at this point that my son started feeling bad. In fact, it seemed as though he might have a fever. It was a nice day, but it was the desert, and it was the fall, so that meant we had to sort something out because it was going to get real cold after dark, and it was already 4 or 5 p.m., what I remember. Now, I'm a pretty resourceful guy. I like to think generally better prepared than most folks, but I was easily in one of the worst situations I can imagine at this point. And in my mind, I was failing royally as a father. I mean, I've been a dad for nearly 8 years now. And we all have those moments, parents do, I think, where you're like, holy crap, I can't believe that just happened. I almost dropped my child on his head or whatever. But thank God, me and my kid got through that. But this was different. I've taken a lot of road trips, like I said, a lot. And I understood the gravity of the situation. We were broken down and isolated, and now my son was getting sick. And the sense of vulnerability that I had was overwhelming. not wanting to hike down to the interstate with my ailing 5-year-old where the cars were flying by and traffic was light, mind you, but I wasn't about to leave him alone in the car either, so my phone was in a dead zone and I was completely out of options. We weren't packed for camping. The vehicle was set up for camping, but I didn't have that kind of stuff. We were mostly staying at people's houses and in a hotel here and there, so I didn't have the thing to weather a very cold night and the tent on the roof. Which
Well, now you are responsible, mind you. I can.
Well, no, I mean, the blankets were up there, but I'm not going to be able to get in the tent with a feverish 5-year-old.
No, you don't want to.
Night.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You don't want to set
Especially on an on-ramp where I should be sleeping with an eye open and a gun.
Yeah.
No, I didn't have that either. This is one of those times you're out in the middle of nowhere and have something.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yourself,
Well, no,
there's with your child.
Exactly, and there's nowhere really to picture this for you to pull over, right?
Right.
You got road and maybe like 5 or 6 feet of shoulder.
Yeah, we're right up against the edge of one of those blasted out cliffs. So I'm sitting there in the driver's seat in full-blown MacGyver mode, trying to figure out what I'm going to do, and I'm coming up with nothing over and over and over. I can't figure out a plan, and at that very moment, I heard a loud rumbling sound, and a tractor-trailer came up the off-ramp behind us on the other side of the low road that the exit was for, which was only there for access to a giant ranch. There was no town off that road, no public destination. The truck pulled up all the way up behind us, not ominously, but probably about 50 feet.
You and your son also like to watch the movie.
Yeah. So the driver, he got out, and I didn't know anything about this guy. He's a total stranger, and where we were completely out of sight from any witnesses, and let's just say I was concerned, but by the same token, he was our only shot at getting help at that moment. I told my son to stay in the car, and I cautiously approached him. I couldn't figure out really why he would have gotten off there, and now it was just him and us, or him and me outside. He climbed out and walked up to me, and I told him my car had broken down, and my phone would work to call for help. And he said, well, let's try mine. And he went back to his truck and got it for me. He had a full signal here in this place where I had none. I used it to call AAA and arrange for a tow truck to come meet us. The only problem was the tow truck was super busy that day and wouldn't be by for at least an hour. I told the driver my son was sick and in the car, and without the tow truck, we would be in danger. And he just smiled and said simply, I'll stay with you guys until he gets here. He went back and sat in his truck, and over an hour later, the tow truck arrived. That was after once it disappointingly showed up at the top of the on-ramp, turned across the bridge to go the other way down the interstate to help someone else. It was like, it's here!
And now that's the stranded castaway on the island, and the plane, veers off to the other direction.
That's exactly what happened. So a little while later, the tow truck arrived. I thanked the truck driver for waiting, and he said really it was no problem at all. He got back in his truck, headed off down the on-ramp, and back onto the freeway. Now, that guy could have been anyone. He could have been not such a nice person, and things could have gone real different for me and my son. As long as I live, I will never forgive myself for putting him in that position, and I can't say that truck driver was an angel of some kind, but I can't say that he showed up in our time of need and stayed with us until we were safe, and he was sent by someone. I actually asked him why he got off there, and he told me I'm not sure. I guess I needed a break for a minute. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. I suppose it says something about the world that it's a shocking surprise when someone stops to help you who has absolutely nothing to gain by doing so. I don't know a whole lot about being a truck driver, really. I mean, I know we have a lot of drivers who listen to us, as I said earlier. Hey, guys. But I do know that time is money, and that sitting on the side of the road for an hour when you've either got a load to pick up or deliver or going home, it's not something everybody's going to do. When we start researching for an episode, there's nothing better than finding a really trustworthy source of information because we're always looking for the real story.
Even before we started this podcast, it was important to us personally to know what we were talking about, or at least sound like we did. That's why the Great Courses Plus is such an awesome resource. Boy, do I wish it was around when I was a student.
Me too. That's why it makes such a great gift for the students in your life, or anyone that loves learning. And now you can try it out and get a full month of free video courses from the Great Courses Plus when you sign up using our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
When you sign up, you'll get access to over 8,000 engaging video lectures presented by award-winning professors, and more courses are added every month.
There's so many topics to check out, from history, science, and art, to learning a new language or learning how to draw or cook. And with this offer, you can check out as many as you like.
And the learning couldn't be more convenient. Stream as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere, from your smartphone, tablet, laptop, or TV. What better time to learn something new?
when you're taking a break from all the relatives and festivities this holiday season. If I can find any downtime at all, I'll be watching the rest of our current course, the early Middle Ages. Where are you on that one, Forrest? I actually skipped ahead to a lecture called Arthur's England because I love the legend of King Arthur. I'll go back and pick up where I left off, of course, but Arthur's definitely going to be a future episode of our show, so I just couldn't wait. Okay, then tell me something about him. Where should we start? Well, it's a bit murky, but after the departure of the Romans, the indigenous Celtic people of Britain resisted the invasions and migrations of the Anglo-Saxons, and it's possible, although not certain, that a British war leader named Arthur won a decisive battle against them at Mountbatten around 500 AD. Now, they're pretty sure there was actually a battle, but no accounts from that time clearly indicate that Arthur was there or that Arthur was even a king. And no one really knows where Mountbatten is today. Well, that sounds like an astonishing legend for sure. Indeed. So much more fascinating information awaits you at the Great Courses Plus with a special offer. Sign up today to get 1 month free as one of our listeners. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends.
Hello everyone, I'm Jordan Bonaparte from the Nighttime Podcast, and this is Astonishing Legends. So let's get back to the show.
Well, that's interesting, especially the fact that he wasn't kind of sure, really, why he had taken that remote offering. Yeah, folks, if you can picture this, it's not like he can see it's got the sign like food, camping, gas, and, or there's a truck stop there for him to pull off. And as Scott said, if you're out there on the road, time is money. And, yeah, you're either on your way to pick something up or dropping it off, or you're done and you're going home for a spell, and want to get there as quickly as possible, and so they don't really want to be lollygagging around doing stuff. So it's interesting. Now, I will say there's a lot of stories out there about even ghost truckers, and as the letters and emails that we got from truckers out there, they can tell you that they see a lot of strange things.
Be sure and tell them Large Marge sent you.
An old email we got, some guy up north, where I'm from, he goes to this quarry, which is pitch black in the middle of the night, and I think he dumps his load or something out there, listening to the spooky stories, puts a different spin on it. Yeah. Out in the middle of nowhere, there's no one else around, and it's totally dark. There's tons of stories about that kind of happening in all variations. Off the side of the road who get helped. Or there's an accident, and somebody shows up, and they ask who it was, and it's like, oh, they're gone now. They just stopped by the help. That doesn't mean it's paranormal right after an age. It could just be somebody who just decided to stop and help, and they don't really need to be thanked. They're glad they helped. They put their time in there.
How do you Bitcoin, Robin Williams?
It's interesting, though, just for the little aspect. I don't now anything, but maybe
Good to see you. What's new?
Well, the interesting thing is, it took me a while to
What did you say?
I actually never found out exactly what was wrong with the vehicle.
What? You've been patient? Oh, you've been painting. Yeah, good for you. Excellent. Not too much. How about you?
Not so much.
All right, baby. Well, I'm gonna go back taking a nap.
Folks, yeah, a little bit about that kind of thing, and what's wrong with the car, what's wrong with it, or just in general, I called several times to the dealership that I wound up towing it to, and they had fixed it relatively quickly. They replaced a part, right? Yeah, they said something about the battery cable being chewed through while the battery, some vibration or something. Oh, that's right. And it caused a short, and maybe that was the case, but I never could actually talk to the technician who worked on it. He could never come to the phone. I tried 3 times. They were all angels. I'm not saying that, but it was weird. I couldn't reach the guy. I said, oh, he's at lunch. Oh, he's not in today. Oh, and by that time, I had gone back to Los Angeles with my son in a rental car because he needed to go to the doctor. So I had the Jeep towed back to Los Angeles, and I guess when I look back on it and how wonky the suspension was with all that weight on it, finishing that trip honestly would have been a mistake, especially going through the Rockies. So for me, when I think about whether or not someone or something is looking out for me, or just my son, which I'm fine with, I think about how I was ignoring signs that the trip was not meant to be, and how when I ignored those signs, something stepped in and made sure that it wouldn't happen, and broke down. And after that, we were guarded by a good Samaritan that came out of nowhere and stayed with us until we were safe. That moment where we were stuck and the phone wasn't working and my son was getting sick, it was getting dark, that was a life changer for me. So since then, we've taken several successful road trips, one in the very same Jeep after I got the suspension right. And another one more recently in the Jeep's replacement, which is a huge Land Rover that happily gets us all of the same places the Jeep would have. And thankfully, I've been cured of my desire to extensively modify cars, I'll tell you that.
Well, you have a vehicle that will safely get you to the nearest hotel.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's part of that generation. I'm getting older, and I'm okay with that. It still does pretty well off-road, and will get the things that I want to do occasionally, besides being a grocery getter. And mine has been off-road several times, I will say that. No, it's just a whole 9 yards.
Right. I always take a longer, wider view of history, especially the past, and you feeling bad about taking your son or putting him in that kind of danger, I get that. I don't have children of my own, but I certainly do empathize, and I understand it. On the other hand, all of the past history where people just took their kids, imagine the pioneers, like, come on, family, we're going out west with the Oregon Trail. Through Death Valley. What was the reason they call it Death Valley? We touched on that a little bit. You can easily die there. What I'm getting is that don't beat yourself up too much. That's really life. That's getting out there. However, I will say, yes, if you're going to do that, I've certainly heard tons more stories, way more than people being responsible, is people being kind of irresponsible and not thinking things through. The DJ, do you know what area you're going into? Do you know what you should take? You gotta realize we have it really comfortable now. I know people like to gripe and like, well, the Wi-Fi's out on this plane. You have it very easy, and rarely does death come knocking at your door. So we've gotten too soft, and we don't realize that accidents and tragedies and mishaps and misadventure is right around every step, around every corner, and it can happen to anybody.
And I'll tell you something else. Your cell carrier, you might think you're on an interstate and you've got signal everywhere you go, but you don't. And you don't on a lot of the major byways either, which is to be expected. But even the interstates have dead spots. And, well, that's why I also got a used satellite phone.
That's a good idea.
If I can see the sky, I can make a phone call now, and I always have it with me if I take a road trip.
The type of off-roading we like to, if we just think about it,
Actually think about it.
a good study about it is called overlanding. So the idea is that you're not boulder crawling, you're kind of out in the open, the Bureau of Land Management.
Free range camping.
Just out in the open spaces. None of it's going to be in cell range. And yes, satellite phones we do have, but also a lot of overlanders take shortwave radio. Because that you can communicate with from virtually anywhere.
I also have a personal locator beacon.
That's another nice button.
But you can't, if you press that button and you don't actually need help, you get a bill for like $400,000. Because when you hit it, it's like an E-perb on a sailboat or a boat. When it capsizes, the E-perb automatically sends a signal out that the Coast Guard picks up or the satellites pick up, and then they send help for you. So when you press the button, you gotta seriously be needing the help. It mobilizes a rescue team to wherever you are. Well, and it's a great thing to have. It's peace of mind. But it might not work in every scenario. Again, you have to be able to see the sky for that because it's satellite based.
You try and prepare as best you can for what you're getting into and do your research, find out what you're getting into before you get up there. And there was just a story where the GPS failed and this family ended up in a very snowy pass and got stuck and didn't get to, I think, for at least 24 hours. They were very lucky. There was a story a few years ago about a family, I believe he worked in Silicon Valley, that this family stuck at the top of, this would be Donner Pass area, I believe, and they got stuck up there, and they miraculously, most of the family survived. Unfortunately, the father went out on foot, left the vehicle. Left the vehicle, which is never a great thing, because do you know where you're going? And he didn't, and what they found was that he was suffering the effects of hypothermia, where you start to think you're really hot, and you start taking off this jacket, his clothes, and they just found it, unfortunately. Now, they had an infant with them. You're thinking like, well, people take family trips, you do. Doesn't mean you can't just wait till every kid is 10 years old before you venture out. I believe our family was going to move, but I think I was 6 months old. They took a long trip from wherever I'm from down to California. So that was going to be the thing. And we had an old 46 Ford.
that kept overheating. So they made it as far as Oregon, and then they had to kind of stay with relatives and head back. So my life could have been totally different. But I'm from the era where people aren't so knee-padded and elbow-padded and helmeted these days.
Yeah.
They take more adventure. But I will say that people were more in tune with common sense and nature and mechanical things, and they knew more about it. Nowadays, nobody knows anything.
No, I can fix. Yeah, exactly. I can fix an old 350 with a 4-barrel on it. I cannot fix a car with onboard diagnostic tube system and 15 computers under it if I can't immediately see what's wrong. Now, if I had noticed an electrical problem, I could have fixed it. But anyway, we're getting too far.
But here's the thing: it's what we're going to talk about here coming up is people finding themselves by chance, by ignorance, somehow in very precarious spots with surprising results.
I feel like I just got insulted.
What?
No, you know what? It's funny. I was thinking about like if they did dispatch someone to help me. I was thinking about the conversation about like they see my car wobbling down the road. I've got my son in there. It seems like it's gonna flip if a mosquito.
I could take a 6-cylinder car and load it up with 7,500 pounds.
Yeah, and then I could see them. What the hell is this guy doing? Hey, you know what? Kill the electrical on that thing. Oh, good Lord. Why on earth would he pull over there?
Yeah.
All right, send Fred to watch him until they get out of there.
It's always Fred. Well, this American life. Well, Clarence, yes.
Yeah.
He's got to hurt his wings, so he's watching it.
Yeah.
They could make money in trouble. But I do believe that sometimes there are forces that are keeping an eye on you, and a lot of times people just ignore that gut feeling. That's usually when people get in trouble. They ignore that gut feeling.
All right, so I want to talk about another story. This actually took place in 2007 when I was still living in New York City, and that's relevant because I actually remember when this happened. It was a story about a couple of window washers that the whole city took notice of. They were washing windows at 265 East 66th Street on every side. They were pair of brothers who had been doing it together for about 12 years, so they're fairly experienced. However, on this day, something went wrong. The cables that were supposed to connect their scaffolding to the building were improperly set or broke or something, and the platform they were on fell 47 stories. Right. So let me just tell you a little bit about this. Your chances of survival falling from 3 stories are about 50-50. Your chances of survival above 10 stories are nearly 0.
Yeah, it has happened, but it's extremely rare.
Extremely rare. So the 2 guys, Edgar Moreno and his brother, Alcides Moreno, were on the platform, and when it started to fall, Edgar actually got separated from it, but Alcides rode it all the way down, apparently. Not only did Alcides live, but when the paramedics arrived, he was sitting up, clutching his chest after falling 47 stories. Now, make no mistake, he had some injuries. Both his legs were broken. His right arm was broken. His right wrist was broken. He had organ damage, including collapsed lungs, crushed vertebra, and his brain was bleeding. So it's not like he was going to walk into the ambulance.
No, but that's why he was clutching his chest.
Yeah, but he was alive. Somehow he lived. Now, to start with, Alcides stayed with the scaffolding all the way down, like I said a few minutes ago. Some reports said he was essentially riding it like a surfboard, and it actually bounced off the building before landing in the alley on a pile of cables. Presumably the cables from the last window washers, I guess. No, I don't know. You know, the thing about those alleys, there's so much trench, there's all the stuff that's fallen down from the buildings ever since they were built is in here. There was an alley like that in the building I worked in, much narrower. There could fit a person in it. It was only, 8 inches wide, but it had detritus from the early 1900s.
Jeez, I was always wonder about that because basically they're sealed off.
Yeah, you can't really get
anything in it is gone, right?
Yeah.
1,000 years from now, maybe 2,000, there's going to be some archaeologists delight to dig that up.
Yeah, it probably would be now if anybody thought of it. Everybody's like, I don't care.
Right.
So Alcides went to the hospital where his injuries were so critical that he received 24 units of blood and 19 pints of plasma, enough blood to replace his entire body supply twice. After that, the doctors put him into a medically induced coma to protect his brain. And they do this, it shuts the brain down so that it doesn't have to worry with the higher functions and it can just focus on healing.
Focus on healing, I think, reduces swelling.
Yes, it reduces swelling. 18 days later, on, you guessed it, Christmas Day, 2007, he woke up and spoke. According to one news report, he'd been reaching out with his hand to touch his wife's face when she was near the bed, and he did this to a nurse who was standing there. His wife was sitting in the room and was like, "Wait a minute." And he said, "What'd I do?"
At this point, she said, "You can speak." So, 18 days in a coma after a 47-story fall, and he comes out of it joking around. According to most reports, Moreno and his brother were probably falling at close to 125 miles per hour.
I can't remember how many feet it takes to fall before you reach maximum velocity.
Well,
Terminal velocity.
we talked about that in the research core. Of course, Chris Coxwell chimed in as well as Devin, who are both scientists.
Back Austrian. I'm a scientist.
They'll tell you that a person falling will achieve terminal velocity after falling about 550 meters, which is a lot further than a 47-story building. So they'll also tell you that depending on the size of the scaffolding platform with wind resistance, it could have been slowed down significantly. But these are all things we can't know right now, not without contacting the company and finding out exactly how big the scaffold was and talking to eyewitnesses who could tell us if it fell perfectly flat or at an angle, and somehow ascertaining if there was an updraft in the alley that further slowed it down. These are all reasons that I got a D in calculus physics, by the way, which I signed up for by accident.
See, again, that's a very Philbrook thing to do.
Yeah.
But you know what? None of that matters.
Yeah, it passed, though. D's passing, right? That passed calculus-based physics.
Yeah, I don't think it's a D. John said that.
No, absolutely. No.
None of this really matters as far as the math. Was that stranger things that happened? I believe there's a story about a photographer. I can't remember if it's Al Capitan, but and I don't know if there was any witnesses, but it's really claimed that he wasn't looking where he was going, fell off an edge, and there was a huge updraft, a surge of air, putting back up on top.
Oh,
wow. I guess kind of like in the show Stranger Things, where he jumps into the quarry.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those things where, like, divine intervention, strong wind. I believe it's possible with just physics and wind and weather. We always talk about strange things can happen with extreme weather. And wind's a very powerful force. So,
well, yeah, I got to tell you, I did a little research on this, and I found out the building that the Moreno brothers fell from is actually 472 feet tall, not over 500, as most of the major newspapers say. We probably didn't bother to reference the actual height of the building in records versus guessing about a number of stories. Keeping in mind, it probably doesn't even have a 13th floor, so you're off by 10 feet right there if you're doing math based on the 46th floor. And it's not 47, it was 46 floors, I think it was, but it was 46 minus the 13, so it's probably 45. Now, at that height, according to an amazing website I found called the Splat Calculator, link in the show notes, which is more about mountain climbing, but the math is all the same. Falling from the very top, they would not quite have gotten to terminal velocity, but it still would have been going around 119 miles an hour if you take other mitigating factors out of the equation. The whole thing would have lasted about 5.4 seconds. Now, the truth is, Alcide's brother Edgar was probably falling faster because he wasn't on the platform. Alcides was, and it was like, as we mentioned before, a giant surfboard, so his speed may have been slowed down significantly by wind resistance, but it's hard for us to know without dropping a bunch of window-washing platforms off the same building. Now, since that accident, Alcides has made a miraculous recovery that rivals the fact that he lived through the fall in the first place, and after a multi-million-dollar settlement with the global hoisting company Tractel Incorporated, he went on Google looking for a nice, warm place to live with good schools. Now he and his entire family are in Gilbert, Arizona, outside of Phoenix, where he does fundraising walks for charity.
It was a short time after that he was actually up and walking.
Yes, his recovery was remarkable. In fact, doctors described it as a miracle. Doctors also described the fact that he survived as a miracle. So I guess you have to ask yourself, at what point does a series of seemingly disconnected events that work together to prevent a death become divine intervention of some kind? A series of circumstances that come together in just the right way to prevent a death. The platform just the right size for wind resistance, the angle of descent, the updraft from the alley, the friction of cables still attached. Is that a miracle? Or just pure chance? So we could do a 3-year investigation, try to get all the facts on all that stuff, but we'd be doing what I like to call chasing the odds. Maybe if we got down to a scientific and rational explanation of how Alcides' descent was slowed to a survivable speed by that confluence of factors, do we accept that as just a coincidence that added up to survival, or do we ask ourselves if somehow something intervened to save him for some reason? Which I think is the question he probably asks himself every day. Anyone else would who's lived through something like that.
I think it's a very personal thing as far as him being saved. Did he live to cure cancer? Did he?
Don't put that on him.
No. What I'm saying, but that's my point.
That's exactly like we get into the whole survivor's guilt.
None of that matters. For whatever reason, he survived. And he goes on living. And think of all the times where that usually doesn't happen. When someone just dies.
And he lost his brother.
Well, I think if there's any meaning in it at all, it's a very personal one.
Hey, have you ever gotten an engraved gift?
I have actually.
How did that make you feel?
What are you, my therapist? If you must know, it made me feel like the person who gave it to me really cared and wanted to make me feel special. And it did. Personalization means a lot.
It does. And now you can give someone that extra special touch with a hairy shaving gift set. Their very popular Winston set comes with a chrome handle, which you can get engraved with a person's initials, along with shaving cream, a travel cover, and replacement blades. Or Harry's has the Truman set with your choice of handles in 3 cool colors, also with shaving cream and blades starting at just $15. This is a gift you know will get used. It's that guy who tripped on his beard and died. What was that story again?
All right, we actually accidentally left this guy out of the unusual deaths episode. In 1567, the burgomaster of Brunau, Hans Steiger, tripped on his 4.5-foot beard and broke his neck. And normally he kept it rolled up in a leather pouch, apparently.
Wow. Friends don't let friends trip on their facial hair and die. So to help make sure that doesn't happen to you, we have a special offer for our listeners. We've partnered with Harry's to give you $5 off your order when you enter code LEGENDS at checkout.
Ground shipping for the holiday ends on December 16th, so act now. Go to harrys.com right now to get a holiday shave set. And don't forget to enter code LEGENDS at checkout for $5 off. That's harrys.com, code LEGENDS.
This is Haley. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
All right, so moving on, we're going to start this next story. There's a lot of Arizona tonight.
Well, it's a very enchanted old region.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like there's an Arizona connection in every single story, except one of them is Utah. Close enough.
Yeah, it isn't connected. It's only divided by our imaginary main line.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it only exists because of our imaginary.
As a state, sure.
Yeah.
No, but as a region, I kind of group it together as the magical whole southwestern United States.
Guess what just popped up on my phone, boys? We're recording on Tuesday, December 13th here.
Arizona has seceded.
No, from my app called Star Walks on this app, you can point at the sky and see constellations.
Yes.
It just said, tonight, watch out for the last full moon of 2016.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so it's a fitting end for this year. All right, so next story takes place in the town in Arizona where we've mentioned several times on the show before. I'll let Forrest say the name of it.
Prescott.
Not Prescott, look at this kid.
It's going to keep coming up. But
Yeah.
I think people who live there for however long, for one generation or 4 or 5, say it in the 2 different ways. Oh, thank God there's only 2 different ways.
Yeah.
It's either Prescott or Prescott. And I believe probably my theory is that it depends on where your family originally immigrated from.
How many ways are we going to say immigrant?
Exactly. No, it's like how you folks say your words. Like an older lady I met in California here renting me an apartment calls it a refrigerator. So it's a combination of refrigerator and frigidaire.
Yeah, so when I was a kid, apparently my mom tells me I said refrigerator.
That's pretty damn close.
That's not
Yeah, no. So again, he's tired of me asking. I keep asking my friend John, who's lived there all his life, and I said, "Do many people?" Said, "Yes, I heard." He said, "No, but most people do not." And he said, he went to baseball camp all of his youth in Prescott every summer. Right. And nobody there that he ever met ever called him Prescott.
Yeah.
So except for his stepdad, who was originally from Alabama. So maybe it's a southern thing.
Well, maybe it is. Well, I wonder if John has ever heard the story of the Hatbox Baby.
He maybe have. It's a great local Arizona story. But it takes place. Yeah, but it takes place quite a while ago, 1931.
That's right, Christmas Eve, 1931. Ed and Julia Stewart were on their way home to Mesa. Well, actually, had an aunt who was living in Mesa, so I'm quite
Did she know that?
should have asked her. I would have. She passed some time ago before I knew about this story. So anyway, they were driving home to Mesa after taking their teen twin cousins out to see some snow, presumably in the Tonto National Forest area. And they were coming back from that, and they were just about 7 miles west of Superior, Arizona, when their car broke down. You know where this is, right?
It's really not that far from Phoenix, right? It's kind of
Yes, it's east of Phoenix, and guess what it's south of?
well, Superstition Mountains.
That's right.
I believe even on the map, it's the Boyce Thompson Arboretum State Park, because it was 7 miles outside of Superior.
Yeah, 7 miles west of Superior.
Exactly. On the highway, though, and this is that 60.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So, in the Superstitions, as everyone knows, is home
call it the KGC Mother Mode. Don't know what I'm talking about? Find episodes 27, 28, and 29 of Astonishing Legends for more information.
Yes, the hometown of Elijah Rivas.
All right, so here's a classic case of the kinds of things we find when we start digging up stories like these. A few stories say that Ed and Julia got a flat tire. There's another story that says it was some kind of mechanical failure. Actually, there's several that say both things. And that Ed was messing around with the fuel line, and that was repeated in other reports too. Either way, the car stopped, and they had to pull over to figure out what was wrong with it. It was a beautiful night. And while Ed got the car fixed up with the twins huddled in the back trying to stay warm, Ed was either changing a tire or repairing a fuel line, depending on which journalist got the details right. And Julia decided to take a little bit of a walk down the side of the road. It was a clear night, stars were bright, and as she was walking around, and actually I don't know if she walked up or down the side of the road or if she walked into the desert. I've certainly pulled over on the side of the road in the desert and had an interest in venturing out a little ways.
You know what? Especially for me, I'm kind of lured when there's a full bright moon.
Yeah.
I'll walk out in the desert among the rocks. Like, yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. You don't want to wander too far away.
No, it's a good way to find rattlers.
Yeah, or just break your ankle or fall down over.
Yeah, that's true. So anyway, Julia is taking a walk while he's fixing the car. I guess she came up upon a hat box on the ground. Now, you know, everybody knows what a hat box is. People go shopping and see hat boxes. Back in the old days, it was kind of a suitcase type of hat box.
Yeah, usually even for women, for ladies' hats, it's a big round box.
Right.
Just one I love those. You can see what I'm sure.
Yeah, they might have a hinge lid, or they might have a lid that comes all the way off and it's held on by ribbons or something like that. But anyway, there was something about this hat box that was kind of freaking Julia out. She heard some sounds coming out. So she yelled for Ed to come over and check it out. Now, every article has different versions of the circumstances and conversations surrounding the story. Flat tire, broken fuel line, even what was said between Ed and Julia when they found this hat box. My favorite version of what they said, however, which is one in which I learned a completely new word. This is from an article in the Arizona Republic by Don Dedera entitled State's Christmas Baby Miracle of the Desert, dated December 25th, 1961. As you can see, we're not the first ones to roll this story out at Christmas. Here's an excerpt from the article with the new word. We're going to pick up after he's fixed the car. This, by the way, is the second article to state that they were humming Silent Night when the car broke down. This article says they had a blow up. Anyway, Forrest, I want to let you read this if you know from the article here. Yeah.
Mrs. Stewart strolled off the roadside as her husband wrestled with the tire. How quiet, how dark. The yellow window of the nearest home blinked 10 miles across the sweep of desert wilderness. A vague blackness of the ground drew her attention. It seemed to be a round hat box. Yes, an ordinary hat box. The lid was shut. Ready to roll, honey, shouted Stewart. And she answered, come here a minute. Hey, come on, it's Christmas Eve. And please come here. There's something. Impatiently, Stewart walked to the box and kicked it. Just an old hat box, he said. Was that a sound? Stewart knelt and lifted the lid, drew back a layer of blankets. There lay a tiny baby swathed in cotton strips. His infant cried. It could not be. As if at the brink of unreality, Stewart's rewrapped the babe in a coat and drove directly to Mason Police Station. Constable Joe Mayer was on duty. What tunket's this? He asked, looking down at the bundle the Stewarts had placed in his basket.
Okay, so we just had to stop there for a minute. This is kind of unbelievable, but it's 6:30 p.m. on December 13th, as we said earlier, and we just got word that Alan Thicke has passed away.
Yes, that's too bad. He was a beloved TV dad
And father of Robin. Yes.
Well, his dad's been on TV for many, many years, so he's known as a TV dad for a lot of us in a certain generation.
Yeah, I guess, it's crazy. Captain Moore, Anyway, so getting back to the article, what in tunket's this? Well, first of all, that whole article, I love the way these articles this one's only from the 60s, I guess, but
Yeah, a little bit of a literary, dramatic tone there.
well, it sounds like an episode of Lassie.
Well, it could be, you're right. You could be a little influenced by that.
Come over here, I see something. Come on, it's Christmas Eve. You just wonder what.
Yeah.
Just see that the Dan there that wrote that article just writing it alone in his office without even talking to them.
So didn't he?
No, who knows? I'm just saying. But can we talk about the word tunket for a minute?
Yes.
Is that a word you've heard before tonight?
No, but it's a connection, or as you say, it's kind of an expression, a U.S. colloquialism for the word hell.
And I have heard of the word Tophet.
Okay.
Which,
Well, that's what we need to explain how it's connected. So, because I checked a few word origin forums, and they listed it, as you said, as a colloquialism for hell. And then it was further indicated in a forum that I found from a poster named O.P. Tipping that it was a minced oath for Tophet that you just said. That's right. Which is a place of human sacrifice referred to in Scripture. Tophet itself is also used as a mild synonym for hell, so tucket would be doubly euphemistic.
right.
So more specifically, if you take a look at Wikipedia on Tophet, in the Hebrew Bible, Tophet or Topheth was a location in Jerusalem where worshippers influenced by the ancient Canaanite religion engaged in the human sacrifice of children to the gods Moloch and Baal by burning them alive. Tophet became a theological or poetic synonym for hell within Christendom.
Yes, kind of a trigger there for some very dark stuff, but it's also referred to as Gehenna, which is an episode in the show Millennium. Okay, the spin-off of the X-Files.
I saw him at the grocery store.
Lance Henriksen is
Yes.
the actor. Great voice, great deep voice there. It refers directly back to a very dark era, yes, when the followers of the Canaanite religions would burn children, babies, and yes, alive as sacrifices, and also sometimes I think it was practiced in the kings of Judah.
What I was able to find is being polytheistic, the Canaanites had a ton of gods, but Moloch was considered the god of fire, and Baal was the storm god or master of thunder. So obviously a sacrifice to these two is not a pleasant thing.
No, neither was the experience. And so, yeah, it was being a very dark thing. I'll just briefly mention, though, that it caused a little uproar when it was announced that there would be replicas because there was a temple of Baal, and the arch was going to be recreated for archaeological purposes because it was destroyed by ISIS in Palmyra, Syria.
Right.
So they were going to say, hey, we've taken scans or we can rebuild this. It's kind of statement, but people didn't take that very kindly.
Yeah.
Or very well.
Yeah.
So that's all we'll say about that. You can certainly find a lot of that kind of stuff on
Well, since the word tucket has fallen out of the zeitgeist as a substitute for hell, I think it's our duty to bring it back.
Well, I love tuckets. I love old-timey expressions, as you may know. I think now the art is probably collecting.
Yeah.
Some reference to that. I'm not sure if they take that, but it's kind of funny. I love expressions. My friend Carrie, who way back when had a band. He's still a musician, but now has an interest in all this stuff. And he had a band that he kind of made a book of expressions called Page 8. It was an old-time colloquialism like, that guy doesn't know his butt from Page 8.
Wow.
Yeah, so no, I love collecting stuff like that, but I've not really heard of that one. But it's interesting because, yeah, I made the connection to an abandoned baby.
Yeah, it's about child sacrifice, and here we are. We have this abandoned baby on the side of the road in Arizona. Let's get back to that, actually. When they found her, she was apparently very cold, and she was in a fetal position and hungry. One report said that she was a 1-week-old baby girl, and another report says she was 10 months old.
It was a big difference.
But we've seen the pictures, and I can tell you it's clear she was a newborn. She has red hair and blue eyes. And in fact, one of our ARC members found a pretty amazing archived article from Desert Magazine, which was in print from 1937 to 1985, and was reborn online in the past 10 years or so with archives of new digital content. The article, published in December of 1962, has lots of pictures of all involved, including a local Mesa woman known as Ma Dana, who took it upon herself to take in homeless folks and people in need and help them out. The police officer that the stewards had brought the baby to, the same one that said, "What tucket's this?" apparently went on to add in an old-timey way, "Let's take her out to Ma Dana, show them what to do." So they did, and Ma Dana promptly named the Hatbox baby Marion, after the Virgin Mary.
More biblical references.
Yeah, and when you read all the old articles about this story, they're peppered with plenty of biblical references. In fact, the one in Desert Magazine talks about how they were hung in Silent Night when the car had a blowout, and it's Christmas Eve, and we got to get home and play Santa Claus to our newborn infant baby, which they had, which wasn't lifted up in the car.
No, but quickly before I forget, not only is it heartwarming, and it's not about abandonment so much, but that's how it starts off, or sacrifice, but a new beginning, and finding of life out in the middle of desolation. And what other story do we know about a baby sent down the river, being raised by the folks? Moses, that's right. Yeah. So anyway, classic beginnings here.
Right. So here we are again with the regular questions. What caused the car to break down right in that spot? What gave them enough time for Julia to get out and walk around? And
More importantly, what took her in the direction of that hat box, which was 150 feet away from the car? Imagine that, 150 feet.
Yeah, go walk that out, folks, and see how far away that actually is.
How far would you get from a car in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere on the side of the freeway in Arizona?
Well, I mean, if I was paying attention, again, nothing against them. I've certainly pulled over to the side of the road, stopped and take pictures in the moonlight, and I just know that you don't want to get too far from the roads.
Yeah,
But it's quite a walk up the road. This is what we didn't know or don't know at this point, because I asked Scott about this, is that she didn't want 150 feet out into the open desert.
we don't know.
We don't know. It could have been 150 feet up the road. Still,
Or back down the road.
you still don't want to be by yourself out on the side of the road. I mean, people could be driving by, and that's not a safe place. So, but anyway,
Whichever way she went, though, whichever to the hat box.
exactly, whichever way she went, for whatever reason, it was quite a miraculous find.
Well, word got out. Within 24 hours, 28 families had applied to adopt Marion. Now, in the end, a local judge chose a stable middle-class one over the poorer ones and over the richer ones. And the adopted mother, Faith Morrow, said in court, quote, "Please never tell where Marion is. Let her grow up without publicity, not as a freak found on the desert. Please never tell," end quote. The judge nodded and quietly but sternly glanced around the court. Without a word, all knew they were smart deceivers.
Well, that's also a bit of a King Solomon in their decision to give the baby to the right person.
All right, so now if you're looking at this statistically and you were to say, well, what about all the other hat boxes with babies in them that weren't found in time? Except that wouldn't work, because if deceased babies in hat boxes were found, it would be all over the news. So we pretty much know for a fact that this encounter was 1 in a million. Unless the whole story is fabricated. Now, there's people that think that. In fact, suspicion around the Stewarts was so vitriolic that they moved away from the area. People surmised the Hatbox thing was a cover story. They were newlyweds, and some suggested that baby Marion was their own baby, conceived in sin before they got married. The only problem with that is they had an infant newborn already.
Yeah.
You can only have one baby every 9 months, no matter how hard you try, unless you have twins.
And you don't want to break in the set.
Yeah.
So
It's
not likely.
It doesn't seem likely, but this is the thing that happens with miracle stories. People are either completely flabbergasted by the statistical odds of it happening, or they assume, because it's so fantastic, that something sneaky is afoot, possibly even a hoax. Unsolved Mysteries, one of our primary inspirations, covered this story in December of 1989 and spoke at the time with a private detective who'd been working on it since '88. That detective actually found one of those teenage twins that was in the back of the car, as well as both Ed and Julia Stewart, but they didn't want to appear on camera because of the hoax accusations. They all clearly remembered the incident, though, and they stood by their story. Eventually, they were able to determine that the mother, who apparently had the little girl, had her out of wedlock at the young age of 15. Her name was claimed to be Edna Sherman Rowe, and that she had died in a plane crash in June of 1951. It's hard to say what that crash was, but we did find United Flight 610, a Douglas DC-6, flying from Salt Lake City to Denver, that crashed into Crystal Mountain, about 50 miles northwest of Denver, killing all 50 on board. In fact, we found a newsreel about it.
The towering slope of Crystal Mountain becomes the graveyard of a transcontinental plane with 50 persons aboard. Rescue workers toil 8,500 feet up to the site of the crash, where wreckage is strewn for hundreds of yards from the densely wooded area. 45 passengers and a crew of 5 lost their lives as the airliner crashed against the heavy timber, hurling paint parts and motors in all directions. Wildlife joins the crash victims as the grim task of removing dead from the living. 40 miles off course, an airplane broke its way toward the Denver landing field. Then death on a mountainside.
We couldn't find a passenger manifest, so it's hard to know if Marion's biological mom, Edna Sherman Rowe, was on that flight. But it's the only commercial crash that took place in the U.S. in June of 1951, and that date comes to us from research journalist John DeAnna of the Arizona Republic back in 2011, leading him to official insurance records regarding a life insurance claim related to her. Other sources erroneously cite the plane crash as 1949. Had it not been Flight 610, it would have had to have been a smaller private aircraft of some kind that was less well documented, we think. No matter what you think, baby Marion grew up to become Sharon Steig Elliott, or Sharon Elliott, and she is now a retired aerospace worker, as of 2013 anyway. She still wasn't exactly sure what happened to her, and almost all of the aforementioned witnesses to the events surrounding her discovery have long since passed away. The relatives of Edna Sherman Rowe had no knowledge of her ever having had a baby. But one relative of hers went on to point out that things like that weren't discussed back then, and, quote, there could be something to it, end quote. So in the end, you have to ask yourself, was this baby found on the side of the road in the middle of the desert on Christmas Eve in Arizona? Was she saved by pure happenstance? Did something force Ed and Julia's car to break down? Or was it all collusion? A story concocted to protect the innocence of a young girl who became a mother way too early in life. There is a connection between Edna Sherman Rowe and the Stewarts, who found baby Marion, or Sharon, actually. You see, Sharon's adopted mother, Faith Morrow, told her that she had given all of her adoption paperwork to a dear friend who turned out to be Edna Sherman Rowe's niece. Sharon met this woman, claiming to be Edna's niece, when she was in her 40s, and they apparently looked so much alike they could have been sisters. But the woman told her that Edna had been Sharon's mother, and that she passed away on that flight in 1951, about 20 years before they got together. So for me, having taken a deep dive into this over the past few days, and without casting aspersions on anyone's character, in fact, more having admiration for how this was handled, it seemed to me very much that Sharon's adopted mother, Faith, knew very well that the woman she called her dear friend, the niece of Edna, was in fact possibly Sharon's biological mother. And they would have looked more like sisters than mother and daughter because they were only 15 years apart in age. I too think it's entirely possible the Hatbox story was fabricated as a way to protect both the baby and the mother from assessments of bad character and judgments from society at the time. I also think it's possible they all colluded to make sure that the baby survived and lived a good life, and I think that they might have perpetuated the myth of Edna Sherman Rowe being the mother because she had died in a plane crash, and that made the possible fabrication a closed case that is very difficult to investigate further. Edna was the right age and she was deceased, so she could plausibly be the mother, and it would be hard to disprove. I think that Faith Morrow's dear friend was, in fact, Sharon's biological mother, who visited Sharon when she was in her 40s under the guise of being the niece of Edna Sherman Rowe, who was, in fact, a red herring. However, it's also plausible to me that Sharon was actually left in the Hatbox by her biological mom, who later had regrets after she was found, and may have come forward to covertly identify herself to Sharon's adopted mother, Faith, so she could stay connected and a part of her daughter's life, but far enough away to protect her own identity. When the aforementioned journalist John Donna of the Arizona Republic went to try and find Sharon's adopted mother's dear friend, the niece of Edna, to talk to her again in 2011, she had fallen off the grid. We couldn't track her down. It's now 2016, and the case, technically, is still unsolved. All I know is this. It's one nugget of a story.
There's so much cooking going on around the holidays, and with so many people coming over to visit, everyone's trying to impress. That's why Blue Apron is such a great resource to have up your sleeve, especially when you have to entertain. And you just don't have time to look for an exciting new recipe or grocery shop for any more stuff. Right. It's an impressive meal you don't have to think about until you're cooking it, which is the fun part. And it also might be a great gift for someone who thinks they're a great chef, but really isn't. I think we've all been to some of those dinners. And no matter where you or your wannabe chef friends are, Blue Apron can be delivered to 99% of the continental U.S. and 99.5% of food deserts, where it can be nearly impossible to find the responsibly raised, Why do you keep getting to this line? We're going to do it until you get it right.
Where it can be nearly impossible to find the responsibly raised, sustainably sourced, and regeneratively farmed meats and seafood and produce that Blue Apron delivers right to your doorstep.
Ah, very good. See, this is how we learned. What Scott is trying to say is that not only can you feel good about the food you're getting or giving because it's a responsible way to do it, but the meals are fresh and interesting, it's convenient, it's affordable, it's fun to make, it brings families closer together, and the best part, it's really delicious.
Come see why Blue Apron is the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe delivery service in the country. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/astonishing. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing.
Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Hey Scott, you ever get a gift for someone and then when you get it home, it just doesn't seem like much?
Yeah, that happens occasionally, and then you're not sure if they'd even like it or use it.
Right. Well, here's a fantastic gift idea that's always a hit. Sherry's Berries. It's that perfect little something extra, or a great idea for that office gift exchange.
age, especially different price rates to consider. I've sent Sherry's berries a few times over the last couple of years for Mother's Day or as a thank you, and it's always a home run. And I always make sure I'm around when the box gets open because they immediately get devoured. Yeah, they actually didn't last very long at my house at all. We were actually supposed to do a little bit of social media. I was going to take a picture and put it on our Instagram, and I realized that I ate them all before. But these strawberries, I got to tell you, they are juicy and enormous, and they're perfectly dipped in white milk and dark chocolatey goodness. Not only were they delicious, but they look great too, so it makes a really nice presentation. I doubt you can find strawberries this huge and perfect at the grocery store, especially this time of year.
Precisely. So here's the deal. Christmas is about a week away, and there isn't much time left to shop, wrap, and deliver your gifts. And we know everything's hectic, and you don't want to battle the traffic and the parking once you get there, and the lines at the stores. So why not choose something from Sherry's Berry's incredible collection of gifts, and go ahead and skip the crowds and hassle altogether. And with Sherry's Berries, you get to choose the delivery date, so your gift arrives fresh and on time, guaranteed. And it's not too late to get it there by Christmas Eve.
And to make this deal even sweeter, Sherry's Berries is offering something special for our listeners. Use our offer code ALPOD and get a half dozen freshly dipped succulent strawberries covered in chocolate chips, chopped nuts, or decorative swizzles for just $19.99. That's over a 30% savings.
Want an even sweeter deal? For just $10 more, Sherry's Berries will double the berries, make it a full dozen.
Which I highly recommend because that one box, I gotta tell you, I ate it in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you want 12.
So you might be asking, what if the person or myself doesn't like juicy, decadent strawberries dipped in rich chocolatey goodness?
Well, Sherry's Berries has so many more great gift ideas, like cheesecake bites and brownie pops, a meat, cheese, and snacks crate, or popcorn gift sets, to name a few. Sherry's Berries has something for everyone and every taste. So again, Christmas is right around the corner, and there's only one way to get this amazing $19.99 Sherry's Berries deal.
Just visit berries.com. That's BERRIES.com. Click on the microphone in the top right-hand corner of the webpage and type in ALPOD. That's ALPOD.
Once again, go to berries.com, click on the microphone in the upper right-hand corner, and type in ALPOD. Order them today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Heigl, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
A few weeks ago, there was a bad car accident in Texarkana, Arkansas.
Yes.
And a car flipped several times, people were ejected, and there was a baby in the car that they couldn't find when the paramedics arrived.
Right.
She'd been ejected, and there was just no sign of the child. So they're looking all around, and as they're milling around the car, they hear something coming from down in the end. There's no sign of anything, though. There's grass everywhere. Kind of hay, mowed grass, I guess.
Yeah, they call it hay. Yeah, they call it kind of hay. Real tall grass has been
Cut down, probably, one of those giant mowers that you see sometimes. So they go in this direction of the sound, and they pull away some of the hay and grass that's falling down. And down inside of a grate, in the middle of the bottom of the gulch, the highway,
it's a drainage grate.
is the little girl, the infant.
The first responders were saying that she wasn't crying or fussing, she was making a little bit of noise. It wasn't like she was bawling her head off, but they had to move the grass aside a little bit.
Yeah.
And then found the grate, and they said in the grate, or under the grate, she was just kind of sitting there like she was just waiting for them to find her.
And then there was hay underneath her as well. It's like she was in a little hay.
It's amazing.
She had a little scratch on her head. That was it. Yes. This car rolled and rolled and rolled. She flung out of the car, went down the ravine, and was in the grate. And this is an interesting thing about that. In addition to being essentially uninjured and safe in there, that also was a safe space to be. If another car or something were to come along, she would have been protected in there. And they pulled her out of there, and everyone who was in the car has since been released to the hospital. The last article I said the driver was still in hospital recovering, but everyone did recover.
Right, it was a bad accident, but, I'm guessing she got ejected and into a rainbow arc. Yeah, that would have been I think my guess is that you have to imagine that these are all of the different states, but on the sides of the highway, there's kind of a gully, a ravine that's kind of separates the north and southbound lanes or the two directional lanes, east and west.
they have to be drained, so there's a storm drainage pipe to drain the water and the snow if you have it out of the way. So I think she got ejected and kind of started rolling down the hill at a very favorable angle. You know what I'm saying? Like she was kind of caught by the angle of the hill. That got her rolling, and she just hit the rest of the grate, kind of fell through, and landed on a little tuft of hay there. Well, she wasn't. Yeah, exactly. But what's funny is that they said like, no, she wasn't. Wasn't like she was screaming. She was kind of making noises as the infants do.
Infants are also a lot more durable. They're so funny. You showed me that clip, and you were like, "We can't post this," but you showed me that clip. It was a security camera or something. And the baby's falling out. I think it was in China. In China, yes. We can't show it. We'll include it in the show notes. The baby falls out of the window, bounces off a car onto the sidewalk, and then gets up and stumbles around like a cartoon character before wandering off the screen.
Yeah, we can kind of have a chuckle because the kid didn't seem to be injured, but what happened is that he or she glanced off the side of the car, so you could push your hand to hit a dent the car. So that absorbed some of the impact, and then the father fell on the ground. And then what's funny is that they get up and they look like a drunken sailor.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
I can't press on screens anymore. And kind of toddles off inside. And it's kind of amazing, but yeah, when you're young like that, your bones are soft and spring. Now we would have, I'd be riddled with compound fractures.
Yeah.
But it reminds me, I don't know, should I tell the story of the toddler here somewhere in Southern California? Maybe somebody would know about it. I won't have to do this now, but
no, you know what? I think that's a good story. You just reminded
me of toddlers falling and being saved.
Yeah, we actually did a lot of research on this and had a hard time finding the original story.
I still have not gotten anywhere. Again, now I'm getting a no for at least the last 2 episodes for coming up with very vague leads of like, hey, there was a kid and then something happened. I don't know how, a couple of years ago. See what you can find. That's it. And now Scott's doing this. There was a request on that. So like, a lady got hurt. I don't know, something happened. See what you find. So anyway, this is a great story though. I did see it on one of the major 3 or 4 news affiliates here, NBC, Los Angeles. Yes, in Los Angeles, NBC, ABC, or CBS to their archival departments to see if they could add any kind of footage at all. And I think what happened, at least I know with ABC, is that they were taken over by Disney, and as a O&O, we were called owned and operated now. Disney went through a few years ago and reset everything. So they kind of dumped all of their stories that were on the websites, cleared out their news footage. So anyway, long story short, found nothing. And I really found nothing on the internet.
Disney deleted all the archives from the news stations.
Yeah, because they wanted.
So that's a third of the big 3 right there.
Yeah, they wanted a consistent look. I get that because everything was the same. And I thought the reason it's like there should be some report of that. Well, really, it was covered by one of the news stations, and again, it was such a great story. I totally remembered it. But this is what happened. So one of the outlying areas, if you Riverside, and look at that glorious story here, a child had fallen out of a second-story window, I think by pressing on a screen. And there's so many houses around here in Southern California, they had a big patio, a concrete patio. And the parents had heard, or maybe just the dad, they heard some commotion, and they heard something about falling blood. Like, oh my goodness, they ran, because they knew the kid was upstairs, they ran outside. Here's this between 3 and 4 or 5-year-old kid just standing there, perfectly fine. And they're amazed, they're blown away. Like, they're expecting broken bones, or at least crying and screaming. But the kid, the boy, only had a tiny scratch on his forehead. And I don't think it really expressed what happened to him. He just thought, okay, wow, okay, well, don't do that again. You scared us. Like just pressing the screen, and they just kind of went away scratching their heads, not knowing what really happened. Well, maybe he just landed on his feet. There was no furniture. There was nothing for him to bounce off of. They saw the screen, I think, on the rail, so they put that together. Well, the next day, or a few days later, the dad is upstairs with his son in his study, I believe in the same room where he fell out of, and the little boy points to a picture on the wall. He said, yeah, that's the man who saved me. That's the man who caught me. And the dad kind of looks up and he's pointing at him, just miraculously pointing at a picture of the boy's grandfather, the dad's father, who I believe had passed away long before the boy was born. So he had no idea who this was. They never told him who that was in the picture because he needs to be able to understand. He knows he has a grandfather, understands the term, but he doesn't know that that's his grandfather.
Yeah.
So that one kind of gives you like good goosebumps there that someone was looking out for the boy. You could choose not to believe the boy or any part of the story, but what seems to have happened is that he fell out the window with no injuries except for a tiny little scratch. And he claims that Grandpa caught it. Well, I'm glad you brought that up because it's a good segue into our last story of the evening. And subsequently, last story of the year, 2016. And this one is something that caught a lot of people's attention. It happened back in March of this year, March 6th, 2016, in Spanish Fork, Utah. This is our one story that does not have an Arizona connection. It's other than a touching border at the Four Corners region.
That's true.
Yes, but kind of in the general region. Yes,
Yeah.
it is in the general region. So Friday, March 6th, 11 o'clock at night, 2016. 25-year-old mother Lynn Grosbeck lost control of her car in Spanish Fork, Utah, just south of Provo, and crashed into the Spanish Fork River. The Dodge Caliber landing upside down in the icy cold water. A nearby neighbor actually reported hearing a loud sound around 11 p.m. that night, but when she went out to investigate, she couldn't find it. At 12:30 on Saturday, 14 hours after the crash, a fisherman saw the car in the water and called 911. First responders raced to the scene and down to the car that was planted firmly in the rushing frigid water, upside down. As they approached the car, they worked as hard as they could to get a door open or get into the passenger's compartment. 4 of the first responders heard a voice from inside the car crying, "Help me!" One of them replied, "We're helping, we're coming." Bolstered by the cries for help, several of them worked together to tip the car up on its side so they could get better access to rescue the occupants. Then they realized there was no movement from Lynn in the driver's seat, but to their horror, they also saw a baby inside the car. A fireman climbed up onto the side of the car as the responders held it up on its side. These guys had all been in the icy water several minutes now, holding the car up, suffering themselves from severe hypothermia that ultimately required the hospitalization of several of them. But they refused to let that car settle back down into the water. The fireman on top of the car, the side rather, now standing up, was trying to open the rear driver's side door, and he gets it open and discovers 18-month-old baby Lily Grosbeck unconscious and strapped into a baby seat in the back of the car. There's a flutter of activity as they struggle to find a knife or scissors to cut her seatbelt and free her. She is quickly handed off from one first responder to another until Officer Tyler Meadows has her in his arms and runs up the rocky bank to an ambulance yelling, "She's definitely hypothermic." They worked frantically to get her blood flowing and her body temperature down in the ambulance over the hospital. She was wearing only a flannel onesie. She had no hat, no gloves. After treatment, baby Lily was able to make a full recovery. And in spite of the loss of her mother, Lynn, she is now a happy, healthy little girl. Okay, so by the way, that entire description that I just read is something that I wrote after watching Officer Meadows' body cam video, which is online, and we've included it in the show links. And you're going to be hearing a soundbite or two from it here in a minute. I can't necessarily recommend watching it. It is one of the most intense pieces of video I have ever watched in my life. I don't think I've ever been so caught up in something. I actually had to turn it off. I was crying, like bawling, crying when I was looking at it. Well, body cam footage is raw and edited. It really, you're right there. And it's the whole thing with the kid when you see that little girl and he's trying to get her out of there. But let's back up a little bit here. The car had landed in a way that even though it was upside down, the back of it was slightly elevated. And as a result, Lily was suspended upside down in her baby seat with her head dangling just barely above the waterline. So there's a wide variety of factors as to how that might have gone differently. Had her seat not been properly secured, had she not been properly buckled in, if it had rained recently or snowed, the river level might have been higher. Had the car landed differently, the back seat might have been submerged entirely, or even just a few inches more. All kinds of things could have contributed to a different ending for Lily, but they didn't. However, here's the reason this story made news worldwide when it happened. And it also caught our attention at the time, too. And some of you who were listening may have already caught on to it. Remember when we said that 4 of the arriving officers heard voices coming from inside the car crying for help? You can even hear one of them on the body cam saying, "We're helping, we're coming." There's quite a mystery surrounding where that voice came from. Lily's mom, as we said, died on impact 14 hours earlier from blunt force trauma. Lily, as we said, was only 18 months old, unconscious, and hypothermic when they arrived. Which begs the question, who was it that said help? Alright, so here's the thing about that. Officer Beto's body cam footage, you can see everything that happens. Right up from when he gets out of his car and runs down into the river and he approaches the car, they do everything they can to get the victims out of it. And then right around the 2-minute mark, anyone who watches this video can hear a muffled voice coming from inside the car. It's hard to understand what it's saying. And even the different officers have said they heard different things, but all of them said it was a plea for help. We're out there, we're coming! If you presented this as just another one of those videos or audio tapes you see with the paranormal tags and said, hey, listen, you can hear or see this or that happen, but note that no one in the room or space at the time seems to be hearing it or seeing it. That's in a lot of ways a little bit easier to dismiss. You could say, oh, there's fakery, but what happens here? What makes this video different than this video? Whether you as the viewer and listener hear the help me or not, the point is, he hears it so clearly that he actually responds to it out loud, and that response changes everything for me as a believer that something is going on. This is a high adrenaline situation. These folks are in superhero mode, sacrificing their own safety to effect a rescue of the people in the car. And when we watch the whole video, the tension and urgency is palpable, and frankly, as I said, I can't recommend watching the whole thing to everyone. It's really intense, especially if you're a parent. Officer Betos has 2 kids of his own, so you can imagine what was going through his mind as he's frantically massaging Lily, trying to get her back from the brink and saying, come on, sweetie, over and over. It's gut-wrenching. But here's the good news. Lily survived and is alive and well today, and it's a tragedy that she lost her mom, but she has a loving extended family and is happy and healthy. So the question is, who cried for help in that car? Lily's family will tell you it was Lynn, her mother, who loved Lily very, very much. Others have said it was a guardian angel that maybe stayed with Lily all night until the wreck was discovered. Or maybe it was nothing at all, a trick of the mind. What do you think, Roy?
Well, I would say if it's a trick of the mind, it's a trick of 4 minds all at once at the same time, because I remember this story distinctly, and we posted it on Facebook.
I remember I shared it. I couldn't remember if it was a blog entry or a Facebook. It was a Facebook share.
It was a Facebook share from, I think,
before Tess was running our blog.
Yes.
It's now much more efficient.
Yes, and well written, I'm sure. It was a Facebook entry on our show page on Facebook. And we just thought it was remarkable at the time. And this was kind of, as news agencies will do, as you'll see over and over again, it was a very minor report because they don't want to get too deep into speculation. I get it. In the minds of a lot of people, when you start mentioning too much of this kind of stuff, they start to doubt the credibility.
I watched a whole report where they didn't even mention it, a news clip where they did not even mention the fact that these 4 guys who later went on to do numerous interviews saying, no, we all heard the voice. We all heard someone saying, help me, from inside the car. And I myself, I listened to that little bit, that video about 15 times a day with my super high-end headphones. Well, you could hear something coming from inside the car. It's muffled and crazy sounding. And then he responds to it so clearly, it's like he's there. You know, I'm trying to listen through headphones to a body cam. He's standing there in the real world hearing what he thinks is coming from inside the car.
Right. Now, what's funny is that before we started the recording session, I walked in and Scott had that up. I had really not seen the body cam footage. I've seen news reports. I've seen brief interviews at the time with the first responders claiming that, like, no, we all heard this at once. There was a voice. We don't know where, we can't say. And they didn't speculate on it. So walking into Scott's office there and him playing the clip before he even told me what that was, I thought I heard the voice pretty clearly.
Right.
It wasn't the
Yeah, I just said, hey, watch that.
Yeah, it wasn't like, this is the voice, and then I like, oh, I can hear it too. It's like, I kind of thought that that's what that was, which I immediately get goosebumps.
Yeah,
slightly, because
I had the same
story in that I knew that she had died 14 hours before that was possible.
Right, and even if she had survived a little bit after the accident, she's not going to survive 14 hours later submerged in the water.
Well, that's the other thing. Is the way you described the scene. The car is upside down in the frigid waters of the river, and by chance, who knows, the baby's
car seat is angled high enough that the baby is strapped in and kept out of the water. Now it's still cold, so the baby has hypothermia and had been there all night. But most likely the woman, the mom, was under the water. So even if you think like, well, maybe they got the time of death wrong, she was really still alive when the first responders got there. How is she making those vocalizations underwater? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So that's one thing. The other thing that I had immediately remarked to Scott about was it's the rules for how these things happen. Because if you hadn't heard kind of a vocalization on the digital recorder, are they all for then hearing this simultaneously just in their heads as a thought projection, if you want to get that trick on that? Or is it something, an actual sound? What's funny is that, we had some numbers in the art before we were talking about, skinwalkers actually being able to capture images on film and video or even audio. And she says, well, why bother? Why have your camera ready? Because you can't even photograph them. I think that in some cases, you're seeing a fog. We certainly saw Linda Godfrey's she had a couple of photographs of the trail cam set up, just to be a fog or something weird. Yeah, my thinking is that if you can see it or hear it, you should be able to record it. That, especially if other people are hearing it. Yeah, now it may be some kind of warping that when you play it back, it's not exactly what you thought you heard, or it sounds different, or maybe nothing at all. So again, it could be a trick of the mind in the positive light that they're just going there. They know that there's occupants inside. They have to search. That's how they're trained. Get anybody inside out and in the safety of the room. So they don't know who's in there. That's the other thing. They're not like, oh, but there's a mom with a kid. Yeah, and they don't know until they can get eyes on it. And you can tell from the body cam that is pretty late in the game. Yeah, they figure it out. You can see the driver, and they don't even see the baby until they've got the car tipped up on the side. Right. They just know that most likely there's somebody inside. The airbags are all deployed, and there's all kinds of detritus hanging in and around, and it's, again, if you take the footage, you got to decide for yourself. If you do click on the link, and again, Scott said it's a little disturbing just because of the circumstances, but something good came from it, that baby lived. If you decide to play it, I think you can definitely hear something. Some kind of voice. And definitely, like you said, they responded to it, and they all four of them claim that they did hear something, and it was about exactly the same time. You have to decide whether or not you believe something's happening there. Okay, so here are some questions that I think popped up once we posted it. I know it's a stretch for people to believe, and maybe you're even a spiritual person who follows a faith regularly, and you believe in an afterlife and all these kind of things, but you won't go this far, that there's direct interaction with loved ones from the other side. So here's a couple of questions that I remember from that post. Were there any houses around where they may have heard a sound of a voice bounced off from a distance? There were houses around where the accident happened, and in fact, I remember at this rather late stage when I posted on Facebook that we had some comments, actually from a friend of mine who was like, well, maybe it was something from the house or what I idea. And I actually went onto Google Earth and found where the closest house was, and I can't remember the exact distance right now. It's an ancient Facebook post. It's probably still on our Facebook. Yeah. But it was a good ways away, like a good ways away. Yeah, I would say standing down in the river where I have seen this footage of the water rushing by. It's not like, class 5 rapids or anything, but it is making a noise. There are sirens everywhere because they're coming. You can hear this other conversation. You can hear another police call on the radio where a guy's like, there's too many tumbleweeds. I can't get in the house or something. And then another call. You hear Officer Beto at one point going, we don't need traffic control. The car's in the river. It's so visceral. I gotta tell you, it's just, I don't know now when I think about it, it gets me upset. But that what I remember from the overhead view of the spot where the car went over is that the house that was close enough by, that was probably the same person who heard the loud noise, is too far away to mistake a voice from. And secondarily, is someone going to stand, on the side porch of that house and yell, help me, at the very moment they're trying to get into the car? It just doesn't make sense. Or yell anything, really, because all eyes are on that car and trying to get those people out of there. So, all the stories we told tonight have their own aspects of spiritual and possibly scientific reasons that people may have survived. Or, maybe my truck driver was an angel. Maybe it was just a guy who pulled over and did the right thing. Maybe the scaffolding turned into a flying surfboard, and Chris Cogswell at one point said he might have been going as slow as 30 or 40 miles an hour with wind resistance. Yeah. And there's all these different things, but this story for me, and the reason it's the last story, and I wanted it to be the last story of this episode. It hits you in your core. It feels like the one, like you and I are always saying, and a lot of people say, it's like only a few say.
Only one has to be.
Only one has to be that
particular genre.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, we always touch upon this. I believe personally that, sometimes things are just coincidences. And maybe you pulling over the side of the road, that guy just happened to be like, I gotta take a whiz, maybe or stretch my legs, whatever it is. Just happened to be right there. It was just totally coincidence that he had a different cell phone carrier and he got signal than you did, and he got callers.
Yeah.
And that was just the right time, the wrong place, but he came along and helped you out. When you think about the hat box, maybe, and it's like, well, maybe that's just a cover story. But you know what? Children that are left abandoned all the time, sadly, by mothers who are incapable or unwilling to deal with and overwhelmed. And that's why we have safe places at fire stations and government buildings where the first 3 days, 72 hours, you can drop them off, no questions asked. Yeah, because unfortunately that does happen all the time. And babies are sometimes miraculously found all the time. There was a story here at the beginning of the year, I believe, that a baby was abandoned and was under a chunk of asphalt. And the homeless man, I think, found the baby and turned him in. And the baby lived. Yeah, that does happen. Now you start to factor in all these crazy possibilities, like with the window fall. Like, well, obviously he fell. That was not made up. He didn't make that up. That actually happened, and he actually lived. So strange things happen, but here's the crux of it all. You can believe it's coincidence. You can believe some parts of the story are false. You can believe that for some reason they all decided to collude together and claim it was a voice, and maybe they doctored the tape, or maybe a voice bounced off the ionosphere down from somewhere else, someone else crying out for help. You can choose to believe that or none of it, but here's the beauty of it all. In the end, you get to believe whatever you want. Well, that's going to wrap it up for tonight's show. Thank you so much for such a great year. We'll be back with our first show of 2017 sometime late in the week of January 9th. We'd like to thank the Great Courses Plus, Harry's.com, Blue Apron, and Sherry's Berries for sponsoring us. Please remember that supporting our sponsors helps support the show. So if you're looking for the perfect gift for your loved one this holiday season, look no further. Special thanks to John Bowen.
Hi, I'm Haley.
Hi, I'm Jordan Barnhart.
Hi, I'm Nick Heigl. And I give
Permission to astonishing legends to use my voice
however they see fit, galaxy-wide,
perpetuity.
in perpetuity.
Our show is edited by Sarah Voorhees, and the theme is by Jensen Crane. Sound design is by Brian McCullum. Special thanks to the art and its lead researcher, Tess Feigl. But most importantly, we want to thank our listeners. You can find us online at astonishinglegends.com, as well as Facebook, Patreon, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, and Instagram. Copyright Scott Philbrook and Forrest Burgess. Good night.
The High-Speed Rail Authority project, the CEO, Brian Kelly, says we're going to need more money. Why is that a surprise?
Want more flexibility when you shop? With over 1,000 stores nationwide, you can get what you need now through Instacart. And with Klarna, you can pay now or later. All you do is add items to your cart in the Instacart app, and at checkout, select Pay With. Then select Klarna. Flexible shopping on Instacart. Flexible payments with Klarna. New customers get $15 off your first 2 orders of $60 or more when you pay with Klarna using code 15Klarna. Terms apply. See Instacart.com or download the app for more details as you start shopping.
Staff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org. Hey, voice assistant. Programar cuarto nuevo.
Especificar el cuarto de la casa.
Ático.
Solo puedo agregar cuartos con internet.
Eso, ahora que tenemos AT&T Offer y somos millonarios, hay cobertura de esquina a esquina, Atlántico.
Recalculando. Ahora con AT&T Offer, agrega Wi-Fi de esquina a esquina. Obtén AT&T Fiber con Offer y vive como millonario. Disponibilidad limitada. La cobertura requiere extensores por un cargo adicional.
If you've ever wondered if you can pull off cowboy boots, then you should pull on a pair of Tacovas. Their Western boots for men and women are made by hand in over 200 individual steps from premium bovine and exotic hides and designed to send you off in comfort and a personal style that's all yours own. From vintage denim to more formal attire, a great pair of boots will elevate a casual look or add a refined flair that'll draw eyes and start conversations. And with other classic Tacova staples like their lineup of denim, apparel, and accessories, you can craft a look that'll put the world at your heels. Pair that with Tacova's signature out-of-the-box comfort, direct-to-consumer pricing, and free shipping and exchanges on all boots. You'll never have to step out wondering if you found your perfect pair, because Tacova's customer service is always at your service. When comfort leads, confidence follows. And Tacovas delivers both right to your door. Visit Tacovas.com. That's TECOVAS.com. And don't go gently. You'll love right your head.
This week's episode of Astonishing Legends is sponsored by Blue Apron, Harry's.com, The Great Courses Plus, and ZipRecruiter.
And we're back for our 58th episode and the first show of 2017.
I, for one, am super excited about 2017 for Astonishing Legends. The show is really growing. We've got a live appearance in Detroit in May at Macomb Community College, and we're working on some exciting stories for the year.
That we are. And in other news, we're hoping to launch our new website by the end of the month. And if we can pull it off, our revamped store, which has been down for a while.
Yes, it has. And we've actually partnered with one of our listeners who runs an amazing graphic artist collective called Abnormal Allies, which already has all manner of wickedly cool screen-printed shirts, embroidered patches, hats, tanks, and other super neat stuff.
We'll be working with him to create exciting new limited-run designs for Astonishing Legends that are episode-specific, as well as reworking our existing swag into something you can wear to the roller rink and be proud of.
We're ironing out the final kinks in the website now, and we'll let you know as soon as it's live.
Also, before we get to tonight's show, we wanted to thank you guys so much for sending us all the fun news and the strange that you've been sharing with us on Twitter and Facebook. We love seeing that stuff and hearing your take on it. Most recently, there's been a lot of buzz about a picture that went viral the week before last of something that a lot of people said looked like a Mothman or demon in Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, that's a fun picture no matter what it is.
Well, that and my personal favorite, the 2-year-old footage of a UFO that the Chilean Navy recently released because they can't figure out what it could possibly be.
Oh yeah, that one's amazing. Well, the point is, we do have thoughts on these things, but they don't necessarily make up a full episode of the show. So we're going to periodically be releasing shorts on these topics at our Patreon page, where patrons at any pledge level will be able to access them. We're going to post one in a few days with a brief discussion on both of the aforementioned topics.
Okay, well, that's enough of that. Let's get back into it.
Welcome back to Astonishing Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook, and this is Forrest Burgess.
He's a man who never dies and who knows everything. Voltaire on the Count of St. Germain.
Join us tonight for part one of our series on one of the most enigmatic figures in history and one of my original inspirations to start our show, the Count of St. Germain. Well, so here we go into the better part of 2 years on the show, and we're finally, we're on the backside of 2 years. I can't believe it. This is episode 58.
That's something.
Yeah, I cannot believe we are only just now getting around to tonight's topic.
And if I had my way, Scott, we probably wouldn't have for this first one out of the game because this was daunting.
Well, as Forrest always likes to say, we're not ready.
I know I say that with every show because I always feel like there's something we're missing. There's a piece of evidence or information that we can give the audience that would be really cool and no one else has told them. And that's something you just have to stop and do it. But with this one, what Scott's going to talk about here, it was such an inspiration, I think, for both of us years before we thought to do a show like this, or thought this kind of a show was possible, because this guy was so fascinating, and he's the subject of our episode tonight. However, my trepidation was, to tell the truth, Scott said, well, this will be kind of an easy one, right? Because there's not a whole lot. He's kind of a mystical figure, and thoughts, hearsay, this and that. I felt like, I don't know, man, there's going to be so much rabbit holing going on here.
because there's so many little directions that this could possibly lead.
Yeah, and this has happened to us before. It's like Charlie Brown in the football. I don't know how many times it'll be me saying, well, there's not a lot on this guy. We'll just get to speculate and have fun with it. And then we climb down the ladder, and it just goes crazy. And this guy's kind of like the human version of Skinwalker Ranch in a way.
I suppose that
I mean, he
there's
is
so many anecdotes.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that you point out here, and yes, there might be a part of the audience that finds this kind of frustrating, but it's a lot of anecdotes.
Yeah.
He does pop up in history, and at really crucial times.
Documented.
Yeah, in European and even
By
American,
royalty.
even American history, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a real guy. Don't worry that we're going to get to this and like, well, he probably didn't exist. He's a real guy, but his exploits are legendary by the standards of his contemporaries, and even today, because it still goes on.
Let's talk about it. Again, as Forrest said, I think for both of us, this man, known as the Count of Saint Germain, was part of the original conversation that sort of led to the podcast, I would say.
Well, yeah, because you had a project going that centered around the Saint-Germain.
Yes, thankfully it's been scrubbed from the internet, but I still did. I had started out with a blog, and it was my creative idea that it would be sort of a cross between fiction and history, and I had drafted a character who was someone who worked for the Count of Saint Germain.
Right.
And the blog was from his point of view, and he was like a liaison between the Count of Saint Germain and modern society. The website was called immortalcount.com, which I no longer hold. I let it go after we started the show, believe it or not. And it wasn't that long ago. I was doing this in 2011,
I think.
Well,
up till that point, I think you
No, it was 9.
Oh, sorry, okay.
2009 was the last. And you actually, if you have any kind of web savviness, we've talked about this website before. If you go on the Wayback Machine,
yes,
which has snapshots of the entire internet, believe it or not.
I don't know who did that.
I don't know how it works.
It's a lot of mouse clicks.
So if you go on there and you search Immortal Count, you will find my ancient website, and when you look at it, you will see the flavors that eventually evolved into what Astonishing Legends became in terms of our topics and blog entries and that sort of. In fact, right there on the front page, it's like Diablo Pass and
Dead Water.
Dead Water.
Another interesting phenomenon, but it is kind of an early, different looking version of kind of the site we have now, which of course follows the show. But to precipitate that name, Immortal Count,
yes,
and the reason behind it, why at the time I thought it was kind of cool, and still do, and I'm kind of fascinated by it. I think one of the reasons that we're not alone in this is that it might still be alive today.
That's what some people say. So let's talk a little bit about him. There's no real way to tell you, oh, he came and he did this and that and the other. Where his life, by some accounts, has spanned 200 years and is still going.
This is no guy. Look, we're not going to make 8 episodes.
No, we're not. It is going to be multi-part.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, I would put it this way: you can kind of zero in on a time that this one title and name that he is popularly known by, the Count of Saint Germain, is just one of his many names that he went by, and that would be mid-18th century Western Europe,
yes,
and Eastern Europe. You can start there.
By the way, the 18th century, mid-18th century, is 1750. I love that. I love now. There's all kinds of stuff. But I'm just going to tell you, I always take delight in pointing out the fact that it's actually the number before the century you're saying it is.
Yeah, you have to jump ahead because what you do in the year 5, you're not in the first century. You're progressing towards it.
So I wonder if that means I'm in my 46th year.
You can count it that way if you like,
even though I'm 47.
That's right. Yes, you're heading up on the century mark here.
Yeah.
But the idea, though, is that... Oh, yes. Right. Well, enjoy the club. So that's a good place to start, and that's where a lot of scholars and people writing about the Count will start. But the crazy thing is, okay, take that point there, the 1740s, 1750s in France and Italy, where he's more popularly known to kind of pop up on the radar, so we'll say. And you can then scroll back to 600 or 530 BC, by some accounts, to the time of Cyrus and Babylon, or even further than that, or you can go the other way, to the right, let's say, and into present times, because there are no shortage of people that believe that he may have just assumed different identities and is walking around today.
Right. So why don't we start out with painting a picture of the times that everyone pretty much generally agrees that he was
was definitely alive and participated in certain activities.
The way that we know that of the time, because again, this would be mid-18th century, 1710, to the 1800s even, and I know that that's longer than generally a human lifespan, especially around that time.
Right.
But that's what we're going to look at here. And how we know that is that at that time, of course, there's no electronic media, certainly. There's no way of recording it. What people did was they wrote constantly in their journals, especially if they were nobility, especially if they were people with education, because that's what people did. It was kind of a practice at the time. Just write down in diaries and journals everything that happened. And interesting people do that of the time. And so we have some reporting in newspapers and authors writing books. And so that's what we're going to take a look at here for our source of information.
Also personal correspondence.
Exactly, letters, right. The letters were a big thing. If you've read any books or studied a little bit about the Revolutionary War of America here,
Or seen the movie Dangerous Games.
well, that's all a lot of letters. It's all letters because that's how people were communicating. So that's all really what we have to go on in people's archives. And a lot of times the families themselves would hang on to these letters for 200, 300 years.
Yeah, and some are still sealed. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's talk about it a little bit. So the Count of Saint Germain has been described as a European adventurer, a scholar, a courtier, musician, composer, and linguist. He spoke at least 9 languages: French, Italian, German, Spanish, Portuguese, English, Chinese, Arabic, Sanskrit, and supposedly understood Polish as well.
He was
Although I guess he couldn't speak Polish, and I don't know why. I guess he was slacking off.
You know, again, that was an account by Horace Walpole, stating that people back then, if you were considered well-educated, you spoke multiple languages because you had the time back then. You weren't playing Candy Crush. You could learn different languages. What I heard as well is that if you were a member of Parliament back in those times, you were expected to understand Latin and Greek. So every
and that's actually not on the list, but in the book, it's also mentioned that he was fluent in Latin as well. Well, I guess we should go up to 10 languages.
It's more. Let's just say plus.
Yeah.
You don't know
all the languages.
Yeah, at least a good section of the Romance languages.
Yeah, he probably wandered into the palace. He's like, oh.
Like you say, he's the glottal click language.
I love that.
It's fun to hear. I do like it myself. The point is that when he talked to learned people of the time, he could keep up.
Yeah.
And he was telling them some things that they weren't aware of. So that's what impressed these people. You have to realize, like, you know, again, what you're going to hear tonight is that some people have made up their minds already at the time and now, and you're free to do that. Like, well, this guy was a faker. You can say that legitimately. Maybe he did fake a lot of this stuff, but he was really good at it. So, again, to get into these circles, you first had to be of high birth. You couldn't be a peasant. These people knew who their peers were. It's a matter of manners and high culture being brought up in it. So basically, you had to grow up in it.
Another thing that a lot of people said who had encountered him, and various people said it through correspondence and historical reports, was that he seemed to have this uncanny ability to raise or lower his eloquence or his diction or his disposition in general, depending on who he was talking to.
Yeah, he was in the room.
Right, he could dumb himself down, or he could elevate himself to the highest levels, and that he had this like unbelievable, almost magical charisma, like of a Robert Downey style. But just almost like everyone that he encountered, they were racked with attention when he spoke.
Right.
And he was able to make everyone feel like he was speaking directly to them, and that he was of their station, regardless of that station.
Right, because
And
they don't.
he could do that in 10 languages.
They said whatever country he entered, he could speak as fluently as the locals. He had a slight accent here and there, depending on, I think his French was Piedmontese.
Yeah, that was the only, in a lot of cases they'll say, there was no discernible accent. But then there's this one notation that's like, well, actually the French one, it was a little Piedmontese.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, no, he definitely had an accent that was discernible, but his grammar and diction, I think, were spot on. So,
Yeah, and I think English, too, was one of his weaker languages.
one of the quotes that people often go to, again, is Horace Walpole. Walpole's father was the first Prime Minister of England.
Oh, okay.
There's one good quote here about his languages, that Walpole also said that he spoke Italian and French with the greatest facility, though it was evident that neither was his language. He understood Polish and soon learned to understand English and talk it a little, but Spanish and Portuguese seemed to be his natural language. So, Again, here's a very educated guy himself, Mr. Walpole, saying that, well, I can discern that some languages aren't as natural languages. He seems to be more adept at Spanish or Portuguese. So that's one account where people are discerning a bit of an accent, but in others they're saying like, well, no, he just flowed naturally. So again, that's the variance of these people's first-hand accounts, plus time, plus somebody else writing it down.
Here we are out of the gate. We're talking about a guy that we're saying can speak 10 languages. Some people say it was only 5 or 6, and I say only.
I'm having trouble with this one. Yeah.
We are. But the case of Walpole, that is a legitimate member of society. That's a real person who is giving us a quote about the Count of Saint Germain in relation to his own personally verified story of 4 or 5 languages right there.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if you say, oh, well, the rest of this has been exaggerated or blown out of proportion, we're talking about Horace Walpole saying, well, you know what, actually this language and that language, it was okay. That is confirmation that this man was actually capable of doing this, and it's not just a tall tale.
Right. I think what you're getting at is Scott and I were kind of reading through the materials here, is that he was saying, well, he can do some of these parlor tricks, which are pretty impressive, and people were freaked out at the time. He said that's why he loved having him around. He was really entertaining.
Yeah.
Some of that might be exaggerated, but if he did a 10th of those things, he's still pretty remarkable. And truly an international man of history.
Let's talk about some of the titles that came on for him. They're almost like aliases, and that, I mean, they are aliases. And this is an ongoing thing with him where he would turn up with different names in different places. So we're going to say, well, how do we even know we're talking about the same guy? Well, because the common name that was used the most, and that continued to, especially to precede or surrounding an event of almost unbelievable ability, that would always be associated with him referring to himself as the Count of Saint Germain.
Yeah, that's the one that stuck. And I want to point out here before we rattle off like 5 or 6 names here, that people say like, well, there you go, it's a sign of a fraud. He's trying to get away from something. He's getting away from people. He wants to hide his identity. Well, that was a very common practice at the time. Because if you watch TV shows, any period pieces of the time there, you could be executed or thrown in jail, or that's worse than executed. But basically, actually, the manner of death back then was pretty nasty too.
Okay, I'm going with that. Finally got it right.
Yeah, that's a horrible one. You just hope that they killed your first brother, like wasting away in a birdcage over the docks. Yeah. The point I'm making here is that it's a very common practice because you don't know who's looking at you. Wherever you're going, traveling was very dangerous back then anyway, but the times were very highly politically charged, as we'll see. So if you get to a town or a country and wait, you're Catholic, oh, that doesn't fly here. And you want who on the throne? Oh, no, you're going to jail.
Yes.
So you kind of changed your identity to give yourself a little bit of running room here, a little bit of breathing space to, again, you're not trying to get away with anything. And the fact is that they're pretty certain that he did come from royalty. So all these titles, again, it's really hard to fake back then, either Graf or Count, Chevalier, Comte, Graf, Prince. He was of that ilk.
And his own title, as we'll find out in a little bit, was possibly stripped from it.
Exactly, yeah.
So who do we got here? We've got the Marquis de Montferrat.
This guy gets to use his 4 years of learning French here. He's forgotten.
Yeah, many more times than 4 years ago. You go ahead with the rest of those.
No, it's okay. Well, I would think Comte Bellevar and then Chevalier Chauny.
Count Weston, also well done, apparently. We'll get into that later. Well done, sir. I'm now going to name you Well Done. Count Well Done.
That's going to mean something.
Yes.
The Comte de Saltykov, Graf Zaroki, yes, Zaroki, and Prince Ragozzi.
So did you do any cooking over the holidays?
Oh yeah, I helped Mom out with Christmas dinner. Even made the turkey, brained it and everything. And I must say, it came out perfectly. But after all the turkey sandwiches and turkey soup and all the other holiday leftovers, which I love, I'm really ready for a change.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's where Blue Apron comes in. If you haven't tried it yet, it really makes for a great change of pace. Just listen to some of these upcoming featured dishes. Spicy shrimp and Korean rice cakes with cabbage and furikake.
Sounds good to me.
Pork chops and garlic ricotta with scallion rice and spinach. Mushroom and chipotle pepper enchiladas with lime celery gravy.
And aside from the Korean rice cake, those are all menu items I would never even think to attempt to make. And that's one of the great things about Blue Apron. You can let their culinary team surprise you. You create your own menu from a variety of new recipes each week. And the recipes are not repeated within a year, so you'll never get bored. And you know Blue Apron is going to deliver fresh, high-quality ingredients right to your doorstep that you can feel good about. Because the way the meats and produce are sourced is responsible and sustainable. Well, it's nice. There's actually no tongue twisters in there. Thank you. That's my New Year's gift to you. Well, speaking of which, Blue Apron is not only a great gift to give yourself and your family, but also for people you care about, because it really is the gift that keeps on giving any time of the year. Precisely. And research shows that Blue Apron families cook nearly 3 times more often. So why not keep building that strong family bond all year long? It's also going to help out with the family budget because Blue Apron costs under $10 per person per meal. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/astonishing. Blue Apron, better way to cook.
This is Leslie. Thank you for listening to Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
Yeah, I had to look this up. Of course, I've heard the term graph over the years, but I didn't really understand that. I guess graph is the male and grafen is the female version of a historical title of German nobility. Yes, usually translated as count. Exactly. I didn't know that. Maybe you already did. Well, I didn't know what I had to know as you're reading about this stuff. That's what takes so long to do this. There's so many things that we forgotten about. We have to look up to make sure that we're at least in the ballpark here. But the point is that all these titles are on the same general level. Okay, so it relates to what your peerage in England would be to what a German nobility from the medieval ages would be. So again, he's in his territory here. He's with his people, and they sense that, and that's a big thing. This guy is not a pretender. He does seem to. They instantly know that this guy is royalty. Yes, wherever he might be. Now he's a character. And he could be a buffoon or just, even a charlatan and maybe a swindler of some sort. But definitely this guy comes from royalty. So they give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, and as we'll see, there are even people that thought of him as a charlatan still have great respect for some aspects of his abilities. Oh, yeah. Well, they still perceived him as royalty, as you said. Exactly. So there's a lot of fuzzy lines there. But like you said, they thought he was of high birth. He was charismatic. He was noble in character. And like you said, you can't really get into those inner circles at this point in time by faking it till you make it. Yeah, right. Well, listen, this guy was friends with the King of France. Yes. And, boy, you want to get to dangerous territory, try to put one over on him and make it look like a fool. Yeah. You don't last very long. And so people said, well, if he is trying to get in as the rich and famous here, it's a very dangerous game. Well, and back then, you made the valid point in our notes here that the working class actually didn't get a chance to learn to read or write. They weren't trained in aristocratic manners, which he excelled at. He was overflowing with aristocratic manners so much that I think some people might say that he was soft. He was a dandy, Yeah. It made me think of William Wallace here and Braveheart. And he meets with the lovely French queen, daughter of Longshanks, their daughter-in-law. And she meets him and she thinks, well, here's this rough and tumble Scottish guy. He's wearing a skirt and he's all dirty and he's got shaggy long hair and he looks like Mel Gibson. Yeah. And she's thinking he's kind of sexy, but he can't be very educated and he knows Latin and French. Right. And she's like, whoa, she's very impressed. And I believe the story is that he was raised by a clergyman who taught him Latin and French. And of course, I'm sure he speaks Scots, Gaelic, or whatever they're speaking then. But the point is, it made an impression on her because somebody of that low birth like he was, you don't get to have those skills. Now, on the other hand, he didn't dress like a dandy. He's a humble Scottish man, and so he's all these other fineries that the Count seem to have, and what we're getting to is that he has some amazing talents. How do you get all these talents? Well, you can acquire them over a very, very long lifetime. So, because he was an expert musician, a violinist, yes, he composed music. Yeah, he actually wrote well over 57 pieces of music, that's documented, including 42 Italian arias and 7 violin solos, which leads back to another theory that he was actually the second identity of a famous violinist known as Giovannini. Yeah, we'll get into more detail on that later. And in addition
to all of this, he appeared to be extremely wealthy.
He never lacked for money, and he always seemed to have a source of it. And people who were saying, like, where is he getting these remittances? He always seems to have some, but
he had diamonds on every finger, and at one point he was seen in court in jeweled shoes that had so many precious stones on them, an expert who was present valued them at around 200,000 francs.
Right, so there we are saying that he is kind of a dandy. He did like jewels. That's a big theme of his life. Gemstones and the manipulation thereof. And what they say about his dress is that he wasn't, I mean, when we say dandy, he wasn't really flowery. They said that he wasn't really elaborate. He dressed simply, but he was very stylish. So he learned style. So
he had a matter of taste.
Exactly. He was artistic, but he wasn't flamboyant. You don't need to paint that picture, although having diamonds
diamonds on his
shoes.
But apparently that works at that time. And what you're saying is that there's a difference between who knew money and established aristocracy in terms of personal style.
Which is what you see today on television, especially with celebrities. You can see who looks classy,
right,
and who looks trashy.
Yeah.
And that's what they say about old money and new money. Is new money, you get a bunch of money and you don't have any taste because you weren't brought up with it, and you just buy crap and stick it on yourself. Right. He seemed to come with royal fineries where he had good style and taste. He had an artistic eye about him. And he got along, he pretty much charmed everybody, even the people who really didn't like him at the time, but even a lot of people like Casanova and said, well, you know, this guy, he might be an outrageous character, but he's so fascinating.
Yeah.
Nobody's really beating this guy up. Now, there's a little bit of Machiavellian pushing him around here and there, trying to exert their will on him because they fear him a little, because he is so influential. But mostly, he's well received everywhere he goes. People love this guy.
Yeah. So in addition to all these other abilities, the linguistic abilities, the musical talent, he was also apparently a master painter. He's a master of all arts, but I guess he excelled at producing paints with dyes of amazing color that he would not divulge the secrets as to how he would get these colors together. And he also was dyeing fabrics. He had masterful skills in terms of clothing, essentially creating clothing and doing it. Dyeing was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, that's another thing I remember. You just reminded me is that there's a big theme going on. So one, languages, music, but also dyes, colors, because he dyed fabrics. They said he had a hair dye that he invented. I'm sure that he used on himself, and I'm sure he gave it away to the ladies, as he was said to with other cosmetics that he created.
That's right, paints.
Yeah,
they call them paints, which we call makeup now.
Yeah, you paint your face. So but as far as the painting, he said that when he did a historical subject, and he had women in there with really fanciful dress, that he painted in rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. They said the hue on this was so brilliant that it looked like the gems themselves. And so the famous painter at the time, Van Loo, was watching this guy and said, come on, you gotta tell me, how do you do that? And wouldn't budge, wouldn't tell him, you know, he was doing. Do this painting with light. Is it Thomas?
No, it's Bob Ross. Like, I can convince.
No,
he is still alive. No, wait,
no, he's not. Thomas Kincaid.
Is he the painter of light?
That is, he trademarked that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was
actually, you owe him $10 for saying.
Yeah, probably.
No, he was called the painter of light.
And what was it, Bob Ross?
Bob Ross. No, well, you gotta back it up. So
in case you don't know Bob Ross, he had big hair.
Yeah, big curly hair, fro.
And he painted. Yeah. He had a very peaceful, soothing voice. But anyway,
he could have done the count. And that's the thing. Yeah, just the thing is he was able to demonstrate such talent that he's not a schlock at any of this stuff. It's like, oh, the violin screechy. Well, you know, he's a good joke teller, so let's just go with that. No, he excelled at everything he attempted.
Well, I will say that in the In Search Of that was dedicated to the Count that I'm actually going to make reference to later here in a minute, I did notice that in one of the reenactments where they showed him playing the violin, in the background, the audience, there was 2 or 3 royals in the court that were listening to him. And this was an In Search Of reenactment. One of them was yawning.
What did the actor
notice that?
Oh, he's fired.
Yeah, I think he was. Well, no, he was doing it with his hanky. I think he was.
Oh, he was pretending. Wait, that's not an extra trying to.
I don't know. Just something that stood out to me when I watched it.
Yeah, well, those are all extras, as you should know.
Yeah,
they're tired for the day. They're getting $20 an a sandwich. So
Yeah.
we can visit the crowd service table.
Well, though, this painting did remind me of the documentary Tim's Vermeer. Have you ever seen that?
Absolutely great.
This is a world-class documentary, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it, it's actually Penn Teller produced and directed. One of the other produced, the other one directed. I can't remember which one did what.
Right.
But it's a really startling film by a guy named Tim, who I can't remember his last name, but he invented a piece of video technology.
The video toaster?
Yeah, the video toaster, which was responsible for a great deal of special effects. When Forrest and I both got started in the video business back in the early days of non-linear digital editing and that sort of thing.
Right.
The toaster was allowed you to do all kinds of compositing, and you can pretty much, 80% of music videos for the first part of the 80s use video toaster.
Right. And
anyway, he made a ton of money as the inventor, this guy Tim, and he decided that he thought he could figure out how to recreate the painted works of the great master Jan Vermeer. And that's what he went after, was he wanted to do a Vermeer. And in this documentary, he comes up with a system that allows him to reproduce this Vermeer in such an authentic way that it's considered the likely method of how Vermeer himself painted the paintings. And the reason I bring this up now, I don't want to spoil the documentary, because if you haven't seen it, it's definitely something to check out. It was on Netflix for a while. I don't know if it's still on there. That's right up there with another one of my favorite ones about an artist. But What the Bleep is a Jackson Pollock. Look for that one too. But anyway, what I'm saying is there's a trick to getting that done. And
well, it's highly debated now.
Well,
because there's some people who don't believe in that.
Well, of course, the people that don't believe are the stodgy art, appraisers who are, I refuse, you cannot, this is not a trick, this was pure talent. And they get real mad. And by the way, watch the Jackson Pollock ones.
Yeah, but it's a
but if you watch, look, I all due respect to people with talent, but if you watch the Jackson Pollock thing, you get a good sense of what the art gallery owner community seems to think of any work that doesn't have the right provenance, regardless of the fact that in the case of the Jackson Pollock movie, his thumbprint is on the side of the canvas.
Right.
So I developed a certain disdain for that side. That side that evaluates the work of the creative people.
Those are two different types of art, and the kind that the classic masters did. No disrespect to Mr. Pollock, but it wasn't splashing paint around. You know what I'm saying? I've seen people that they do the same kind of style. It's like, well, okay, that's kind of artistic, like hanging up in some of your house. But what we're talking about here with the Count is that he had the technique down, which, again, if you're not kind of savant, which he may have been of some kind,
but I think there also may have been a technical trick that he was not sharing.
Right.
And I'm not saying that necessarily makes him a con artist any more than Vermeer was if he used the system that Tim came up with. It's still, whether you develop this skill set or you develop some kind of contraption that allows you to recreate realism using special methods, without spoiling the documentary again. That doesn't mean that you're still not a talented, amazing artist. You could give me whatever thing that Tim developed, and I'm not going to be able to do Tim's Vermeer. I don't care what it was, and I get that. But I guess my point was, the only reason I brought it up, and this is one of our patented too long tangents.
Well, but you're going somewhere,
But my point is just that this points to the possibility that the Count of Saint Germain maybe knew this trick. And he's not sharing it, especially in terms of the light that's emanating from these fine stones that are in these paintings.
Well, that's exactly right. You come around full circle to a valid point here, and that is that there's something about colors and dyes and tints that he was very adept at. And again, this kind of now gets into the area of alchemy.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the most fascinating of his talents, because it's the most hermetic and esoteric and secret. Because
why don't you explain for our listeners that aren't really aware of what alchemy is? Why don't you give maybe just a short
really aware
I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm just saying, it's a word that some people may have never heard before. What is alchemy?
Of course, when people hear alchemy, they think like, turning lead into gold. That's what everybody sees in the cartoons, and then everything else is part of the culture.
It's doing a chemical transmutation of one substance into another. It's actually changing matter from, in most cases, not necessarily doesn't have to be this way, but from an undesirable material into a desirable one through a chemical process.
Yeah, are you reading that? That's
no, I just know that.
All right. Yeah, but you got a key word there. That's transmutation. But it's not just minerals or metals. it's also spiritual. This is the thing, it's allegorical. So, again, this is just off the top of my head here, and I purposely really didn't want to get too far into it because there's so much more to talk about, and we'll get to this later on down the line because you get into areas of theosophy, which is a buzzword we're going to stash for later, but right now, yes, that's the simple thing is people think turning lead into gold, but that's not really, that's a transmutation of sorts, and they are related, and, I think even if you look at nuclear science here, there's processes that happen where things are transmuted, but when it comes to alchemy, it's a universal, mystical life lesson that you're trying to achieve. You're trying to achieve knowledge. There's different steps to it, and I can't remember, maybe there's 12, there's a certain number where that's AA. That's maybe just to be at peace with yourself. Yeah. The idea, though, is that you take these different steps and the result, the physical item that you're making, whether it's stone or kind of metal or maybe a combination of both, have different names, and they correspond to either different constellations or signs of the zodiac. So, like, there's Neptune's net, and that could be a stone that looks like it has netting all over it. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that when you achieve the master level, you ultimately come to what's called the Philosopher's Stone. And I'm sure you've heard of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Well, we brought that up, I think, back at the Oak Island thing. Like, maybe that's what's down there, or something precious like that. And, of course, people pointed out that, that was the original title for America, but they changed it because Americans are dumb. And we're not going to get philosophy. Nobody likes that. I don't want to see that, So, call it the Sorcerer's Stone. That's much more sexy. Right. In any case, and Potter fans out there, I'm sure correct us whatever it wants to know. But I think that's the story. But basically, that's the end of it. And what you can do is that it prolonged life. It was a universal medicine, as they call it. And if it didn't make you totally immortal, it made you really, really live a long life. A lifetime. The Philosopher's Stone. Yes, exactly. And that's one of the end goals of alchemy in this process. And again, the idea is that you are transmuting yourself from a base person to a high spiritual person, enlightened, educated.
It's interesting you should say that because in terms of the alchemy, I think we should talk a little bit about Saint Germain's time with Louis XV, who he was most closely associated with, probably the man of the highest station.
That's his time.
Who acknowledged that the Count was a real person and had a relationship with him, and that was Louis XV. And Louis actually gave him a suite of rooms at his royal Chateau de Chambord and 100,000 francs to create his own lab where, in addition to all the other arts that he had mastered, he could work on alchemy, like you just mentioned. And by the way, I want to mention the Chateau de Chambord. I know that we have international listeners, but for those that don't, you've got to look this place up. It is probably my favorite castle in the world.
Oh, really?
So beautiful. It is just stunning to look at.
Yeah, for a hunting lodge originally. It's not too shabby.
Yeah, it's really amazing. So supposedly he had a bunch of lower rooms.
Yeah,
they were dedicated to him, a suite.
Well, he was given a suite of rooms, and again, like I said, he charmed the king and all those around him, his court, except for one guy that we'll talk about later. But basically, he was so impressed by this guy, he's like, I want you to set up a laboratory here. And he gave him 100,000 francs to do so. Louis XV, as I say, he was tremendously vulnerable to being bored. So
he'd been king since he was 5, I believe.
Yeah,
he came to the throne when he was 5, and at the time, someone else ran the kingdom until he got old enough to deal with it. This is a guy who he was probably 4. He didn't really get a normal childhood. I don't know.
You get a lot of stuff done for you. I can't remember which of the Louis there, 14th, 15th, or
well, the 16th, it was called Louis the Beloved.
Yes. So, his father was Louis the Sun King.
Very impressive.
One of them was a locksmith because he, again, a little hobby like that. There's nothing much to do, He had to make big decisions. But in the case of Louis XV, though, Saint Germain got him interested in making dyes and experimenting with that. And so he let him go, and the king was busy doing that. And he said he actually came up with some good inventions that improved French fabrics on a whole. So he actually did some good work there in the lab. But yeah, he was that impressed with it that he gave him a bunch of money. And, again, people say, like, well, there you go. He's trying to swindle the king out of the lab. But the thing about that is that who does that? Like, usually when there's a swindle, it's like, give me the money and I'm going to play with it. Yeah. I'm not going to work at your place with the money. So as you can see, they're trying to even out an argument that he wasn't totally a swindler, as a lot of people think.
No, he wasn't, and this is one of the most famous cases associated with his alchemical abilities, and that was the story of Madame du Hausset. I may be saying her name wrong, but she was a lady's maid to Madame du Pompadour, who was the chief mistress of Louis XV. And she's going to come up much again as we discuss this series. But
Yeah, she was very impressed also with the Count, and I think she was also the one who first met him or heard about him and mentioned him to the king, and then things were like,
yeah, I think she made the introduction.
yeah, exactly.
So she wrote in her memoirs of a story where Louis had brought, and this is not Pompadour, this is Pompadour's lady's maid, Madame du Hausset. She wrote that Louis had brought a middling-sized diamond with a flaw in it to the Count. He had it weighed, and it had been appraised at 6,000 livres with the flaw, but without the flaw, it was worth 10,000 livres. So he asked the Count if he could fix it, to which the Count apparently said, quote, "It is possible. It may be done. I will bring it to you again in a month," end quote. A month goes by. The Count brings the stone back to the king and hands it over to him. He opens it up, and it is perfect, only slightly smaller than it had originally been. Really no flaw inside. Now, how do you get rid of a flaw inside a crystal? Well, it takes 1 million years to know.
I don't know, but
I mean, did he just go out and get rid of the one and trade it and put up maybe the difference? I don't know.
cubic zirconia.
Yeah.
That's totally a joke there, because what's been said of him was people said he could quote unquote melt diamonds, and they said that if you brought him like 10 small ones, he could make a big one out of it.
Right.
Here's a clue here about what he did. If it's slightly smaller, then maybe he transmuted it somehow down a size or two to get rid of the flaw, but it's still worth more because it's flawless.
Right.
So the fact that it changed shape or size,
Well, they didn't say it changed shape,
or I'm sorry, not
they
shape,
said it
but
changed size a little bit.
yeah. So
It
okay,
was slightly diminished. Was the exact
okay,
word.
so there you go. Well, either he just used some diamond cutting techniques of the time, but he can work with it. So, but that's what he said that he could do. Is that I've seen that phrase come up. He could melt his diamonds and change them. So who knows? But again, maybe it's not magic or alchemy magic. Maybe it's just a way of like. I'm not sure how they make cubic zirconia. I think it involves tremendous amounts of pressure. So I don't know how he was doing it, but
Well, they're making fake diamonds now.
that's what I'm saying. Well, yeah,
That's
that's what I'm saying.
and that is from pressure and heat, I think.
Yeah, you can fake the process and come up with something, but
They're
of course,
supposed to, by the way, they're supposed to put, I think, tiny serial numbers on them.
they do. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Now, how do we know that?
How do you know? Well, here's the thing. It's like, that's not such a big deal now. Back then, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't know his processes, of course, because I'd be doing it myself, but obviously he had some kind of inside knowledge. Or, again, if he thought he was a faker and a charlatan, he was at least able to produce something that blew away people that knew gemstones. They were experts. Yeah, the guy who said the diamonds on the buckles of his shoes, 200,000 francs right there.
Yeah. You see, they're making them.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're super easy for him to get. Of course, if he's a wealthy man, maybe he had a bag of diamonds. He just went, took the one, and traded it out for one without a flaw.
Yeah, I mean,
that is perpetuated the mythos around him that he was apparently fond of projecting, which actually we will find some stories in some correspondence. We'll read you some sections.
not everyone was a fan.
Not everyone was a fan, but there is documentation. There are people that say that you can find it to them. It's okay with me if people want to believe what they want to believe about that sort of thing.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. He may have just to perpetuate the mystique, done a little manipulation here, a sleight of hand. These are all possibilities. And I mentioned this to Scott. We didn't have time to really look this up, but I think there was, speaking of alchemy and faking until you don't make it, there were 2 guys in England, I believe, that said they could produce gold coins. They were able to do it in front of people using some other medium, metallic sort or chemical, and it looked like they were able to make gold coins until at one point they couldn't. Right, and then they were thrown in jail.
Yeah.
So that's what happens again. As I said, it's kind of a dangerous game
try to run over people that have you immediately killed.
Yeah.
So he was kind of a character. He was a great entertainer. He was great at parties. But on the other hand, what you read about is that he wasn't real obsequious. He wasn't unctuous. He wasn't clawing and trying to really ham it up, a celebrity, hanger-on kind of fashion. People did invite him because they wanted to meet him. They'd heard about it. So he was invited to a lot of courts. But a lot of times he would say, I can't do all the social things. I'm going to hang out in my room. Yeah, I'm going to do my stuff. And even, he didn't really come down to the big fancy dinners.
It's funny you should say that about him not coming out of his room. You know what that reminds me of is the setup in Grand Budapest Hotel, which people bring up a lot because it's one of my favorite movies of the past several years. And I say that as somebody that couldn't stand Wes Anderson when he started out. He's really brought me around. I know I could. I've come around on it. I really love that film. It's great filmmaking for me. And one of the things I particularly loved about it was Jude Law's narration of the story.
Yeah, it's a great voice.
And Anderson goes on to say, I think recently he said that he fully plagiarized a deceased writer named Stefan Zweig. I guess his work was very similar in tone.
Yes, as you'll find with the Cooper Oakley book.
Right, which we haven't really mentioned her yet, but we're going to get deep into her book here in a little bit. It's called The Comte de Saint-Germain, a biographical sketch of an initiate by Isabel Cooper Oakley.
The alternate title, I'll say this quickly, is The Count of Saint-Germain, The Secret of Kings. There's a subheading there. And the copy I have is the paperback, which is just The Count of Saint-Germain.
Yeah, there's a billion editions of this, but they're all centered around her original book, which I think was published in
1912. Small edition in Milan, Italy. So it's not... There's a lot of reprints, but really I think 1970s when they started, so you can find it out there, but it might be a little hard to find.
Right, so I wanted to read this little passage that jumped out to me when I was reading the book, and it reminded me of both Grand Budapest, but also just painted this amazing picture of the Count of Saint-Germain, and I wanted to, of course you're going to be impressed, this is going to be my first character on the show.
Okay.
Because this reminded me so much of Grand Budapest, I decided to read this in my best Jude Law.
Look at this. As a narrator, you've got big British shoes to fill.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
The Rothschild had no servant of his own. He dined as simply as possible in his own room, which he seldom left. His wants were extremely few, and he avoided all general society, spending the evenings in the company of only the Margrave, Mademoiselle Clairon, and those persons whom the former was pleased to have around.
Wow, dude, that's pretty good. Thank you.
I wish I could say that was actually me. No, it wasn't. That you did. But that was actually a friend of mine that I've made over the past few months. His name is Shazur Shah, and he has his own podcast. It's called Dreadcast. You can find it at dreadcastaudio.com. It's pretty cool. He writes short stories. It's kind of science fiction, almost Kafka-esque kind of short stories, and then reads them himself. And I have music. He's only got 2 episodes out now, but he's finally do more, and I'm a big fan of the show. So he's got a great voice. Yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah, so Dreadcast. Anyway, Shazur, thank you so much for providing that clip and letting me pretend to have a cool voice. I do for a minute.
15 seconds, sure.
All right, so getting back to the Count, I do want to cover a few more things that were attributed to him before we move on to one of our sources, which is where that quote came from.
Yes.
We did want to talk about a great deal of Oakley's book here in a minute. I wanted to mention that the Count was also a Rosicrucian, which we brought up at the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. We brought it up with Oak Island, I think, was the last time.
Yes, Christian Rosenkreutz, who is a mythical figure, which the other thing that you might see here in the Count, well, you will see it because probably going to mention it, is that he is attributed to being other famous figures in esoterica.
Yes, and it's mysticism, occultism,
all the isms, all the good isms, the mysterious fun ones. So, but he was also a Freemason. We're talking about the Count now. He was a Freemason, and a lot of his contemporaries that befriended him were also Masons. So again, you can think of conspiracy there somehow.
Yes, and in the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, Rosicrucianism, which we're going to talk about in more detail in this series, we're going to get, there's
Francis Bacon connection, and it predates the Count of Saint Germain by hundreds of years. However, there are people that will tell you that the founder of the movement, Christian Rosencreutz, was in fact the Count of Saint Germain.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. Either the exact same guy who's really the definition of immortality, or reincarnations of him.
Right.
If you want to go that route. So that's the two the solutions there, spiritual and I get to that.
Yeah, and it's fascinating when you think about it. Now, and the Rosicrucian Order initially, for several years, I think only had 8 members in it. They couldn't tell each other who the young one was, or if you died, you had to find a replacement, and it was only 8. But now,
That's like the keeper, was it the 9? The keeper of the ancient knowledge, and then throughout history, if one dies, they have to initiate another one, but there's only 9.
yeah,
I can't remember what that secret cult is, but yeah, basically the keepers of secret knowledge are to better mankind.
yeah. And Rosencreutz, the original, the founder of the movement, he was actually, I think, born in 1378. So that's going to be several hundred years prior.
The prime Oak Island time here.
Yeah, the 14th century. Yeah, very interesting stuff. But, and you know, that's another thing. There was an image we posted with the Oak Island stuff. I think that one, the Temple of the Rose Cross, which I'm going to connect that with this show again too, is the craziest looking 1618 picture of, lack of a better word, some kind of logo that the Rosicrucians used that looks like, I don't know, it looks like a small castle version of what a one-man band outfit looks like.
Oh, yes, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's got wheels and wings and horns sticking out of it, and carved and swords and trumpets, and it's crazy. Slightly Monty Python-ish. Yeah, it's a very Monty Python. So we'll come back to it. We have to come back to that. So Christian Rosencreutz, the Rosicrucians, and the thing is that the Rosicrucianism in the early stages was connected to Freemasons, and there was I guess it was an order within an order which caused problems in the Freemason movement because it was something you couldn't even get access to the freshman stages of Rosicrucianism unless you were at the highest level of Freemasonry.
Right.
And so that rubbed some people the wrong way, and we'll talk about it more later. But again, this is another thing that's associated with this count, this super ultra high level secret society that's like a society within a society of the Freemasons, which is already the craziest society ever, and now there's a secret thing at the top. You know, and there's this guy again.
Right.
Here he is up there doing his 10 languages.
Yeah.
You know? And so,
And here's the ironic part of all that. Really, if you start diving into it and you cast aside kind of the crazy conspiracy corner that people like to put this stuff into, maybe it's a big joke and they're over on us, but they haven't done it yet. This is for the betterment of mankind. This is not getting into NWO or all that business. I mean, we're talking though about the enlightening of your fellow human being so that they're not falling around in the mud. They're bettering themselves. However, it needs to be done with the proper teachers and who will come forth and give out these pearls of better living, shall we say. And that was Francis Bacon's intention, also as a Rosicrucian, that there might be a new Atlantis, and it might be, and people can theorize maybe it's in Nova Scotia, maybe it's in North America. So, getting back to it, that's what people said about the Count of Saint Germain, that he was about lofty ideals, despised baseness and chicanery and all the bad stuff that he himself was being accused of. So, again, Rosicrucianism at this time is about helping people. It's not about just subjugating them, under the oppressive order of mysticism. So, there you have it. That's one level. I wanted to kind of explain that because people start hearing about secret societies and the Illuminati, and they start going, "Oh my gosh!"
we did not say Illuminati.
But they are slightly connected.
What up, Maddie? How are you, dog?
Any of our research connected you.
Maddie, what's new? Dog. Maddie, we've been waiting for you. How are you, dog? Yo, Maddie, can you hear me, dog? Maddie. Yo, dog, I hear you talking. What's up, baby?
Stories that we're following. More anti-terrorism Marine Corps personnel have been dispatched to Haiti to try to beef up security at the American embassy for the staff that still remain in the country. After the Prime Minister of Haiti announced that he was going to resign as the mounting chaos there, the elite Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, FAST team, was sent in to guard the embassy. We mentioned yesterday as well that several Americans and Canadians have been trying to get out of Haiti. Congressman Corey Mills out of Florida is being credited with helping at least 10 of them get out of Haiti, including author Mitch Albom, who was there. They were working at the Have Faith Orphanage in Port-au-Prince and are now back on American soil.
School active shooter drills. There is a bill in Sacramento that's being considered. It would limit how realistic school active shooter drills can be. Right now, there are a few rules on the books as to how far those drills
The Count of St. Germain. I just want to be clear. What I did find, though, is that he will be sometimes mentioned in the same groupings. He's not part of that.
So you got your various groupings. You got your Illuminati groupings. You got your Rosencrews.
Okay. Once you start getting into esoteric circles like this, then people start lumping people in together because all those was around at the same time. He must be part of this.
Yeah.
And you can see that about the Count. He was around at this time, and he did know a lot of influential people. And even here, it's suggested that he may have been in contact and advising, in a way, Ben Franklin and the founding fathers of the United States.
Yeah, there's some folks that will tell you, and one of whom we're actually going to be interviewing for part 2 of this series. We were very lucky to find her blog, fascinating work by a woman named Jessie Desmond. And we were really lucky to find her blog. We reached out to her. She has an amazing timeline of events. There's a lot of stuff that you will find in Oakley's book, who we're going to talk about in a second, but there's also other stuff that she has compiled, and she's also had some people write in with some fascinating stories. One connecting to Bohemian Grove, which we're going to talk about in a minute, which is another buzzword. And
The Manhattan Project, can you believe it? And the Count. So these ties those all together.
And the blog is findingcountstgermain.blogspot.com. You have to check it out.
That's ST with a abbreviated. So it's
ST. Oh yes, Saint ST is abbreviated. So we'll have a link in our show notes there, and we're going to be talking to her for part 2 of this series. But she talks about that Bohemian Grove connection that we just mentioned. She also talks about some of the other connections that we were unable to find in other places. We're going to ask her about where she got that information.
That's what we talked about at the top of the show, at least I did, was that you have a range of time that Cleaver Oakley talks about, and that would be roughly 1710 to 1822. That's going past his expiration date there for the Count. Officially. But that was kind of the shot of time. But, like I said, with this story, what's kind of also fascinating about it is that you can scroll back before 1710 and way past 1822 because he was reportedly seen by people before that and after. So those are the connections that
turning up on the microfiche.
Yeah, he's popping up on the radar before there was even radar.
You said Francis Bacon. We got to go back on that a little bit. This is something that other people have said about the Count of St. Germain, is that he is Francis Bacon. Right, who also theoretically
illegitimate son born in prison of the Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, and also Shakespeare. At the risk of angering the Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare people from a great deal. We're sympathetic to your cause. We're not saying we believe one way or the other, but there are people that think that Francis Bacon actually wrote Shakespeare. And here's the thing about Francis Bacon, he was a Rosicrucian, and the whole betterment of mankind thing comes back up, and this all ties back to Oak Island and the big picture and Forrest's favorite expression.
Oh, everything is connected.
Everything is connected, which I know we've been criticized for saying that everything was connected.
Now, somebody thought I had hit the nail in, but I see epiphanies and everything. I just love that he was very emphatic. Everything is not connected.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's one way to look at it.
It's not connected, but here's what is connected. Rosicrucianism, the Count of St. Germain, Sir Francis Bacon, and Oak Island and Shakespeare, those things are connected.
You can draw a line.
You can draw a line. We're not saying that they're definitively connected, but we can tell you that a lot of people will tell you that they are, that there's common ground between all these things.
Yeah, that was the previous era. Shakespeare, 1618, that whole time period is before the official real counts time, because we're going to get into his familial line, his heritage.
Yes.
And when he even claimed himself to have come on the scene, actually being born, and a little bit later here. But that doesn't stop people from making a connection, because that's the thing, he was always vague, he was always jumping around. He had close confidants, and he had more close friends that he confided in, and maybe even taught some secret hermetic knowledge to. But we're not sure what they knew, or if they would even relay that as being true. So what I'm saying is that he gave a lot of different answers to different people.
And Tess has been working hard to help sort of corral all this work that the ARC does, research work, which I want to thank them profusely for the information that they've dug up in relation to Saint Germain over the past few days. Saint Germain, we are still waiting for you to join the ARC. You will have to sign the requisite paperwork. But if you
There's a lovely joining
email, we will send you, we have a special patch for ARC members.
There you go.
Anyway, Tess had pointed out that the theory is that Bacon faked his death, which, yes, by the way, was something that we're going to be talking about, and we have spoken about in the past with regard to Jesse James and the Knights of the Golden Circle, not only the faking of death, but also multiple people being the same person, which is something that I might come back to.
I think you should. No, I think you should, because, faking deaths, even the Count himself may be accused of that.
That's right. It's also thought that Butch Cassidy might have faked his own death. Or just somebody talk about this here, for sure. It's on the short list. But it's something that at the time, before the UK and the US had cameras on every corner and at every intersection, it was a lot easier to, all you got to do is go out and kill somebody who looks like you.
You don't even have to kill somebody. You just said, who did you bury? Like, I paid this guy 25 shillings to say he buried somebody.
Yeah.
Done. That's it.
Yeah.
There's a grave markers. Look at that dirt. What we're saying here, especially with the Count, is that when you're good friends there you go. When you're good friends with the person who rules the area and he's arranging things, then it's not so hard. Now, we're not definitely saying that at this point.
No, but they did. But this is the thing with the Rosicrucians. They wanted to disseminate knowledge. At the time, knowledge was being restricted and it was used as a tool to keep the people down. So the Rosicrucians wanted to share knowledge, and so there was this theory. I'm summing up there. This theory that Shakespeare was a vehicle for getting really higher level knowledge about politics and behavior out to the masses. And it was propaganda in a way, a surreptitious way to educate the masses for no other goal than to lift people up.
It's putting you're killing your hamburger there, like if you were dogs. You're getting some instruction you don't even know it because you're just enjoying the plays.
Yes.
And that was where it was coming from. And you can say, like, nowadays,
it's very noble cause.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, people are of a mind that some might say, well, we deserve to know this. If we can better ourselves, why don't you just, release all the information? Why are you hoarding it? That seems to be elitist and controlling and oppressive and all that. Well, just think of all the crap that you read in the comments section that is this nasty vitriol. We've got a small sample of that, and most of it's constructive. But people being nasty, mean tweets, and it's like, those people are not ready. They have to be lifted up a little. Obviously, there's a lot of bitterness in the world right now. People are in trouble, and they're taking it out because they could be anonymous and doing it. Well, you can't give them the secrets of the universe. Imagine what they would do. Well, obviously, right now, they're just very self-centered. Like, I'm hurting something to lash out at everyone else. But the idea, though, is to kind of, as we can accept it, uplift all boats with the tide. Lift everyone up and enlighten them on the path to true fraternity.
Right, so you look at the common ground of behavior between Bacon and Shakespeare, whether Bacon was Shakespeare was Bacon or not, but those plays as a vehicle. And then let's say that Bacon did fake his death. And then,
I believe it was Easter.
It was on Easter Sunday.
That's right. I think it's a sign because, like, I'm going to resurrect, I'm going to return.
Yes, that it was a final symbol that he will live again. And they're saying that he was himself an ascended master.
Okay,
now we're getting into a whole new category of information that is another thing attributed to the Count of Saint Germain. He himself is considered to be an ascended master, whether or not we say that him and Bacon are the same person.
Yeah.
And that puts him in a very high level of a high plane of existence, and it makes them a part of a group known as the Great White Lodge or the Great White Brotherhood.
Not an alt-right thing.
This is not a racist organization. It sounds like the most racist group of all time.
Just because you put the word white in there and great.
Yeah. Look, this is not, that's not what it is.
Don't write us letters, don't get upset. This is a real thing. It's up on Wikipedia, it's in there. So if you
It's a belief system. It says from Wikipedia. I actually pasted that in here because I want to keep this out. The Great White Brotherhood is in belief systems akin to Theosophical and New Age, are supposed to be supernatural beings of great power who spread spiritual teachings through selected humans. We're going to talk about Theosophy in the other parts of this series. That's a word you're going to say a few times, and it's pretty fascinating. So, in this Great White Brotherhood, it's made up of people who are ascended masters, of which supposedly Beijing was one, and the Count of Saint Germain is one. And these are spiritually enlightened beings who in past incarnations were ordinary humans, but who have undergone a series of spiritual transformations, originally called initiations. And at this point, this is a good time to segue back into the book by Isabel Cooper Oakley that we already mentioned, who herself was a high-ranking member of the Theosophical Society, which is very much connected to Ascended Masters, and she personally believed. So we do have a strong case of confirmation bias, sure. She personally believed that the Count of Saint Germain was an Ascended Master.
Well,
there is.
Yes.
Now, this is kind of like,
well, then you kind of said
Ascended Master, you're probably always an Ascended. You were Ascended. Like a Boy Scout, you were a Boy Scout, you are an Eagle Scout.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Right, exactly. Like you transmutated into something greater than what you were. And there are some similar patterns here to the life and experiences of a certain Dr. Alexander Cannon, who was one of my favorite guys, and we'll probably maybe down the line do a episode on him, because he too is maybe considered to have joined the Great White Lodge. I'm not real certain on this. I think it's because a lot of it is mystical, but somewhere maybe in the Himalayas, possibly the escaped decent folks of Atlantis who took their knowledge and wisdom for safekeeping for all of humankind.
Whatever part of it they didn't leave under the Sphinx's paw.
Well, according to Casey, there are several storehouses of knowledge. One will be this other place. A lot of people have linked that to the Great White Lodge.
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Alexander Cannon, what's interesting about him is that he's an actual physician in England. The 20s and 30s were his time. Member of the Royal London Society, I believe. He was a prominent member of society, but he started studying this kind of materials here, not real new agey or too woo-woo, but he had some very strange experiences and studied more, and basically how it works is, as he said, when the chela is ready, the guru will come, which means when the student is ready, the teacher will come. So they come to find you.
When I left you, I was the student. Now I am the master.
Those are similar allegorical themes, and if you look at the Jedi, it's a little like that, and maybe that's where Lucas and Spielberg and all these guys that we love are getting some of these allegorical ideas, and that, yes, the group of people who are sworn to protect, who have kind of special powers like the Jedi, they are keeping this knowledge for the betterment of other beings, right? You know, so again, it's all for good, and it is very big. It's the biggest picture, so at least in this galaxy, that we're in now. So anyway, as far as the Great White Lodge, some would say, like, yes, at some point, again with Saint Germain, because he kind of arrived on the scene and he had all these kind of fantastical things that he can do, and he was quite a remarkable guy anyway. They don't know when he started and what his purpose was, but there was a political aspect to him that we'll get to later that will show that he was trying to broker peace. Yes, and he was trying to influence things for peaceful situation in Europe, which at the time was very tumultuous.
Can you imagine being possibly immortal like the Count of Saint Germain?
Oh man, if he was 2,000 years old or more, like some people think, that's over 730,000 daily shaves. Probably why he left his straight razors behind. Thought he'd just wait for Harry's.com to come around so he could enjoy the same clothes, comfortable shaves for a fair price like I do.
Yeah, maybe so, but the fair part is why Jeff and Andy started Harry's. They found out that for decades, One big razor company has relentlessly increased prices and reaped immense profits at the expense of their customers. So they set out to change all that.
And the way you change it and still ensure high quality, you should control the whole process from beginning to end. So Harry's bought their own factory in Germany. And by taking less profit and selling directly to the customer over the internet, Harry's can offer their blades at half the price for just $2 a blade compared to the $4 or more you'll pay at the drugstore.
And listen to what you get when you order a Harry's shaving set. A weighted ergonomic handle that not only looks cool but feels right. 5 precision-engineered blades with a lubricating strip along with a trimmer blade, rich, lathering shave gel, and then a travel blade cover for when you think you're on death and need to get out of town.
Boy, you don't know about that. Well, Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they want you to try their shave set for free. You heard that right. Just from the shipping when you sign up.
Plus, as a special offer for fans of the show, go to harrys.com right now and enter the code LEGENDS at checkout to get a post-shave balm, also free. That's harrys.com, code LEGENDS.
Hey everyone, I'm Brett Jackson, and this is Astonishing Legends. Let's get back to the show.
All right, so we brought the book up a few times that we're getting a lot of our material from, and that most people get their material from when they talk about the Count of St. Germain. And you find this even whether you're looking at blogs, with the exception of Jessie Desmond's blog, she's got a lot of information that's outside the book. But most of the time, when you go online, you do research, whether it's blogs or you find other information from the Gutenberg Project or all that stuff. It's either stuff that's in this book or it's stuff that's taken from the book. And the book, which we mentioned already before earlier in the show, The Comte de Saint Germain, a biographical sketch of an initiate by Isabel Cooper Oakley, which was originally published, what year did we say?
1912.
1912.
And it's in a small edition in Milan, Italy.
Right, and so we mentioned. And then there's a lot of editions which you can find easily with various openings and forwards by lots of different people.
There's other people who've written seminal books. Her book is the most seminal, I would say.
Yeah,
But David Hunter's written a book, Monsieur le Comte de Saint Germain, The Great Pretender.
yes, that one comes up.
There's people who've written articles and such, but when you see a lot of the quotes taken from an assessment of the time, including letters, quotes from letters, a lot of it comes from hers.
That's right, and we asked the ARC to look into Isabel Cooper Oakley's background, and Marie Mayhew, who is one of our more active ARC members, came back with a lot of really fascinating information. Actually, it's pretty surprising to me about Cooper Oakley. We had already mentioned that she was part of the Theosophical movement, which we're going to talk more about in the other parts of this series, but she was a prominent participant in the Theosophical movement. But more than that, she was a feminist. She was a suffragette. She was a women's rights person. And actually to the point where her husband, Alfred John Oakley, took her name, hyphenated her name.
Well, that reminds me, there's another book that was written by Jean Bulletin Fuller, The Comte de Saint Germain, Last Sign of the House of Revolution. It helps to have a hyphenated name. I think back there to give you a little bit of credit, but she was really kind of a pioneer, and not to derail you here, but she traveled. She went to go look at these archives and dig through all these letters.
And that's what people will say about her book, that it is very well researched. It's not just suppositions, although we did mention earlier there's some confirmation bias because she is part of the Theosophical movement. And they believe that the Count was an ascended master, or is an ascended master, as we joked about earlier. But
An holder of ancient esoteric wisdom.
right, but still, even with that caveat, she seems to be pretty good at presenting factual information about it, and the references that she's making to the people that encounter him in the course of their lives are based on correspondence that she actually procured personally and includes in the book in all her appendices.
Yes, there's 2 major sources of information here. One is from the family Dademar, which is, I think, Jean Balthazar Dademar. That family, he was a guy, he was a comte as well. He assumed that title after 1767. He was French ambassador to Belgium, and he was another diplomat and a contemporary. So a lot of those letters are in his family's collections, and this is what you'll find. We mentioned this earlier, is that people, it was very common to keep a diary of all the fun and major important things that happened in your life, because you didn't have an iPhone. So you wrote it down in letters and correspondence to people. You kept your own diary because you could write. You did a lot of writing. went through a lot of hardship writing a book, and so you have a pretty good record, and that's what we go from. And it's like I said, if you read some David McCullough, any of those books about the Revolution in America around that time, the latter part of the 18th century, a lot of what we know is from correspondence. John Adams corresponding with his wife. So that's one source. The other one, which was called the Mitchell Papers, and I don't know a whole lot about them, but I believe it's a collection of secret diplomatic correspondence that are in the files of the British National Record Office. And I want to make an interesting point here is that I believe that she mentions, even in the family's collections of these noble families that had letters that she was allowed to see, there were some letters that they did not show her.
Yeah, there was a lot that was not revealed to her and that are still in private collections that are connected to these families that have been around for generations. And whatever these letters are that are from or pertaining to the Count of Saint Germain, they've never been seen, which is interesting. And maybe you want to look at some conspiracy angles here. Not conspiracy, but so much, but is it embarrassing? Or is it politically charged? Because in the case of the Mitchell Papers, there were some documents that they did not let her see because they're still classified. Even in around 1910, 1911, when she's writing the book, even 150 years later from that, they were still considered national secret level. So they did not let her see those. Now, she doesn't really make a big point of that, but it's kind of interesting that she did not get to see everything.
And I want to continue to talk a little bit about her just briefly before we move into some of the more interesting information you get from her book. But another thing to note about her was that she was on the lecture circuit. She went around speaking about theosophy and other things as well. Alfred John Oakley, her husband, and her, they actually lived in London for a time, and then he got ill. He became sick, and it was that time when they were like, you need to move to a warmer climate. So they moved to Prescott. So they moved to Madras, and they were there for quite some time, and they tried to make a go of it, but apparently that climate was rough on her. Yeah, it was making her uncomfortable and dirty and all that, which actually reminds me of my wife, who will tell you that she comes from, Irish, cold Irish, damp, and yeah, she cannot stand heat, and so I can see, but she's from North Carolina, where it gets well, it gets humid, but it's not like here. The dry heat is the problem. Oh, interesting. But I can relate to Alfred's situation with that. I gotta go down here. I'm sick, and then she's like, I can't live here. So she went back to London, and amazingly, she became one of the first female shopkeepers in Great Britain ever. Yeah, she was a milliner. Yes, she was a milliner. She opened her own millinery. We talked about it. Millinery. Yeah. I thought you said, oh, right, because I was saying millinery. I think that has to do with she made hats. And she was well known for these hats. Apparently, they were quite exquisite and well liked, very popular. She did what she did. So, yeah, there were many members of high society that got their hats from her. She became kind of a big deal. I'm going to read this from this article that Marie got from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated Sunday, October 16th, 1892, on page 16. The Gertrude Gill milliner, as she soon got to be called, was one of the first lady shopkeepers in Great Britain. Every month, 2 days spent in Paris enabled her not only to bring back fresh models, but fresh ideas. Those of her customers who really preferred Parisian goods could have them, for she was in constant communication with the leading French houses. Soon a dressmaking department was added to the millinery, and Madame Isabel had the names of some of the best dressed women in London on her books. And this article goes on to point out that she quickly got to the point where she was having to turn down the orders. Wow. This is the late 19th century. I mean, it's pretty amazing. So she was a groundbreaking woman. This book is groundbreaking. She had a major influence over theosophy at the time. Yes. And the research that she did was very diligent to put this book together about the Count of Saint Germain, even though her disposition is to think of him as and I say even though some people will have a problem with it and some won't, but to think of him as this sort of almost divine ascended master who transcends life and is a vessel for improving humanity, and he's still alive to this day. Yeah, this is not how journalism is supposed to be, where it's just completely reportage and unbiased, right? Which is hard to find. Which is hard to find anyways, because now it's become, I don't care what political branch you fall into, everyone's biased, it seems, these days. So that's not what it's supposed to be. So she's writing a book, though, on his life, and she is making an argument that it's like when you people say, like, well, she does present both sides, so that she's not lying by omission. She does say things, though, like, well, there's people that discredit him, that thought he was a swindler, But then she makes an argument like, well, no, here's where he probably got his money, and it's a very strong case. So yes, that's her argument, but she is presenting counter argument to the argument, and that's the tone of the book. But what you can say about her is that she is no slouch. Yeah, she's a hard worker at her hats and research, and to back then, like we said, it's much harder to travel. She went to these houses, she got permission, she went through the archive, she made notes. So that's why people really keep coming back to this one account. Yeah, and this one account, which my copy mysteriously showed up on my doorstep late one evening, and that is also kind of a sign for us. And so let's say apophenia, Scott. Oh yeah, what's apophenia? Apophenia. Oh wait, she's the same with Prince. Right, apophenia 6. And then that's the what is apophenia? Okay, it's the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns within random data. So I guess you're an apopheniac? Well, yeah, and apparently it's the first stages of schizophrenia. So get ready for that. Well, it's a precursor. When you start seeing the term dates back to 1958 when Klaus Conrad published a work, and it's kind of basically the beginnings of schizophrenia or the onset of schizophrenia, an attempt to form an analysis of delusion. So yes, unfortunately, when you see people who are really in the throes of schizophrenia, schizophrenia, I've always said my whole life frenia. Schizophrenia. You know what? On this show, we're going however you want. Okay, yeah, schizophrenia. I can go with schizophrenia. How's that? You can say however you want. What's the difference? Yeah. You start to develop these huge conspiracy theories. Everyone's out to get you. You get a mass sense of paranoia. What was that Mel Gibson movie? I like the Bird on a Wire. No. Where he's it's conspiracy theory. Is that the name of it? It's something like that. Yeah, but basically, maybe he's a cab driver and he suspects something and it turns out to be true. Yeah, that's what it all turns out. Then you're not crazy if it's true. That's the overriding thing. Making somewhat light of this, but my point is sometimes the data does not seem to be all that random. Like I said, you can make a connection in these letters that she's writing and the names of people that keep showing up. Look, it always comes down to this. You have to make your own conclusions. But hopefully what we can do here on the show is present you with bits of evidence and quotes and letters, and then you're always welcome and invited to form your own conclusions. Yeah, that's what we want to do. And if we can draw a conclusion, we will. Yeah, we can't always do that. No, but in the stories that we come to, we'll let you know if it's a theory or we feel pretty sure that maybe this is the way this went down. But and we'll do that. But we want you to come up with your own ideas about it. That's kind of the whole angle of our show. We're going to give you all this information more than you're going to get on a TV show that's 22 minutes that you never dreamed or wanted. So yeah, but the point coming back to the book is that I think it's a good collection of documentation. Yes, and the appendices alone. The appendices are without any judgment or bias at all, because they are just letters. That's just where she got them talking about the count. And that's one good angle on Wikipedia entries is that hopefully you're an adult enough person and with a little bit of education to be able to see where something is leading, if there's a tone that you may agree or not agree with. But again, to be able to form your own conclusions. Within the article of Wikipedia, what's great is that there's an appendix. So go look at the source and drill down. Yes, and what's great about that is that there'll be a statement. There's a number there. If you hover your cursor over the number, it'll tell you a little brief description of it and where it came from. So if you don't agree with it, go check it out. See where it came from, and then read about the author. You've got to get all that framing. You would like, who is this person? Why did they say these things? Why were they interested in this? You always have to consider the source, no matter what you're reading, whether it's a Wikipedia entry or any other research. And we found through the course of this show, I never did a lot of research beyond what was absolutely required of me in college. But the thing that I've learned since we've been doing the show and looking at so many different topics is that there oftentimes is a lot of misinformation and confusion. And so what you have to do is you have to look at multiple sources and coalesce what you think really happened. Exactly, in the middle of all that, and you consider the context of it. And so when you look at the filters of the time as well, absolutely, what the political conditions were, how people were thinking. And so when you look at Cooper Oakley's book, you consider the time that she was in, where she's coming from as just a person, a human being who's got an opinion on this stuff. And then consider the sources. So when we consider the sources that she's listed in this book, you can take them as they are. They don't seem to be shrouded. They're not too muddied in her own opinion. Although, yes, obviously as you read it, you'll be able to see where she's coming from and what she's trying to make but I believe it's balanced enough that it's worthwhile to read. It's certainly, like we said, it's the one major thing everybody keeps coming back to. So if you're interested in the Count, go to that. Yes, find the book by Isabel Cooper Oakley. And like we said, there's multiple editions of it. I procured one. We had it on the Kindle, but for our research, it's a lot easier to have hard copies. I managed to get one and, overnighted over the holiday break to me. They're basically different publications. Again, this one, the copy that I have, which I found out later was sent to me, it was dropped off by my good friend, Carrie Foss, who I've always, I've known since college. We've always shared an interest in these kind of topics. Yeah, it's funny, this was, I guess, over a year ago when we had first started the show, and Forrest and I talked even before we recorded the very first episode, we just we have to do a show on the Count of St. Germain. It was one of the topics was we categorically have to do this. And then this book just showed up on his porch. Yes, we didn't know where it came from. Yeah. No, I didn't at first, but he's a likely suspect, so I guess that's where it came from. He doesn't even live here, right? No, he does. He kind of lives generally in my neighborhood. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought he was far away. Most of my musicians, which he is, he's got a side job of his, that there's a lot of time on the van or the bus to read stuff. So there's like Billy Idol. You get to know, you get to meet a lot of different people. I actually know that's true because who follows us on Twitter and we've actually exchanged a few tweets is Steve Choi, who plays guitars and keyboards for the Sound of Animals Fighting as well as RX Bandits. Yeah, I don't know how much touring he's doing. It seems like he's doing a lot of touring. He's a very busy guy. Yeah, so I hope we're keeping it paying. Here's a shout out to you, Steve. Thanks for listening to the show and following us on Twitter. I was going to say, Billy Idol never got back to me, so he's on my bad list when we're doing the Coral Castle. I reached out to him. I was like, hey, come on. Hey, look, he's my age, so who knows how adept he is at media. Yeah. He seems to be, though. Yeah. The point is that he never met Ed Leeds Skellman, but he did go to the Coral Castle and Sweet 16. Yeah, Sweet 16 is about Ed Leeds Skellman, which we mentioned in the Coral Castle episode. If you haven't heard that, go back and find that one. It's a fun show. But anyway, that's the same thing with the Count. Tying this back is that we were a popular musician, and certainly there were those at the time that said that he could have just made a living being a violinist. He was so good. Well, you know what? We actually found some music, some recording of some of the Count's music. In fact, I was planning to play some of that. This is a perfect time. Just briefly, we're going to duck down here and let you hear a little bit of the Count of St. Germain's music performed on piano.
Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida, and what they refer to as
Right, so that's music that the Count actually wrote. We know that. That is a fact. A man called the Count of St. Germain wrote that music. Yes, and there's a modern-day effort to reprint his music or republish it. And what we found here from the Society for 18th Century Music and their newsletter, Elias Chrysokoidis is trying to make a proposal to reprint the Count's music in several volumes. Oh, yeah, there's an article here which you should read. Yeah, well, this is from issue number 16 of their newsletter, which came out in April 2010. The Count of St. Germain, and then for his birthday, they list a question mark, which is appropriate, question mark dash 1784, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Did he die in 1784? Is the most enigmatic of Handel's contemporaries. It is generally assumed he was a member of the exiled Rákóczi family. First appearing under this title in the early 1740s, he moved around Europe, acquiring the confidence and admiration of Louis XV and Madame Pompadour, the Prince of Wales, and the Prince of Hesse-Kassel. Am I saying that right? Hesse-Kassel. Contemporary descriptions of his talents penned by Horace Walpole, Voltaire, and Casanova range from astonishment to ridicule and spite. Among his unofficial diplomatic missions, the one for the rapprochement of France and England in 1760 at the height of the 7 Years' War is well documented. We're going to talk more about that in part 2 of our series. Musicological interest in St. Germain centers on his years in Britain in the mid-1740s, where he acquired fame for his performances, especially on the violin, and his compositions. And you might remember earlier that there is a theory that he was the great violinist Giovannini. That's right. Who supposedly passed away in 1782, I believe. Yeah, but the time frames line up a little. They do. All right, getting back to the newsletter. Charles Burney identified St. Germain as a leading spirit in London's private music concerts and confirms the popularity of his Italian arias.
We are fortunate to be able to verify these claims in a small though highly original body of work, including a collection of over 40 Italian arias, 7 solos for the violin, I mentioned that earlier, 6 trio sonatas, and several English songs. Highly intelligent and often endearing, the music of the Count of St. Germain deserves both publication and performance. Having acquired copies of all his extant works from several U.S. libraries, Library of Congress, Folger, Houghton, and now from the British Library, I am preparing to submit a proposal for a 2-volume edition of his music. Volume 1, Italian Arias. This is French. It's been a long time, so bear with me. Musique raisonnée selon les bons sens, aux dames angloises, qui aiment le vrai goût de cet art. Favorite songs in the opera called L'Incontanza de Lusa, 1747. 3 arias contributed. And that's one that he is often mentioned as famously contributing to. So that was a very popular opera at the time. L'Incontanza de Lusa. Thank you, did better at that. Volume 2, Instrumental Music and English Songs, 6 sonatas for 2 violins with a bass for harpsichord or violoncello. 7 solos for a violin, 1758. English songs, 1747 and 50. There's an effort to perform and podcast representative works of his through the Chamber Music Club concert series at University College London. Now, we put the ARC to trying to find that because this was April 2010. Yeah, it was, we couldn't find it. So either it didn't happen or it isn't buried. Either they didn't grant his proposal or it just didn't, or it's got bad ID pretext. That could be, no, there's more to publishing a podcast than just recording it, I'll tell you that. Absolutely. That was 2010, so really kind of before the time of podcasting. Yeah, that's before it kind of took off, so who knows, it might have went away. These things have to be maintained as well. But what's interesting is that, yes, he wrote classical music, but he wrote popular music of the time with the English songs. Yes, and the one Countess von Giorgi, he said that he composed some basically Italian gondolier songs, and they sang them together. It came easy to him, to a certain degree. He was able to whip up stuff that people respected at the time. Right. So he wasn't a hack at that, and he wasn't just some troubadour and guitar walk his way. Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing themselves. Oh, what's that? Well, I just did. I mean, where'd you get the quote from? Well, that would be the great Leo Tolstoy. But old Leo had a great point, of course. With the new year upon us, what better time to make a goal of improving ourselves and making the most of our short time in this world by learning new things. Well, you know what? That is one of my New Year's goals, and I'm doing it simply by watching fascinating video lectures from the Great Courses Plus. With over 8,000 to choose from, the whole family can dive into all the topics that interest us and discover new ones along the way. Whether it's great legends throughout history, exploring the human brain, or taking better pictures, and all of it is presented by award-winning, engaging experts. That is such an important point. There's a new movie coming out this year called King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, and it's a new Guy Ritchie joint. And I mean, I like Guy Ritchie, and I love what he did with Sherlock, but yeah, it's going to get the Hollywood treatment. Well, sure. I mean, they're going to try and make it flashy and entertaining, but if you want the real scoop on the legend, you got to go with the scholar. Exactly, and that's why Scott and I are focusing on this new lecture series for us, King Arthur, History and Legend, taught by Professor Dorsey Armstrong, PhD, who's a real expert on the subject. Most of what people think they know about King Arthur, like Camelot, Merlin, the Round Table with knights in shining armor, well, surprise, none of it's historically accurate. Well, that's not much of a shocker. And yeah, I love the legends too, but what you will find are that the real elements of the mystery of Arthur are just as fascinating. And the Great Courses Plus makes learning about all of this and more really convenient, because you can load up your watch list with unlimited lectures and then stream them from any device, smartphone, laptop, tablet, or TV. Pause it on one device and pick up from any other. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus right now and get the first full month free. Start watching today by visiting our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. Once again, to get your free month, sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/legends. I have an associate, let's say, who's
Just looking for a good assistant.
Oh, yeah, well, what are you looking for?
Well, just the usual. You know, someone who knows a lot about alchemy, speaks all the romance languages, can transcribe music, melt gemstones, and isn't averse to a little like housekeeping and repowdering.
Well, that sounds like a tall order. What has your associate tried so far?
Well, we tried hiring a town crier, but that didn't go so well. I got some Renaissance fairy good. It was a little laugh.
It sounds like what he needs is ZipRecruiter. Look, every business wants to start off the new year right, especially ones that are several thousand years old. And that means finding the right people for the job. Nowadays, you really have to post your job on all the top job sites. So ZipRecruiter is a surefire way for your associate to jumpstart his hiring for 2017.
That's a great idea, because with ZipRecruiter, you can post your job.
I got to the car, turned on right away. I was there for like 3-4 hours, that's my 3.5 hours trying to figure out the freaking battery on my remote.
Oh, it's brutal, man.
This news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. A 6-year-old girl has been attacked by a homeless man in Santa Monica. The girl and her family were visiting over the weekend when the man suddenly punched the child in the face. This woman is a family friend and told KTLA it was awful.
I was afraid he was going to get hurt again. I was afraid that my friend was going to get hurt protecting this kid.
Family had just left an ice cream shop when they walked past the man who was on a bus bench and just walked away after the assault. A man has been arrested for multiple felonies, including vehicular homicide in connection with the fatal hit and run in Orange. Police Lieutenant Bill McCullough says Jonathan Lopez was allegedly driving under the influence without a license yesterday when he hit the guy outside the crosswalk and took off.
Officers located him approximately 10 minutes later and went into pursuit of this vehicle. They noticed the vehicle had major front-end damage, and we also noticed that he had 4 prior convictions for DUI.
McMullen says 3 of the DUI convictions were from Orange County and 1 was from out of state. He says all of the convictions were within the last 10 years. Jury selection.
That money was donated.
Trial of
That's
ex-LA Deputy Mayor Raymond
Yeah.
That's pleaded not guilty to 12 felonies, including
Come on,
bribery and
so
racketeering.
not even listed on Coinbase. Who's stupid? Come on.
Prosecutors say Chan was the middleman between Rezar and Chinese developers and went on to
Yeah, I got that word. It came up as a red box with the return that I had. Then I told him it's a little bit weird, but it's just working. So I got to risk it. It's working. That's what I'm doing.
No worries. Yeah, there's a plugin you can get, and then just let it run and make sure it's connected. You're fine. And it'll just do it all in the background.
Security checkpoints at San Francisco Airport. Stones people holding signs that read, "Stop the world for
Yeah, I
Gaza."
got 5 points already. Yay!
Very nice.
The Secretary of Airport says the international terminal remains open.
Does this screw? And the cool thing is, if I ever want to withdraw from the pool, I could either withdraw any single asset. I could withdraw all ball or all juice, or I could do 50.
The bill says if the Chinese company ByteDance doesn't sell TikTok within 6 months of being signed into law, the U.S. would prohibit the app. TikTok has about 170 million users across the country, but lawmakers say
This government is paying for it, $30 million a month already, and done with their essentially said they're wanting to be Navy SEALs with the money that we're spending on them. Maybe they're done in Jordan and they're going to come back and guard the beach area and demine it. Arguably, the hardest part is
Cincinnati's Daniel Qatar has his Putin's comments come just days ahead of the presidential election in Russia. He is widely expected to win. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is up 137, S&P 500 up 2, NASDAQ down 43.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Top line weather from KFI: sunny and windy in some places. Highs in the low to mid 70s for Metro LA and the valleys. Mid 50s to around 60 for the high desert. 60s at the beaches. Upper 60s to low 70s for Inland OC and the IE. Right now, 61 in Seal Beach, it's 60 in Buena Park, 60 in Agora Hills, and it's 62 in Sherman Oaks. We have a stall on the 110 in South LA.
Tensors, upchain apart, and the AI narrative landscape, and how to use the differentiation.
Yeah, sure. That's a good one. So actually, if we go back to the beginning of NetTensor, with the team, we created NetTensor with really a clear mission at the beginning. So we just wanted to make it easier for businesses and for individuals. 91 eastbound before we get to the 241. Disabled cars, left lane of the main line. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Norman. Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y elegante siglo, una galería terracota y una forma abstracta. Oh, súper lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime. Play Unstoppable with all new Lego sets. Whether your kids are artists, animal lovers, gamers, or anything in between, there are endless stories to bring to life with Lego bricks. Grow their imaginations through Lego creator sets, or build spellbinding magical creatures with Lego Harry Potter sets. To learn more and discover endless worlds to create, visit Amazon.com/Lego.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm on.
Looking good, Dad. We've got subs to make up.
Now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
I'm telling you, that goat story is going to sweep the nation. It's a story about people coming together for a good cause.
The goats?
We don't have enough of those stories.
I have another animal story that's not close to good like that one was.
Why are you trying to do things?
Well, do you know Dallas CVS? Won the Iditarod. His 6th Iditarod.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, I did hear about this.
This included, so he won, despite the 2-hour penalty that he was suffered because he didn't gut the moose correctly. Last week, his dog team became entangled with a moose, and you're in the Iditarod allowed to carry a weapon. I mean, there are sometimes moose. It says moose. So he used his gun to shoot and kill the moose, but the ethics of the Iditarod race require that when a large animal like a moose or a caribou is killed during competition, the meat must be taken and distributed. So the slider involved in the accident has to So he incurred a 2-hour penalty as a result and still came out.
That's wild. That's a different kind of world, isn't it? The prosecution and defense have rested their case in the trial of James Crumbley. Prosecutors called 15 witnesses to the stand during the trial, while the defense only called one, and that was his sister, Karen. She testified that she and her brother were close, but the prosecution showed phone logs showing just 3 phone calls between them in a calendar year. Closing arguments are expected to be given this afternoon. This is the dad that faces 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the actions of his son Ethan. Those actions being that he killed 4 fellow students at Oxford High School in November of 2021. Mom has already been found guilty.
Well, let's get into the world of politics. Let's start Swamp Watch.
Swamp is horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man. It's like a reality TV show. Always away from me anywhere in Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
A town literally built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp. Let's start where we ended yesterday. We got word that Congressman Ken Buck out of Colorado is not going to run for re-election, and in fact is going to retire next week. He said he is done with Congress, he's out of it, and he had a pretty scathing exit interview, if you want to call it that, with Dana Bash from CNN.
How much of the fact that you are leaving March 22nd, next Friday, how much does it have to do with the fact that Trump is the presumptive nominee and you're not exactly a fan?
Well, I don't think whether he was a nominee or not, I think our system is broken and we choose candidates, and I want to get involved in that process.
Is it really that miserable right now to be, I mean, from the outside in, it doesn't look that fun. From the inside in, is it that bad that you're saying, I'm done?
It is the worst year of the 9 years and 3 months that I've been in Congress. And having talked to former members, it's the worst year in 40, 50 years to be in Congress. But I'm meeting because I think there's a job to do out there that I want to go do.
Now, I haven't heard specifically what he's talking about in terms of he wants to help choose the candidates. I guess that could, the first blush might be that he wants to work for the Republican National Committee, but Trump is trying to fit all of the people in that are, loyal to him, so Ken Buck wouldn't have a place in there. But that also does open up his seat, special election to represent the 4th district that Ken Buck is going to step down from. Lauren Boebert, who's made headlines for all the wrong reasons, has said she will not seek the Republican nomination for that special election, but instead will focus on winning the Republican primary instead.
TikTok is the big topic on Capitol Hill today, where the House has approved a bill that could lead to the forced sale or nationwide ban of the social media app. The bill requires TikTok's parent company, the Chinese-owned tech giant ByteDance, to sell the app within 180 days or see it banned from U.S. app stores. Lawmakers are concerned the Chinese government can access the personal data of millions of Americans. Those opposed to the bill argue it imposes limits on free speech. Those are 2 separate things. There's either China is broadcasting things China wants our children and everybody else to hear, and which would be, if it was banned, would be a First Amendment violation. The second thing is that if it's accessing the personal data of millions of Americans, that's a legal argument that could hold water and withstand any sort of challenges. President Biden has said he would sign it if it cleared Congress. Donald Trump has called on lawmakers to abandon the bill, saying it would benefit Facebook. He considers Facebook to be an enemy of the people. Oh, and there's also that conservative donor that has a $33 billion stake in the parent company.
Yeah, let me see here. Mike Gallagher, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the Senate seems to be where all the lobbying is taking place. They kind of knew this was done in the House. The TikTok people, the conservatives, so they're spending all their time trying to get the senators on their side.
And I heard Kellyanne Conway, of all people, is lobbying on behalf of TikTok.
Well, she is a huge benefactor of this.
The billionaire that owns
the billionaire. Yeah.
Mike Gallagher is the congressman out of Wisconsin who wrote the bill.
What this bill does is take a very narrow focus. We're concerned with foreign adversary-controlled social media platforms. Foreign adversaries, as defined by existing statute, congressional definition, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And that is the primary problem. When TikTok has become the news platform for young Americans, we have to question whether it is wise to have our foremost adversary dictate what news and information young Americans get.
And as you mentioned, one of the arguments against the bill is the potential friction with the First Amendment.
I don't use TikTok. I think it's ill-advised to do so. Members of this body are famous on TikTok, and I think that's unwise. But I respect the choices of 170 million users in the United States. The president can do all sorts of things with respect to commerce, but cannot ban the free flow of information across international boundaries.
That's Dan Bishop, Republican out of North Carolina.
Dan, no one thought you were going to be on TikTok.
I don't use TikTok.
No S.
There's a bunch more also. Not only did the president and former president clinch nominations yesterday, or primaries that we didn't talk about, there was some movement in the Georgia election subversion case that benefits former President Trump.
Gary and Cheney will continue. Deborah Marcus in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Orange County is creating a gender equity commission that will highlight the experiences of women and girls. The program will focus on improving gender inequities, health, employment, and representation. Dollar Trees is closing nearly 1,000 stores across the U.S. President Biden and former President Trump appear to have flipped the Democratic and Republican presidential nominations. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places where we spawn like one in Anaheim Hills. A disabled car is blocking the left lane at the lines of left lanes from Imperial Highway. In Corona, 15 southbound at Camelco, bunch of tire debris is in the left lane. In Riverside, 91 westbound toward Van Buren heads up the ladder is between the purple and left lane. Heading to Gardena on the 110 southbound connector to eastbound 91. Got that small SUV partially blocking that transition. And in Long Beach, 75 southbound connector to southbound 405. That motorcycle down, it is blocking the right lane of that ramp. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. You'll never know though until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, had up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, pressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
At Ball State University, we're always reaching higher. One of the top first-year experiences in the country. No one invests in students like us. More than 115 majors, countless opportunities for life-changing career-lifting experiences. When you fly, we fly. PSU.edu.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activity through social media platforms. To be a part of the studio audience, just register at KFIAM640.com/enter. Space is limited. It's free to attend. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Sort of a takedown of culture in 2024. We come along at the bottom of the hour, the state of culture now. What's really happening in terms of the death of entertainment and what's coming to take its place. We were talking earlier about the now House voting to potentially ban TikTok unless ByteDance, the parent company, sells off its assets to American companies to try to prevent China from getting all of this private information that we've got. So we wanted to talk to somebody who would be impacted by all of this, and that is Summer Lucille. We're waiting for it. Summer Lucille, TikTok content creator, has 1.4 million followers, who is in D.C. this week as part of all of this. So Summer, thanks for taking time for us today. You have owned a boutique in North Carolina for some time, and just recently started posting information about your boutique on TikTok. Tell us what kind of a response you saw to that, using TikTok as part of your marketing plan.
Yeah, I always and incorporated social media on all the social media platforms, Twitter, X, Facebook, Instagram, pretty much every platform out there since 2012. And I just recently joined TikTok in 2021, and in less than 60 days, I had over
that point. I don't know if it will, but if it does, you have a presence on other social media sites. Would you be able to make the difference with those?
I do have a presence on other social media sites, but it's not the same. And if you only understand that if you have a TikTok and you are active user, if you know TikTok, it's unlike any other platform. It gives you real-time, raw information. It's not filtered, it's not shooted the American way. So yes, I do have a presence on all my platforms because I'm a business and everybody's not on TikTok, everybody's not on Facebook, I have to go on YouTube, I have to try to balance it out. So there's no place like TikTok.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just was wondering, how do you know that your following on TikTok leads to direct business? Do people tell you that, or how's it?
Yeah, so my business is in store, and I have an online, I have a book and order, and I have an online presence with my website. With my in-store, I have prom consultations. Right now, it's prom season. Every single girl that comes in there, these girls are mothers are flying in from Florida, California, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Every girl comes from Australia, and every single one said they heard me on TikTok. Every single one. And I'm a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. So that is a question we ask in the forum. How did you hear about it? And every single one of these girls heard about it on TikTok.
Do you think that the people debating this TikTok and the Chinese government's involvement or election involvement in this, do you think that they're short-sighted when it comes to how it would affect businesses, not just influencers and people that provide content, but small businesses like yours?
It's 5 million small businesses that are succeeding on TikTok. No other platform, no other place to say that. You know what I mean? Like, there's 5 million businesses that are succeeding on TikTok, and it is working. And I just don't think the American people understand the importance of TikTok. They think it's just a kid singing, app, dancing, which I did. I'm guilty. 2021, that's what prevented me from enjoying it. It was 10 years or however long I've been in business, and I was ready to keep myself up every day. But yeah, I don't think the American people understand. And then one other thing that is not owned by Chinese. It's not owned by China. It's not. It just blows my mind where sometimes we are hand-fed information and we don't go out and research it ourselves and understand what the deal is actually doing. And it's not helping what they're trying to say, solving all of this. This way. It's not going to prevent Facebook, any other platform from doing what they're saying TikTok is trying to do. Create real measures, create a real deal that's going to confront this issue about the American people information and then let's talk. TikTok is not going to help this. It's not going to solve this. You know, I don't understand it. I just think that I know American people are smarter than this, and if they can get the real information, everybody will be on the right side and the correct side of history to say, no, you're not going to limit my freedom of speech. I don't want the government in every single piece of everything. But what I say, what I do, and how I feel, like the American people will be outraged if they really know the truth about what's going on.
Summer Lucille, again, owns Juicy Body Goddess. You can check it out at juicybodygoddess.com. You can also follow her on TikTok. Summer, thanks for your time. Appreciate your passion and arguments.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. You guys have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you. That's a perspective that I don't think a lot of people, I mean, the guy from North Carolina, Dave Bishop, he doesn't think about that. I don't use TikTok.
Yeah, he thinks about the effects on business. They do think of it as a singing, dancing distraction app. And it is a distraction app. There was an article written in honestbroker.com on the state of the culture in 2024. And it is laid out that the fastest growing sector of the culture economy is distraction. It's not art. When you think about culture, you usually think the arts. No, not anymore. Not music, not TV, not movies. It's distraction. Scrolling, swiping, wasting time. Ceaseless activity. It's terrifying. We'll talk about it next.
I don't use TikTok. Gary and Jim will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A bill has been introduced in California that would set guidelines for active shooter drills in school. Ariana Williams with Students Demand Action at Sacramento State University says kids need to know when drills are going to happen.
This bill can put students in a position to not feel as lost, confused, or terrified. They'll know what's happening, when it's happening, and have the option to be taken out of school during days when drills are carried out.
She says the Safe and Prepared Schools Act will ultimately protect students' well-being. Lawmakers say it's critical to regulate the drills, which have been linked to increased anxiety and depression in students. Officials say unsafe speed was a factor when a Tesla Cybertruck crashed into the Beverly Hills Hotel sign. The crash earlier this month happened at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and North Beverly Drive. The people inside that truck were not hurt. Photos of the crash went viral on X when CEO Elon Musk said the truck is faster than a Porsche 911. Beverly Hills PD said yesterday drivers should always be cautious and follow speed limits when driving on private property. 6 counts have been dropped in the indictment that charges former President Trump and 18 others who tried to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. Former prosecutor Chris Timmons says prosecutors on the case probably won't appeal the decision.
If they wanted to count the bad data, they could represent it to the grand jury, but I just don't think it's worth it. Then you've got speedy trials to come back into play. There's a lot of things strategically that you don't want as a prosecutor to happen.
3 of the 6 counts dropped involve Trump. 2 are related to the 2021 phone call Trump made asking the Secretary of State in Georgia to find Trump 11,780 votes. Both sides of the case against the father of the Oxford High School shooter in Michigan have rested their case. James Brumley is charged with involuntary manslaughter for failing to stop his son from killing 4 students in 2021.
The defense has argued the father, who did not take the stand, could not have foreseen his son's deadly shooting rampage, but prosecutors pointed out James Brumley bought his son the gun used in the shooting.
ABC's Derek Dennis says the shooter's mom was convicted last month of the same charge. Prosecutors say both parents missed several warning signs and failed to take their son out of school the day of the shooting. And rats in New Orleans are getting stoned by eating confiscated pot inside a rotting police headquarters. New Orleans Police Chief Ann Patrick says the building is being taken over by mold, cockroaches, and rats that are high from munching on police evidence. She says there's been infestations and decay at the office since 1968. City officials are trying to move the department to a new space. Patrick says besides the high rats, the air conditioning in the building and the elevators are broken. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny and windy in some places. Highs in the low to mid-70s for Metro LA and the valleys. Mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert. 60s at the beaches. Upper 60s to low 70s in the Sea and the IE. Right now, 61 in Cyprus, 60 in Brea. We have a crash on the 605 in Pico Rivera.
605 southbound right at Sloan's in a brand new accident. They all get met to the shoulder. But on the flip side, you're going to see slowing because there's road work 605 north from Whittier Boulevard to Beverly Boulevard. 1 lane closed for talking around repair. It's slow from the 5. In Carson, 405 Road and Carson Street. Got an accident moving to the shoulder there. In Long Beach 710 southbound connector to the southbound 405. There is a wreck blocking the right lane of that transition. And in Brea on the 57 southbound Birch, that earlier crash clear from carpool on left lane. You're still going to see some slowing there though. KFI in the sky, I'm staying you there. Thanks for 9, Jenny Martin.
In college hoops fans, it's time. The thrill and excitement of March is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
It's the Marcus Report. Today, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think with audio, you can pivot fearlessly. You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Welcome, Alex. How are you?
Is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm Drew Garden.
And I'm Barbara McDonald.
And we're the hosts of the new podcast from HLN, Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders. And Barb, I think, it's important for us to kind of tell the folks that are going to be listening to this podcast, the real goal here is to tell the story of this horrible, horrible thing that happened in Delphi. And do it through the voices and the people of the town, of the community, and really give a sense of what it was like to live through such a horrible, horrible crime.
And you're going to hear from friends and family members of both Abigail Williams and Liberty German, who were murdered in 2017, and it's still unsolved.
And it should also be noted that over the course of this podcast, we're not going to try to solve this crime. That is for the authorities to do. But what we're going to do is try to make some sense of it, because there's a lot of layers here. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of theories. And so we're going to try to make some sense of what happened in this town. You'll be able to hear Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders. This is HLN's first original podcast.
You can also go to downthehillpodcast.com to see maps and photos and a lot of bonus material. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Handle on the news, weekday mornings at 6 on KFI.
We talked earlier about how R.I.P. Jr. has said that Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura would be on a short list for his potential running mate. The other names, at least according to CNN, Tulsi Gabbard, Senator Rand Paul, Andrew Yang, Mike Rowe, the Dirty Jobs guy, Tony Robbins, the motivational speaker, life coach.
Sure. We just did about 7 minutes on nipple coverings and boob tape. Well, it was a world Gary had not dived into before.
Not fully understood. Knowing that there was times where I could easily, I know what that is, but not the same. The reason is that we talked with Summer Lucille, who runs Juicy Body Goddess, and we talked to her about how the impact that TikTok has had on her business, which is a boutique app back in North Carolina, and she has a lot of online sales as well. So I went online, and she sells certain fashion infrastructure products.
Yeah, it's like if you're wearing a dress where you can't wear a bra or the bra's not doing what it should do, you use the tape.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta keep them high and tight, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Can't just let them wander.
So it can act sort of
in place of your nipples.
Right. It's
so that's
in place of a foundational garment.
Yes.
And keeping the dress covering certain parts.
Right, and they provide, the nipple coverings provide some coverage in that area.
Because you're not wearing the bra.
Because you're not wearing the bra.
Now I'm
it's all
sorry.
making sense.
Now when I close my eyes,
you can see it.
I can see it.
I'm so glad.
All right, a couple quick things about that we didn't get to. President Biden and former President Trump have clinched their nominations for president with the wins yesterday in the primaries. So they have more than half of each of their party's respective delegates necessary for that. And then also the judge in Georgia's criminal case against Donald Trump and his allies has actually thrown out some of the charges against him and several of the co-defendants. The judge said basically that the prosecutors didn't put enough information in the charging documents against Trump in some of these cases that would allow the defense to actually mount a defense. Now, that doesn't mean that the cases couldn't be refiled. In fact, the judge did give them an extension in terms of the statute of limitations if they want to refile.
There was an article in honestbroker.com, and it's called The State of the Culture in 2024. And when you think about culture, you may think about the arts. You may think about a museum, theater, something of that nature. Maybe it is opera. And how entertainment started to eat away at art, right? It became easier to take in a blockbuster movie. It became easier to take in and binge a television series than to maybe put the thought or the time or the care into appreciating culture/art. Well, now entertainment companies are struggling the way arts and culture struggled with the advent of more entertainment, more homes with televisions in them, all of this, more movie culture, right? Kind of ate away at the art world. Now the entertainment industry, like I said, is going through the same thing. They say that Paramount has just laid off 800 employees, needs a new owner. Universal releasing movies to streaming after 3 weeks in theaters. Warner Brothers actually making more money canceling films than releasing them. You look at the TV business, after years of steady growth, the number of scripted series began shrinking last year.
I like the version of music as well. Or not the version, but the way that this applies to music. Sony just invested in Michael Jackson's song catalog at about $1.2 billion. And the writer points out there's no label that would invest even a fraction of that amount in launching new artists. And in fact, this year, now we find ourselves in a place where musicians are worth more old than they are young. They're worth more dead than they are alive.
So, the obvious question, he writes, Ted Gioia, I'm not sure I pronounce his last name. How can demand for new entertainment shrink? What could possibly replace it? Well, something has replaced it, and it's distraction, scrolling, swiping, wasting time. You and I have talked about it. What's going to stop you from scrolling? What are you going to see that sates you? What are you going to say? Is it a meme? What is it? What's going to stop you for you to say, you know what? I'm glad I did that because I got to that meme, or I got to that slide, or I swiped there. That's not what it is, because that's not fueling the addiction.
And you don't even have to use TikTok as an example. If you use a longer form social media, look, think of YouTube, for example. If you follow somebody on YouTube, there's a specific woodworker guy that I follow on YouTube. And weekly he produces about a 30, 35-minute video where he makes something. It's fun, it's informative, but rarely do you sit and watch the thing that you went to go look for and watch without clicking on one of those stupid videos on the side that is also doing something to your limbic system to try to, make you stay engaged with that website.
It turns out our brain rewards these brief bursts of distraction with dopamine. So we want to repeat that. We're stimulated, we get a hit of dopamine, we want more, we develop the habit. We stimulate it again, we get more dopamine, we want more, we we go back again. The addiction is what they're focusing on, these companies, because that is what's going to pay. It's what's going to keep coming you back, keep you coming back, right?
We just talked about ultra-processed foods yesterday.
Yeah.
Doing this same kind of loop, I mean, it's more of a physical thing that happens with your body in those types of foods, but it is the same loop where you're finding that very quick hit of carbs and sugars, or carbs and proteins, etc., carbs and fats, but then you can't break the cycle because your body is getting, you get, like you said, through that pleasure and then the reinforcement and then the addiction.
The tech platforms are not trying to provide you art or culture or entertainment. They're trying to provide you an addiction because you are the junkie here and they are the dealers. And the more you keep coming back, the more money they make. And we'll tell you how the tech platforms are able to do this and the tools that they use when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue talking about the death of culture. Yay! Deborah Clark is live in the Canline 24-hour news.
Gusty Santa Ana winds will start picking up in areas in Southern California tonight and into tomorrow. A high wind watch will take effect late tonight and continue through tomorrow afternoon in the eastern Santa Monica Mountains recreational area, the Malibu coast, and the San Fernando Valley. This year's presidential election will be a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. They each clinched their respective parties' nomination yesterday, and Adidas says it is donating or is planning to give away more than $150 million to groups fighting anti-Semitism. Adidas had $1.3 million worth of Yeezy sneakers left over after it ended its partnership with Gay in 2022 over his anti-Semitic comments. We're going to go to the 210 next.
Well, if I've ever heard an accident, I'm going to call Sweet James and I would tell you to do the same thing.
Yeah, we already know that is the team we want on our side, and it's because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most.
For example, one of our listeners injured was rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000, which, does seem like a lot of money. But with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead.
They can't guarantee the outcome of a case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win.
If you or a loved one is ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. 800-9-million, get that free consultation.
It's an easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case.
Call the firm that wins the most, Sweet James. 800-9-million. That's 1-800-9-million, or go to sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some spots, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Lowe's. We're going to head over to a crash on the 210 in Upland. It is on the 210 westbound before we get to campus. That crash is clearing over to the shoulder. But you are going to be on and off the brakes coming away from 15. In Pomona, 10 eastbound at Dudley, they're doing a brake hole in all lanes, trying to fill some potholes there. In Colton on the 215 south before we get to the 10, heads up. A large tree stump is in the right lane. And if you go Rivera, 605 south right, it's Lawson, that accident clearing to the shoulder. Still going to be slow as you make your way down to the 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jen RN.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. All the good stuff. Kids keeps you on top of pop culture.
The new hit movie Mean Girls, adapted from the stage musical of the 2004 film, brought back Tim Meadows and co-writer producer Tina Fey back in their original roles. There was one more cast carryover that didn't get the hype, even though it was pretty lucrative. Lindsay Lohan, star of the original, made a cameo as a judge in the climactic math competition. It was a quick scene that audiences loved, but it didn't come cheap. According to sources, Lohan took home $500,000, roughly 1.5% of the film's estimated $36 million budget for about half a day's work. She's said to have been paid twice that for a whole mill for starring the 2004 version, which filmed in under 2 months. Luckily for the studio, the Mean Girls is a hit with audiences, already outgrossing its budget, so every trade might be fine.
Investors largely shrugging off the auditor's support of consumer price inflation, betting that the data points to the Federal Reserve starting to cut interest rates as early as June. The S&P 500 closed out on Tuesday at a new record high, while the Nasdaq rose 1% and the Dow had its best day in more than 3 weeks. The House will vote today on a bill to force TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance to divest the popular social media platform, effectively banning TikTok from being used here in the U.S. Silvana Anal reports.
House leaders believe the bill will pass, but it's unclear what will happen in the Senate. TikTok's CEO is on Capitol Hill to meet with senators today. Bloomberg reports TikTok plans to exhaust all legal challenges before it even considers any separation from ByteDance. If the bill passes and becomes law, the sale is considered to be a last resort.
A new $300 million weapons shipment to Ukraine is being prepared by the White House. Mark Mayfield with more.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters on Tuesday the funds come from savings the Pentagon was able to identify in Army budgets. He added that it's only a temporary solution and Congress must pass the emergency supplemental, which includes about $60 billion for Ukraine in its war with Russia. The foreign aid funding has stalled in the House, where Speaker Johnson says it's dead on arrival due to a lack of U.S. border policy changes.
Americans with children could get a little more of a tax break when filing this tax season. Scott Nickel reports.
The child tax credit increased for tax year 2023. IRS spokesperson Stacey Engel says those who qualify can get up to $2,000 per child. Qualified children include sons and daughters under the age of 17, also stepchildren and eligible foster children. Children have to live with a person for more than half a year to be claimed in return.
Consumer and business news, Aaron Real, NBC News Radio.
I knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't necessarily know whether it was what I was supposed to be doing. Sometimes you jump into where you need to be, or sometimes you're pushed. I had to be pushed into a place of discomfort. Mo Kelly, now I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We'll do our trending stories, of course, coming up at the top of the hour. Bottom of next hour, we'll get into What You Watch Wednesday, a couple shows that my wife and I have really enjoyed over the last couple of days. We'll tell you about that you have been watching. And I think today is today the reunion show for.
You bet your bottom it is.
Love is Blind. About all of that stuff coming up. A couple other headlines, of course. Warrior star Steph Curry was asked by CBS News if he'd ever consider a career in politics, specifically running for president. Steph Curry had a good answer. It just said, I have an interest in leveraging every part of my influence for good in the way that I can. So if that's the way to do it, then he said, I'm not going to say the presidency, but if politics is a way that you could create meaningful change, then he would absolutely do that. Speaking of, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. recently announced that he has chosen who he's running to be, and he'd make an announcement sometime this month. The headlines are that he approached NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers and former Minnesota governor, professional wrestler Jesse Ventura, about serving as his running mate. CNN was running with a story earlier that had 8 names on it in total, including guys like Mike Rowe, the Derby Jobs guy, Tulsi Gabbard, the former congresswoman out of Hawaii, Andrew Yang, who ran for president.
We are talking about the state of culture, or lack thereof, how it moved from the arts to television, movies, then social media, and now it's distraction. Distraction is what we are addicted to, and tech platforms know it. And as I pointed out in this article at thehonestbroker.com, the tech platforms now want to create a world of junkies because they are the dealers. They want us to keep coming back to those dopamine hits that distraction gives us, because addiction is that goal. I say everything is designed to lock users into this addictive cycle. The platforms are all shifting to scrolling and reeling interfaces. because stimuli optimize that dopamine doom loop. Anything that might persuade you to leave the platform, a news story, any outside link, is brutally punished by their algorithms. It may liberate you from your dependent junkie status at that point, and they don't want to allow that.
And listen, this to the nth degree is the virtual reality headsets that have been so popular lately, where you are completely surrounded, auditorily, visually, by these different stimuli, like tiny fish in the food chain chart that the guy wrote up here. That you're invited to live as a passive recipient of make-believe experiences, much like the pod slaves that we saw in the Matrix movies.
The CEOs, they know that this is harmful, just like your drug dealer knows the fentanyl or whatever they're dealing you is harmful. They don't care. There has been study after study showing that there have been internal documents inside these tech platforms, like Meta or whatever, that show that Instagram leads to depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts. They don't care. These are internal documents too. But they still press forward. They don't want to lose the market share to the other dopamine cartel members, as he writes.
So there's a chart that he put in this article that I thought was pretty interesting because it talks about the rise of the dopamine culture.
Yes.
Think about the way, and it's not as simple as saying 100 years ago, but just imagine that the culture was slower 100 years ago. And he looks at these different, I guess you'd say forms of entertainment, things that add to our culture: athletics, journalism, video, music, images, communication, and relationships. And when you describe, for example, the progression of athletics, 100 years ago, the slow traditional culture was you would play a sport, whatever that was. Even if you were a passive participant in the sport itself, you had to go somewhere. You had to go to a park, you had to go to a field, you had to go to a racetrack, whatever it was, to observe what was going on. The fast modern culture is you sit on the couch and watch the sport, right? You don't actively participate, and you don't have to go anywhere to do it. And then the third link in that chain is the dopamine culture that we see emerging now, which is you gamble on that sport. So you went from playing a sport to watching the sport, and now you're gambling on that sport.
Because it involves distraction, too.
It's a distraction, and you can bet on something as minuscule as individual pitches in a baseball game.
Journalism, it went from newspapers, right? Multimedia, and 24-hour networks. You've got ads, and now it's clickbait. You look at films and TV, to video, to reels of short videos. Instead of movies, you get 15-second videos. Instead of symphonies, you're getting TikToks in the music department. We went from albums to just tracks to TikToks.
And if you think about it in sort of the larger umbrella, the communication change over the course of 100 years.
And we've talked about this so many times on this show, about how I like to go to this antique store because they've got these handwritten letters that are beautifully written with flowery language, and how we went from handwritten letters to emails and voice calls and then text, and now we communicate with hieroglyphics. We communicate with emojis and things.
If you go back and look at letters written by soldiers, whether it's Civil War, World War I, World War II, whatever, you're talking about young, for the most part, young, educated, but young guys writing to either their loved ones, their the girlfriend that they left behind, their young wife, their mother in many cases, and the wording is so poetic and flowery, and it just the attention to detail in the words that they use to describe the situation they're in and how much they miss the emotion.
It's all a lost art. Now here's where it gets scary. You've seen the shows about addicts when I talk about drugs or alcohol, right? Sure, all of those, where you stop getting high. The alcoholic stops getting drunk. The drug addict stops getting high. The drugs of choice stop working, and they still do them just to feel normal. The more addicts rely on whatever their drug of choice is, the less pleasure they receive. So now you've got, it's called anhedonia, like the antithesis of being a hedonist, right? The complete absence of enjoyment and an experience supposedly pursued for pleasure. It's turning us all into these addicts. That goes back to our main point of, what are you scrolling for? What are you trying to see on here that's going to make you high again? Because we've been doing it for so long, we're not getting that high anymore. We're just doing it out of habit to feel normal.
Well, and there's a joke that comes out of that. We've said, I found the end of YouTube, or I found the end of the internet. Like, I did everything.
Right, and you don't feel as good anymore, and that's what leads to depression. And that's what leads to those suicidal thoughts, because those dopamine hits that you've been addicted to have stopped coming. But you're still doing the same stuff, expecting the same high, and it's not happening. It's a scary thing going on, and they're doing it to your kids.
But please, continue to listen to the show on the iHeartRadio. Carrie and Shannon will continue right after this.
Opinion without the preach.
KFI.
And KLST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live on the iHeartRadio app.
Alleged kidnapper arrested. I'm Deborah Mark, live from KFI. 24-hour news from a man accused of holding a teenage girl hostage near Big Bear Lake for nearly a week has been arrested.
Zachary DeRosa is accused of locking the girl in his home after she refused to have sex with him. San Bernardino County Sheriff spokeswoman Gloria Huerta says the girl was trapped in DeRosa's home from the 1st of this month to the 7th.
While she was in his home and refusing to have sex with him, he forced her to drink alcohol and then sexually assaulted her.
DeRosa allegedly locked the girl in his car while he was at work last week. The girl escaped and ran to a business in Big Bear. Like Troy, KFI News.
Orange police have arrested an alleged DUI driver tied to a fatal hit and run.
He had 4 prior convictions for DUI.
Orange Police Lieutenant Bill McMullen says Jonathan Lopez allegedly hit the man on Tustin Street and took off, but was tracked down and arrested after a short police chase.
We'll be working with the DA's office to request charges for vehicular homicide, felony DUI, felony hit and run, felony evading, and driving without a license.
The crash was yesterday. McMullen says the car was so smashed that Lopez would have been unable to see during the chase, and it's fortunate no one else was hurt. In Orange, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Search is on for the person who punched a kid in the middle of the street in Santa Monica.
The 6-year-old girl and her family were walking on Main Street when a man got up from a nearby bus stop, approached them, and then hit the girl in the face. A witness said the man appeared to be homeless, having a psychotic episode. That man now faces charges of child abuse and assault, but police haven't caught him yet. The girl and her family were visiting from the East Coast when the attack happened on Sunday. Michael Lungs, KFI News.
A nonprofit that monitors the nest of eagles, Jackie and Shadow and Big Bear, says it's unlikely any of the pair's eggs will hatch. Friends of Big Bear Valley say there's been no confirmed signs of a pip or first crack in an eggshell created by the chicken side. Pip watch started February 29th, 35 days after Jackie laid the first of her 3 eggs. Orange County is creating a commission to highlight critical issues affecting women in the area. The program is called The Status of Women and Girls and has been created to promote gender equity in Orange County. The commission will have to do research on the experiences of females and will create an annual report for the board and the public. Supervisor Doug Chafee says it's a way for the county to take more action to protect women's rights. The program will focus on improving inequities in health, employment, and representation. The county had a similar commission from 1975 to 1991, but it was ended because of a lack of funding. In Orange County, Chris Adler, KFI News. Protesters demanding a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war are blocking the international terminal of the San Francisco International Airport through blocking the roadway is holding a sign that says "Stop the World for Gaza." People can be seen inside and outside the airport. Officials say the terminal is still open. Some passengers are being rerouted around the activity. A Congress-mandated religious freedom group has cut its trip to Saudi Arabia short after officials ordered a rabbi from LA to remove its kippah in public. Rabbi Abraham Cooper, who is the Associate Dean and Director for the Simon Wiesenthal Center, said it was a pretty stunning request considering he was there as a vanguard for international religious freedom. Cooper refused, and the rest of the group agreed to cut the visit short. The group noted Cooper's kippah had not been an issue up until then. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is up 6
59, S&P 500 down 4, NASDAQ down 46.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Top line weather for KFI: sunny and windy in some areas, highs in the low to mid 70s for Metro LA, the valleys, mid 50s to around 60 for the high desert, 60s at the beaches, upper 60s to low 70s inland OC and the IE. Right now, 64 Tustin, it's 59 at Laguna Beach, 58 Fontana, and 64 at Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 71 Chino Hills. Looking from southbound and so forth, Canyon Road. It looks like we're going to roll over an accident. It's a semi-tipped over along that right lane. In Diamond Bar, 60 east of Diamond Bar Boulevard, got a red clearing to the shoulder. You've got some slowing from the 57. In Upland on the 210 west before Canvas. That earlier crash cleared to the shoulder, but I still do see some on and off the brakes from at least the 15. In Norfolk, 15 southbound before 6th Street. Large chunks of tire tread are throughout all the lanes there. Haven Riverside, not even westbound of Magnolia. Got a stalled SUV in the second lane from your left. In Anaheim, on the 5 south at Disneyland Drive, got a wreck over on the shoulder. Downey, 105 westbound, right at Lakewood Boulevard. That accident, they just pushed over to the right shoulder. And roadwork slowing it down in West LA. It's moving closure. 405 south from Wilshire down to FedEx Boulevard. One lane closed, it's already slow from the 101. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort. And there's no better time than now.
KLA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Product win vary by location. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Jerry and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Stories we are following for you today. There's a big protest at San Francisco's airport, shut down their international terminal by a group of pro-Palestinian protesters. A lot of international trips come in and out of San Francisco, so they were saying that massive delays are expected. No word about other delays at other airports this thing is triggered, but it was big enough to reroute passengers.
The judge overseeing the Georgia election interference case has dismissed some of the charges against former President Trump, but there are others that are still in place.
Well, the teeth are still in place.
Yeah.
The charges were dismissed because they were too broad. They could have been violated by hundreds of actions taken by the defendants in the case. And then the judge said that they could be refiled if they're more specific as to which acts those are.
A TikTok spokesman is criticizing Congress for being too secretive. There's some irony in that, as it advances a proposal that could lead to a nationwide ban of TikTok. The House passed a bill today that would ban TikTok if its Chinese-based owner doesn't sell to an American company. Lawmakers have been concerned that the company's current ownership structure is beholden to the Chinese government and poses a threat to national security.
Well, what else is going on?
Time for What's Happening.
Kind of a story, but a non-story. Steve Garvey edging ahead of Adam Schiff. The reason it's a story is because Steve Garvey is a Republican in a very blue state of California, obviously. But it's kind of a nothing because Adam Schiff made sure Steve Garvey was going to do well in the primary, so he can go on as a Democrat to be a Republican in a very blue state of California.
Yeah, you have to imagine if, in whatever world that this is good news for Steve Garvey, you have to imagine that some of the almost 1 million people who voted for Katie Porter and more than 500,000 voted for Barbara Lee would somehow then change their vote to Steve Garvey over Adam Schiff. We know that that's not going to happen.
It's great news for Adam Schiff because it means he'll continue to raise money. All right, there was a big landslide in the Sherman Oaks area this morning. The pictures are incredible. It was about 7 a.m. A home above Ventura Canyon.
The slide hit a couple of homes below, shoved piles of dirt through the structures and cracked at least one of the swimming pools there. They also said that, I believe in this picture, one of the swimming pools above where the slide happened was going to have to be drained because of the weight of the pool putting more pressure on the area that already slid. So
it's wild that the swimming pool would be okayed. Who knows how old the home is? Maybe it's an older home. If the hillside is given way since it was put in.
And because of the rain, we said this the other day, we saw all of the landslides along PCH. This is going to continue for a couple of weeks, even if we don't get it.
Dollar Tree suffered a surprise fourth quarter loss. It's going to close nearly 1,000 stores. My goodness.
They closed about 600 of their Family Dollar stores of the first half of this year and 370 Family Dollar and 30 Dollar Tree stores over the next several years. Dollar Tree acquired Family Dollar for more than $8 billion of those dollars in 2015 after a bidding war with Dollar General, but had difficulty absorbing the chain. So they needed to make some significant cuts. Thought they would have done well considering inflation is crazy.
Well, it's bad news, guys. It looks like those eaglet eggs are unlikely to hatch. Jackie and Shadow, the bald eagle parents, continue to take turns keeping the eggs warm, but it looks like we're headed for a heartbreaking situation. There's been too many days that have passed since the eggs popped out.
Well, all the snow is gone off of the nest. But
it's nature, you know. Unfortunately, sometimes this happens.
Disney says they're going to invest $30 billion in theme parks over the next decade. Disneyland, Disney California Adventure, and other theme parks around the world, because they're going to be doing new features on franchises like Avatar and Frozen and Tron and Zootopia. We mentioned part of that comes with the new Disney expansion that they're working on in Anaheim that they just received the okay for from the planning commission. It's going to go to the city council.
Mentioned this earlier. Olivia Munn has revealed breast cancer diagnosis. She had a double mastectomy. She took a genetic test that checks you for 90 different cancer genes, and she tested negative for all of them. Is this that test that the rich people are getting, the like full body scans or whatever?
I don't know, because I saw that story earlier. That's what I think, but I'm not sure if it's the same version of it.
So she tested negative for all of them, including the BRCA, the most well-known breast cancer gene, and her sister also tested negative. She had a normal mammogram that last year, but 2 months later, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. How did that happen?
How often do we? Was it a yearly?
Yeah, it's a yearly thing. So I'm wondering if she went in for a mammogram and then 2 months later she's diagnosed. What is that? I don't know.
She found the lump.
Oh, I see.
I suppose. She went on to say that in the last 10 months she's had 4 surgeries. So many days spent in bed that I can't even count. I've learned more about cancer treatment, and hormones than I could ever imagine. Surprisingly, she says, I've only cried twice. I guess I haven't felt like there was time to cry. My focus narrowed and I tabled any emotions that would interfere with my ability to stay clear-headed. She's a young mom.
No, this is how it wasn't that she found a lump. It was this. Her OBGYN calculated breast cancer risk assessment score, even after that mammogram, which showed it was clear. The fact that doctor calculated the assessment score, he looked at her age, her family breast cancer history, that she had a child after the age of 30, and that the doctor discovered the lifetime risk was at 37%. Because of that score, she was sent to get an MRI, which led to an ultrasound, led to a biopsy, and the biopsy showed she had cancer in both breasts, an aggressive, fast-moving cancer. 30, I didn't either. Wow, that isn't on top of it.
She's now married to?
No.
Mulaney?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know they have a kid together. I'm not sure if they're married. Malcolm Mulaney was born just a couple of years ago.
A swarm of honeybees forced a CHP helicopter to remain grounded. There's a lot of bees.
There's bees on the front, just on the nose, 2 big clumps of them on this helicopter in the Tascadero, so they stayed on the ground until they could get them out. So they don't know why the bees swarmed the helicopter in the first place.
All right, coming up next, active shooter drills in schools. Are they going too far? Some people in Sacramento think so. We'll get an update when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will be right back. That's what you said. Deborah Martin is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man's been arrested for killing and assaulting a kid in Orange County. Anaheim PD's officers found a 72-year-old woman dead inside a home last month. Investigators say the woman had been assaulted before she was killed. A new bill in California could ban public schools from serving food that contains artificial dyes, and a proposal to install new leadership in Haiti appears to be crumbling as some political parties rejected the plan to create a presidential council that would manage the transition. We're going to go to the 134 next.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Springtime. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do.
Call QC Kinetics. You okay? QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking lasting joint pain relief, and this is done with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has advanced treatments that harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
Pro athletes have been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you so that you can get out and walk, run, play golf, or climb stairs, just move again and do it pain-free.
What are you going to do today? Going to go for a run?
Today's a run day.
Okay. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who have reclaimed their mobility.
So take this action. Live your best life this spring and summer. It's a great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics and get that free consultation.
They are in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN.
Going to a crash on the 134 in Glendale. So 134 eastbound connected to southbound 2. That crash is partially blocking that transition. You got roadworks slowing you down at 605 north in Whittier from Whittier Boulevard to Megalo Boulevard. One lane place for walk around repair. Still going to see slowing from the 5. And on the flip side, 605 south at Slauson. Got that wreck still over on the right shoulder. In Chino Hills, 71 south at Subway, Canyon Parkway. Got that overturned truck block on the right lane. And in Riverside, 91 west of Magnolia, trying to clear that stall from the center lane from your left. KFI the Sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Hartman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, but up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, compressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
In this week's Marketing Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences and trusted influencers and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Stay out of debt. Don't spend money on drugs. Save, like sure, go and 3 ain't supposed to be like fucking sailor. How about hookers who say? Okay, and Amy had never asked you, do you spend money like a drunk at sales?
Maybe it's too slow.
Okay. Well, just wondering. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on TFI. And watch it anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Do you have Jeopardy question?
Realized that was the thing that we
Well, I dropped the ball last hour, so we'll get to it now. Surviving Prohibition for $1,000. In 1925, this Milwaukee family couldn't sell its brewery, but was living the high life after Prohibition ended.
Miller?
That's right.
Miller. A couple stories that were following. The judge overseeing the election interference cases dismissed some of the charges against former President Trump, but many of the other counts still remain in the indictment. Yesterday, there were some more primaries, which means that President Biden and former President Trump did win enough delegates to become the presumptive nominees of their parties. But if you're counting, we're still 237 days away from the election day. There was also a story: the percentage of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer adults in the U.S. continues to increase. They said it reached an all-time high, according to a new Gallup poll, 7.6% of the U.S. population. When you break it down by gender, a survey of 12,000 people 18 and over around the country found that women were nearly twice as likely as men to identify as an LGBTQ plus something. In fact, the survey says almost 30% of Gen Z women identify as LGBTQ plus. Most of those as bisexual.
It's fascinating. Huh.
Because I think we've said this before, I think we've frightened a lot of women away from men. And I mean, men have frightened women away from men.
Yeah, I bet there's a number of factors that go into that. Men not exuding effort. Men being demonized in the press.
Yeah.
Men not wearing socks. Might steer me towards... I'm just kidding. A number of things. I think that would be worth a deep dive. 3%. Right. Active school shooter drills in schools. They're ubiquitous now, aren't they? But did they go too far? At least some people in Sacramento think so.
Alex Stone is joining us live to talk more about this for us for ABC News. What's going on?
What about little songs? Are they okay?
Those are fine. Yeah, those are fine.
What shoes are you wearing with them?
Tennis shoes.
Allbirds.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that works.
That is acceptable.
Shannon, I hear you're angry today. You all right?
I am not angry.
You're sounding angry.
No.
Anyway, so ever since Columbine in 1999, most schools have been doing active shooter drills, and that's something that kindergartners go through, 12th graders go through. Some states mandate them, and the problem is there's this wide disparity in how schools are doing them. Some are even using gunfire sounds now. They're using fake guns, not telling students that it's a drill as it's unfolding. And then there is research that says that is not helpful. You can imagine if you were at work or at the mall and they didn't tell you that something was underway, and all of a sudden there's a gunfire and people are running. And students say that is what they're going through. Marie Williams, she went through one in school and said,
Walking to my home and I know where we went to Lockman. I had no idea what was going on. I was told there was a SWAT team in the house, and we were just told to be quiet and sit and wait until authorities gave us the basically the all clear to evacuate.
And nobody told the students that it was a drill. SWAT team's there, kids running. She texted her mom she was about to die.
I texted my mom, goodbye, just in case anything was to happen.
And she's what the studies say that it creates war fear. And yeah, some schools want to make it real so kids don't jump through it, so they really feel a lot of it. But after the fact, she says that the anxiety levels that she felt going into school were a lot worse because she felt that fear that she was going to die in that moment, not knowing that it wasn't real.
It makes me more anxious to be in school. It makes me more aware of my surroundings in a way that I don't typically like.
And so, guys, lawmakers are saying this is getting way overdone. When we have fire drills, we don't fill the halls with smoke and turn up the heat. And so why are we setting up gunfire sounds and have police running in without warning and freaking kids out? What's the point? Texas has a law now that they passed about 2 years ago limiting what schools can do. And California is saying it's time, and it goes on here as well. Chris Ward, he's an assembly member, a Democrat. He's behind the bill. He says,
I want to set some guardrails on what can and can't go on in our schools with regard to active shooter drills.
So his bill would make rules to not make it too real, where kids think they're going to die. There was a principal in San Gabriel. He was pretending to shoot students and declaring them dead during a drill. And Ward saying,
we want to make sure that we are not allowing the use of any simulated gunfire or simulated automatic weapons on our school campuses. That we are trying to make sure that parents have notifications.
And the State Department of Education says it doesn't have any guidelines on this, how drills should be run, except they want schools to do run, hide, fight, the method that they teach. But beyond that, schools can do really whatever they want. And so the argument is that they've escalated too far, and now the state may get involved.
Interesting. At that argument about the use heat and flames when there's a fire drill.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of a kid dying in a fire at school is even more remote, I think, than somebody being killed in a school shooting.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's good for kids to know what to do, but do they need to be so panicked to get there? I don't know.
I mean, I would like a kid to be able to distinguish between firecrackers and gunshots. That, I think, would be
Surely a
valuable.
lot of adults can't do that.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Alex, feel free to come back and make good points. We don't do that here usually. So.
All right, be happy with that.
Okay, I am. I'm in a much better mood now. Alex, thanks.
Okay.
Alex Snow from ABC News. All right, what you watching Wednesday? When we come back, let us know what you're watching. You can always send us an email, gasbag@iheartmedia.com. You can also send us a message on the Talkback feature on the iHeart app and tell us what shows you happen to be enjoying. We'll talk about it when we return.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Body camera video has been released from a deputy shooting in Lancaster, in which a man with 2 machetes was killed. The guy had attacked a clerk at a convenience store last month. Deputies confronted the armed man outside a grocery store.
You got the machete in your hand. Do me a favor, man. Set it down.
Deputies asked the guy several times to drop a 2-foot-long knife, but he refused, and then he went into the store. Deputies used tasers and foam projectiles to try to stop the man, but they were ineffective.
Come on, man. Just stop. Give me the chest.
Deputies fired their guns, but the man ran at them with a machete in his hands and died at the hospital. The news is brought to you by Service Champions. 3 charges against former President Trump have been dismissed in his election interference case in Georgia. ABC Stephen Portnoy's Judge Scott McAfee dismissed 6 counts in total, relating to the pressure that was allegedly put on lawmakers to give Trump the state's electoral vote.
Those counts accused the defendants of soliciting the violation of a public officer's oath. Judge Scott McAfee writes that the indictment is too generic, lacks critical details on exactly how an officer's oath federal or state constitution would have been violated.
The case accuses Trump and 18 others of conspiring to overturn his 2020 election loss in the state. Spring has not yet sprung, but allergy season has. Dr. Darian says people have been feeling symptoms earlier than usual.
Normally, allergy season should start during the month of April, but given the fact that we've seen warmer climates, we've had a limited number of freeze days, so that means that the plants that treat the pollen out there have not produced as much as they normally do.
The USDA says allergy seasons have 21% more pollen than 3 decades ago. Around 81 million people in the U.S. were diagnosed with seasonal allergies in 2021. At least 7 Russian territories have been targeted by more than 60 drones.
Setting fire to a major oil refinery. It does appear to be the largest drone attack Ukraine has ever launched on Russia.
ABC's Patrick Bell says it comes a day after pro-Ukrainian fighters attacked 2 border regions. Russia's President Putin says the attacks were timed to impact Russia's presidential election this weekend. Southland weather from KFI: sunny and windy in some places, highs low to mid-70s in metro LA and the valleys, and 50s to around 60 in the high desert, 60s in the beaches, 60s to low 70s in the OC and the IE. Right now, 65 in La Habra and 60 in Laguna Niguel. We have a crash of 5 in Anaheim.
5 south at Disneyland Drive. They can get that over to the right shoulder, just about cleared completely, but I do see a little slowing coming away from the 91. Also, Santa Ana 5 north at Maine, somebody changing a tire in that Santa Fire area. In Norco, 15 southbound before 6th Street. Got some chunks of tire tread throughout the lanes and a semi over on the right shoulder. In Delhi on the 105 west at Lakewood Boulevard, that accident clearing to the shoulder. South LA, 110 south at Florence Avenue, got an accident blocking the right lane. And in Susan, the 210 west at Vernon Avenue, got a crash on the shoulder there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlelit bath enveloped by Rainforest Soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free window delivery on backbones and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. Keys are always missing. I'm not great with names. And my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skill-friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I saying? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In the NFL, Patrick Mahomes will restructure his contract, creating $21.6 million of salary cap space for the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes was going to count more than $58 million against the cap before the restructure. The Steelers are sending wide receiver Deontay Johnson to the Panthers for cornerback Dante Jackson and a pick swap. The Steelers are giving the Panthers a 7th-round pick in addition to Johnson, receiving a 6th-round pick with Jackson. The San Francisco 49ers are signing former LA Chargers linebacker Eric Kendricks to a 1-year deal. Pass rusher Daniel Hunter and the Houston Texans have agreed to a 2-year, $49 million deal that includes $48 guaranteed. The Eagles are bringing back defensive back C.J. Gardner-Johnson on a 3-year deal worth up to $33 million. He was with the Eagles in 2022, but spent last year with the Lions. And in the NBA, the Knicks are the first team since 2012 to hold 3 consecutive opponents below 80 points, beating the 76ers last night, 106-79. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game. On demand.
Daily calendar.
Today, March 13th.
Okay, it's 10 Day. Celebrate Marty's boyfriend. It's time. It is K9 Veterans Day for those working couples in law enforcement and military. And for those of us who like bad juju, today is Open an Umbrella Indoors Day. During the disaster. Happy birthday actors William H. Macy and Dana Delaney, Mac McDonough, drummer of LaFame, rappers Jack Harlow and Coleman. And that's your daily calendar. From KFI AM 640.
Keep seeing visions of you, visions of you. Keep getting stuck in this game, stuck in this deja vu. Thinking in the road, even when I know it can't be true. I keep seeing visions of you, visions of you.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. European Union lawmakers have given final approval to their AI law. The move today put the world-leading set of rules on track to take effect later this year. It's the Artificial Intelligence Act. It's expected to act as a global signpost for other governments grappling with how to regulate AI. Next year, the law will take effect for generative AI models like OpenAI's ChatGPT, which will have to mitigate risks, put cybersecurity measures in place, among other steps.
From the It Should Surprise No One file, the high-speed rail project between San Francisco and LA is facing major funding hurdles. The CEO of the high-speed rail project, Brian Kelly, told state lawmakers that the project has about $28 billion on hand, which is not enough to complete the segment between Madera and Merced. And depending on how long that segment takes to finish, it could total somewhere between 32 and 35 billion. And when you look at the entire thing, the entire train line that was supposed to go between San Francisco and LA, He said they're going to need at least another $100 billion before they can even think about that.
More than 40% of U.S. adults know someone who has died from an OD. It's a Rand Corp study. It said that an estimated 125 million Americans have experienced a loss due to an overdose of drugs, primarily opioids. It's a huge loss.
Reveling in solitude, a third of American people
love to be alone.
Actually look forward to the time that their significant other is away.
Because they have their significant other, however, I believe.
But they specifically not sharing their bed. Specifically bedtime. 2,000 Americans live with a partner, find that about 36% of them appreciate when either they or their partner isn't at home, so they don't have to share the bed.
Get a bigger bed.
Maybe that's because the results show 4 in 5 respondents, 82%, say their partner's sleeping habits consistently wake them up during the night.
Yeah,
Can you name the things, in fact, the things that keep you awake at night? You know, complaining is snoring. Snoring is a big one. Snoring would have a ding for you, but how about just OJ? So 52% say snoring, right, is the number one complaint. Consistently keeps them awake during the night. Jacob, you think of something else?
It's like Family Feud.
Yeah. Consistently keep you awake at night. That's kind of hard with snoring. Taking already. Yeah.
Do you want a hint?
Yes. Wait. Yes. What's your hint? Yeah, what's my hint?
Well, I would say movement.
Tossing and turning. Oh, talking in your sleep. Talking in your sleep is not considered.
No. Rumpus.
That doesn't count. Mondo, you have something. An enlarged prostate.
Okay.
Getting up tonight at night to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
33%.
Yeah.
Yes. The other 33%. Your partner's scrolling through their phone.
Oh my God.
Done.
Yeah.
Hogging the covers.
Eating potato chips.
Tossing and turning. Eating is not on there. She's both starfish.
You know what? That was full
Starfish.
personal attack.
Starfish.
What's a starfish? I could be a starfish.
It's time for which one? The following.
I eat sometimes in bed.
What do you eat?
Chips, crackers probably. Mostly. Okay, so I'm looking at me like I'm a monster.
You're going to bed.
Yeah, but I like laying in bed. I like being in bed. I like the comfort of it. I like to watch my stories sometimes in bed.
What are we talking about? You're like, it's 8:45 at night, and it's well past your bedtime.
No, this is if I get in bed.
Crush your couple saltines.
Yeah, I do like the saltines. I do. Listen, we all have our things. I'm sure you're not perfect.
I am not.
For what you watch Wednesday, I've been watching. I actually just watched it yesterday. They called him Mostly Harmless, about this camper who died in the woods and nobody knew who he was. It was interesting, and you get introduced to a weird group of people in the process. I like that.
Interesting. It's on HBO. So they called him Mostly Harmless.
I have gotten into, and I know I'm late to the party, but Feud, Capote versus the Swans. I've read The Swans of Fifth Avenue. I loved that book. So I kind of had a blueprint for where this was going. But it's given his name Ryan Murphy, right? It's given the Ryan Murphy treatment in terms of from a director standpoint, which I enjoy. I enjoy his properties. I enjoy the things that he does.
It's on
Hulu, and it's entertaining. I mean, it has its slow points, but it's pretty good. It's juicy. It's gossip and juicy.
How amazing is the actor that plays Drew?
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
I find myself talking like him sometimes.
I noticed that yesterday because I watched 2 episodes, and then I was in the kitchen doing something, and I kind of started Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but it's very contagious. It was very contagious, yes.
Tom Hollander.
Yeah. Well, and I got to the episode where it's a very Ryan Murphy thing that happened. It's the end of the episode when
Base to Jigstra, how are you? Base, how are you? Can you hear me?
his favorite server from Tavern on the Green.
Base.
Special meal.
Base, can you hear me?
Makes you sick to your stomach, but it was.
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's up, baby?
Not much. I'm just checking out what's going on.
Absolutely. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so now for 3 years, live on YouTube. It's more data than any single individual has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. We also have Kim Math, Wahala, CEO. Welcome. I do this for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. Essentially, you can go back to in my life, like a timeline, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Additionally, there's some things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed. We got more light in here. More light's big old pimp. More light. Get your big old pimp ass in here. Maybe he's hopping in, maybe he's not. Who knows? Nevertheless, if you don't know who More Light is, we just streamed his fight in Mexico City. We streamed UFC 299 last week, and we streamed the Oscars on Sunday. Basically, any big event we stream. We streamed the Super Bowl at a Super Bowl party. I do this because I don't want war anymore. I want to be able to take on the big issues in life and give myself a platform to be able to do it. So like what? Like ending world hunger through vertical farming, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, ending world thirst through desalinization plants, through digging of wells, through smart straws. Basically, I want to give big ideas a platform, such as anti-gravity, ufology, UFO disclosure. I want to give discussions to transhumanism, and I want to give discussions to life extension technology and mind uploading technology and digital immortality, the big questions that go on in society. You can watch me right now on more than 125 different accounts on 33 different platforms. Everything from 6 different YouTube streams, to Senko, to Kick, to Rumble, to Odyssey, to Caffeine, to X/Twitter, to Twitch, you name it, I'm on it. I dare someone out there to be on more platforms than I am currently at this very given moment. At this very given moment, you're live on over 100 streams on over 33 different platforms. It just doesn't get any bigger than that.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
That's base jiu-jitsu.
GetVaccineAnswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by
Keep it up.
Absolutely. Keep on keeping on. Have you been a member of the community long?
Oh yeah, I've been here for a while.
Excellent. Well, come into the Telegram whenever you want. I've been live in this Telegram for more than 9 months. Every single day. Here's my shirt. Check it
I'm
out.
the guy that got the tokens on the contract as well.
Oh, you're a big deal then. So you've been around since May?
Yeah, whatever that was.
Yeah. Well, that's phenomenal. All right. Well, very cool. Have you ever been in the DC before?
No.
All right. Well, I'm glad that.
It's Dykstra. He's a.
Oh, Dykstra. Sorry. Dykstra. Yeah, he's also an athlete, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. We're going to look this one up. Because this is a big deal. Okay, we're going to look at both the mathematician and the athlete. D-I-J-K-S-T-R-A. Dijkstra is considered one of the most influential researchers in mathematics and computing. He developed much of his pioneering math work at Mathematisch Centrum and the Institute Nahm in CWI. In honor of Dijkstra's work, legacy, CWI funded the Dijkstra Fellowships in 2018. That's good, Dijkstra. Alright, so there's a baseball player, a sports player. I want to say it's baseball. Lenny Dykstra. It's not spelled exactly the same way, but Lenny Dykstra is a big deal. He was a center fielder for the Mets and the Phillies. He was a 3-time All-Star. It's said the same way. His is spelled the same way, except the only difference is that where the mathematician has the IJ, Lenny just has a Y. There you go. We both learned something. Base Dykstra. You are base, my friend. I hope you rock out. I hope you're making tons and tons of money on this coin. You must be a millionaire by now. Good for you, man.
I got a jet, but keep on keeping on. Checking on you.
Excellent. Well, you take care, my friend. Peace out, baby. Kim Valhalla, how are you?
Hi, man. How are you doing?
What's new with you?
And I'm just here, I normally do the basics. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm glad you're here. You're welcome anytime, my friend.
Yeah. You're looking nice. I love your house.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I need it because I got such a big brain.
Yeah.
I wish.
How is it this?
So far, so good. Do you know what Senko.tv is? That's fine. So there is a platform called Senko on which I'm streaming right now. And I'm at the top of the leaderboard. Here's the leaderboard. Okay, so there are a few people above me. There's 1 above me, 2 above me, 3 above me, 4 above me, 5 above me. I'm in 6th place right now. And it says, please join Harry Potter Obama Sonic video telegram t.me/HPOS10I. Ticker's Bitcoin. It's a big deal. If you can check it out, please do.
Mercenary guy to be her bodyguard, and they develop a relationship, and it's a strange, beautifully shot, strange show. And I don't even know how to describe it other than to say Kate Winslet is great at whatever she does. She has this weird ethic where she's talking out of she has like a lazy dip as part of her character, which is a little bit annoying at first, but it's well written. Again, I just feel like some of these times these shows don't need to be She's coming out, I think, Sunday nights on HBO. 2 episodes. The other one. well done in terms of the production of it, but just a little too convoluted and not as good as Knives Out.
The writing isn't as good.
It's nowhere near as funny, that's for sure. Because I think Knives Out had some really good laugh out loud moments, and this doesn't. We maybe take it as the recognizable name in all of them that are in there. So, but we're in the middle of that. We'll get through it probably in the next day or two. We only have a couple episodes left, so we'll tell you who did it. That way you don't have to watch the whole thing.
Okay.
But okay, so you asked me what I'm waiting for, what I'm excited about. It's the main detective, I believe.
What is the name of that?
That's called Under the Bridge, and it's based on a book.
Yes, I was going to say.
You probably read it.
Yeah.
And then the one that I'm most excited for.
Hey, what's up?
I think I would like this.
Where you living, Kim?
Jane Smart. She plays the stand-up.
What did you say?
How are you?
Season 3 is coming out, so her and Hannah Einfeld
How are you?
her assistant. The comedian's assistant.
He said,
How are you?
okay, I'm doing well.
It's great to hear, yo.
Yeah, I can tell you're looking very nice. I guess you're doing good too.
Absolutely, baby. Absolutely. All day, every day. Do you know I'm live on YouTube?
You mean right now?
Oh, on 5 different streams. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're gonna be famous, you know.
You got that right, big dog. You want to see it?
Yeah, I would like to see it.
All right. We'll just hang on to your pants. Here we go.
Love is Blind Season 6 reunion is coming today.
I think it drops at 6 tonight. Or is it already available?
It's already available. You got something to do for your afternoon.
Well, I've got things to do. You can't just go home and watch Love is Blind in the middle of the afternoon like a monster.
A few trailers on our trifecta of trailers on the website. If you go to KFIAM640.com/Gary and Shannon, you've got the new Nicolas Cage movie.
Look at that, Pimp. Look at all those streams.
So you got like
5.
He's the father of 2 in this dystopian world close to
Go show your friends. Go show your friends.
Jennifer Lopez. That's all I'm going to say. She's in an actual movie, not a documentary about her.
I like her, and then I felt like I was hit over the head with her by
her cup's full of over at this point.
John Copa. I just finished the episode of Feud, the Capote and the Swan story, where he has his favorite waiter from Tavern.
What do your friends think of it? What do your friends think of it?
It's actually incredible, you know, for you to like cover up like 5 different social media. You know.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's really nice, and I can tell like you get famous, so like you know.
Absolutely.
Normally, I normally see you whenever I join the community and I see the BC live. I normally see you live on BC. 247 live on BC. It's incredible. You're doing a great job, man.
Oh, thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart.
I'm telling this because you're going to see both parties in absolute agreement on an issue.
What up, Pam?
It's like, okay, what's
Go ahead, I'll do my best to answer it.
I was wondering, where do people like me go religiously? Like, they're not Christian and they don't have a Jewish mother.
Yeah, so you convert.
Like,
You convert, so you go through an Orthodox conversion. So, where in the United States do you live?
Oh, yeah.
You find the nearest.
Western Kentucky.
Okay, so you might have to go. I don't know. You might have to go as far as Chicago, but maybe Louisville or Indianapolis might have an Orthodox community. You have to live there for 2 years or 3, perhaps longer. So it's a whole life. It's a whole life change. You can't do it from your house unless you live within an Orthodox community. Now, there are some other ways. I shouldn't say that's the only way. There are some.
There's no community involved. Like, it's me out here, you know?
Right. Now, it's changing with things, but you can look online. There are some programs where you can go to Israel and do it, and they're very good. I would honestly be quite. Pardon me? So if you know who... Yeah, that's not going to get you anywhere in an Orthodox community. So, I believe it's Manus Friedman has a program or is involved with the program. I've heard him talk about it, where you can go to Israel and have an Orthodox conversion. I can get the name of the program just one moment.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Now,
A man has been arrested for multiple felonies, including vehicular homicide in connection with a fatal hit and run in Orange. Police Lieutenant Bill McMullin says Jonathan Lopez was allegedly driving under the influence of that license yesterday when he hit the guy.
okay, so the address would be itim.org.il. itim.org.il. That would be. Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find one.
You're good.
Be right back. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
California.
OCDA Todd Spitzer says crime-friendly laws may show smash and grab robbers the red carpet, but Orange County throws the book at crooks.
Using criminals' money that we have seized from criminality, so there's
Hey.
no taxpayer money.
What's up, Kim? How are you, baby?
To use this money for public information, education.
Yeah, so like I kind of had a question. Yeah, I explained where we go, he dies, you know, something like that.
Sure. So, you want to know what happens in Judaism when you die?
If I can just see a little thing around what you just said. Religion doesn't really determine where you go, you know.
Right. So everyone has.
I mean, it's where you end up, you know. Doesn't matter if you're Christian or Muslim or stuff like that.
Everyone has. Sure. Everyone has their own beliefs. According to Jewish beliefs, we believe when a person dies, the soul departs you and returns to God. Essentially, we have a tradition that you bury the body in the ground, and we believe essentially in a world to come. Basically, your soul will be judged based on the actions of what you've done on earth. Essentially, it's the righteous will be rewarded with eternal life in the world to come, The wicked may face punishment or purification before being allowed in the world to come, but it's not hell. There are specifics that are outside of Torah. Basically, the more mainstream, centrist Orthodox Judaism today just speaks on the world to come, and when Mashiach comes, there will be a revivification of the dead. So Rambam or Maimonides talks about within the 13 principles of faith that revivification of the dead is one of them, and perhaps in the future there will be someone smart enough or powerful enough, or perhaps both, who can raise the dead. Sorry, my mic cut off. That can raise the dead. So that's why it's important not to cremate your dead. Basically, there may be someone who may be able to. It's within Judaism known as the lux bone. But it's essentially like your coccyx or your tailbone, and there's an idea that that's the strongest bone in your body. Is it? Aside from the enamel in your teeth, it's arguable that it is. So basically, Mashiach will come and get that bone and be able to revivify you or bring you back to life in the future. And so I would say that's more mainstream centrist to Hasidic thought, is that Mashiach is going to come and figure it all out. So for us to worry about it here on earth doesn't do us any good. Kim, thank you, Jade. Kim, now where do you live? Can you hear me? Yeah. Excellent. JH, can you see I'm streaming my, like a bunch of different streams within this stream?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Kim, are you on Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, I'm trying a couple of Twitter Spaces.
Oh, you don't have to join mine. I'm saying other people's. Like, do you go on there? Apologies, sorry. Can you repeat that? Do you go into Twitter Spaces? Kim, do you go into random people's Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, sometimes like, I see like maybe some topics that might like attract me, you know.
Absolutely, a topic.
And just chill out. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm trying to sometimes to see how it's going, but not frequently though.
Okay, well, it's a good thing to do, especially in the crypto world. JH, do you ever go into Twitter Spaces? Okay. As I said, it's pretty good to just meet new people. There are new aspects about it, like I just saw they changed some aspects of it, and they're gonna have more. It's gonna be really big soon. So you're gonna have like conference calling within the system, which will be really big. I mean, I'm streaming in there now on camera, and it's recording. That's a big deal. But basically on any topic, whether it's like world news or sports or geography or weather or like whatever you can name, gaming, anime, art, there's a Twitter space going on anywhere in the world at a given time. All you have to do is put in the search. You search whatever you're looking. Now, if you have an Android device, it's harder because they don't have a search function. So, what up, Christoph? Christoph Wummer, how are you? Christoph Wummer, come on up. How are you? Christoph Wummer, can you hear us? Christoph Walmer bounced. Anyway, you can find a topic on Twitter Spaces on basically anything that in which you may be interested, and there are also some really, I would say, influential individuals on it as well, and you can connect with them basically like immediately and in real life. So, like, when else are you going to be able to talk to Elon Musk? But you can on Twitter Spaces. I don't know another way that you can get to Elon Musk and ask him a question, but he takes questions on Twitter Spaces from the public, and you can get in random Twitter Spaces with him. And I can tell you that, I mean, like, I posted a Twitter Spaces, and I've had some influencers come in, some politicians, or people, I should say, more politically related. If you know who Larry Sinclair is, he's done a lot for our community, and he came in and talked in one of our, and actually a couple of our Twitter Spaces now, which is cool to get some new lights in there and such. So I'm just making you aware. Check out Twitter Spaces if you ever have the chance. There's a lot going on.
Few times I've looked at it, it seems to be a lot of young people just doing stupid stuff. But their brains have been hacked. And then
Oh yeah, I haven't used Twitter in a while, but I like it though.
And to me, that is
Yeah, it is. I like it as well. I personally don't. I'm basically like shadow banned on there for anything I do. In fact, I created an account today, and they.
Like what you said, it was the possibility of a citizen, just a common person, to get a chance to ask someone like Elon Musk the question,
Exactly.
It's very difficult to get an opportunity like that. But it's not my first account on Twitter. Yeah, so like my main account, like I was building it up, I was getting followers, I was getting engagement, and I was growing,
Absolutely. And then what happened?
Like along the way, I joined a project, and they were actually advertising this NFT program, and they brought in one of the like greatest like legends in the baseball game, in the United States, and he has actually retired right now. And he actually followed me back, and I chatted him up, and it was like, hi, somebody that I've never seen in my life. I've only watching on TV, but Twitter has given me the opportunity to like converse with him,
Yeah.
So I asked him like how his family, his wife, stuff like that, and he was like responding nice. Opportunities like that really come on Twitter. Twitter is just great.
I totally agree with you. And you can talk to them in real time, which is really nice. You can talk with celebrities. You can talk with regular people just high net worth individuals. There are a lot of high net worth individuals on Twitter. Like, Twitter's basically the only platform I know where you can look at someone who has like 800 followers, but all 800 of those followers they know and are really influential people, and this person might be a multi-millionaire, but they only have 800 followers because they don't really take part in social media. But they do go on and they do listen to things, and they do a little bit, so they have an account and they'll listen in Twitter Spaces, and all of a sudden you have the opportunity. Like, for instance, this is an example that I have, but it's a good example. I was in a space about a year ago with someone. We were hosting an overnight space, and this person had randomly came into the space and was like, "Hey, what's going on? I just want you guys to know I just think that it's really cool what you guys have going on here with this late show. It's an overnight show. It's really nice." We start talking to him about cryptocurrency. We ask him if he has any Bitcoin, the old Bitcoin. He says, "Yeah, I bought Bitcoin actually at like $5, and I bought a bunch of it, and it's worth now over $150 million. He basically made out like a bandit on it." And he's like, and I look at his account, and he's got like, I don't know, 1,200 followers. It's like, you're a multi-millionaire. You got $150 million. And he's like, yeah, and that's just in Bitcoin. He's like, I invested in Ethereum and Solana early because of how well I did in Bitcoin. And it was like this person was worth perhaps millions to billions of dollars, or to $1 billion, and had like 1,300 followers on TikTok or on Twitter. And that can happen. I don't know if that's going to happen as much on other platforms, where there's just like someone who literally is just on there but doesn't really do that much on it, but they're very high worth. And I mean, it's rare. Well, here's the perfect one. Another one. Okay, here's the best example of one I can give you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, excellent. There's a guy. Excellent. There's a guy who comes in here all the time. I would say he used to come in here all the time until like a week ago. So I don't know what his deal is, but he would come in here, and his name in here was Jared from Subway. And JH, I'm almost certain you don't know who this is, but within the crypto world, there's a guy, Jared from Subway, who has what are called, he has these robots that basically they like sandwich the price on things. So basically these things are so smart that they buy low and they sell high better than you can. So whenever you're about to buy something on the trading block, on the blockchain, I should say, they can outbid you because they're just faster than you are. And everybody hates this guy. Well, he randomly came in. Basically, yeah. I mean, they're called mem bots, is what these things are called that he's created. So basically, this guy came into our Telegram a lot, to the point where I got to know him as well as I'd known anybody else in this Telegram, where I can tell you where he lives, I can tell you like his dog, but what was really interesting to me was this guy's story. So this is this guy's story. This is the best one of these stories I've heard. I'm surprised they didn't move with it. This guy is working at Subway, the Subway's restaurant chain. He's working there as like a sandwich artist. You know what this person is. They're like, they make your sandwich, they take your money, they put it in a bag, and you leave. That person. He does this job for like a year. He doesn't eat a single Subway sandwich while working there. He said just working there just made him not want to eat the food. I've never worked in food, but I've heard that, and he said that's common as well, and so I believe him. He says that from there, he invested in Dogecoin. I don't know if you know what Dogecoin is, but it got really big around like a couple years ago. Exactly. And he was able to make millions of dollars working at Subway with his investment in Dogecoin. Then he created these metabots. Now he has a net worth of $150 million. Okay, now he comes in here a lot and just, I mean, if you're like, well, where is he? I don't know what his schedule is, but I'm telling you, he comes in here he was coming in here, like we watched the Super Bowl together, we watched a bunch of stuff, but he doesn't stay that long. And here's why. Because everyone hates him. I don't, because I'm not really heavily invested in crypto, but the people that are always get fucked by his bots. His bots are really, really powerful and have made him, $100 millionaire. And he's like in his low 20s. Now, people don't believe that it's him. Well, I shouldn't say that. Everyone believes that it's him, but I think that they just can't believe that it is. Basically, this guy who comes in here, he's able to answer all your questions about Mount Fox. He's really learned in crypto, knows all this stuff. He also knows a lot about working in Subway. And then he ends up saying, like, hey, follow me on, or he asked me, what's your Twitter? I'll follow you. And I tell him, now, at the time, I only had like 3,000 people on Twitter, but there were 3,000 real people at then. Anyway, so he follows me. I look at his account. He's got like 475 followers. I say to him, dude, you only have 475 followers? I'm like, why? He's like, well, you have to understand that everyone on Twitter hates me, so I have to stay really anonymous. And I come into Telegram. We look at his bag. So here's the thing. We didn't know if he was really like, why would he even be in here? How do we know this isn't just somebody who just made up why they should be here? But we looked at what his wallet had, and he had like $16,000 in this coin. So he was invested. So he had a reason to be here. And so that was a lot of evidence that this was really him. And then he was able to be like, okay, I'm going to place a trade here and here and here. And that's when the trades were placed. And so he was able to provide a lot of evidence that this is who he was. So long story short, just talking about how good the platform of Twitter is. This is a guy who he's just a lurker. He just goes into people's Twitter spaces and listens. And he only has like a few hundred followers, but he's worth a few $100 million. In fact, he has basically like 3 followers. For every 3 followers he has $1 million. That's pretty crazy. And he comes in here and just shoots the shit with us. And here's the other thing that made us think that, wow, this guy knows what's up. He knows supercars really, really well because he owns them. And like when you start to get into these really high net worth individuals, that kind of shit really is interesting to them. And they know a lot about it. So, very few times are you going to be able to connect with something like that. If you go on Instagram right now, I guess you can at some point, but like you really got to get into somebody's DMs. You're not going to be able to just straight up talk with them. And on Twitter Spaces you can. Same with TikTok. You're going to have to slide into someone's DMs. And the chance that they're going to read your message and acknowledge it is just rare. But if you're able to speak with them, it's such a better connection.
Which you can use for many things. You can listen to John Cook on demand.
Well, you're the most famous person I talk to.
Can you repeat that, Jay?
So you're the most influential or famous person I talk to.
Well, I think you may be righter or more correct than you actually may think. And the thing is, really think about it, I'm the most videoed person to have that footage archived in global history. To give you an idea in comparison, the person who currently holds the record, he's deceased, but Regis Philbin has the record for most amount of time on television. The record's like 20,000 hours. I have over 300,000 hours.
I never realized that.
It is. So he was on television, either on like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or like his show Regis and Kelly, or Regis and Kathy Lee, or any of his shows. he was on television for like 50 years. He was, so that's how he had so much content. He had so much content. So he had 20,000 hours on television. I have, more than 10 times that amount. To give you an idea, Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined only have about 10,000 hours worth of YouTube footage on YouTube. That's all edited and things like that. And that's combined. I alone have.
That's what probably gave them their,
So here's what it was. They have management teams. All of the big YouTubers all have literally the same management team. And I mean that. Like, if you look at the top 25 YouTubers, they're all managed by either Creative Artists International or William Morris. One of those two. And so, literally, they can just tell their... Apologies, my microphone went out. They can literally just tell their influencers what they want to do. And so people don't know that like they're all controlled basically by the same groups. So
I've had indications, but I wasn't. It's not really my business to pinpoint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. So it's like, and they follow the YouTube rules. Like, I mean, I live on the outskirts. I do my best to push all the YouTube boundaries. I'm overkill. Of anybody, I'm extra. Like, if you've ever heard the term, oh, that person's so extra, I'm so extra. Right now, you're live on over 100 different streams on, 33 different platforms. It's like, if anybody who's extra, I am.
That's a good thing.
Well, here's the thing. You're either basic in this world or you're extra. And I'm not a basic bitch, baby. I'm extra.
I'm not a basic bitch. That's awesome.
I agree.
And this demonstrates how the platform could be weaponized in the future. Now, there are those who say that this is a violation of First Amendment rights. This is where people are expressing ideas.
Microphone's kind of cutting in and out. It's all a bit of a lag as well. Kind of got that, and you spell and cut the open your mouth was like a minute. Words come out.
Apologies for that. I think it's because I've got so much data uploading simultaneously. I'm just maxing out. Yeah, I mean,
I can understand you. I'm trying, like, I'm holding my phone pretty much with my ear.
All right, well, it's a lot of data.
That is, you were the content king.
Absolutely, and Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. And if that's true, then I am the content king because I have more data uploaded to the internet than any person in global history. Archived to the internet, I should say.
Hey, what was that all? The Israeli program you said earlier. I didn't get it. I've got my paper and pen. Like, okay.
Just one moment.
Forgot about that.
There are a lot of businesses that use TikTok to make money. It is an embedded part of the economy. Anything that 170 million people use is going to be tightly woven into the economy. So
it will take me 3 years, you said?
2 to 3 years.
Living in an Orthodox community.
Yeah, generally.
Be more fluent in Judaism.
Well, you'll become probably, I would say, more knowledgeable in Judaism than most Jews. Oh, by far. So it's ITIM.org. So it's ITIM.org.il. ITIM.org.il.
ITIM?
Yes, so Israel, Tanakh, Israel, Mashiach.org.il. Yep, so it'd be like Indigo, Tango, Indigo, Mason. It'd be like Igloo, or Iguana.
ITIN.org.il.
Correct. I just keep reading it to you. It's like Isabel, Tanya, Isabel, Michael.org. And that should guide you on your way.
Indigo, Tango, Indigo. Mason. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Awesome. I'll talk to you a little bit, man. I gotta do some errands around my house.
Absolutely. You take care and come back whenever you can.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to you later, man. Have a good one.
You too, Jay. Take care.
A survey from last September found 58% of adults in the state were pretty happy, 26% not too happy. The committee says the number of people saying they're unhappy is growing, so lawmakers should pay attention. A union that represents firefighters in New York says it's concerned members will be disciplined for booing State Attorney General Letitia James during a promotion ceremony in Brooklyn.
Oh, come on, we're in a house of God. First, simmer down.
James recently won a $355 million penalty against former President Trump, and the crowd also chanted his name during James' speech last week.
I want to thank Commissioner Kavanaugh and Chief Hodgins for that recognition.
Fire officials have sent out an internal note calling the behavior grossly inappropriate, and they've urged those who took part to come forward. Retired Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz says when a politician speaks, it's a political event and booing is constitutionally protected. A man voting in the Florida Everglades has been bit by a crocodile. Rodrigo Constantine says he was attacked when he fell off his boat Sunday.
I feel that something grabbed my leg, so I went in the water to see what's grabbing me, and I feel a nose.
The crocodile finally let go. That's when Constantine swam back to the deck and was helped by Florida Rangers.
That's the most important thing after an experience like this, being alive.
Doctors say it's a miracle his leg wasn't fractured. They say it could take a month for him to walk again. We're going to go to the 605 next.
There's a special offer for you. Don't go the number one want to diversify, looking to diversify your retirement savings. So everything is not tied up in the stock market. That can be risky. Everything is not tied up in your net worth in your house, for example. So what you do is you spread the money around and go with gold and silver. We went with Goldco. They walked us through the process and made sure I had all the information I needed to make the best decision. They're a 7-time in 5,000 winner, and they've helped people like us, like you. There's over $2 billion in gold and silver. And right now, we're offering all my listeners up to $10,000 in gold and silver while supplies last. All you have to do is give them a call at 855-GOLD-IRA. Tell them John Cook sent you, see if you qualify for up to $10,000 in gold and silver. Tell them I called. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. 855-GOLD-IRA.
Southwest weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places. Highs low to mid-70s for Metro LA and the valleys, with 50s to around 60 in the high desert. 60s at the beaches, upper 60s to low 70s inland OC and the IE. Those Santa Ana winds are coming back tonight and tomorrow. Right now, 63 in Laguna Woods and the same at Rancho Santa Margarita. We have a crash on the 605 in Artesia.
605 North, right to 91, got a brand new accident blocking that carpool lane. Then at Whittier, 605 North at Washington. That accident still on the shoulder. You're going to be on off the lights right to 5. In Azusa, 210 West at Harlan. New incident. It's making its way to the right shoulder right now. And a Legion Park at 5 North at Stadium Way. Now, it has in the center minor area. Before we get the lanes from 110. And on the flip side, 5 South at Main Street. That accident clipped into the shoulder. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At my Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Friend of the girl's family, and she'd been showing them around town. And she was there when it happened, so let's get Christina on to talk about it. Hi, Christina. Hi. Thanks for coming on. Set the scene. This happened Main Street, and it happened about, 3 days ago?
Yes, Sunday night at 7 o'clock. And we were headed south on Main, just on the border of Santa Monica and Venice. And we were on the east side of the street, and as we crossed Marine, there's a bus stop there. And we were walking by the bench at the bus stop, and a man was sitting, and he turned and swung and hit my friend's daughter and knocked her to the ground.
While sitting on the bench?
Yeah, he swung to the left, and we could see him on his face.
Oh, that's terrible.
So quickly.
And so she hits the ground?
Yeah. And I looked up at him, and I don't know what that time. I didn't know what was going to happen, and I grabbed her, and he screamed something like, "You don't know who I am?" And we ran in the other direction, and I handed her off to her family, and I turned around and I called 911, and I tried to walk behind him for a block and a half. And I was talking to the 911 operator, and he just kept moving along. So I went back to family, and some TV and the show broke up. And it went from there. It was awful.
Do you know if they ever caught him?
I don't know. I know that they're working actively on the case. They're taking it very seriously. I think they consider it child abuse. Which it is.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of charges you could try out of this.
How is the girl?
She's okay. She shook up. She has a wonderful family, and they're visiting from the East Coast, and it was awful. I don't want to talk too much about them because they really want to, they want to preclude her from any of this.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to know if, in the following days there were further signs of injury or concussion.
I don't know anything about that. I've been trying to work with the cops and the contacted category supervisors, asking for more patrols, asking for, mental health. They keep talking about mental health, but they won't even,
No, they don't actually seem to set up mental health treatment centers. They just talk about it. The result.
Everyone thinks it's the mayor, but that's under the purview of the category supervisors. So,
the mental health treatment?
Yeah, services. That's my understanding, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right, although, I don't live far from Santa Monica. I'm in Santa Monica almost every day, and I've seen what's happened over the last few years, and it's astonishing. It's stunning. Yeah. And the city government, mayor, and the city council bear a lot of responsibility for creating this environment. And certainly the county's responsibility for not having mental health services that people have to be put into, period. You just can't have psychotics walking the street. It just can't be.
Well, I just found out that they have promised a 24/7 mental health care ban for the city of Santa Monica, and they promised it a couple of years ago, and it sounds like it just went live 30 days ago, and it's not 24/7, it's not 9 to 5, Monday to Friday.
9 to 5? Because people only get psychotic breaks 9 to 5.
Yeah, that appears to be, there's no reasoning for this, honestly. They need to do better. They need to do better, and they don't approach it with the urgency that it needs to be addressed.
Why do you think they don't do better? Because this issue is now around for many years. Why is it so hard to do? I mean, they talk a good game.
The governor gave them a care course, and they decided to vote against them. And they said they don't have the beds, and they've had time to build beds. There's certainly not money to build beds. So they need to answer for that. I can't answer that. It doesn't compute to me. I'm just going to try to live.
I know. I mean, Santa Monica's sales tax is over 10%. They should have money.
The city, I believe that the county is funding the mental health care for Santa Monica.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we passed multiple propositions. We're just passing another one a few days ago. And all of it's supposed to go for homeless and treatment, mental health, and drug addiction in the home. I mean, every few years it's another proposition, another few $1 million, and it gets worse. And I don't understand.
I don't either, but I know the money's there. I don't see the programs going out. That's the first step,
Yeah.
We're not expecting perfection, trust me. It's just something. We can't censor ourselves all the time.
No.
We just can't.
No. And if a 6-year-old girl's getting whacked, I mean.
Well, a young boy was hit in the head on the road, I think last year, by a homeless woman, who I think was still living on the beach. So this is not isolated. That's the other problem. This is not an isolated incident. People get hurt all the time. And we're not protecting the people who need to be protected the most. And that's, kids, elderly people, and frankly, the people who are doing this, they need to be protected from themselves.
Yeah, everybody knows what should be done, but the government doesn't do it. The county supervisors, the Santa Monica City Council, LA City Council, because there's a lot of cross-border traffic between Santa Monica and Venice, and both cities are held responsible for this, but there's no execution. They just take money, and
We have to do a better job of communicating with each other, I think.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, Christina, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, sir.
And I hope the girl's okay. Christine telling her friend, and her friend's family, Christine was giving a tour from the East Coast, showing with California and Santa Monica, and walked past a bus bench, and this guy sitting on the bench whacked the 6-year-old girl in the head, knocked her to the ground, and started shouting nonsense. And he said, "Hi." And let's see, who called up? I guess it was Channel 5 called up Lindsay Horvath. Lindsay Horvath is the county supervisor, and she's in Belleville. She's new. They're all tough. They don't do anything. They don't want to take the homeless off the street, and they don't want to get them forced into drug and mental health treatment. It's terrible. How could you be representing either LA, Santa Monica, the county, and live with 6-year-olds, tourists, visiting from another state? How could you have 6-year-olds being smacked in the head by some crazy psychotic guy? And then you go on TV and babble about your programs. In fact, what did Horvath say? She responded saying they become a pilot program. This is the therapeutic transport thing that Christina mentioned. The team will focus on supporting people experiencing a mental health crisis. Experiencing, that's the new buzzword. Like you experience homelessness. You're not a thing. And you're not psychotic, you're experiencing a mental health crisis. Psychotics experience those things many times a day. It's not fixable. How come the van only works 9 to 5? How come they're not actively picking these people up? You see them, I walk present them on all the time. Walk along the beach, walk in the park. You see and hear them screaming, waving their arms in the air, acting threateningly. Horvath says they've begun another homeless operation that has housed 25 people in Santa Monica. 25 people. There's 70,000 in the county. She's terrible, and she's new. She replaced the idiot, what's her name? I went her out of my mind. It's one idiot for another. Same person over and over. And Deborah Martin live in the cafe 24 hours.
The landslide has destroyed a home and damaged 3 others in Sherman Oaks. Orange County DA Todd Spitzer has a new multimedia ad campaign targeting thieves. He says the message is simple, that Orange County thieves will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Gusty Santa Ana winds will start waking up in areas in Southern California tonight and into tomorrow. A high wind watch will take effect late tonight and continue through tomorrow afternoon in the eastern Santa Monica Mountains recreational area, the Malibu Coast, and the San Fernando Valley. We're going to head over to the 57 next.
Chill. That's what I was looking for. I definitely deleted her memory from my brain. You have terrible eyesight. You have lousy eyesight. You can get it fixed. You call Dr. Charles Baker at Saddleback Eye Center, and he will give you a laser light LASIK exam. It's a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times, so he can perfectly map your vision. He's got the blueprint. You go from the exam to the procedure. The procedure is 20 minutes. Can you imagine 20 minutes? And there's no pain. There's no discomfort. He just does the zip, the laser. You walk out there, you're seeing 20/20 or better. In most cases, I know I went through this. It's shocking how easy it is. Nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, you need reading glasses, whatever. It's all cured. It's all gone. You get a free laser white LASIK exam if you call now, and we're the first 14 callers. Schedule the exam, get a free laser light LASIK exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some spots, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by ExpressPros.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We're going to crash on 57 in Fullerton.
On the 57 southbound before we pull up Wood Avenue, we've got Bradley Massey in the Santa Monica area. They're really getting breaks from the Overland Boulevard. Riverside, 91 westbound for La Sierra Avenue, that crash cleared, but still some slowing from Tyler. It's Reno 605 northbound right after the 91. That accident blocking the carpool and the 2 left lanes. It's Crawl from South Street. In Elysian Park, the 5 northbound before Stadium Way. Got that crash from from the Cinder Binder area in Burbank. 134 westbound after Buena Vista Street. Got a new accident blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harden.
at My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important for me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Save customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The iconic Atari 2600 game console and the company behind it are getting their due in an upcoming docu-series. Tentatively titled Game Changers, the story of Atari, it follows the history of the longtime video game company from its 1972 founding through its many ups and downs and where it sits today. Though overtaken by Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation, Atari arguably pioneered the home video game market with such seminal titles as Asteroids, Missile Command, Centipede, and many others. The company continues to manage nearly 200 franchises, including the popular Roller Coaster Tycoon series. The platformer release date has been announced for the upcoming Atari docu-series. Fine. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Here's some did it come from you guys?
Strangers cough at me. Someone spit towards me direction. All the stereotypes that we worked so hard to break are just going to be reversed. And I won't let that happen.
We all have to play our part.
Don't need my plasma. I've been making masks.
We deserve respect as much as everybody else.
I'm a nurse. I'm a delivery woman, chef, a neighbor artist.
Bus driver and the doctor.
Fight mice. Fight mice.
Let's stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting iHeartRadio.com/fightthevirus. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the debut of the stand-up special Brian Simpson, Live from the Mothership. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the premiere of the new crime docuseries Homicide New York. Next Thursday on Netflix, the debut of the mind-bending sci-fi series Three Body Problem. Next Friday, the second season premiere of the Netflix reality series Find Beverly Hills, as well as the new Netflix film Shirley, starring Regina King and Lance Reddick, one of his final performances before his unexpected death. Next Monday on Peacock, the debut of the original documentary Stormy, the events that made former adult film actress Stormy Daniels a household name. Next Tuesday on Amazon Prime Video, premiere of Dinner Party Diaries with Jose Andres. Next Wednesday on Disney Plus, the debut of the new animated series X-Men 97. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the remake of the film Roadhouse, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the premiere of the new series Palm Royale, starring Kristen Wiig, Laura Dern, Allison Janney, and many more. Next Thursday on Hulu, the debut of the documentary Freaknik, The Wildest Party Never Told. Also next Thursday on AMC Plus, the premiere of the looming crime drama The Long Shadow. Next Friday on Hulu, the debut of the comedy series Davey and Jonesy's Locker.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy binging!
Get a lottery ticket to an off-roll away at
There's some great advice. There's some fantastic advice. Do not throw away your ticket.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Don't throw away a ticket for $36 million.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jack Kovacs on Spotify, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, you know, since the TikTok even caused such a sensation, flooding Congress with calls they had to shut down, maybe we should pick out one of the supervisors, like Lindsey Horvath, and say, why the hell aren't you picking up the psychotics off the street once and for all? Would you just do it? Don't say you don't have the money, you have the money. We've given you billions. Because we just talked with a woman who's given her out-of-town friends a tour of Los Angeles, Santa Monica. They're walking from Santa Monica, they're on the border of Venice. They're just there for the weekend. They have a 6-year-old girl, and the 6-year-old girl gets smacked in the head, knocked to the ground by some psychotic who's sitting on a bus bench. And I see the psychotics all over Santa Monica. So nobody can tell me that gas in his head, okay? You would believe how many storefronts are closed in Santa Monica, how many ripped, how many businesses closed. I mean, just whole swaths. Combination of COVID, rampant homelessness and crime, and it looks like nobody cares. They're all so liberal, you know? They're all so progressive. And I'm looking at this, and it's like, you guys are proud of this? This is your progressive philosophy? We're walking to Santa Monica the other day. This is real. Sometimes we walk in the park along on the edge of Ocean Avenue that overlooks the beach. My wife and I would walk, and sometimes if we see a psychotic wandering around, we decide to walk across the street on the sidewalk. You walk across the street on the sidewalk, and this is my wife and I walking. Actually, she's going, watch that there. Watch. Over there. Over there. She's pointing out the poop. And I'm kind of oblivious, and she knows that. So she's always going, look, over there, over there. And some of it's human poop. Some of it's dog poop. But really, it's anything goes. And so you end up doing these hops and these dances because it's constant. People just take craps in the middle of the sidewalk, in the middle of the street, or they take their dogs, and the dogs are taking craps. Or maybe the dogs and the owners are taking craps at the same time. This is Santa Monica. And you get psycho people, and they'll be walking very fast, right? And they got their heads raised, and they're shouting in the air, and they're shaking their fists. It's right behind trees. I don't even know what to do. The view is beautiful, looking at the ocean and the beach. But it's always something. It's always something. And, you know, the stores are empty, and everything's closed, and whole shopping districts that we used to go to are gone. We went one night, I forgot what we did. She had to pick something up, return something, and we parked on one of the city streets, might have been 4th Street, something like that, and downtown, and parked the car. We had to walk a few blocks to the store. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe how many crazy. I felt like we were in a movie. It started to rain, it was dark and cold, and there's all these monsters. They look like monsters coming out of the alleyways. It's like, who wants to live like this? But you're all so progressive, aren't you? Santa Monica City Council must be the dumbest bunch of clucks. And this Lindsey Horvath and the mayor of Santa Monica, it's like nobody cares at all. And the stupid citizens there, they pay, 10.25% sales tax. The property taxes are high because the homes are worth so much. So I don't understand their parts of Santa Monica, they're so nice. So you've got these people, they're wealthy. Parts of Santa Monica are obviously very wealthy. And nobody says, we want to live like this. Nobody ever says that. Nobody gets replaced. We've got the same morons that just got reelected in the past week in LA. Same supervisors, same city council people. And there's these all over the side. And a 6-year-old is getting whacked in the head. That's the family's memory of LA. I'm sure they'll be coming back soon. Whacked in the head by a psycho that the city and the county refuses to get off the street and lock up in a room, which is where psychos always used to go. There'd be a room, they'd be locked up. You'd give them food, you tie them up if you had to, you shot them up with some kind of drug to sedate them. That's what you do with psychos. You don't live down on a bus bench so they can smack. What if the kid had hit his head and hit her head and hit the ground and she died? There probably wouldn't have been much more of a reaction than there was. Probably would have been the same. Whether she hit her head and lived or hit her head and died. For some reason, in Santa Monica, nobody cares. Much of LA, nobody cares. What? They're just, as long as they have their screen scrolling. Right after 2 o'clock, we're going to go back to TikTok because we're going to talk to Mike Babowski. He's the ABC News technology reporter, and he's going to tell us why the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly 352 to 65 that would effectively ban TikTok in this country. And this is going to pass the Senate. And what is the danger that you get most of both parties agreeing that either TikTok has to be sold by the parent company, which basically is the Chinese government, or nobody in America can use it? Jeff Mark Live, the KFI 24-hour news.
Moon dancing, pharmacy grade, stimulating talk.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Serial killer convicted on Deborah Mark, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A guy from Lancaster has been found guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of his children and their grandmother. Jamarcus David showed no emotion yesterday when the verdict was read. LA County Sheriff's Detective Steve Black was the lead investigator on the case from November of 2021.
We were dealing with 5 victims, 4 of them being children, ranging in age from 11 all the way to 1. And so it was a pretty severe and brutal case to investigate.
Mrs. David's attorney tried to get the murder charges downgraded to second degree because David has been distraught over his failed marriage. Sentencing is scheduled for April 24th. A man accused of holding a teenage girl hostage near Big Bear Lake for nearly a week has been arrested.
Zachary DeRosa is accused of locking the girl in his home after she refused to have sex with him. San Bernardino County Sheriff spokeswoman Gloria Huerta says the girl was trapped in DeRosa's home from the 1st of this month to the 7th.
While she was in his home and refusing to have sex with him, he forced her to drink alcohol and then sexually assaulted her.
DeRosa allegedly locked the girl in his car while he was at work last week. The girl escaped and ran to a business in Big Bear. Like Trolley, KFI News.
Search is on for the person who punched a kid in the middle of the street in Santa Monica.
The 6-year-old girl and her family were walking on Main Street when a man got up from a nearby bus stop, approached them, and then hit the girl in the face. A witness said the man appeared to be homeless, having a psychotic episode. The man now faces charges of child abuse and assault, but police haven't caught him yet. The girl and her family were visiting from the East Coast when the attack happened on Sunday. Michael Monks, KFI News.
A new billboard, text message, bus, and bumper sticker campaign claims crime doesn't pay in Orange County. DA Todd Spitzer says the $250,000 campaign is paid for by money snatched from criminals.
Of the hundreds of prosecutions that we currently have underway for theft, snatch and grabs, they're coming in from Los Angeles, Riverside, and they're creating havoc here in our county.
Spitzer says his new heist unit prosecuted 141 burglars and robbers in its first 9 months. Only one person was from Orange County. He says 38 million people will be reached by the 4-week-long campaign. 3 men have been charged in connection with the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade shooting that killed one person. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the men are 22, 21, and 19. The charges were unsealed this morning. An estimated 1 million people showed up to the parade last month. 2 men were earlier charged with second-degree murder. Officials also detained 2 young people last week on gun-related and resisting arrest charges. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. Dow closed up 38, S&P 500 down 10, NASDAQ down 88.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather for KFI, sunny and windy tomorrow. Highs low 70s for Metro LA, around 70 at the valleys and beaches. Upper 60s
Radio City. Go to 134 westbound before you get to the 101 to 170. New accident just reported in the lanes there. And on the flip side, 134 eastbound at Gauntlet Drive. Get down there and report a mattress in the carpool lane. Then on the 134 westbound in Burbank, right after Buena Vista Street, still trying to clear that crash from the left lane. In Mission Hills on the 118 westbound connector to the southbound 405, had a disabled bus. Looks like they've cleared it. But on the 118 westbound right at the 5, some debris, tire debris, it looks like is in the middle lanes. Also in Woodland Hills on the 101 south, right at DeSoto Avenue, metal debris is in the middle lanes there. In Cerrito 605 northbound after the 91, that accident trying to clear from the carpool lane, 2 left lanes. And in Diamond Bar, 57 northbound before you get to Grand Avenue, brand new accident blocking the lanes there. It's involving a big rig. Looks like it's still going to be slow though from 5767 split. Hey, if I'm the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Are you ready to take your backyard to the next level? Do it right with a gorgeous new deck by System Pavers. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, System Pavers uses top-of-the-line composite decking to create a space built to last decades. No warping, no fading, no splinters. You won't have to stain or paint it year after year. All you gotta do is step out your door and enjoy the view. Plus, you get total peace of mind knowing that your deck is made from 95% recycled materials and backed by the best warranties in the industry. If you act now, System Pavers will kickstart your project by demolishing your old hardscape for free. You heard that right, for free. This is a limited time offer that can save you up to $8,600. Get started by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/DEX. That's 800-PAVE-004 or systempavers.com/DEX to book your free consultation today.
I'm decorating, it's the new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract rock. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
And we got Baseball and News 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. On from 1 until 4, after 4 o'clock, John Corbett Show on demand on the iHeart app. You can listen to what you missed. It's a podcast. Voice line is 877-VOICE-86, 877-VOICE-86. We're using the Talk Back feature on the iHeart app. Now we're going to go back to the TikTok story. We got Mike Dubusky, ABC News technology reporter. If you haven't heard, has voted overwhelmingly in Washington, 352-65, demanding that the parent company of TikTok, ByteDance, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party, they have to sell TikTok. And if they don't, then TikTok will be banned and nobody can use it legally in America. It blew through the House. Is it going to go anywhere in the Senate? Biden already said he'd sign it. So to explain the threat, what this bill does, and what its future is, Mike Dubusky, ABC News technology reporter. Mike, how are you?
I'm doing well.
It's very rare that an issue comes flying out of nowhere. I know this has been going on for a while, but suddenly you had a 50-0 vote on a committee. Now it's 52-65, overwhelmingly both parties in agreement. What do they think is the threat of TikTok to the U.S.? I got the feeling they know something and they haven't told us yet.
Well, so there's two buckets of concern here, John. The first one is something that we've been talking about with regards to TikTok for several years now, which is that the Chinese government could essentially fully play ban, which is China, TikTok, sharing copy of things in China, to essentially share any American user data that it collects on its users here in the United States. And that is not unique to like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and really most of the apps that your phone holds just collect some level of data on you, whether it be your email address, phone number, sometimes your location tracking, access to your photos, what have you. The concern with the law makers here is that the Chinese government could get access to that if comes knocking on my their door. There's another bucket of concern here, John, which has to do with TikTok being used as a tool of propaganda, that essentially the Chinese government could leverage TikTok as a means by which to get pro-China messages in front of eyes that it would otherwise not see. According to TikTok, 170 million people use their platform here in this country, and that's a pretty broad swath of people that the Chinese government could get access to if it were to start to infuse pro-China videos or messages into it back. So, full mentioning, there's not a ton of that specifically happens here just yet, but given how much energy there has been around those recent rounds of legislation, it's clearly something that lawmakers are concerned could happen in the future.
Are the reports accurate? Was there really a strong outpouring of calls to Congress yesterday? I heard that some Congress people
very much pushed back against this legislation as it really has become a talking point the last week or so. In fact, if you log on to TikTok late last week, you would be presented with a message encouraging you to call your local congressman to complain about the TikTok ban. TikTok says that the government is attempting to strip 170 million Americans of their right to free speech. They also called out the many businesses, artists, authors, others who rely on TikTok, basically they can make money, the influence of that, their own. And my colleague Stephen Portnoy has been reporting on this from Washington and noted that these efforts from TikTok appear to have backfired. This efforts to create a groundswell of support for TikTok really has only galvanized lawmakers, showing them that this app has influence, that it can mobilize a whole swath of people. How dangerous is that in the hands of a foreign government? So it's interesting, we're pretty strong with super TikTok, but we leave it to a lot of people are having to have a really big living on this.
So I'm taking this, I'm taking this to the extreme here, but do they fear that somehow the Chinese government could mobilize American citizens against the U.S. government?
Unclear specifically what the messaging here would be from a propaganda standpoint. Again, we don't have specific evidence to suggest that this is happening. So if this were to happen down the line, who knows what form it could take. But clearly, it is a real concern for these lawmakers. And you can imagine, even how popular TikTok is here, that creates true value for people who are looking to leverage that.
That's what's fascinating. It's 170 million people. There's a lot of businesses, a lot of them young people, and normally both parties are terrified of offending any young voters because they're so hard to get to begin with. That's why going out on a limb like this, I thought was quite striking. Is this? What about the Senate? Are they going along with this?
So the fact that the Senate is a little less clear, John. It passed with more than the two-thirds majority that it needed in the House, but there is no corresponding legislation in the Senate as it stands right now. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer does not have plans to introduce this legislation to that body, at least within the immediate future. And Congress does have some other things to consider before it considers this bill. Budgetary concerns among them. So there's a potential that this passes the House today, and budgetary we talked about it, and then it kind of just sits to the sidelines for a few weeks, if not months, to whether this gets to President Biden's desk before the November election. I think is a very open question, or whether this falls to the lane of Congress that comes afterwards. But we just don't know yet.
But he says he signed it, but he's not particularly pushing it.
He does say yes, but I think that we just did that, and particularly to run the button, that's their job. That the one that did just introduce the own TikTok account. So, it's a strange moment there from Biden administration to say that we're advancing that, but walk away from the down after downside in the past. So it's just a wrong.
And Trump was against TikTok, but is changing his mind.
Yeah, Trump actually kicked off this idea of banning TikTok in the first place. Back in 2020, he signed an executive order which pretty much did ban TikTok in the United States or force the divestment of some kinds with American companies. That was done by executive order and was almost immediately challenged in court. Never ended up going anywhere. Just recently, the President Trump reversed court, saying that banning TikTok in the United States would effectively double the business of TikTok competitors here. Meta, which is the form of Facebook, which owns Instagram and Facebook, WhatsApp, and other apps. And he calls that the Facebook a true enemy of the people. So we're grateful for the former president and the current president on TikTok, but also saying that he would ban TikTok and the reduce them.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. Mike Busky, he is the ABC News Technology reporter. When we come back, finally get to this. You're not going to believe it. I don't do this for you. We're going to have, we got new information to the New York Times. What Alaska Airlines was going to do with the plane that had the door plug blown out. It should not have been flying out there. The plane was not to fly. What happened? I'll tell you about that. And we've also got more on the alleged suicide. We've got another Boeing plane that's forced to land after a hydraulic fluid leak. That's 5 in 7 days. Go ahead. Deborah Mark, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
International terminal in San Francisco Airport was shut down by a large group of pro-Palestinian protesters. Cars blocked the entrance ramps outside. Hundreds blocked the gate and escalators inside this morning. They called for a ceasefire in Gaza. Airport officials say operations are returning to normal. Work will begin this month on the major reconfiguration of an interchange connecting to the Port of LA. The project is expected to reduce travel times and improve safety around the State Route 47 and Vincent Thomas Bridge area. The project is expected to be done by 2026. Actress Olivia Munn says that she's been fighting breast cancer for the past year. The 43-year-old X-Men and Newsroom star says she hopes sharing her journey would help others find comfort, inspiration, and support on their own journey. We are going to go to the 5 next.
You want to sell your home? You have to know the market's changed. There's been a drastic rise in interest rates, obviously, and these rise, the interest rate increase stuck, right? Still in the 7s. So you don't spend a lot of time waiting for somebody to get a mortgage that might never get. Call Seller's Advantage. Call them before you call the real estate agent. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative to sell your home. There is no fee for agents, no commissions, no paying for repairs because they buy the home as is. So you don't have to wait months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer right away and close in days. No agents, no commissions, no repairs. Close in days. I think keep saying this. Go read the reviews on the website, and if you're ready to sell, you call Seller's Advantage. Without even offering $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses, get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 SellersAdvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. So happy with Sellers Advantage.
Okay, ring the machine 86161.
Going to a crash on the 5 in downtown LA. Online sample recognition road to complex and over to the shoulder and climb samples are slow by from Colorado Street if you're leaving Glendale. In Alicia Park and a 5 north right at the 2 north connector. Got a disabled vehicle over the shoulder onto that transition on the 134 westbound in Studio City, right before the 101. Still a report of an accident in the lanes. And on the flip side, 134 east, right on the drive, got that mattress in the carpool lane. Headed down on 57 north, right at the 91. Got brand new ends to block in the carpool lane and the right shoulder. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harlan.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Bicker, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One is really working to create amazing access moments for our customers. We'll do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
It's the number one audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. If you're uncomfortable in your home's background, surely you need to limit contributions at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ec.com/coupons.
Taking your kids to the first baseball game. Going back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeartRadio brings you New to You streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the debut of the stand-up special Ryan Simpson, live from the Mothership. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the premiere of the new crime docuseries Homicide New York. Next Thursday on Netflix, the debut of the mind-bending sci-fi series Three Body Problem. Next Friday, the second season premiere of the Netflix reality series Find Beverly Hills, as well as the new Netflix film Shirley, starring Regina King and Lance Reddick, one of his final performances before his unexpected death. Next Monday on Peacock, the debut of the original documentary Stormy, the events that made former adult film actress Stormy Daniels a household name. Next Tuesday on Amazon Prime Video, the premiere of Dean Conan Diaries with Jose Andres. Next Wednesday on Disney Plus, the debut of the new animated series X-Men 97. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the remake of the film Roadhouse, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the premiere of the new series Palm Royale, starring Kristen Wiig, Laura Dern, Allison Janney, and many more. Next Thursday on Hulu, the debut of the documentary Freaknik, The Wildest Party Never Told. Also next Thursday on AMC Plus, the premiere of the linear crime drama The Long Shadow. Next Friday on Hulu, debut of the comedy series Davey and Jonesy's Locker.
And that's New to You on iHeartRadio. Happy binging.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activity through social media platforms. To be a part of this audience, just register at KFIAM640.com/enter. Space is limited. It's free to attend. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFIAM640.com/enter. Show KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, on the radio from 1 to 4, after 4 o'clock, John Corbett Show, on demand on the iHeart app. Oh, I did last 2 days, I could do the whole show on Boeing and their jets and Alaska Airlines and United Airlines. There's so many investigative stories, in addition to the almost daily breaking news that another Boeing plane had to land on an emergency basis or was grounded for some reason. But this is a good one here. I'm the first to do a couple of these. This is New York Times. The door plug blew out of that Alaska jet January 5th. On January 4th, the engineers and technicians at Alaska were so concerned about all the evidence mounting of a problem. They wanted the plane to be out of service the next evening. The next evening, January 5th. That's the evening that the door blew.
They thought it needed investigation and maintenance, but Alaska officials, and this is a Boeing 737 MAX 9, decided to keep the plane in service. They wanted 3 more flights that day, and the last flight would end that night in Portland, Oregon. That's where they have one of the maintenance facilities. But before the plane could complete those flights, at 16,000 feet, the door plug blows out on the way to Ontario. Now, Donald Wright is the vice president for maintenance and engineering for Alaska. And he said that the warning signals indicating problems with the pressurization system, there was a warning light on the dashboard, the way we have warning lights on our cars, had come on twice in the previous 10 days. Now, the pressurization problem is what blew out the door plug. And, however, according to Alaska's protocol, the light has to come on 3 times.
That's ridiculous. I'm telling you, if it goes 1 time, you need to check out that plane and not let it fly until it's checked. 3 times?
Twice made them nervous. And so they were going to do it, and somebody said, we get 1 more day, we got 3 more flights.
I'd like to know who that person was.
Alaska repeatedly said there's no evidence that the warning lights were related to the plug blow, because it could have been other things. Here's Max Tidwell, another vice president for safety and security in Alaska. From my perspective, as a safety guy, looking at all the data, all the leading indicators, there was nothing that would drive me to make a different decision.
Really?
This is why these things happen.
And he hasn't been fired?
No.
I listen to you say I'm obsessed with that. About how these people are all
It is fascinating. In addition to there was other evidence accumulated. In addition to the flashing lights, investigators said the door plug had been gradually sliding upward. The airline said its visual inspection in the days leading up to the blowout, though, they say it didn't reveal any movement of the plug. However, the investigators say, no, it was going upwards. And remember, it didn't have bolts on it, which is why it was moving upwards. It was slowly getting out of position. Now, this will get to you. Mark Lindquist is a lawyer representing some of the passengers suing. And in his court filing, he said passengers on a previous flight heard a whistling sound coming from the area of the door plug. They told the flight attendant, who told the pilots, Alaska claims it can't find any record of a report of whistling coming from the plane. So you've got 1 passenger, plural passengers, told the flight attendant, who told the pilot, nobody wrote it down, which is the problem with Boeing. Nobody wrote down the door, the bolt problem. And Lindquist said, when jurors find out that Alaska and Boeing have been cautioned by engineers to ground the plane, and they put it into rotation instead, jurors will be more than mystified than they are.
You know what I think should happen? Those people that make those decisions, we should put them on a plane and have the door plug fall off.
No doors.
No doors. And see how they like it.
Now listen to this. The week before the blowout, they had taken the plane out of service on December 31st because there was an issue with the front passenger entry and the exit door. So they had problems with the other doors. Remember, this is a new plane they just put together a couple months earlier. Records show the plane resumed service on January 2nd, but on January 3rd, a pressurization light was triggered. And then it was inspected by engineers, and they said, okay, we can continue. They were going to do the deep inspection on the night of January 5th. And remember, one of the things they decided to do when they agreed they were going out of service after a few more flights is they weren't going to let the plane fly to Hawaii. They didn't want it out over the ocean because they said they wanted to keep the ability to have an emergency landing. And when you've gotten in a plane, that you have to have other airports available for an emergency landing.
You don't fly the plane.
There's got to be another plane in the garage somewhere you can use. According to the chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board is Jennifer Hamidi, and she said that the plane had flown 154 flights and there were small upward movements of the door plug that left visible marks and eventually left a gap between the panel and the fuselage. And that's where the pressure went haywire. Alaska claims they didn't notice any gaps between the door plug and the fuselage, but obviously there wasn't. I wonder now, somebody brought this up, comment, if the reason the two seats were empty is that a couple of people heard the whistling coming out of the door and decided we're getting out of here. Because mathematically, I think there were 6 empty seats on the plane out of 177, and 2 of the 6 happened to be the 2 seats next to the door. And if that makes sense, they must have heard the whistling. Because the day before, passengers heard the whistling. Now, if that's true, that hasn't become public yet, but that makes sense. That's possible. All right, we got more ongoing in United. Yes. I'm trying to figure out which ones to do. All right, let's start with Boeing erased video of the workers fixing the Alaska door plug. Yeah. So, more to come. Yep. Did you check how many Boeing flights you're taking for your big trip? 2? Yes.
2, which means I was about to just getting there. So
right. 4.
I don't plan on coming back.
Yeah, I would have. Get your affairs in order.
I will.
And, if there's any money left over in the estate, if they would have divided among Ray and Eric and I, we'd all appreciate that. We'd be good to you. Deborah Martin, the KFI 24-hour news.
Orange County is creating a commission to highlight critical issues affecting women in the area.
The program is called The Status of Women and Girls and has been created to promote gender equity in Orange County. The commission will have to do research on the experiences of females and will create an annual report for the board and the public. Supervisor Doug Chafee says it's a way for the county to take more action to protect women's rights. The program will focus on improving inequities in health, employment, and representation. The county had a similar commission from 1975 to 1991, but it was ended because of a lack of funding. In Orange County, Chris Adler, KFI News.
On this vote, the yeas are 352, the nays are 65. 1 present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
A bill that could ban TikTok in the U.S. has passed in the House by an overwhelming majority. The bill says if the Chinese company ByteDance doesn't sell TikTok within 6 months after the bill is signed into law, the U.S. would prohibit the app. TikTok has about 170 million users across the country, but lawmakers say ByteDance is loyal to the Chinese government, poses a national security threat. It now goes to the Senate. Russia's President Putin says his country is ready to use nuclear weapons if its sovereignty or independence is threatened, but Putin says he does not see the need for the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
He also warned that any U.S. troops sent to Ukraine would be considered a significant escalation and said Russia is ready for talks on Ukraine.
ABC's Inez de la Cuatara says Putin's comments come just days ahead of the presidential election in Russia. Putin is widely expected to win. And a Congress-mandated religious freedom group has cut its trip to Saudi Arabia short after officials ordered a rabbi from LA to remove his kippah in public. Rabbi Abraham Cooper, who was the associate dean and director for the Simon Wiesenthal Center, said it was a pretty stunning request considering he was there as a vanguard for international religious freedom. Cooper refused, so the group cut the trip short on March 5th. The group noted Cooper's kippah had not been an issue until then. We're heading over to the 91 next.
What am I doing? Good. Give me the VIN.com. You want to sell your car? You wonder how much it's worth? Well, GiveMeTheVIN.com is America's best car buyer, and for a good reason. You can get an instant cash offer in 60 seconds. Everything from $2,000 to $200,000. And if GiveMeTheVIN.com cannot get your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100 right there. They'll show up at your house with the check in hand. Log on to GiveMeTheVid.com, put in your VIN or license number, a couple of photos, get an instant cash offer. GiveMeTheVid.com offers a 60-second bid process, pressure-free service. Click on GiveMeTheVid.com, get your check on the spot.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I happened to be in Birmingham, England one night, and this journalism student came up to me on the fence.
Tsunami that hit Birmingham. Birmingham does not get national attention. It was a circus, man. I can't even describe to you.
His name was Hamza Saeed, and he wanted help in his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. News of a strange letter exploded in the press.
The letter looked to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists who had been infiltrating the city's schools in a supposed plot called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, badly xeroxed, yet still, it sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country moved up its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools were revamped, teachers lost their jobs, but what I was most suspicious about this whole affair is that this dodgy letter suggesting extremists were taking over our schools. Nobody will find out who wrote it or why. Remarkably, none of the investigators have even tried. So I convinced my reader over here that we should go for it.
Is this about to be the first radio interview you've ever done? Yeah. Hamza and I spent years writing this down.
I'll give you a clue. Who is the letter defending? Is the question you have to answer.
But figuring out who wrote the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. And then Hamza and I were hoping something that people did not want to talk about.
Can you give us some other details about the situation?
No. It is particularly important work done.
From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian Reed.
And I'm going to say it.
It's the Trojan Horse Affair, a mystery in 8 parts that a lot of people don't know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that the most attractive feature is a full head of hair. Want to know the least attractive, the most aging? Yep, hair loss. No amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning or balding. Unfortunately, it leaves the greatest lasting physical impression. But it doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution for your hair loss and can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. Wow! Advanced Hair has improved tens of thousands of lives, including mine. No more expensive pills or topicals, just your own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Did I mention your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day and can grow for life? For your free consultation, call 844-333-HAIR. If you qualify, you get $250 off plus 250 free hair grafts. 844-333-HAIR. 844-333-HAIR. Or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
The winners are in for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Award, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. Ladies and gentlemen, best comedy podcast. This is important. Best health and wellness podcast. On Purpose with Jay Shetty. Best sports podcast. Club Shay Shetty. Best crime podcast. Crime Junkie. And podcast of the year. New Heights. Congratulations to all the winners we honored. Hear these 2024 iHeart Podcast Award winners anytime on the free iHeartRadio app. Hey, follow us on Elite Things and KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Moist Magazine 77 Moist 86. But today is Wednesday. All right, Friday's coming, so let's hear from you already. 877 Moist 86. You used to talk about feature on the app. All right, so we just told you that Alaska Airlines was going to pull the plane that blew out its door plug. On the day it blew out the door plug, it was supposed to be pulled that day. And somebody said, now, can we get one more day? Yeah. There were 3 more flights because the warning lights had only flashed twice. They hadn't flashed 3 times.
Look how freaked out you get when your check engine light goes on.
Oh, I know. I've had a whole thing in the last week because I got my check engine light. And I brought it right away to the dealership. I got a car. I'm the only one in the car. This company's flying around 200-300 people at a time.
That's my point.
And you know what's going to happen? I don't have a pressurization problem with my car. I'm going to get sucked out. Boeing, which obviously made the plane, and you know the story is they were doing maintenance on the door, and they forgot to put the bolts back on. And Boeing erased the security footage showing the repairs being made on the door. The National Transportation Safety Board sent a letter to a Senate committee that the Boeing plane in question underwent rivet repairs. And they took the bolts out, took the door out, put the door back on, forgot the bolts. All this should be on video. The video was overwritten. They don't save the video. How much space does digital video take up? What do they have, VCRs? Because it used to be security systems had VCRs, and the tape would get expensive and unwieldy, but with digital, you can keep everything. According to Jennifer Honaday again, the chairman of the NTSB, to date, we still don't know who performed the work. To open the door, reinstall the door, close the door plug. They still don't know.
Those people are told to keep their mouths shut.
It says the absence of these records will complicate the investigation. That's just now kind of lost in all the stories over the last few days is that yesterday there was another Boeing plane, a 777, that was forced to land because it was leaking hydraulic fluid. This is from Sydney to San Francisco. It's interesting. There's been several of these United flights that have had Boeing jets, United flights. Several that was going to or coming from San Francisco, and also a couple involving Australia. And somebody said to me today, "Is this sabotage? Is there something going on? This is too many of them, too short a time."
It's somebody that we're putting people's lives in. I mean, I can understand from trying to screw over the company, but not passengers.
Well, you have to account for the psycho thing.
That's true.
Psychos just do psycho things. So this happened on Monday. There's actually a film of the fluid leaking from the undercarriage. And they had to do an emergency landing, and nobody got hurt in this one, but it is the 5th one in 7 days. Now the United CEO, Scott Kirby, told investors with asked Boeing to stop building MAX 10s. And it's like, would you guys please stop making these? And start building MAX 9s. But they don't want the next iteration of the plane because there's so many problems. it's impossible to say that the Max 10 is going to get certified. The value of Boeing, the corporation, has dropped $40 billion in the last few weeks. From $150 billion to $112. Their stock has gone from the 240s to the 180s. And in fact, their market capitalization lost $4 billion overnight. And it's at a 5-month low.
Can you imagine what it would be once that video resurfaced?
The video of
Well, it was raced.
oh yeah.
Other pieces of evidence suddenly appear.
Well, we could have seen video of these button-up workers not putting the bolts on. And also, see, another thing, there's suicide in the middle of this too. Okay, so you have the same airlines, same company, same locations for some of the planes. You got a suicide in the middle of it. Now, if you were seeing all these scenes, let's say, on a detective show, right? It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different United planes, Boeing planes. It's Australia, San Francisco, it's San Francisco again, it's Australia again, it's San Francisco. In the middle, a guy with a whistleblower getting his car all at the same time. You got a 2-hour movie, don't you? It's like, okay, how do all these threads come together? And it wouldn't be irrational to say that there must be connections between all this. I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just saying, human brains look for patterns. I see patterns. I don't know if the government sees the patterns, United or Boeing, but there's definitely a pattern going on here.
I think that if people refuse to fly, not that that's going to happen, but almost going on strike, that maybe that would cause us, maybe something would come of this.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, this is so ridiculous, and it doesn't seem like it's being taken care of in a timely manner.
Then you had United flight in Houston that's getting off the runway. You had the one that lost the tire here at LAX. You got this hydraulic system going haywire. I don't know. Something is up. There's too many of these. It's not sometimes you have a coincidence, right? Like 5, 6, 7 stories. Well, I'm sure something will happen. It's a good bet. All right, well, we come back. This is the second story of this we've had in the last week. Now, burglars are copying your key fob and using it to break into your car. We've got a TV report on this. Deborah Mark, the K5 24-hour news.
3 people in Simi Valley have been arrested for allegedly breaking into a Venmo and stealing alcohol. Cops say a window of the store was smashed and several bottles of liquor have been stolen when they arrived on scene this morning. 6 counts have been dropped in the indictment that charges former President Trump and 18 others of trying to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. And a spokesperson for TikTok is criticizing Congress for being too secretive as it advances a proposal that could lead to a nationwide ban of the popular video app. The House passed a bill that will ban TikTok in the U.S. If its China-based owner doesn't sell, that bill is going to the Senate. We are going to go to the 210 next.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life. That's why we call Sweet James. That's who you need. When one of my listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he got shot. One ball off from the insurance company, of course. So he called Sweet James, and the attorneys at Sweet James helped him get, number one, the medical care he needed, so he could recover quickly. And then he could get on the bike again, and he won $400,000. That's because of Sweet James. If you ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care and skill and resources to win the most for you. And compensation is a huge part of it. But it's also about compassion, care, justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. You can't guarantee the outcome. Make sure to have them by your side. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, sweetjames.com.
Sunlight weather from KFI. It's going to be sunny and very windy tomorrow. low high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Lowe's. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center Let's Go Place is quite a crash in Rancho Cucamonga. Accident, this time in the Senator Binder area, those fast track lanes. Also in Yorba Linda, 90.9 through Gypsy Canyon Road. That earlier crash to the left lane, clear to the right shoulder, but you're hitting the brakes from Imperial Highway. 410, 57 southbound before Yorba Linda Boulevard, the left lane is blocked. And in Long Beach on 91 eastbound, right after Long Beach Boulevard. Got a stall and the right lane is going to be blocked. K5 Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harnell.
At this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
iHeart Media gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeart Media is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
More than a dozen years after first hitting screens, ratings for the zombies are still alive and kicking at AMC. February 25th debut of The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live, pulled in an audience of over 3 million. The network's best showing for a new series since 2018's The Terror, which had an episode of the zombie mothership as its lead-in. Andrew Lincoln and Danae Carrera star in their Rick and Michonne roles, as does Pollyanna McIntosh as Jadis. Terry O'Quinn, Matt Jeffers, and Leslie Ann Grant are also part of the cast of The Walking Dead, The Ones Who Live, which airs Sundays at 9, 8 central on AMC, with previous episodes streaming on AMC+.
Fine. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Game of Thrones' Jon Snow is opening up about his mental health and substance abuse issues. In a recent interview, Kit Harington discusses some of the struggles, including alcoholism, his way of coping with the instantaneous scrutiny his role brought him, leading to his entering rehab in 2019. He was subsequently diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD. In his words, I left that pretty quick and said, I'll try to deal with this by myself, which didn't work after about 4 years. But with the support of family, friends, and professional assistants, Kit Harington sobered himself up, though he admits that my head wants to go to every other thing in the room at once, due in part to anxiety from the ADHD. HBO is still said to be looking at a Jon Snow spin-off of Game of Thrones, and it's good to know that its star is in a solid place to participate.
Fine. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
We've gotten to the point where we have recalls because we didn't like that person who won. We're not necessarily grounded in anything substantive other than politics. You think that a recall is going to get you closer to getting rid of Gavin Newsom? Okay, not understanding the larger picture. On at 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Don't go and check KFI News. It's live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming in at 3 o'clock. He's got billboards. He's got ads on the internet. Warning to all the criminals, don't go to Orange County. The district attorney, Todd Spencer, is going to prosecute you and prosecute you hard. And they're spending some money here. And you're going to see it because this is billboards. It's going to be on buses. There's bumper stickers. There's digital advertising online. And it's targeted to thieves. Don't come to Orange County with your nonsense. We're going to talk to Todd Spencer coming up right after Denver's 3 o'clock news. Well, here's what we're dealing with in Los Angeles County because George Gaskell will not put workers in jail. There was a story about this a few weeks ago, and now there's another car burglary in Northridge. and it looks like the guy is got a key fob. Let's listen to ABC7 to explain this further.
A car burglary in Northridge is raising questions on how it was done, possibly involving a universal key fob. The incident happened last week in the parking lot of a Gold's Gym on Tampa Avenue off Nordoff. The video was captured on a Tesla camera parked next to the victim's vehicle. You can see the suspect walking around in the parking lot, apparently looking for a car that would pick up the signal of his fob. The Toyota RAV4 possibly picked up the signal. The suspect approached that vehicle and easily got in. He stole a work badge, Ray-Bans, backpack, and a new toothbrush. Oh no! Toyota says the car was definitely locked. He reached out to police for comment.
A toothbrush?
Yeah, well, those electric ones.
Well, I wouldn't want that back. Have you seen the guy? Yeah, if that was in his mouth, you can keep it, buddy. That wasn't much you got out of work badge. The sunglasses and a toothbrush? Yeah, that's pretty light off. There was a story. What was the story a couple of weeks ago about the key fobs? That they've got a device that can send some kind of signal to your key fob in your house, and then they can copy it on the key they have. Something like that. Because I know got to have it in my house because I heard about this story a couple of years ago. Got these things because bad guys were coming up to people's homes and aiming this device, looking through your key fob, and they used it to make a copy of the key fob they possessed. So they said, keep your car keys in a metal case or wrap them in glue, or somehow I put mine in drawers.
Believe what we have to do.
Yeah, and it's like the last thing I do every night before I got up upstairs, right? I'm not going to tell you where. I put the keys.
The house is so big, it would take forever to find that.
You're living in the tent. So the last thing I do is I put the keys in this special drawer. So any bad guys that in the neighborhood are not going to be able to copy my key fob. And then I can sleep. Ridiculous. What's your time? Oh my God. Right, this is funny. This audio is from the driver's dash cam. A guy in Connecticut. He's sitting behind a second driver who's at the light and is not moving. And so he gets impatient and honks his horn. Yells at him, come on, let's go. The guy in the car, and hear him talking, he kind of gets a play-by-play. He had looked at an off-duty cop. The off-duty cop is pissed. He comes up to the driver's window and punches him in the head. And you'll hear the whole thing. And a couple of words are bleeped out. Okay, so this is the man who's behind the car, the unmarked car, because he's off-duty, and he just wants the guy to move on.
Stop here and grab. You're the one sitting on your phone. Doing all of that. Yeah, I saw him looking down here and looking at okay, let's see. Sure, sounds good. Let me get it back.
That's where it gets hit.
You're going to get arrested when you see him as a man.
At the same time, the dog starts barking, and the cop punches the guy in the side of the head. You're on to that.
I have walked a few times lately, and I get flipped off every time.
Yeah, it starts with a flip off. Yeah. You're gonna get whacked.
I know, but it's good for business.
Well, yes, please bring that story on there immediately. And if you have any audio or video, even better. Yes, at the beginning of the video, what you heard is this guy just yelling at the cops saying, come on, let's go. But he's calling him an a-hole. a couple of times, which doesn't help. All right, we come back. It's Tom Spitzer. He's got an advertising campaign aimed at a very tiny demographic. Burglars, thieves. He's telling them not to come to Orange County because unlike LA County, they prosecute crimes there. And you're going to see billboards, bus placards, you're going to see ads on your social media feeds, and the message is, in Orange County, we prosecute crimes. Crime doesn't pay in Orange County if you steal and prosecute. That's the slogan. Tom Spitzer coming on. Deborah Mark, live in the Campfire 24-hour newsroom.
The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. WKOST HD2.
Los Angeles,
Everywhere on the Anchor Radio.
Morning for criminals. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The OCDA has put the message crime doesn't pay in Orange County on bumper stickers, buses, and billboards around Southern California.
The $250,000 campaign.
OCDA Tom Spitzer says crime-friendly laws may show smash and grab robbers the red carpet, but Orange County throws the book at crooks.
Using criminals' money that we have seized from criminality, so there's no taxpayer money. We're required by federal law to use this money for public information, education, which is exactly what we're doing.
He says his new heist unit prosecuted 141 burglars and robbers in just 9 months, and only one was from Orange County. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And Spitzer will be on the John after the news with more. The news is brought to you by Sun XL. A guy's been found guilty of killing his 4 kids and their grandmother in Lancaster.
LA County Sheriff's Detective Steve Black was the lead investigator on the case and says it was one of the worst crime scenes he's ever witnessed. Jamarcus David was convicted yesterday of the first-degree murders of his children, ages 11, 7, 2, and 1, along with their grandmother, who had been babysitting them November 28th of 2021. David's attorney had tried to get the murder charges downgraded to second degree because David had been distraught over his failed marriage. Sentencing is next month. Steve Guerrero, KFI News.
Body camera video has been released from a deputy shooting in Lancaster, in which a man with 2 machetes was killed. The guy had attacked a clerk at a convenience store last month. Deputies confronted the armed man outside a grocery store.
You got the machete in your hand. Do me a favor and set it down.
Deputies asked the man several times to drop the 2-foot-long knife, but he refused. And then he went into the store. Deputies used tasers and foam projectiles to try to stop the man, but they were ineffective. Deputies fired their guns when the man ran at them with the machete in his hands. He died at a hospital. A home has been destroyed by a landslide in Shredders.
Slide also damaged 2
This Michael?
LA City Fire Captain Adam Van Herman says the hillside behind the pool
This Michael?
backyard came down and hit the homes. He says the ground near the pool appears to still be saturated from recent rainstorms. Whenever we get heavy rain, we always tell people to use caution in the canyons because in the canyons and the hillside areas, that's where we possibly experience first. The home destroyed was being renovated. And Sherman Central KFI News.
LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has fallen behind in his bid for re-election.
Attorney Isabel Romano has surged ahead in the race for LA Council District 14, now hundreds of votes ahead of incumbent councilmember Kevin De Leon. In the early totals last week, De Leon was leading the race with Miguel Santiago in second and Rob third. As mail-in ballots continue to be counted, Santiago has fallen to third position. The top 2 heading to November's runoff. Council District 4 incumbent Lithia Ryan may avoid a runoff, but she's just over 50% of the total votes following a contentious and expensive campaign against Deputy City Attorney Ethan Weaver by the months. KFI News.
Anaheim's high school district is expected to lay off more than 100 teachers. Gilbert High School's student newspaper reports that 195 teachers will be notified that only 110 will actually be laid off. The Board of Trustees resolution says 131 full-time positions will be eliminated across subjects including English, math, gym, science, and social studies. The board's agenda says the layoffs will save the district at $18.4 million. The KFI
Your dad, he had this, he said it open, he had this for himself. Hey, if you ever see any leftovers upstairs from me, just feel free to eat them. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Right, you got the baby over down. Hey, if you ever want to go get, those shoes, you know where the shoes, 4 wine.
I texted my mom.
Oh, did you? And then, which one's it? And then, oh, here, one with your haircut, I'll bring you over someday too.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate that.
Like a haircut from a professional, yeah.
Exactly, not myself.
65 in Diamond Bar and 64 in Simi Valley. We're going to a crash course in 10 in the morning. Outside just before 6:05, this route is blocking for right lane. Delays are backing up all the way out of Pasadena and leaving Mountain. The drive doesn't care. It's going to remain slow beyond the 6:05 all the way to Citrus. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at Anaheim Hills, KFI in the sky. It's tough one over the Angel Clinic when he's approaching the county line there before Great River. They move that accident to Great Shore. Oh, Jam moves past the Bureau. Up ahead, he's stretching the Corona and leaving Corona. The guys are slowing at 15. One of our filters, and it's mostly moderate stuff. 57 on the next line. Chinese are coming through the highway. This always sticks with you most of the way. 65 to Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. Santa Monica on the 10 eastbound. That right comes up away from Cloverfield. On the right surprise mid-city on 25 in Royal Heights. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Are you ready to take your backyard to the next level? Well, today, the gorgeous new deck by System View. As the nation's leading road property modeling company, System Papers uses top-of-the-line composite decking to create space built to last decades. No fading, no splinters. You won't have to stay painted year after year. All you gotta do is step out the door and enjoy the view. Plus, you will get total peace of mind knowing that your deck is made from 95% recycled materials and backed by the best warranties in the industry. If you like to know System Papers, kickstart your project by demolishing your old home today for free. It's a limited time offer that can save you up to $8,600. Get started by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/decks. That's 800-PAVE-004 or systempavers.com/decks to book your free consultation today. Protect what matters. Next, shop next door for the introduction of online agreements.
A fraction of a raindrop. 3 grams of salt. Up to 100 times more.
Okay, see you later, I'll be leaving.
Excellent, thank you.
That not to be mixed with heroin. Pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be new drugs. You wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
John Kogo Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and on from 1 until 4 and after 4 o'clock. John Kogo Show on demand on the iHeart app, and you can listen to what you missed. And one of the things that we had on earlier, I think it was at 1:30, you'll find it in hour number 1 on the podcast, is we talked to a woman who lives in the Santa Monica area who is giving friends a little walking tour of the neighborhood. And said they had a little 6-year-old, and they're right in the corner of Santa Monica and Venice. They walk past a bus page, and some psychotic homeless guy whacks the 6-year-old girl in the head, knocks her to the ground. Now, she's apparently okay, but the friend Christine tells the story of what happened on the air, and she's pretty frustrated with the LA County government, the Santa Monica government, for allowing these psychotics to wander freely in Santa Monica. And, it's everywhere. Todd Spitzer, though, says not here in Orange County. Todd is spending some money on an ad campaign that's targeted just the criminals or wannabe criminals. You're going to see billboard messages, bus placards, bumper stickers. You'll see digital ads. And he's telling criminals to stay out of Orange County who are going to be prosecuted. Let's get Todd Spitzer on the phone here. Welcome.
Hey, it's great to be here. Let me just tell you, it's like, why, right? That's the question of the day, every single day, John. Why do you have to hide your flaw? Why can't you walk down the street and not get whacked by a homeless person on a child? Why does the governor need to send the National Guard into Oakland because the DA there, Pamela Price, won't do her job? Why did the citizens of San Francisco have to recall their DA? Why did George Yaskin only get 25% of the vote? It's not that complicated, right? I mean, you talk about this every single day. I talk about this every single day in the little universe that I can influence. Orange County, 3.3 million people. California, 3 county. You got to honestly think of the picture of Senator Ray. You know, they defeated one of these billboards already.
No, I didn't see the picture.
We say crime doesn't pay, and they're defending Orange County and judge, right? So the top line says crime doesn't pay. Somebody went up on that billboard, signed it, got around it, and spray painted out the word doesn't, and it says crime does pay, and just what that billboard is. Right on the board out here that they're cutting into Orange County on the 405 river.
There you go. Another guy. Yeah, that's great. Well, what made you do this? I mean, I know it's the crime, but how did it occur to you that you're going to start putting up some advertising? And is it just aimed at the criminals? Because you think they're going to be influenced, or you're making a larger point?
I'm trying to make sure the retailers and people who are trying to survive in brick and mortar shops, and people are just living paycheck to paycheck, the employees, and people are paying excessive insurance. I'm just trying to reassure people, that in Orange County we still prosecute. So I'm absolutely talking to citizens. I'm absolutely talking to criminals. I mean, listen, we have over 150 individuals arrested in Orange County and being prosecuted actively for smash and grab and theft. And, only one of those people is from Orange County. The rest were from Los Angeles and other surrounding counties. I'm in Orange County for obvious reasons. I got it. Listen, go ahead.
No, how many are you prosecuting and only one from Orange County?
We were keeping staff in the beginning for a special prosecution unit just dealing with smash and grab and excessive taking. We had over 141 arrests, okay? We stopped counting. This was just in the very, very early stages when I formed this group earlier this year. And only one of those people that was arrested in that group was from Orange County. The rest came in from LA County.
That's astonishing. That's
John, look, because Sacramento is rolling out the red carpet for these people, right? I mean, look, you would say to yourself, how is it the governor is going to send the National Guard, the California Land Patrol, they just announced a big arrest, significant arrest. I'm very proud of the work of the California Land Patrol in Oakland, Alameda County. But it's going back to the early question. Why? They already have the open place, which can't recruit. No one wants to work in the open police department because the DA there prosecutes police more than she prosecutes criminals. And so, LAPD is down 2,000 officers. I don't even know who the next chief is going to be. That is one of the most important questions. Who's going to be the next chief of police in LA? I can tell you, the Los Angeles City Police Chief is one of the most influential law enforcement individuals in the country. If Karen Bass, if the mayor appoints a woke, progressive chief, the whole country's in trouble.
Citizens are very well behaved. You have to get such a tiny percentage of criminals. I can't believe we're having this conversation. All you're talking about is the basic, everyday duties of a district attorney since the beginning of time, right? This is what DAs do. This is what the deputies do. This is what the police do. It was normal. It was accepted. You steal stuff, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get prosecuted, you're going to spend some time behind bars, we're going to let you out, don't do it again, or the punishment's going to be worse. And this worked. And suddenly we have all these absurd stories. And the National, like you said, the National Guard has to come in. All you got to do is put these guys in jail for some period of time until they get discouraged. It's too much trouble.
In 3 hours, Johnny got over 1,000 dollars. 1,300 signatures. That's desperation, right? Yeah. People are desperate to take back their streets. And what agents like this, right? We know how the police officers in LA. We know how I grew up in LA. I love LA. They kept watching happening to that county and the city, and it's completely unacceptable. And quite frankly, look, if my guns don't go out there to deter criminals, we issue businesses, and make sure that the public knows there are people in this state. Okay, look, Mr. Anderson in San Bernardino, Mr. Hester in Riverside, Senator Stephen in San Diego. We are law and order beings. We care deeply, and we're doing everything we can to fight the nonsense in the rest of the state.
Did you ever see the statistics? This came out in New York City last year. Nearly 1/3 of all shoplifting arrests in New York City involved just 327 people. Collectively, they were arrested more than 6,000 times. 327 people in New York arrested 6,000 times. They were doing 1/3 of all shoplifting. I mean, it's a relatively small number. If you should
write 3 strikes or so effective. That's why 3 strikes, right?
Yeah.
It was George Gascon that got the 3rd strike to have to be a furious or violent felony. And okay, we can live with that. But the fact of the matter is, really 3 furious or violent felonies, and then if you go to prison for 25 years to life, at some point you earn your way to prison. The nonsense that the woke and progressive is, oh, well, prisons are overcrowded with people who smell marijuana. That is ridiculous.
It's a lie.
People who are murderers, rapists, and free strikers and second strikers.
Just want to understand how these bookheads can lie, and there's no effective pushback with the truth. Of course you don't have the prisons filled with marijuana salesmen. Of course they're filled with murderers and rapists and others severely. I just don't understand why the bookheads win all the time.
They win all the time because they're in power right now in California, right? Yeah, think about this. I was in the legislature when Karen Bass was the speaker. Okay, Bobby Armenius was the speaker when I was in the legislature. Karen has gone on to be one of the most powerful politicians in America, the mayor of Los Angeles. She acted as if when she went to Sacramento a couple weeks ago with Dr. Gordon, who I also served in the legislature, now they're friends, right? They're friends. When LA is burnt, right? When LA is falling apart, they're friends because the Olympics is the most important thing on their mind. But that being said, when they went to Sacramento to beg for money, they act as if they're strangers to it's a foreign land. A foreign land. Dr. Gordon and Karen. So why Sacramento have the mentality that it has there? They created it. They were in the majority. You see when these politicians go to different offices, they act as if they did nothing to impact or affect what they did when they destroyed it, when they were there the first time.
Yeah. Good talking with you again.
Good job.
All right. We'll see you soon. Don Spencer, Orange County District Attorney, and we'll see the billboards and the bus placards and the digital advertising on the internet say that Orange County is down with the criminals that we're prosecuting. And what he also said is to let everyone know, all the normal people, the people who own the shops and the businesses, the customers, that in Orange County they prosecute criminals and put them in jail. And this has to be an ad campaign. This isn't automatic. It's not automatically understood. In Orange County, everybody has to be reassured because in LA County, we don't have any of this. In LA County, you can't steal. You can knock 6-year-old girls to the ground. You can act psychotic. There's no consequences for anything. Look at that poor woman, the beauty store manager who got thrown to the ground. And she still hasn't. I mean, she's opened her eyes, but she's not going to be conscious. She's got, looks like some serious brain damage. We'll tell you more about that story because there's another update today. All right, I play behind. I know. Deborah, 1 o'clock, the KFI play for our news.
The White House is calling on the Senate to pass the TikTok bill approved by the House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the administration wants the Senate to quickly put that bill to a vote. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will reveal his choice of running mate on the 26th at a campaign event in Oakland. A team of U.S. Marines is heading to Haiti to help protect the American embassy. We're going to go to the 210, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
You want to know how much your car's worth? You want to sell your car? GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, and there's a reason. You go to GiveMeTheVin.com, get an instant cash offer in 60 seconds. Everything from $2,000 to $200,000. If GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. Period. GiveMeTheVin.com will show up at your house with a check. Yes. Log on to GiveMeTheVin.com. Put in your VIN or license number and a couple of photos. Get an instant cash offer. GiveMeTheVin.com. 60-second bid process. GiveMeTheVin.com. Click on it. Get your check on the spot.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy tomorrow, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by the Dodgers. We're heading over to a crash on the 210 in Rancho Cucamonga. This is on the eastbound side, just before Archibald. This wreck is blocking the carpool and the left lane. Delays are pushing back from baseline. And then beyond the crash, the driver remains heavy in stretches into Rialto. Industry with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Get the slowing started just past the 10. From the 10, it'll be heavy down through the 5 on down through Downey. Northbound side of the 605. On breaks down to the 105. Close to the way to the 10 as well. And it looks like the C10, or I should say the 5 southbound of Washington. Extra tight to East LA. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay healthy, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by doctors. If you're living with HIV and not on this message is sponsored by
these people are getting professional great sales advice here, so I've been hearing stuff with these right
This space has been going on 24 minutes now. Slow Doge has been on for exactly 0 seconds of it. So apparently, if you were to do a space where it says special guest, like, I don't know, Donald Trump, everyone might tune in and stay for like 24 minutes waiting for Trump to get on. So maybe that might be a marketing strategy at some point for us in the future. That's just, it's brilliant. You just say the first two in the space. That would be pretty bullish. We can get the Poland plus Michigan football. You want to talk about Michigan? Everyone go into Slow Doge just needs to be like, you're late for this. Just launch. Everyone here, find out all about it. Actually, I'd rather he come on here and chill on.
It absolutely is, Rabbi. Yeah, so I have to stay on the DL. If you weren't aware, I made 2,100 Twitter accounts, and now if you type in Rabbi Rothschild, like there's some kind of bot that they created against my bots that just automatically suspends them. So be careful. So I have to stay on the DL. Absolutely, they're anti-cool. I can tell you that one. So here's what I've done though. I am revolutionizing the Harry Potter Obama sign 10 e-new community. And how's that? First off, I am running a 24/7 Twitter space. This is the Twitter space I'm in, so be here. But if you ever want to be in a video one, I'm running that one always. You just type in HPOS in the Twitter spaces, you can come up, you can talk. Additionally, I always have at least 2 Telegrams going. Now, in addition to that, I've gotten some better internet, and usually, as you know, we were streaming on 5 different YouTubes, but now we really kicked it up a notch. I have, through the help of Rumble, to get out the word about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, worked with the Senko.tv team, if you know who that is. Basically, this is the platform that we streamed the ETH Denver party on, and so I am on their trending front page with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. In fact, the name of my space is called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. Please join Harry Potter Obama Sonic video Telegram. I put the link there. Ticker Bitcoin, and it's got the red, the yellow, and the blue. Everybody's asking me about it on Senko, so that's cool. And we bring them into the Telegram. Then with Rumble, I've been able to create over 133 different accounts on 33 different platforms. So everything from, and I'm just going to quickly give you a rundown, and this isn't even all of them, but we're live on 5 Rumble accounts, 5 YouTube accounts, 5 Twitch accounts, more than 5 X accounts or Twitter accounts, 5 Caffeine accounts, 5 Nono Live accounts, 5 Joystick accounts, 5 Trogo accounts, 5 Nemo accounts, 5 FC2 accounts. If you're like, what are these? A lot of them are like Asian. 5 YouNow accounts, of course, 5 U2s, but also YouNow, 5 Arena.tvs, 5 Lozengers, 5 D-Lives. Like, I didn't even know there were this many platforms. 5 Instagrams, 5 Africa.tvs, 5 Kick, 5 Vaults, 5 Locos, 5 Nikos, 5 Vaughns, 5 ePlays, actually 1 ePlay, 5 Breakers TV, 3 Conduits. I've also applied to be on Chatterbait. I've applied to be on OnlyFans, and I've applied to be on Strip Chat. So if you see me popping up on your stream on every single platform available, you know why. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 to the moon.
Wow, yeah, that was special. That's like the part of this recording that I'm going to play back. That's incredible. I mean, if for those who don't really know, yes, there's some context for those who don't know, if there wasn't somehow clear, although it's great chill. Rabbi films himself 24/7, 365. It does not stop. If you ever want to look at Rabbi, his beautiful images right there for your eyes, you can come to our Telegram at a little over 12,000 users. We'd love to have you in it. Or you can look on literally all of those platforms he listed. We have no doubt that Rabbi will be on every single social media platform someday. He will be the only person to 24/7 stream on all social media platforms. So I recommend getting to know him. He's a pretty cool guy. We've had some great debates about topics such as 9/11, very enthralling stuff. He's a good person. He hosts trivia nights, and everyone loves him. And we're very lucky to have him in the community.
You're so sweet. Thank you for your high praise. I want the community to know how much you mean to me. We have become family at this point. You know my deepest, darkest secrets. You see me all the time, and I want you to know that you guys are just really great people. You guys are very successful individuals with amazing, charismatic personalities. You're very funny, and I'm just so blessed that we found each other over the summer, and I look forward to more all-time highs. I mean, how amazing is this? That in the last week, we've hit ATHs, and we're just going to continue to grow. $10 and $69, then the moon.
It's true. It's looking amazing. It's looking really good. I mean, just a few weeks ago, people were saying, we're dead, we're going to zero, yada, yada. And then, putting us in a bad ranking, all kinds of crazy stuff. And who was that, who was the influencers? I know Size Jack called us 7 to 0. Who are the other freaks? C-Masters, whatever.
Well, I mean, I'll speak on the main one, speaking of gradings and whatnot, and I think that actually Rabbi's words do well to this. Paulie, I'm not going to give him a ton of attention, or I know no one likes how I say his name. His whole brand is being mean to people and, dragging them down. I understand how, if you're kind of like a young man and you feel disenfranchised in life, it's attractive to you to see someone, dumping on other people, being, a big-time shot or whatever. But honestly, I think the average person wants to spread love and be loved. And that's always been our brand. We build up, we don't tear down. And that's just how it's always going to be. You're never going to be in a Bitcoin community where the standard is to go attack people and try to make them feel worse in their day. And, Paulie, whatever he's, going to find in life as a result of that, I wish him well. I'll be honest, he's probably not, some morally evil person. I think sometimes, good people get caught up in things bigger than themselves. But his brand is that of negativity and hate, and ours is positivity and love. And that's why I'm proud to be part of the community.
Yeah, and I love my son Bitcoin Obama, which is why I just brought him up as a speaker. Oh, no.
How much do you, bro? Oh, my God. Okay, he's still someone's passport, and then Hilton sent it to all of us today.
Bitcoin Obama did?
Well, he sent the passport in. Schiller, do you want to talk about it?
Schiller, how you doing, my son? What's going on, Bitcoin Obama?
Hello, guys.
Never cool, my son, never cool.
Okay, as I have told you that I never killed in my life, but I have spent a lot of the time before I felt so I think it will take almost 3 to 2 months before I join the service like this. So I have a lot of some things to say about these communities. Because I have seen some newcomers now where I use their opportunities in order to ignore me. Because they don't know me, they don't know how I see since we were at the 600 teams last year ago.
Yes.
So I will. I want to use this opportunity in order to inform the general people, especially those who hold a lot of the biggest facts into these communities that we are going to do the multi content. I'm just going to very, very as I have mentioned that my target here is to make the beautiful facilities for our grants market caps, which we are now at about 1.7 2 million market cap.
No. We're much higher than 1.72 million. Yeah, I do want to make that clear.
I heard that 1.72 million is market cap. The range. The average.
The average? What? What?
We need multi-content, Obama. I agree with you on that. Sure.
He's right.
If you would remember, the best that across the people of this community is the SPF. There is no success here. That is why a lot of the people didn't see my powers and enemies. That is why.
Obama, I have a quick question, Obama. How many cell phones do you sell a day at your store?
What?
How many cell phones do you sell a day at your store?
As I have told you that there is no market.
Zero.
No, the only phones he sells are like, so they're like, like they're fake, right? He sells like fake iPhones or something. I saw it. No, it's completely far from
I don't know about all of you, but I camp out in front of Bitcoin Obama's store whenever the next iPhone iteration is released. I'm number one every single time. And I'll tell you what, he delivers.
Go to Sonic 18. He was going to have a phone store. No offense, but we can't. Yeah. We got to get real iPhones there before we can plug people in that direction. Sorry. So it's a lot of us. That's great. Where do you source your phones? Bitcoin Obama.
So I decided to stop endorsing him or maybe anything.
Halloween content.
I'm on it come October, but once we'll get to that time. But as far as you go, brother, like look at the Girl Scout. He made that incredible Kira poster. Wapao, he's been making some really great stuff. None of them are asking for you to do it, even though it's professional grade content that you would pay for. So why can't we have your amazing contributions at the expense of only the egregore, my friend?
It's a good question, son. I don't think he knows you're even asking him. Bitcoin Obama, what do you think of that? How do you like them apples? He's texting that he needs to
What do you say about that?
That's not nice. Okay. We're wondering anybody that uses most video for free. So I love the egregore page. What's the 2 weeks for? How much most
I'm just like talking to some random person on the street.
He has some bazaar or something there.
He's always he goes the last time at the airport. He's always just like in the middle of just like freaking the whole world, man. Like he's just got every chaos going. That's like something I was thinking about myself the other day. I was thinking like there's a whole world of billions of people and cars, trains, planes, and houses, buildings, structures, all of it all around here somewhere or another. It's just like right. It's like at the center of everything coming out from that. I'm like, man, we need to end this. So to that, I have a new theme for the season. Is that we need to take down the Jeweler regime. Obviously, he is at the core of everything. Yeah, you're gonna hate it because I know he's still on the so but I think this is that Jeweler at the end of the day is kind of like BlackRock and
money. We don't know where it goes.
Have we ever seen Larry Fink and Schiller in the same room at the same time? Doug, you think that a restraining order is going to stop Schiller? He's going to be shilling from behind bars, no doubt.
Because there's all these fake bets that go around. Okay, this is the ritual. It was 270. You wouldn't know this. It's 326. The owner
There's no fly. Reese's got a fucking
First 14 schedule the exam to get it for free.
10. Well, you're at 10.
see that with our performance. The more people are tweeting, it means like the more the one goes up. How far we work. But it's crazy because it just seems that momentum can be propelled, it can be kind of created. And that's what you're trying to do when you're doing marketing for any brand. You're trying to create momentum with your brand. That's important. So keep it going.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. And I would even say that, like, it's kind of one of those things where you start out thinking, like, oh, I got to trade the chart. And then as you go along, you think, oh, I can trade all these, like, underlying technicalities and everything. Like, that's what really drives me. And then in the end, you come back and realize, like, no, you got to trade the chart. That's what you said. Momentum is everything there. I think there's more esoteric stuff, like, brain moving and, like, options trading and whatnot. I try to always say, like, don't think that puts and calls are different because they're not. Like, a put and a call is the same because their deltas are going to trade the same. And if you're going to be trading options, you have to be trading deltas and like negative things. Vegas is not like I don't know. Like, I never trade for that reason because I've never like massively traded. I've worked with options traders who like all of them have a background in physics for some reason. I have no idea. There's a lot of physics PhDs and options probably physical actuals or something. I don't know. But yeah, they all understand momentum. That's probably a good possibility. They understand why but that is notice kind of like needs to know, right? These people that are smart about concepts of like oscillations and waves that they can translate that kind of knowledge into trading knowledge. I think that says a lot about like how things tend to act in like a pattern and in a reaction manner.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about momentum in a literal sense, that's literally what happens. Similar forces at play, like if you're looking at the realism of something, you're looking at the momentum.
They always trade that's like how options traders all face stuff. Like it's just all and that's the volatility that up and out and down. It's just like I think like people that trade options that a retailer kind of just take this more of like a directional gamble where they're really expecting to get liquidated. And maybe there's something to be said about like the efficiency of that. I really don't know. I've seen fortunate not have to like take that route. But yeah, I think that like sticking with the community and understanding it is always a good way to work.
Yeah, that's the best way. I was saying that's one thing I've been impressed by. I don't know for everyone, but I think we were mentioning this in Telegram earlier too. It's something worth remembering that over a long enough time frame, in crypto, probably in any market, but I think especially crypto, the people that have just held very long-term positions did a lot better. Like, just profited way more in scale than people who are professional traders. So that means that they're trading, essentially 40 hours a week. Some of these guys are nuts though, they're trading for long. I guess some guys have acid too. And these are people that are putting in effort. They're trying to outsmart the market. They're trying to sort of get an edge. And they actually perform worse than dudes that just did nothing. So it's something to think about. New people going.
If you want a direct example, I can give you this. This is like my best way to back you up on this. I have a few wallets that I created like a decade ago when I first got into crypto. They're like, the BTC. This is like, back when you had to go through the terminal on Second Life, like go to get to the Beer Walks terminal, buy Linden dollars, put that into BTC. Like, it was a whole mess. And so I have like one wallet that's like untouched. It's BTC that I bought. Like, I think be like September 2014 or something like that. So it's just like untouched, right? Obviously, like that for me would be like really good. I had like another wallet that I did like actively trade like throughout like those like years with my and like I looked through the transaction history report and 100% like it has underperformed the wallet that I just let be. So I don't know. That's maybe I'm not saying that everybody's gonna be like me, but that was at least my experience across like I think there's 3 of them, and I think it's true. I think that the health wallet is the better of all 3. Yeah.
There you go. And that's literally a 1-to-1 comparison because that's you versus you. So it doesn't get more apples to apples.
Exactly. Yeah. No, exactly. That's like like I've always used this as like the analogy when I'm talking to people about it. I mean, I understand. Like, I don't want people to think that actively trading for the most part in a bull cycle is just taking new positions. Really, it's like buying something, and then like risk management on it, which like probably shouldn't be something other than just selling like 80% of the stack, 20. That's like you don't have to get really complex about that stuff. And I don't think it's
an expert in this. It's interesting, man. Like, I know comedians that literally just simply like self-promote another bigger own. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, they're like, they label themselves as I think train for like wearing colors. It has marketing. Like, it's literally have people with Spotify training. They're like, oh, well, I'm going into this shit. And like, I know because like we had those devs clients and we would just tell it's like, I don't know, it's insane. Like, you can like, you can see like different like I think that it's always better to just like check somebody based on how they treat others and like how they say they are and what they have. And those things can be really expensive. You know, there's a lot of people that might look at it and think that they're like, you know, the kind of person who want to be based on what they think they're achieving. But it's really sound a lot of these things that you can they have this like gravitational pull to them because everybody knows how much they're worth and all of them want to get a piece of it, right? Like it's just like and like the way people talk about that is absolutely insane. So I don't know, this never really play like that's like that and people think about like that. No, they love it, bro. No, they kind of love it. And that's why they always start like you know things for no reason. So like they just love trying like their intellectual need and culture. Yeah, you probably saw that tweet about how, like, you know, futures such a thing dumping, but spot and ETFs completely buy into it for BTC. Like, BlackRock set a record on BTC that's ever bought in a single day to it as futures were dumping. So, like, that says something, man. Like, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, anyway, they've got all this retail interest. That's also a lot of people take on, right? Your clients will put but like that aside, they did all of this, and they said the reason is because we need more mulch to be able to fund. So it's interesting. I think if you can get mulch futures, you're really good because it's not reflecting in current prices yet. Yeah, somehow that statement, I guess the mulch future community doesn't have a Bloomberg or something. So it has not been priced in. Yeah, they don't have their finger on the pulse. They're not close enough to the source of data. That's crazy. God, that's some crazy element here. You heard it here first, Elwood.
No, you want to hear all the little industry alpha things. I mean, this has been true for like 2 years now, but like Malaysia as a manufacturing hub, like huge deal. Like everyone is offshoring in China. Like a lot of incentives coming out of Malaysia to go there. Malaysia's had like 6.5% GDP growth every single year since like 1950. So it's like, a lot of those Asian tigers, because like it's similar to a token, right? Like if you're starting from a lower point, the rate of compounding is easier to achieve, right? So like, a large token like Bitcoin, like even the biggest Bitcoin bulls are calling for like, a 10x this cycle. Whereas like if you're high on a Bitcoin and you don't think it's gonna 10x this cycle, like you're kind of just like wrong, right? Like no one would listen to that. So, and I think that people have to kind of understand that, like that, the way that you kind of see these things in ways. But yeah, that same thing happens within any kind of capital market, especially I think that's a limited supply asset, right? So you're definitely seeing like countries, like if you're into foreign investing, right? That's like I would say that like you look to Africa, right? It's not a hot play to invest there because of the governance structures. But statistically, there will be some places that work out, right? You look to Botswana or other countries. I mean, Nigeria is one of the largest countries in the world, just simply based on like their purchasing power. You would expect there to be like revenues out of there. But at this point, we're way off topic, so I'll stop.
Well, I'm going to go back to Malaysia because that's where we got to stick. The first golden corral is in Malaysia. And I got because I went to Malaysia a while ago. Went to Kuala Lumpur and was there because of this guy Vincent Tan, and he's a billionaire over there. The only thing he did is that he brought Starbucks and Wendy's to Malaysia. He was like the first guy to be like, listen, I'm going to go through all the red tape and all the rigmarole. People want this Starbucks. Their economy don't change or whatever. So they're like, it's a perfect time to get this Western shit over here. People are going to go nuts. So he was like a hotel guy or something. And he was like, all right, I'm going to stick this shit in the hotel. So the line was like out the fucking block for a Starbucks for like, a year. It was like, people going nuts for it. And then he was winning, people went double nuts. That's all you got to do. Now he's like, owns a bunch of hotels. He's a freaking super billionaire. So, Malaysia, that's all I'm saying. Eastern markets, we got to expand horizontally. Golden Crown's not know how to break into new markets. They don't know how to market at all. Or they would have, all kinds of crazy proto meals already. So we'll call them tomorrow.
I like that. Within Ticker Bitcoin, no derivatives, but within our foreign business plans, all derivatives. Just take Western business, port it over. Yeah,
it's going to work. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you want to, even in the United States or something, you just want a business that's going to not lose money, be fine, and generate whatever, 7% every year, whatever, 10%. Do a 7-Eleven, do a Subway sandwiches. These things are just rock solid. Someone's going to come and buy a Subway sandwich at some point every day. Someone's going to come buy gas stations, laundromat. That's the kind of shit you want to do. So we're just doing the Golden Corral in Malaysia, everywhere. Indonesia, let's go.
Do you realize how much money you would have to pay off bribes to even get the foundation over there?
I think that's the main thing, is you got to bribe like everyone under the sun to even make that happen. But then you're the guy that no one else can do it. You got the mob.
So basically, they're just like exchanges.
Yeah.
You know what one dude did, and there's this one guy that spent, I think it was like, gosh, I'm trying to remember how much he spent. I think it might be like close to $100 million, and he used over like 130 different contractors to lay all of this cable between Kansas City and Chicago. And like he used all these different contractors so that way no one could find out he was doing it. And he was a commodities trader. And like that's a huge, like Chicago to DC is like a huge information market on commodities, right? And so then he just had latency that no one else had. This is like the high frequency world. And he just blew everyone out of the water.
Oh wow,
so
he made bad.
He made like billions in like not even a year, and then everyone else built the cable. Everyone else built the cable too, because like that's what always happens. Like this happened with the transatlantic cable. Actually, there was a ton of cable that was laid from London to New York, and it didn't lose latency at all. Latency stayed the exact same.
But it says here, Sharon Bellow never complains about anything, but we did reach landmarks. There's never been a show on KFI, not one, in the history of this 100-year history, whatever it is, 1,000 years of KFI, who's had 250 followers on Facebook. 250,000, sorry. We need 250 on the first day. 250,000 followers, and Bellio did it, ladies and gentlemen. Bellio pulled it off. That's wild. I'm very proud of that. You know? Turn on my belt.
Well, it's easy to do with your name.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Please.
That's not true because for many reasons. But Bellio, you were able to get 250,000 people to follow this.
It's surprising, isn't it?
It's wild, isn't it?
It's weird.
It makes you think that something's going on.
Something has to be going on.
Yeah. And sometimes we lose followers.
Yeah.
If I say something on the air they don't like, and we might lose a couple hundred.
Yes.
But how do we get it back?
Dorf. Dorf brings it back.
He posts clips from the Dorfland golf and Dorfland auto racer.
They come down as a big they come right back.
Players from was getting on Beverly Hills, and they were known for being just like stupid bonuses. Like you can go read about it, like in books like Flyers, Poker, whatever. Like there was one guy who he just started working there, and he gets his first bonus, right? And he's like in the 80s, and his bonus is something like his yearly salary is I think like $750,000. He gets a bonus of like $10.5 million or something, and he's like sitting in like the chair, just like overwhelmed, like emotional, and whatnot. And like the Mike Milliken like asks him, he's like, "Are you happy?" And like he can't even respond. He's just like nodding his head with that. And Milliken like gets up from the chair and like goes around the desk and like gets in this guy's face. He's like, "What can we do to make you happier?" And that's like the kind of stuff that was like going down out there and everything. So when they moved to Miami, like I think traders probably perceived it as like, oh, I can go get this job where I'm gonna have like this lifestyle, like a more aggressive bonus structure, like more similar to the 80s when you had the fixed income trading, which is like off the wall. And it reflects in the people too. Like I'll always say this, like Jane Street, which did like probably $22 trillion in volume of securities last year. They have the most jacked traders ever. They are all like giga chads. Like all of them are just huge. They're so intimidating. You go to any like conference, like Jane Street's there. It's like they almost like the other like HFT guys. HFT guys aren't that jacked people that's right. But in terms of like algo trading, like no one beats Street. It didn't work yet. I think there was a second project that did actually include someone's relative legacy. The reason it didn't work is that like it improved like the actual because it was so widespread because it functioned up so many all APIs, right? Like it's I guess another thing is that we never like the sales guys that are in like high frequency trading that are in like market machine talk and stuff. Don't try to get them like more friends or do because like anyone who's needed that sales will tell you and I'll tell you straight up like it is, and I don't think it's wrong, but I know there's a lot of good people, but the main sales is not like with like other like prop trading where you have a full deck. Like if you want like your clients are coming with you, like when you're hooked up to someone's API, it's really hard to get off, and like people don't really want to. So like if you get a client on just doing like HFT with you, high frequency trading, they're probably not like unless like your spread is getting really out of whack, like you're not giving them good like not real prices or something, or your offering or your liquidity or your funding is bad. I don't know, but that's to say that like that's it's more of a relationship management game. So I've always thought that like anyone who's in crypto that's like on crypto Twitter all day and is like used to like stoking the egos of people for profit would definitely be any kind of account executive, like any kind of account executive anywhere really, because it is all just that, right?
Yeah, unless you're cold calling leads, it's
like you did, yeah.
Yeah, like I did, which is awesome. Yeah, that was really insane.
It's amazing. It taught you good stuff.
Yeah, you learn a lot of stuff. I mean, that is crazy. I recommend that to everybody. if you ever need work or something, go try to find a job where you're cold calling from a call center. That's it's crazy because you just get used to communicating to people who maybe don't want to even be entertained by you or listen to you. And really just sort of giving it a shot and totally failing and not here, which is a very hard thing to do in life, and you have to do it. City students that don't ever make any money. Again, they lose a lot of money, end up making money because they, you know, I think you don't want to make money out of the but you kind of like that, like, you give up on it. Well, I don't know. It's not playing, it's not failure to give up or whatever, right? I've failed upwards so much in life. Like, I can't tell you how many times. I can't tell you how many times I've like gone through like, you know, just like classic failures, right? Whether it be like, you know, fired. Like, I remember getting fired from the store that I worked at. But like, they have all like, you know, like I did better for that. And I started talking about and I found something else that was be up like that from there. So, you know, it's life is about like the illness, you know, right? Like it's never like life is a test where you succeed or fail. It's just constantly opportunity to learn and grow. You know, you look at so many coaches, if they were to like zoom in on like the weekly chart and the monthly chart of your life, you know, you would see a lot of success and failure. But when you zoom out, you kind of just like one clear picture, which is just general success. And everyone's life should be like that. You know, I think that there's no one in this world that can teach you something. That means that you know, wherever you are, you have something that you can teach everybody here. And that means that you can have that kind of success. So you just gotta look at life that way. You can't look at it as it's always an opportunity. Yeah. I like that one. You're right. I didn't know what you could do before. I didn't know what you could do. 20 times. Like, yeah. People don't even so much money, you know, it's like half a billion, like outside now, like in the 80s, he was crazy, they like firemen and everything. He just got hired by like, I want to say it's like Merrill Lynch or someone, and he's in like one of the biggest signing bonuses ever in Wall Street, and he's hired him, and he's just like the biggest failure ever. Yeah, and so he's like, oh, this guy's got no money, I guess, because he must be so much for I don't know, it's like, you can like fail and like acknowledge it and show how you like improve as a result. That's like the key to attracting people. You know, they really do look out for that. Like if you think of any leader that you've ever admired, like think of any moment in which they like acknowledge the shortcomings and said that they can do better, and then especially done it. Like it really does require a lot of confidence. I think it's an underrated way to go about it. You don't really need self-confidence or self-loathing because everybody's always thinking a lot of things. That's what being is about. It's more so, you know, how do you react to them? You know, how do you fix them? That's like it's the best, you know, professional environment, right? It's never been about like, you know, oh, we got to get all upset because the mistake was made. It's like, how do you react to it? And then after that, like, evaluate your reactions. I like that. I like that. Look, if you do a crazy mistake, you're experiencing the win. And people like that. They don't mind that. If you look at the sun, it's kind of, it's inspiring people. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you gotta do the especially if you're like building something. Because it doesn't serve you for to understand your cause or your system. And I think that's a good lesson from like Star Wars. Like, you just be like, all right, we're going to be like the third best. Then get our verticals depending on to where it gets at. But you got to like, the entire fucking game. Whatever we're doing it, like, you know, that goes to the way that's not like, and then it was inspired. Like, I just got to see how stupid sports. You know, rock all the time. And got real aspirations for it. So it makes sense. So it kind of compelling. When you have that genuine stuff, you got to inspire that. Or you got to inspire the team. Whether you get it, it's the thing you're doing. Everyone's thinking, like, have to do that, working or something. We don't really give it to enough. We just have to give a paycheck. That's something I think that crypto actually definitely you see having to do stuff that's not fulfilling. Like because it's really participation, like everyone in opportunities. If we do opportunities on the whole thing, and then as we feed into the success of the project, we'll have just fun. Actually makes a positive impact on the actual outreach of the that's cool. Like that's something that, maybe it's lost. I get a lot of things. Just making outcomes benefit whatever. I can root for your sports team. I like that, but it's not really you. It's like really you. Like you're thinking about the project really on the team. You're actually helping the league win. So that's kind of cool. You can't get that anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how anybody, like, anybody who's in this space right here that's like a dedicated part of the community, there's no way they can't say that they did help build it, because they did, right? Like, how many things do you show up, at the start when it's small, and, you're a part of it as it grows big? Like, everybody, contributions are always, like, in many cases, very difficult to actually, like, see. Like, sure, like, if you're like on your team analogy, right, in a zero-sum environment, like you're going to see like the best players obviously contributing more. But I don't think that holds as much for like a situation, a community like ours, where it's just so many people spontaneously doing things because they like it, because it's fun. That's exactly to your point, that any work you're doing for the Jaeger Corps, it's not really work because it's something you do because you believe in it, because you like it. That's why I left my job and came onto the team and never on the team like to really go full force into it, right? And then the I lost side, and why the conflict with that is because I remember like thinking to myself, like, what do I want to do kind of with my career in life? And I want to do something that's fun, something that helps other people, that helps them flourish, but that ultimately like I enjoy. And I really think that's possible for anybody. You talk about how good a job that cold calling people is a learning experience for you. I worked at McDonald's, that was a huge learning experience for me. I was a kid, it wasn't like a situation where I was like, trying to make it in the world on McDonald's. Like, great people.
He opens up his own in New York. And he's a really young audience. Very funny comedian guy named Guinness. And he opens up his app in New York. And he comes out on stage. And people love him. A lot of people know who he is. And some people don't know who he is. And he comes out and says, my big fan of Fox News. And people start going, and he looks at the audience and says,
so many people come into it for friends, but you always have to be honest about it. You don't want to be saying this stuff at the top or trying to show people into it. I feel lucky that we're still in a period of this cycle where we can tell people, like, hey, it's involved.
like the band in the United States.
Yeah, this is exactly, it's a great time to be doing that. And that's,
You want to make something
I hope that everyone in here listening, this is the last cycle, this is the last few months, and you got to think about crypto, or stealing, or anything, that would be my name. They're only making $1 billion, fucking around the internet, doing Bitcoin stuff. Yeah, they were stuff through when it was really hard last year. It was not that easy. The last, 5 months for us to do this project. Hasn't been anything. It wasn't, it's very, very higher time. So, yeah, I'm nothing more than people who haven't seen their very last ever worried about their books, get to build their lives and retire, go help them off for books, go talk to everyone new, go to anything on the low spectrum of either. Because this is fun, like, right, as you say, like, nobody's been doing, like, people for 10 years straight. We like to, do this type of stuff.
Adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party pose a real actual threat of our
never cease to exist public service announcement. We will be doing this for life. We know. We're just trying to make it joke. I would be doing this for other people. TikTok, for sure. That's amazing. It's got to be. But no, it's good. I wonder what the experience is possible. Stick around, too. That's a great experience. 13 years old. Still doing everything. Can't wait for that. We got to say $1 million so far first. But everyone get aboard on that. We can get some good. I don't know. We can talk about future stuff, but things that'll be good for us guys. So, the calendar, future stuff is okay. So, that's county. Julie's incredible. That lady, she and I went there together. She's a win. 2 years later, he put her and Julio on his there. She's an architect. That's amazing passion that we're very hard fast. And he has her. We have to figure out a really cool spot. Just talking to the owner and trying to figure out what's up now. But I think that's would be great to see everybody there. I kind of had the idea on the site that we could do a chapter on because it's like a really cool site. It's like really big. Like even like it's really integrated. Sure, it's like more like one of the things. Well, maybe this is one of the things could be a chapter like more like or something like that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, no, it has like a boss, like an old school boss, like an area where you go and it's based on home and it's not, he's got a couple other places. I went to one of them in her where these like really LA guys, some super LA business, but it's all SEO based and whatnot. But it was a good, it was a good space, but there's the be like the best, but cool stuff there. I mean, obviously, like, I've had some phone calls that were, we'll update everybody that this stuff comes along. I can say one thing is product things. There's a really cool AI product that is only music that's coming out that we're going to be joining with, and that is something that you don't have to buy. Like, you'll see one participate and win money, of course. Like, it's totally each copy is like free to enter, and it's simply the only thing that can happen is each other. Win money or have fun with your friends. They got a demo for me this morning. I just won't play. It's so good. Like, I don't want to, like, I guess I can't, like, I probably, like, talk too much about it. It's their product, right? But they have a lot of experience. Like, the guy that made it, he had an IPO of something like $2 billion. Like, I think it's like 20 years or something. So he's a pretty experienced dude. He's really nice. Like,
In advances geopolitical agenda. Spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry accuses the U.S.
all kinds of cool stuff. That everyone's doing it's $1.95. Like, there's so much more than just night out. Don't take I don't know if it's meant to become that easy. Because that was again, you've got the team and stuff. I was like, okay, whatever. That's great. This is the kind of $2 billion IPO going over it. It's like nothing to do that. It's a crazy big company. Yeah, everyone does that. It's like pretty amazing. So, very cool. Those guys put it out. They're celebrity company. Very interest part of that company. Well, no, it's not. I mean, we'll see. I mean, you know, on a overpromise or deliver, but they were like, they want us to be a, proposal of what it looks like. So I guess yes, not doing it. I'm not going to end up being like, but it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun and stuff like that. But you know, like, but yeah, exactly. And also, maybe someday we'll have small doors millionaire on the basis. That would be pretty cool thing. Yeah, I think so. I love it. On that day, right now being dumped for $20 million. And has the stock. And well, I actually know that I think they're building it, but it's like I have a good but they're like, yeah, no, it's hilarious. Like, it's the whole country comes like that. Yeah, we also but it's just all over the whack of we must start working in this stuff to the anti-polio line. Kind of like the United States, like we went to their car. I've been celebrating don't have a ton of followers, so the people that follow you are like big accounts, right? Like I assume that's how it deals with me. So I know it's how it deals with me. Yours, like, it only takes none of us. It's like, well, people miss it. Just stay on there. But I don't want to like appreciate on that. I think it's kind of like a project. It is kind of corny, but especially with like. Especially with those like young first and Grizzly, like, look, you're about to get slaughtered, cattle. What do you think? Like, I'll never forget when like Sushi was our top holder. I was like, oh god. He's starting to tweet about it. I do not understand how it works that way. I don't think some people would give me that because I have some good friends that have kind of tried to explain it to me, but they can't wrap my head around it. But that's really, I've been willing to be honest, be like, when we're in this space, like BCC is at like fitness plus and whatever, and like things are really down, like I'll be honest, like just even if it's like technically fraud, like I don't want to. I think it's kind of hard for like these permanent roles. But this is the time of the market where you can actually be a role, not like totally wrong. So yeah, exactly. I think we're the only project where we keep people at tremendous upside. I mean, if you look at the tokens that are built in market cap right now, compare their communities are, compare the communities that are I mean, what retail Visa is going to go, I'm saying, $10 is not a joke. Out of the 10%, saying that, it's not a joke. Like, I'm not joking here, guys. I am. That's the thing. People don't know who we're in. We feel like we do is just so heavy hitter. Crypto Twitter world, even crypto world. It's crypto much larger, more expensive. Crypto world is insane. These words are back in the bad thing. And none of them compare like crypto. They haven't even seen the murder. Just wait till they see it. Just wait till it gets mentioned on the Twitter. Programmer and quotes. Look, you're saying it's going to go that's part of the deal. That's the thing for like last like you didn't have it when you get program like there's no way to feel what the get-go I'm going to get up numbers going to like no worry like I almost check like reading your headlines like just ask like about this amount there's also a little bit of advertisement on them like real front like you see the market coming out and you see like BlackRock like BlackRock like everybody feels like they try to like all go for the having more reasons like everybody I'm not kind of giving it to everybody that's just having to get because it's going to be like I just have it
Marketing on a very broad scale. It doesn't have specific
that's like your problems like having like my wife is like here like that's like a lot of users and access to the audiences and data you just want to get it out like yeah, the free already is now we got coming up in May. Yeah, it'll be first too, so I don't understand like what is well at least what's BlackRock using. I don't remember who's like the SEC subscription for me. I think it might be Never iShares and Triple. Like iShares is like one of the most major players of all like indexes. So but yeah, no, I think it's just things tend to all happen all at once. You know, so you'll have one period of not much of it, then a lot run up. But in terms of like where things are, like in the institutional flow, like it's all like kind of trying to shift down into something else, and that's why we see stuff going up. Like our website, for example, like you know, we haven't done it yet, but like we're probably gonna just integrate the OKX DAX like just right into the site. So some of the normal person when they go on the website, like they just kind of go through the OKX process and create a wallet, which they make to be like super easy. Like that's another thing that's kind of nice to come out of the bear period of the last cycle is that a lot of products were built to be able to onboard normal people because that was the big problem. It was like there's still a bottleneck last time was not being able to get like normal people on like the right order, I guess. It's kind of how the design people felt about it. So yeah, now you have like easy tools that we can integrate. Whereas if we were a company back in 2018, there's no way we could do that. You know, it'd all still be like written steps and stuff. So you feel good about the state of Bitcoin, you know, whatever you might look at in terms of their ability to grow to the more normal rate of market.
I like that. Yeah, that guy. So he has to get regular people to buy any crypto, and they did just now they make sure that we're gonna have more people. Yeah, we're gonna have like an aspect of that site. You can just trade right there again, but it's pretty easy to do it. So that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be together. I guess you would argue with us like to some degree, man. Yeah, the most education. I love that guy. We've been going for over 90 minutes. So we didn't even have the guy who was supposed to come. We wanted to talk to the guy.
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Excellent. After party in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Telegram. Be there. All the cool kids are going to be there. I already talked to them. Here's the link. It's t.me/HPOS10I. So it's like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Telegram. It's t.me/HPOS10I. Be there or be square, everyone.
Disneyland is expanding, so they're going to be a lot more rides, a lot more things to see, and it's going to be a cooler environment. So for Disneyland fans, it's going to be a big deal. And people still, you know, I don't care how old you are, you still have terrific memories of Disneyland.
Man, yo, what up? Did you guys come here from the Twitter space?
Yeah.
That's baller. You heard the announcement. That's tight. Hey, thank you. Sam, what's the name of that guy whose Wikipedia you gave me?
Which one?
He is the hacker guy who runs Senko TV.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, that guy. How do
You
you...
literally just have to Google for Cortana or like founder of Anonymous, like literally.
That's right. He's been really nice on Senko. He got me all set up, and right now I've got a 30-hour straight stream going, which is a long time. Generally, my stream usually goes out before then, but I have better internet connectivity now, seemingly. And, well, you can see it right here. Can you guys see? It's got like a bunch of different streams going.
Yeah.
Excellent. So that's cool. And he's been really just an excellent mentor when trying to figure out all this. So that's good. How are you? How are you today, Vamp?
Okay.
How are your animals?
Good. Just fed my gecko actually.
Excellent. GB, how are you? How are things in to our neighbors to the north? GB, how are you today? And then he just bounced.
He's not in the room anymore.
And then he came back. GB, how are you today? Excellent. You've been watching these charts. Bitcoin, MLK, Luther King. How are you, baby? Welcome, welcome. We're glad you're here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you are here with we, and we appreciate that. Yo, dog. GB, how are these charts going? You happy? You sad? What are you thinking? How do you like these charts? You look at the chart like a crazy man. No, you don't at all? Oh, good for you. Good for you. I figured you were digging into it all the time. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna look at it now. I don't normally look at it. I can live with that. So what's the goal? What market cap do we want next? What market cap do we want next? Higher. Okay, that's what I thought you'd say, but I wasn't sure. Hey, look who we got here. Carlos. Okay, so 300 is our next goal. 200, then 300, then 400, and 500, of course. Okay. Carlos, how you doing? Carlos, can you hear us?
Good.
Excellent. Oh, we're kicking ass, taking names. Have you been to our Telegram video chat before?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay, let me try on a different device. Carlos, can you hear me? Okay, so you do hear me. Carlos, so we can hear you. Oh, so you've never been here before. Well, welcome. To give you a little bit of a background, I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. You can see I'm actually streaming on another platform here, 5 of my YouTube streams. So right now you're live on 5 different YouTube streams. And you're also live on 5 different TikTok, 5 different Twitter, 5 different Instagram, 5 different Kicks, 5 different Odysseys. You name it, you're on it. I'm live on over 33 different platforms and 150 different accounts. I've been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 3 years. So it is the biggest event in global history. And welcome. We're happy you're here. We're just talking about the coin.
Cool. I'm going to switch over to YouTube. I got a bad connection here. I think I'll have a better connection on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Certainly, if you'd like to do that, you certainly can. It's just Rabbi Rothschild and filtered by live, and you'll be able to find it. Carlos, are you a holder of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu?
Yeah.
Oh, big time. How long have you been in the community?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. How long have you been in the community? Okay, so somewhat of a newbie. Very cool. Well, I stream my life all day, every day in here. So if you ever need anything, I'm here. If you ever want to watch a movie or talk or tell me about your day or hear about my day or just bond with someone, I'm always here.
That's what I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, that's Carlos, everybody. Anybody have any questions for Carlos? Perhaps? Yes, no, maybe so. Bitcoin MLK Luther King, how are you today?
People out there that hate the show, like any hate listen, you hate listen, and I get that too. But please don't unfollow us.
You have a dream. What is your dream?
Where we announced that we have 250,000, whatever it was.
Well, I hope you're doing well. And I hope that you have a dream, baby. And I hope that dream keeps on turning. Woo woo. Carlos, is there something you'd like me to stream? Oh, you just clown. If anybody else has anything they'd like me to stream, let me know.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. For over 5 decades, Paul McCartney has finally been reunited with his bass. Back in 1972, McCartney had a Hoffman bass guitar that he played on the Beatles' Love Me Do, She Loves You, and their cover of Twist and Shout stolen from him. Even though it had only cost $38 back in the day, it was one of Paul's first instruments, estimated to be worth over $12 million today. Fast forward to 2018, when the Lost Bass project was launched, with people crowdsourcing various things and info, which led to the guitar being found in an attic in Sussex, England, and authenticated by the Hoffman Company. Paul McCartney got his bass back in December, and a missing piece of music history is back where it belongs. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
Birthday parties. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
It's time for Europe. TV took off.
Monday night the 18th, look inside the art and industry of commercial picture taking and the lives of those doing it in the docuseries Photographer at 8/7 Central on National Geographic Channel. Wednesday the 20th, hear the untold stories behind your favorite films and TV shows in the season 6 premiere of the docuseries Icons Unearthed at 9/8 Central on Vice Channel. Also on Wednesday the 20th, Top Chef returns for its 21st cycle of culinary competition at 9/8 Central on Food Network. On Friday the 22nd, the compilation series The Unexplained Special Presentation updates the most popular mysteries from the show The Unexplained, kicking off at 9/8 Central on History Channel. Sunday night the 24th, the 2024 National Women's Hall of Fame induction ceremony honors 11 more trailblazing women, starting at 8/7 Central on OWN. I'm Lex Howitt, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between.
Yo, what up, Kiami? How are you, dog? We've been waiting for you. What's new with you? Hold utility tokens? What's up?
A shocking 70-69 upset over 4-seed Mississippi in the first round of the NCAA Midwest Regional. It's a replay you've probably seen once or 100 times. Bryce Drew was the coach's son and gave the school its first ever tournament victory. Today in 2012, BYU pulls off the biggest comeback in NCAA tournament history. Noah Hartsock scores 16 of 23 points in the second half. The Cougars rally from 25 points down to beat Iona 78-72 the first round. Previously, the largest deficit overcome was 22 points in 2001 when Duke fought back to beat Maryland 95-84 in the national semifinal. And today in 2018, Russell Westbrook picks up the 100th triple-double of his career, and the Oklahoma City Thunder uses a 16-0 run late in the fourth quarter to pull away from the Atlanta Hawks for a 119-107 victory. Westbrook scores 32 dishes and assists and grabs 12 rebounds to become the third fastest player to reach the milestone.
Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. Get ready before breakfast, then you'll still learn all day. Wake up with Amy Kings live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. AM 650. John Rachel. We have breaking news. Breaking news, a double shooting in San Pedro, where Big Pete, the old Petros, he's from San Pedro. So anytime there's a mischief in San Pedro, we worry about it. Oh, he's moved on. He doesn't live in San Pedro anymore. And I think it bothers him that I associated him with San Pedro. I love San Pedro. I was a big fan when I was a kid. When I was in 6th grade, Miss Palmer's class in elementary school in the Sacramento Valley, our big 6th grade trip, because that's when you're a senior in elementary school, was to Ports of Call, where we toured the Sunkist canning factory, the Sunkist tuna canning factory. I don't know why you would have 3rd graders walk through a place where they were all throwing up.
That's what I was going to ask. You remember doing it?
Yes.
Do you remember how you felt at that time?
Sick the whole time. And not because not because fish were being slaughtered. I had no problem with that. The smell was unbelievable.
And it smells like I had a fitting done today, and I could smell the tooth that she was grinding. That's the
What was that, Angel Martinez?
On the approach to that old camera, you can smell it like a mile out.
Oh, really? So it's not there before, I don't think, right?
I haven't been down there in a while, but I'm not sure. But Petro said that it's gone.
Yeah, that's too bad. That was a cool place to go. Was it? And we went whale watching, too. And then we stayed overnight. And when you're in 6th grade, you can stay in a room with all your buddies. That was really cool. Yeah, that was my first trip where I did it without parents and stayed in a room with my buddies in a hotel room. And we had a good trip. But we stayed in a place called the Vagabond, which I don't know if that's still called that.
Is that a chain?
Yeah, the Vagabond. Yeah. Their mascot was a hobo. The mascot was a homeless guy.
Stick in a handkerchief.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Their mascot was a homeless guy. Yeah. He was a hobo.
news. This is in San Pedro. The LAPD Harbor Division is investigating a double shooting. 2 people hit, and we know part of the investigation revolves around that black car up in the upper part of your screen where the driver's side door is open, and it is very near the volunteers from there because they said Charlotte's Head Start School. We don't know if that school has anything to do with it. Nevertheless, you see all the police cars that are parked here at this location as this investigation is underway. We don't know anything about what happened or how the victims are doing, but we'll keep you posted.
Okay, and we'll also keep you posted here. A double shooting in the San Pedro area.
We also had, if you refresh again, there's no audio in there. There's several people hurt in an FBI shooting range in Irvine. We're seeing at least 14 people are injured.
At a shooting range?
Yeah, FBI training facility.
Let's find out what's going on.
Here's what we know. This is an FBI shooting facility range in Irvine. It's right called the Parkway, but this is also used by the Orange County Sheriff's Department. We are told it was the Orange County Sheriff's Department that were involved in this incident. It's being described as some sort of training incident. We do not know exactly what went on here, but we do know that there were several people that were injured. The Orange County Sheriff's Department maintains nobody seriously injured. We are hearing as many as 14 to 15 people injured in all of this. We do not know what the makeup of those people are. They're all sheriff's deputies or the FBI agents. We're not sure what the exact makeup is.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. My guess, my preliminary guess, is that those people weren't injured the way that my brother injured people up in Big Bear. When it comes to bullets or ammunition, I'm sure that they were shooting off live ammunition at this training facility. But my brother was helping a kid move, one of his friends move in Big Bear. He was going to move from Big Bear, I don't know, to San Bernardino or Apple Valley or something. And he asked my brother to help him move. Bad move. Bad call. My brother's not the go-to guy when you need any help. Great kid, not the first call. So he shows up, and they have a lot of crap that they have to move to Apple Valley. I think it was and so they found a big oil drum, like 55-gallon drums. It's the middle of winter, so they started a fire with firewood, put some kerosene on the logs there, and started a fire to keep warm while they're moving. And then they started burning all the crap that they didn't want to take to Apple Valley instead of throwing it in the dump. So they're throwing boxes and crap in there. And one of the boxes that they threw in there to burn was a box of 500 live ammunition shells from I think it was a 22 cal. So they threw it in there. It's still up for question. There's a lot of denial that went on, but it said on the box what it was. So I think they went for it. And so they threw this box of 500 rounds into the fire. And I think they knew it was going to cause a problem because they ran for cover as soon as they threw it in. And it went off. Bang, 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 bang. And it cracked flying out. And enough for the sheriff's department to show up. And have a chin bag with the fellas. Fun's over. That's right. But man, when I heard that story, I'm like, that's my brother. That's my brother. Oh, that's surprised. I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner. All right, we have a lot more news ahead of us here. Lots of things going on with flying. United Airlines back in the news again. You may remember they've had some problems with Boeing. There was the suicide of the whistleblower on Boeing. They've lost the door. They lost the tire. They landed at LAX with one of the compartment doors open from the luggage compartment. Lots going on with flying. They're not delivering the planes in time. It's in the news every single day.
United Airlines is facing another issue with one of its passenger jets. A flight bound for SFO yesterday had to return back to Sydney, Australia. According to United, the cause of this emergency was a, quote, maintenance issue.
Maintenance issue. It had to be anything.
Maintenance issue. This is the carrier's 5th flight incident in a little more than a week. Fire brigade issues plane returned to Sydney almost 2.5 hours after it took off.
Oh my God, how about that? 2.5 hours into a 15, 16-hour flight, and you got to turn around and
slide back. And you want to be 2.5 hours over the ocean when they have what they're referring to as a maintenance issue.
What is that? We forgot to make sure it was flyable?
I don't know what's going on, but 2.5 hours over the ocean and they have a maintenance issue.
The Boeing 777-300 was carrying 183 people. United says passengers were accommodated for the night and then rebooked to San Francisco.
Oh, nightmare. We're live on KFI AM 640.
More informative, more engaging, more stimulating. KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
That's a bad guy. Allegedly. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man accused of holding a teenage girl hostage near Big Bear Lake for nearly a week has been arrested.
Zachary DeRosso is accused of locking the girl in his home after she refused to have sex with him. San Bernardino County Sheriff's spokeswoman Gloria Huerta says the girl was trapped in DeRosso's home from the 1st of this month to the 7th.
While she was in his home and refusing to have sex with him, he forced her to drink alcohol and then sexually assaulted her.
DeRosso allegedly locked the girl in his car while he was at work last week. The girl escaped and ran to a business in Big Bear. Like Troy, KFI News.
Officials say unsafe speed was a factor when a Tesla Cybertruck crashed into the Beverly Hills Hotel sign. Crash earlier this month happened at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard, North Beverly Drive. The truck was not hurt. There was a crash from fire on X when CEO Elon Musk said the car was faster than unfortunately 11. The Hills PD said yesterday drivers should always be cautious and follow speed limits when driving on private property. Anywhere for that matter. Let's look for some watch the kid in the Santa Monica.
The 6-year-old girl and her family were walking on Main Street from the nearby bus stop. The girl in the face of witness. We're getting calls in Santa Monica, Missouri about how business owners and drug police were solving things have a conflict. The girl and her family were visiting police closed to tracking on Sunday. Michael Long's KFI News.
Dollar Tree says it's closing nearly 1,000 stores across the U.S. The move comes after the discount retailer cut the value of Family Dollar, a private chain it bought almost a year ago. Dollar Tree says 600 Family Dollar stores will be closed in the first half of the year. 370 Family Dollar and 30 Dollar Tree stores will be shut down over the next several years. Dollar Tree bought Family Dollar for more than $8 billion in 2015. At least 7 Russian territories have been targeted by more than 60 drones.
Setting fire to a major oil refinery. It does appear to be the largest drone attack Ukraine has ever launched on Russia.
BBC's Patrick Regal says it comes a day after pro-Ukrainian fighters attacked 2 border areas. Russia's President Putin says the attacks were timed to impact Russia's presidential election this weekend. The union that represents firefighters in New York says its concerned members will be disciplined for booing State Attorney General Letitia James during a promotion ceremony in Brooklyn.
Oh, come on, we're in a house of God. First, simmer down.
James recently won a $355 million penalty against former President Trump. The crowd also chanted his name during James's speech last week.
I want to thank Commissioner Kavanaugh and Chief Hodgins for that recognition.
My officials have sent out an internal note calling the behavior grossly inappropriate, and they've urged those who took part to come forward. Retired Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz says when a politician speaks, it's a political event and booing is constitutionally protected. We'll check the 14 freeway when we come back.
All right, so about Sweet James, to begin for an accident, there's only one law firm you need to call, and you are right, that is Sweet James, man. They are the best. They're going to help you out. So any kind of accident you might have, car, motorcycle, truck, van, whatever it is, you've got to call Sweet James. One of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended. Red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000. Seems like a pretty good chunk of change. At $60,000 in your pocket to be enjoying yourself. But not when you have all the expenses. Get your car back up, your medical expenses, you can't work, your body's on fire. So if you call Sweet James, they got to work, and they increased that award to $745,000. That is a huge jump. They can't guarantee an outcome in every case, but if it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Yes, they are. Phone them up right away. 800-9-million. 800-9-million. You get a free consultation. A free consultation. It's a cool deal. It's easy number to remember. And don't wait, because waiting can wreck the case. Phone them up. 800-9-million. Website, sweetjames.com.
Leave people 5 on the breaks and stretches on the way to Sand Canyon Road. We saw Mike O'Brien looking at Hollywood, KFI in the sky.
A 101 specific here. It's a 101 southbound. And you get just about Hollywood Boulevard. Very tough from there. Downtown Los Angeles. North and side of the fence, it blows up very heavy at Vermont. Vermont, it will be tough to the pass. In fact, that stays so pretty much all the way into Encino to Encino Boulevard. A little piece of gap around the 170. Not much. Now, if you're heading into East LA on the front lane, 5 southbound on the brakes now from East LA interchange. Well through the 605 before you stop. Mike O'Brien, KFI, this guy.
In Long Beach, the 710 northbound, but that drive is loading up away from Pacific Coast Highway all the way to Firestone. We're slowing ahead approaching the 5 and stretches to the 10. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 with backup cam, 8.4-inch touchscreen, and pre-collision warning for just $419 a month, while returning lessees for just $377. Brunswick Auto. Or buying made truly simple. 39 months coming up, $95 plus fees to excite. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year includes all incentives. Offer ends 3/31/24.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Sky Risen. Risen Kizimov Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Sky Rizzy. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic and psoriasis, and visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never something so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640. Sound Right Show. We're following a couple of major breaking stories here. One of them includes the FBI. Their training facility in Irvine and somewhere Belly. Belly, have you ever been to the FBI training facility now?
I have not, but it is nearby.
All right. Well, there's bad vibes. Well, let's find out what's going on. Some people are injured there. We don't know who. We don't know how. But let's get an update here.
Irvine at an FBI training facility. We're trying to get more information about a training incident there that resulted, we understand, in injuries.
15 people were injured, 13 of them treated and released right now. Eliana Moreno is over the scene in News Chopper 4. Eliana, what else can you tell us?
Annabelle and Colleen, I can tell you that those 15 people made their way to the hospital, and 13 of them were already released, but 2 of them are still there, suffering more severe injuries than the first 13. The initial 13 apparently are just complaining of dizziness and ringing in their ears, but one of the 2 that remains in the hospital suffered some sort of serious leg injury that may require surgery. Now, where we're at is a big open area here that is part of the Old Del Toro Marine Air Station. It's called the FBI's Jerry Crow facility, and the incident that happened today occurred just around 1 o'clock. That is when members of the Orange County Sheriff's Department were involved in some sort of training incident that unfortunately went wrong. At this point, it's unclear exactly what happened, but we're learning that the members who were participating in this exercise were members of the SWAT team, as well as the hazardous device team. And of course, it is going to be the Orange County Sheriff's Department that will be conducting their investigation into what happened.
We'll keep an eye on that. 15 people injured at the FBI facility in Irvine. And we also have the San Pedro breaking news, a double shooting in San Pedro. And we'll keep an eye on this story as well.
All right, we want to get you some breaking news. This is in San Pedro. The LAPD, a Harvard division Division is investigating a double shooting. 2 people hit, and we know part of the investigation revolves around that black car up in the upper part of your screen where the driver's side door is open, and it is very near the volunteers are there because they said Chavez Head Start School. We don't know if that school has anything to do with it. Nevertheless, you see all the police cars that are parked here at this location as this investigation is underway. We don't know anything about what happened or how the victims are doing, but we'll keep you posted.
All right, 2 breaking stories, and we will keep an eye on both those and give you the details as they come in. This Sunday is the LA Marathon, so get ready to be pissed if you live in Los Angeles. And let me give you the map, all right? Let me give you what we're doing here for the LA Marathon. It's going to start at Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium usually starts there, right? It's going to go downtown, from Dodger Stadium downtown, cruise around downtown, and then it comes up north of the 101, Sunset Boulevard, all the way to Hollywood Boulevard, back to Sunset Boulevard, through Hollywood, and then it's going to come right through Beverly Hills. It's going to be on Doheny, Santa Monica, Burton Way, Wilshire, that whole area. And then they're going to hook up with Santa Monica again, and it'll run from Century City all the way to the 405, and then it'll parallel the 405 for a little while going north, and then it'll end up in the San Vicente to turn around at Bundy, and that's where it's going to end. Then it'll go back to Century City for the finish line. So again, starts at Dodger Stadium, downtown, and Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, Santa Monica Boulevard, all the way out to San Vicente, where the I think it's the Veterans facility is out there. That's going to be the big turnaround. Then you go back to the same route until you get to right around Century City, and that's where it's going to end. So a lot of road closures, lots of road closures on Sunday, and there's too many for me to read, but the 101 is going to be affected a lot of 101 closures. Hill Street, Stadium Way, Sunset Boulevard, Temple, Broadway, Spring Street, Grand Avenue. The 101 is a mess. The 405 southbound are going to have 2 exits blocked. Santa Monica Boulevard, that irritates you there. Fortunately, it's the 2 least traveled exits on the 405. Santa Monica Boulevard and Wilshire. Nobody ever uses those on or off ramps, so you'll be good to go there. Elysian Parkway will be closed at Dodger Stadium from 4 a.m. until 9 a.m. And in downtown Los Angeles, a lot of closures there. Echo Park, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, Century City. It's going to be a mess. And if you're running the thing, congratulations. Hope that works out for you. Hope you enjoy it. But if you're just living the area, it's going to be a day to get out of town or sleep in and let this thing pass you by before you get caught in all that traffic. But thousands of runners and spectators are going to be around in Southern California this weekend for the 39th Los Angeles Marathon. Yeah, 39th. It'll be this Sunday, St. Patrick's Day. So a lot of these running clowns that'll be in green. There'll be a lot of that. A lot of green going on. A lot of people think they're going to be a lot of people show up as leprechauns and think they're going to be original. You're not. You're not going to be original. There'll be a lot of people like you, and you look like a fool. So, ahead of the main big event, it's going to be Sunday. Ahead of the main event, they're also going to have a schedule for Saturday, March 16th at Dodger Stadium. So, it's going to be a Saturday and Sunday deal. And you're just going to have to figure out how to get around it. But a lot of closures. You can go to the website. I think it's, you can find it. Just go to any, marathon. If you just type in Google Marathon, LA Marathon, you'll find it. There's a million websites with the map. And there you go. For all those people who are going to run the marathon. The weather's going to be great. I will say that. The weather's going to be perfect running weather for Los Angeles and Southern California. Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah. At the beginning of the marathon, it'll be in the 50s. It'll be in the low 50s. And that's I'm crap about running, but that's good running weather. It's only going to reach 65, 66 degrees. Great. Good for that. Yeah. Like if you're running at the start of the marathon, it'll be 49 degrees and sunny. And when you end the marathon, it'll be 67 degrees and sunny.
We had a news editor here, Don Morrison, who's run all of the major marathons around the country, and I think he's gone out internationally too. But I talked to him one time after he ran the LA Marathon, and he said that there's one or two stretches throughout that marathon that you can't breathe because you're going through certain areas and neighborhoods that make he says there was some sketchy smells.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you're in the middle of the track at 26.2 miles, and you're like, breathing in, especially on a hotter day like we're talking about.
Have you ever tried that during the marathon or any kind of long distance running?
Hell no. Yeah, I'm with you.
No. They say to get a runner's high, but when you smoke and drink, you can get that off a set of stairs.
No exertion.
Yeah. And when you go upstairs to your house, I bet you're winded.
You can even kill myself to feel this one.
Plus, you gotta pay to get it. I bet I don't know what it. When we get back, I'll tell you what it costs. It always goes up. Every year they increase the price. When we get back, we'll do a good round, so nobody Google this, and we'll find out what it costs to run an LA's marathon on the 39th marathon.
$20.
No way. It was 40 years ago. I bet it's $10,000. We're live on KFI Network.
Police in Orange City Vegas pleaded guilty to drunk driving 4 times along with a hit and run and driving under a suspended license. Has killed a man in another hit and run while drunk driving. Adidas says it's donated more than $150 million from selling Yay shoes to groups that fight anti-Semitism and other forms of hate. The company cut ties with the former Kanye West in 2022 over his offensive comments. And veteran golfer Bernard Langer says he'll miss the Masters tournament for only the second time in the last 40 years because he tore his Achilles playing pickleball. He won the Masters in 1985 and 1993. This year, we'll take a look at the 5 freeway next.
Gotta get your eyes fixed. Nobody better than Dr. Manger at Saddleback Eyes. He wants to give you a laser light LASIK exam. Use a laser right there in the title to measure your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The laser light LASIK exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, give you crystal clear vision. And like every day, I'm going to give away 14 of these. 14 of these free exams going to you, KFI listeners, right now. Getting your eyes tested by a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times, very important for people who are nearsighted, farsighted. Maybe you've got glasses, contacts. If you've been told in the past you're not a candidate, we might qualify now with the accuracy of the laser light LASIK exam. So phone them up right away, slide in there, get the exam, and man, when you see beautifully again, it'll change your life. So 14 callers win, and you get the exam for free. Very exciting. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Cleary, coolie tonight. Clear. A couple ticks cooler tomorrow during the day. Kind of same on Friday with a little bit warmer temps coming for the weekend. Not too much. This report brought to you by Corner Bakery Cafe, serving all you can eat pancakes all month long. In the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, Scope Places, Sloan Burbank.
Alongside of the 5, and that drive slow is coming up on Buena Vista. You remain on the brakes and stretches all the way to the 14th freeway. Industry with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Outside of the 605, very heavy on the Tech Road right off the 60. From there, it's tough down through the 5. Now, go 605 on the brakes from the 405. Most of that same stretch up towards the 60 as well. After leaving East LA on the 5 southbound, that's pretty well jammed up from East LA interchange to the county. And then beyond that, it's pretty darn good. Don't worry, the Orange County area. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4 with blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Bar buying made truly simple. 36 months, 1995 down. This fees due inside. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Includes all incentives. Authorized through 3124.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin, less rash. And visual results matter. Serious allergic reactions can be clinically easily. Get help right away from inflammation, trouble breathing, swelling of the face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as acne, vision changes, or radiation, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
You can get lucky just about anywhere.
Country in the world needs you rocking. I got kids rocking. I got kids out here rocking. Boy, save that boy. I see no white that boy is your life, boy. I swear to God, boy.
We all have understanding God's word sometimes. And in touch with Him and iHeart Radio provides biblical teachings that you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station, Urban Topic. And in touch with Him will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on iHeart Radio.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for live taping of the Clear special Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important year on social media. The ability to eliminate dangerous activities on social media platforms. To be a target of student audience, just register at KFI863.com/enter. Spaces will be in between the 10. Go to KFI863.com/enter. Be a part of the live studio audience. Go to KFI863.com/enter. Shooting in San Diego, and 15 people injured at the FBI training facility in Irvine. And there was some kind of explosive device that went off unexpectedly. Is that true?
Yes.
The LA Marathon is this Sunday with around music things. Let's go to the meeting book here. Yes. Moonview Valley, New Jersey. Get your trees, get them planted for you, and enjoy it. Dr. Brad James.
Moon juice.
Yes, the Moon Juice. Fertilizer. All right, what does it cost to run in the LA Marathon if you were to run in the LA Marathon? Stefouche, what does it cost to run in the marathon? $50. $50. Belly.
$225.
$225. Crap. Well, that's $400. $400 even.
$300.
It's mad.
$225. $250 to run this thing.
I was going to say 250, but I didn't really share with the guys.
Thank you, Kirby.
We give it God. $250 to run in the marathon.
I'm surprised they're that low.
Really? $10 a mile?
I mean, they could get more. I think so.
You think they? Well, you know what? They're getting more if you're a team. There's no more space available. But if you do fundraising and you have a team, you know, like 19 office idiots that all get together, you know, and they don't know each other, they don't care for each other, they're all running, they're all happy the first mile. And check them out the 17th mile.
Wearing tutus.
Right, yeah, and they're all having a great time. And yeah, the mile 1, they're having a great time. Let's check in and get with them on mile 18.
Then stay there.
Yeah, see how the office crew is doing. So that's closed. If you're doing a fundraising event with a team at $650.
Shalom, bro. What's going on? What's going on, R? How are you, baby?
$250 fee to run in the marathon. But why can't you run in it for free?
What's new?
You know, if you don't have a number on or...
I don't speak English.
That's okay.
Russia. Hello, Russia.
You're Russian. Cool, man.
Just get downtown on Spring Street, get your, stretch out roll, and then they come by, jump in.
Start a half hour earlier and just watch everybody catch up and pass you.
Michael Bryan said that when he used to run the marathon, it was $50.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did he run the marathon? Was it called Mike, that's a bar crawl. We don't call those marathons, but
Sounds like a good day. Next Stranger, how about you?
Well, the teacher asked me, well, Carolina, I said, Washington, D.C. He said, no, wrong. I said, you got the wrong one. He got mad at me, really. And I pissed him off.
These kids are my grandchildren, and you are raising them wrong. You're terrible.
Shut up, Jim. Why would they? I'm going to see you keep giving it back to the head.
Yeah. Come on, hey, go on and get some boy.
Tears, when you finish that thing. You realize if you can do that physically, that's almost, there's nothing you can't do.
and then what wiped you out? Drinking and smoking?
Oh, well, I'm a good sort of that. One year, my buddy and I were at the start line, and we're smoking as quick as many cigarettes as we can get in before the race starts. And Bradley's out there ready to start, out he's ready, and we're at the start line, and we're sucking down as many cigarettes as we can before it starts. And everybody's looking at what we got.
They don't charge that act anymore. You can go down there on Sunday and smoke a pack before the event, and everyone will don't look at it. Smoking's become hip again.
I'm for it.
Yeah. Hey, Michael Bryan's with us. Where are you flying right now? A lot of people are listening in their cars. They want to look up to see if they can see you.
Absolutely. We are going on to the Santa Ana Canyon, and we're actually just about to transition north of 57 off the 91. So roughly the Placentia area.
Okay, 5791 is where you are right now.
Yeah, just coming up on it. There's a little delay in the radio.
Stay safe up there, Bob. There we go. Michael Bryan. That's keeps back on target as he smokes before he runs a marathon. And then he's like, oh man, my
Freeways. You want to sell your house and you want to make a lot of money. I totally understand both. You've got to actually call my friends. They know what's going on. First, if your house is not in tip-top shape, you lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. That's no good. It all starts with Revive Real Estate, purchasing your home like any other buyer. Simple. But then here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit for the renovation. Yeah, you heard it right. You get a second check. A second check. Revive Real Estate. They have many different programs for every homeowner, and right now the average homeowner who works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 that they would have otherwise left on the table. Revive Real Estate. Remember that name? Revive Real Estate. They can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. And right now, of course, everyone's potential is different. Not everyone qualifies. Find out if your home is accepted by visiting their website. Very easy to remember, KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Or on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250 and say Revive.
Also clear, cool temps overnight. Temperatures above 40 degrees. Clear and a little cooler during the day tomorrow. Just a degree or two, and kind of the same on Friday before going up a little bit each day through the weekend. Right now, 68 Pasadena, 63 in Mission Diego. It is slow in El Segundo.
This is the 105 eastbound with delays backing up from almost Sepulveda Boulevard. Delays extend all the way to the 605. Yeah, that's just over 16 miles, and it's going to take you just over an hour to drive. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, just over the break last 57 loading up here right about on the birthday before Lambert. And that's going to be tough up to the exit for the merge to 60. Now, 60 eastbound looks like you're on the brakes now. Right at the beginning of the freeway on East LA. First stretch heading almost to the 605. Loosens up quite a bit for a few miles. Back on the road, might see the merge with 57. Like I'm right in the
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treatHIVtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nothing's real anymore. Here's something real.
You got the full selection. Inventory that runs with auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Guided Toolbox 4x4 with Black Spot monitor, remote start, gas tank, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Runs with auto park. Online today. Truly simple.
No matter what the day brings, having Juicy Juice for your taste. Get contributions of real 100% fruit juice to help them healthy. Juicy Juice is only serving hard fruit with no sugar, no artificial corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners.
Hey there, what can I do with the juice?
medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing it. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how fixing can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Dixon specialist about your Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy at Adventure Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Ticket park reservation required. Offering subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-free tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com. KFIAM 640. All right. Very good. The Los Angeles District Attorney election results are in. And I don't know whether these are the final numbers or not. For some reason in California, we just keep counting weeks and months after the election. But George Gascon has 368,388 votes. 25% of the vote went to George Gascon. And Nathan, is it Hochman? Is that his last name? Hochman? Yes, sir. He had 16% votes. 233,000. And George Gascon had 368,000. So there's going to be a runoff in November between Nathan Hochman and George Gascon. So, good luck. Good luck. May the best man win. I always hope that. May the person win that most people want in that office. Big goal. All right, the Mega Millions. It's a big deal going on. The Mega Millions. Oh, well, I'm sorry. We do have a guest. Let me tell you why we have a guest, too. Because I did some research. Last night, we talked about a topic of, if you have OnStar in your car, then OnStar is tracking the way you drive. And if you're stopping suddenly, if you're speeding, if you're driving recklessly, OnStar is tracking your every move. And then they can report that to your insurance company. So what do? I turn to professionals, because I'm not a professional. And I turned to a guy named Scott Matthews. And I said, Scott, you have an unbelievable history working in the insurance company. Please come on and tell us what's going on, because a lot of people are afraid that they're being trapped in their cars. And he is with us. Scott Matthews, how are you, sir?
Tim, I'm doing fine. Yourself today?
Oh, buddy, I couldn't be better, buddy. Hey, so what we learned? We learned that OnStar is collecting driving data and giving it to insurance companies. And first of all, is that going on?
What OnStar is doing, like a lot of places, they are collecting driver information based upon your driving habits, as you mentioned. The insurance companies like to purchase this and use it. And primarily, here in California, they can only use your driving record, your annual miles, and year's driving experience for the purpose of determining your rate. Your actual zip code is one of the factors that is farther down on the line. And of course, kind of car you drive, collision coverage and what have you. So, for insurance companies to go out here to California and purchase that information, they cannot do it and adjust your driving record based upon the fact that you like to ride your brakes, or you stop at the last second, or you're a speeder. But that can't be a factor.
Okay, but two things. One, you have an extensive history with the insurance business. Was it Allstate?
I work for the parent company. I work for Encompass Insurance, which is as stated as parent, yeah.
Okay, you work and you have an extensive history with auto insurance.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, so we're sort of safe here in California, where if you drive in California, that information cannot be a reason to raise your rates.
That is correct, yes. Yeah, they can't use it on your driving habits and real-time behavior when you're driving. Just the basic, like I mentioned, mileage, years driving experience, and your driving record.
So we have less to fear with OnStar in California than they do in other states.
That's correct. It's just like, and I'm not picking on them, but Tesla has their car insurance in too, and they use real-time driving behavior to determine your rates, whether you look at higher rates or lower rates on a monthly basis. They do it in 12 states, but they can't do it in California because the insurance law in California does not allow it.
Okay, I think that's a good thing. I think it's a tremendous invasion of privacy. How do they know who's driving your car? I mean, let's say, you lend it to a friend, or your wife drives it, or your kid drives it. How do they know it's you?
Well, they don't know it. That's just it. And the biggest thing that the insurance companies are trying to collect is your annual miles, because everybody has a tendency to, let's just say, underestimate how many miles you drive. So using OnStar, Lexus, when you go get your oil change, small reports, that's how they determine your annual mileage. That information is collected at the time.
So the sale of information, I think, is probably, at the peak it's ever been since I've been alive. Information is king. And to prove that, there's a big hardware store that I'm not going to name, but there's a big hardware store in the United States, and I heard that they make more money off of offering you their credit card than they do selling hardware. Is that possible?
It probably is, yes, because information is so valuable today. People will pay almost any price for it.
Wearing your fake gear. I went straight to the club after all the interviews and stuff. Had blood all over me. Rocking my pink shorts. I didn't get out of the arena until like 3:30. It was obviously daylight saving switch, so 2 a.m. So it was 3 a.m. So I didn't get to the club until like 3:45. And we went to 11, the club in Miami. It's just so mind-blowing at 4 a.m. that people are just awake and just doing their thing. And I didn't want to go go shower up, get dressed up, and then go to the club. That's fucking 5 a.m. So I just wanted to go there, vibe out for a bit, and head back.
Did you not feel like sort of sticky and gross?
Oh no, I felt a little sticky and gross, Ariel. But I didn't stink too bad though, so I was all good.
Were you still wearing your wraps?
No, I had the wraps off, the cup on. No, I took the cup off, but very cool.
The video of you.
Always, if you are with an insurance company that offers you multi-product lines like home and auto, boat insurance, umbrella insurance, and all that, always to your advantage to bundle it with the same company. Okay? The reason is you can get multi-policy discounts up to sometimes 25%, which is great. Multi-car discounts are a factor in there. And the biggest thing is just really knowing what your annual miles is. And if you drive very limited, be able to prove that to the insurance company, and that can save you a lot, because California figures that the average annual miles are between 12,000 and 13,000 a year.